In order to prove that even actors can save the country, I chose to change my profession to a divine actor of the Earth level instead of selecting the SSS level Hell Knight and Dragon God Lord, and as a result, I was ridiculed by everyone as a coward who only dared to hide in the back. Even my beautiful homeroom teacher, who has always admired me, called me a fool. This is because the whole world recognizes that there are no gods in China, and even if there were, they would be inferior to the Western gods. But what they don't know is that I not only master all the Chinese gods but can also permanently gain the blessings of the gods by perfectly portraying them. When the beast tide swept through the trial land and all the geniuses were torn to pieces, the phantom of the southern skygate rose with a roar behind me. Who says there are no gods in China? Crazy. Brother Ton must be crazy to actually choose an Earth-level profession. Does he not want to fight on the front lines and deliberately chose a lifestyle profession? In the face of a great enemy, he is actually a coward. In the Divine Eagle Square, discussions arose from all directions. At this moment, beneath me lay a mass of bones, and countless ghostly blue flames slowly emerged from the pile of bones, with each skeleton kneeling on one knee, welcoming the birth of the general. This phenomenon is precisely the awakening of the S-level Hell Knight. But if you look up at the sky, you will find that it is covered by hundreds of phantoms, each towering 100 feet, with wings sprouting from their backs, resembling each other yet each having its own characteristics, soaring and dancing above the dome. Countless dragons. They dominate the continent and suppress all kinds of giant beasts. At this moment, they began to dance that ancient dance, waiting for the arrival of the master, the SSS-level Dragon God Lord, with the most devout and flattering posture. But I did not choose these two. Instead, I turned my gaze to a stage directly in front of me, where a performer in red was taking the stage to sing, and applause erupted from the audience. A ground-level performer? Nonsense. Wang Lidong slammed the table and directed his gaze at a woman not far away. Teacher Lu, how is Brother Ton's career planning class going? Doesn't he know the value of the Dragon God Lord? Lu Yunqi felt as if struck by lightning, unable to organize her words for a moment. Principal Wang, I think classmate Qin is just afraid to go to the battlefield. Performers are also good. Acting for everyone is also a way to benefit the public. The other principals from surrounding schools echoed in agreement, making Wang Lidong's expression even darker. Impossible. Lu Yunqi's delicate shout interrupted several people. I know Tonggu, after his father left, he never came back. His current dream is to drive away the giant beasts and find his father. Someone like him could never be a coward. Isn't it precisely because his father is dead that he dares not go to the battlefield? Teacher Lu, we must respect the objective facts. Lu Yunqi's heartfelt words did not persuade the others. Instead, they looked at her with even more mockery. Enough, Teacher Lu. Let's discuss this after the awakening ceremony is over. Wang Lidong snorted coldly and said no more. Lu Yunqi trembled as she sat down, her worried gaze directed at the thin figure in the square. At this moment, all I saw was a pitch-black space, and the performer who had been ignored walked right in front of me. The performer turned and smiled lightly, his gaze fixed on my eyes. In his eyes, I saw a magnificent archway, shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland, adorned with golden carvings and jade, with auspicious purple air. The plaque in the center bore 3 large characters, South Heaven Gate. My breath stopped, and I trembled all over, regarding the performer with utmost seriousness. Surprisingly, only this performer knew about the mythological system of Huaxia. The actor is silent, only lightly laughing. He extended his arm, waiting for my choice. I passed by the actor and looked up at the two ahead, the Hell Knight and the Dragon God Lord. What could they possibly be in front of the deities of China? Without the slightest hesitation, I reached out and grasped the actor tightly. The heavens and earth erupted. The sky obscured by the giant dragon was pierced by a blood-red light. The surging energy tore apart and melted the skeletons below. The chaotic confusion was completely shattered, and an incredibly brilliant light burst forth from the horizon. The giant dragon howled and fled in all directions, revealing the full view of the sky. Above the clouds, there seemed to be a magnificent building faintly visible, with shadows standing tall among the layers of clouds below. Congratulations to the host for awakening the SSS-level hidden profession of divine actor, and receiving the blessing of the dragon vein of Huaxia. The host can perfectly portray the unlocked deity and permanently gain the deity's blessings, acquiring their divine powers and weapons. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the deity Neza. Tong Gu, what profession did you awaken? Such a massive awakening phenomenon surprised the principals on stage, and they all began to ask questions. Hidden profession, SSS-level divine actor, can fight as a Huaxia deity, I reported truthfully. The principals' faces, which had just lit up with excitement, immediately fell. What a fool! How could the Dragon God Lord give this idiot to you? The principals sighed a few times, and their gazes towards me became even harsher. The students in the Divine Eagle Square couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hidden profession. I thought it was impressive, but in the end, I still have to go home and perform. A person who doesn't even dare to go to the battlefield. What can you expect from him? Stop discussing this useless person. Quickly prepare to enter the secret realm. After the new awakening, all awakened ones will be teleported to the trial ground for a unified assessment. Countless rays of light burst forth from the students, and their figures immediately disappeared from the spot. I felt a moment of distraction, and the environment around me had already changed. My classmates stood together in small groups, all contemplating their professions, preparing for future teen dungeon runs. I also began to check my own panel. Brother Tube. Profession, SSS level Divine Actor. Level, LV1. Health, 10. Skill, Divine Summoning. The host can summon a deity through corresponding incantations, gaining divine weapons and mana based on the unlocking progress. Talent, Divine Might. After the deity descends, Divine Might will manifest, shaking the insignificant and unobservable. Unlocked deity, Neza 10%. I studied it carefully. The performer class can unlock deities in stages through upgrades while increasing attributes, and each time an enemy is killed, incense points are earned. Offering these points to the unlocked deities will increase the unlocking progress. Isn't that young Master Qin? What are you planning to set off alone? Where's your girlfriend Xiaoxue? Oh my, how is she now in my arms? Accompanied by a light murmur, the couple embraced and approached me. At that moment, Su Feng had a playful expression as he rubbed the hot figure of a girl. She glanced at Su Feng with a hint of grievance and said, Su Gu, I'm just ordinary classmates with Tong Gu. I've always been yours. The voice was very familiar. I didn't need to look to know it was my ex-girlfriend Lin Shuer. Back then, she pursued me for half a year before being accepted, but I didn't expect that just 5 minutes after awakening, she found a new partner. I sneered twice, too lazy to pay attention to the pair of dog men and women in front of me. Tong Gu, you're still stubborn. Ha? With your trash profession, no one would even collect your body if you died in the secret realm. If I were you, I would have lost all face and not come back. Wouldn't it be better to obediently sing in the theater? From now on, you will bow and scrape in front of me. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will hit you, Su Feng said fiercely, leaving behind a harsh warning as he took Lin Shuer deeper into the place. At this moment, several faint footsteps were heard ahead, and a few dark wolves were quickly approaching, about to reach in front of me. Night Wolf, Health 100, Attack Power 10, Talent Stealth, reduces noise by 90% while hunting. The dark night wolf's eyes were discovered and quickly charged towards me. I no longer hesitated, taking a heavy step forward, envisioning the image of Neza in my mind, with a neck adorned by the universe to drive away evil spirits, draped in clouds that sweep away demons, breaking through the raging waves of the dragon palace, the wicked dragon bowing its head in defeat. I, the actor, beseech the third prince Neza of Chen Tangpass to descend to the world. I felt my mind go blank, clearly sensing that my soul had formed an inseparable connection with some powerful existence. Divine might unconsciously radiated, compressing the surrounding air to produce a sonic boom, and the terrifying energy seemed to erupt like a volcano. Faintly, a pale red figure floated behind me, with a pair of crimson eyes full of killing intent. It was Neza's true form, successfully descended to the world. Xinyan's bones crackled as he clenched his palm. Ow! Although the dark wolves were shaken, the instincts of the beasts urged them forward to fight. The wolves were numerous, and attacking together was enough to break through the defenses of the meat shield professions. But they are facing, today, God. It's the god of killers. It's the god of murder at the top of the god seal list. Only kill, not cross. Bang! Xinyan blasted out with a fist, crimson divine power surging out as if waves were sweeping through, crushing everything in its path. 1,000. 1,000. In just a moment of contact, the dark wolf's blood bar was instantly emptied, and its body turned into a flurry of blood mist that spilled out onto the ground. Ding! Kill LV2 Dark Wolf X26, experience plus 520, incense points plus 52. Ding! Dropped material Wolf's Teeth X12. Ding! Level up to LV3. Unlock progress, 20% of Neza 52 1000. Before Xinyan could react, several more strong-sized magical beasts came to kill. Xinyan was shocked in his heart and was completely unable to dodge in time, so he could only clasp his hands into fists in front of his chest and resist the blow. The attack landed on Xinyan. 98 99 98 490. A whopping 409 damage exploded in Xinyan. But Xinyan's theater bloodstain didn't drop at all. Only to see a reddish-golden shield appear around it, on which Neza's phantom had already opened his arms and looked at the attacking 5 two-headed wolves with anger on his face. Dark two-headed wolf. Mutant species of dark wolves, each of which could easily tear through a warrior's defenses. Even if it was just one, it was enough to slaughter an entire pack of wolves. But, how could a wild dog's attack threaten the gods? Xinyan's arms slammed together, and the 5 double-headed wolves were instantly lifted off the ground. Xinyun raised his right leg. Tread. Boom. The crimson energy quickly exploded, and the terrifying divine might crushed everything around it into dust. 1,500. 1,500. Ding. Kill LV5 Darkness 2-headed Wolf X5, experience plus 500, incense points plus 25. Ding. Dropped Wolfmane X3, Wolf Teeth X5. Unlocked progress, 20% of Neza 77 1000. Wolfmane and Wolf Teeth were both good materials for making weapons, and there would be guilds that would go out and specialize in acquiring them. Xinyun was satisfied with the explosive rate and was about to continue exploring further when a loud bang resounded through the valley. At the same time, countless beast roars came out of nowhere, causing the forest right in the center to quake, and even the earth couldn't stop trembling. What's that? Xinyun looked towards the center in disbelief. He was transfixed in place. The beasts with crimson eyes rushed like a tidal wave, the bucket-thick trees instantly snapped, and the rocks blocking the road were smashed to smithereens. They destroy everything in their path. Beast Tide. Chapter 3, The Terror of the Beasts. Beast Tide. How can it be a beast tide? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A place of trials, where a giant beast can drive a beast tide. Outside the land of trials, the teachers who watched the live broadcast where people were going crazy, hoofing it upwards to report. Where's the head of the trial? Get the students out of there. Wang Lidong let out a furious shout, subduing the chaotic scene. The staff member in charge of the trial came in a panic, holding the instrument. Wang. Headmaster Wang, something's wrong, the trial land is out of control. What? The trial place has been used for over 30 years, and now you're telling me it's not under control. What the hell is going on? All the major principals pressed forward with grim faces. Their students were all in the place of trial, so they couldn't afford any accidents. Headmaster, at the moment we can only detect unknown energy in the trial lands, and it is resisting our control. What energy? Let's just team up on the perimeter and give it a break. No. No, Headmaster. This energy has 90 levels. What? All of the principals in the circle changed their complexion drastically. They were all excellent awakened, but the highest rank here was only level 65. Even the Goose City Lord was only at level 88. 90 levels of energy influence? Who the did this? Wang Lidong's face was horribly gloomy as he thought of a bad possibility. Contact the City Lord immediately. Go upwards for help. If I find out who did this, I'll kill it even if it's a blood sacrifice. That's a beast wave. A beast wave that can destroy a city. What can a bunch of them students hold against it? If a student can fix the energy source internally, there might be a chance of survival. Are you kidding me? Don't you understand the terror of the beast tide anymore, not to mention the students, even we wouldn't necessarily survive in there. And that's a level 90 monster, how could they possibly solve it? A group of principals fumed, but none of them could come up with a solution, and they could only fold their hands and wait for a miracle. In the land of trials, the bloody aura spread to every corner with the wind. Under the onslaught of the beasts, corpses lay strewn about, blood congealing into dark red patches on the ground, mixing with the dust and emitting a sickeningly fishy odor. Those were all students who were just the right age, who were harboring hopes and looking forward to the future, but who faced the beast tide in despair, having their chests torn open and their intestines ripped out, even if they didn't close their eyes when they died. Bloody sights spread all over the land of trials, growing more and more tragic amidst a cry and wail. But there was still a spark in despair, and many students with excellent careers stood in front of the weak. Hundreds of people looked after each other and resisted the onslaught of the beast tide with tenacious bloodlust. But the beast tide was endless, and it was only a matter of time before they were crushed. Stringed Moon Wolf LV5 Berserk. Blazing Bull LV6 Berserk. Hog Rider LV6 Berserk. Dark Golden Bear LV7 Berserk. Xinyun also stood in front of the beast tide. The beast in front of him was in a state of frenzy, with a black and red luster dripping from its body, and just running caused great earthquakes and rocks to fly. Going berserk at the same time and triggering a wave of beasts? This isn't supposed to be manipulated by the behemoth, is it? But where did the behemoth come from in the primary trial land? Xinyun's face showed disbelief as he threw a punch at the charging beasts. Boom! A red gold energy surged out, forming a lance-like shape in the air, cutting through a perfect arc and exploding in the group of fierce beasts. 1388. 1388. 3000 strike. Neza's casual strike completely shattered the beast in front of him. But the beasts further away did not pause for a moment to see this, and continued to charge forward without fear of death. At their level, they should have had a spirit long ago, so how would they dare to charge under normal circumstances? Something's wrong. Xinyan's face was frozen and he did not dare to delay. Ding! Kill LV8 Wind Tiger X1, experience value plus 250, incense points plus 8. Ding! Kill LV6 Trick Horn Deer X10, experience value plus 1500, incense points plus 60. Ding! Kill LV10 Dreadbear X1, experience value plus 400, incense points plus 10 inch. The rampaging beasts did not affect Xinyan's footsteps. He heard the screams around him and frowned tightly as he tore hard through the tide of beasts as fast as he could, penciling his way towards the center area. Lin Shui. If you stops me again, I'll cut you down first. Brother Su, don't you like me the most? Take me away, I'm begging you take me away, I'll be a dog for you okay, I'll be a dog, woof woof woof. Xinyan passed by a squad in distress and was just about to help out when he heard two familiar voices. It happened to be Su Feng and Lin Shui. Only 3 corpses lay beside Su Feng, all of them had injuries on their bodies and their necks were sliced by sharp blades. Xinyan's expression turned grim. Get out! The Su Feng in front of him pushed Lin Shui away as he pushed her away, the butcher knife viciously resting on her neck. Stay here and attract their attention, or I'll cut you down right here. You. Xin Yun? Lin Shui was so frightened that she trembled as she watched Xinyan's figure approach unconsciously out loud. Su Feng turned around and laughed out loud. Who did I think it was? So it's this trash Xin Yun. You come here too. Get the beast's attention with this. Facing Su Feng's threat, Xin Yun completely ignored it and simply inquired coldly. People you killed? Yeah. That bunch of losers, I took a knife and let them block the front before getting out of the beast tide. They also had a great life, they actually managed to survive the beast tide, and even kneeled down to let me take them away. A bunch of cripples, what's the use of keeping them? I can only kill them when I see them being annoying. Surnamed Qin, come over here too, or I'll kill you right here. Su Feng laughed as if he was a devil, and Xinyan's face turned even colder as he listened. How dare you! Boom! The energy exploded as Xinyan arrived in front of Su Feng in a flash, slapping him hard on the face. He collected his energy, but the force still caused Su Feng to instantly fly, his teeth mixing in with the blood and spewing out, finally falling heavily to Lin Shui's side. Lin Shui stared blankly at Xinyan, simply unable to believe that this was his doing. Xinyan's anger had yet to subside as he took one step as if he were a god of death. Su Feng was just about to struggle to get up when he stomped hard on his face. You, kill me, my father won't let you go. Oh? Xinyan ground his toes on Su Feng's face, immediately causing a pig-killing howl. Yes? I'd like to see what the Su family is capable of. Xinyan raised his right foot, which was covered in Neza energy, and fiercely stomped. Bang! Su Feng's screams came to an abrupt end. His head instantly burst open like a ripe watermelon, scattering red and white all over the place. Xin Yun. Lin Shui, who saw the scene, was dumbfounded. Is this still that punk Xin Yun? You know what? He's just a roadside biting wild dog to me, ready for a kick in the pants. And you're not even a dog. Xin Yun swept a glance at Lin Shui and charged towards the center without the slightest bit of attachment. Lin Shui stayed in place. The impact of this scene was so great that her sanity was completely confused and she couldn't stop murmuring to herself. Inexplicable hatred wrapped around her body, and out of nowhere energy turned into a black line that cut hideous gouges into her body, living like a madman. Ding! Kill LV9 Mammoth X1, experience value plus 320, incense points plus 9. Ding! Kill LV7 off Firebolt X13, experience value plus 1400, incense points plus 70. Ding! Kill LV11 Giant Ant X2, experience value plus 1200, incense points plus 22 inch. After the small interlude, Xinyan killed all the way. Under Neza's power, no magical beasts were able to resist a single punch from Xinyan, and they were turned into experience value and added to his body. Now, Xinyan's theater level had broken through level 10, and his incense points had accumulated to 400. The 10th level playwright also awakened a new skill. The Will of the Trap. This skill increases various attributes up to 200%, and the longer you use it, the more costly it becomes. However, the current power of Neza was also enough for Qin Yun to finish slaughtering all the magical beasts in the copy, so he could not use this skill for the time being. As for the next god, the playwright needs to rise to level 30 to unlock it. As the gods are unlocked, the energies of the playwrights themselves increase until they are able to receive the entire heavenly court down to the earth, in order to remake the Chinese divine lineage. Soon, Qin Yun arrived at the jungle right in the center, which was small in size and had been occupied by the boss off the trial land. Based on previous years, the one here was a LV-16 Shadow Tiger, and few people could defeat it. But with its powers, how could it possibly drive a giant beast? Qin Yun waved his hand to lift the leaves in his way and dug into the jungle. Just as he raised his head, Qin Yun froze once again. Only to see the Shadow Tiger prostrate itself on the ground as if it were a cat, licking its paws pleasingly. It's Dragon. Chapter 4, Hell's Demon Dragon. Qin Yun hid his body in the woods and looked at the huge dragon in front of him with disbelief. Its body was so huge that even when it was lying on the ground, Qin Yun had to raise his head as if he was going to look at a black mountain range. It was covered in lava-like lines, and the dragon scales underneath it were like a piece of black steel forged by a blazing fire, each piece flickering with a ghostly cold light. The exposed tail was extremely strong, and the most bizarre thing was that the root was actually burning with an eerie blue fire, emitting heat that even the air began to distort. Hell's Demon Dragon Juvenile. Level, LV-20. Life value, 25890. Attack power, 980. Talent 1, Dragon's Might, the dragon race can command and control the lower races. Talent 2, Hell's Nirvana, can recover quickly from non-lethal damage. Talent 3, Magic Dragon Gift, the controlled race will enter a berserk state, with all attributes boosted. Skill 1 Dragonitis, spits out hellfire, 30% produces a burning effect, 5% burns the soul. Skill 2, Magic Dragon's Power, whole body attributes increased to 180%, sanity lowered, pain diminished. Skill 3, Hell Dragon Roar, emits a shocking dragon roar, inflicting soul intimidation on targets within 10 of his range, interrupting all behavior and controlling them for 3s, effect changes by status. What a horrible attribute. Qin Yun couldn't help but have trouble breathing. The dragons had always been the best of the behemoths, and whichever one descended would be a natural disaster for humans. Even with this juvenile Hell Demon Dragon, a normal level 30 or 40 professional would only be able to flee. Unfortunately, it only caused a wave of beasts. If it started slaughtering, I'm afraid my classmates would be dead before I even got there. Boom! Before Qin Yun could make a move, a roar emanated from directly in front of him as a silhouette came against the wind, the Tang sword in his hand flashing silver, right at the dragon's neck. The Hell Demon Dragon couldn't dodge in time, and its neck dragon scale was rubbed out by the Tang blade, but it only broke a layer of epidermis and couldn't go deeper. Roar! The Hell Demon Dragon raised its voice to the sky, its wings unfolded behind its back, and its 100-meter-long wings blocked half of the sky, making the world suddenly a few points colder. It stared at the tiny human, anger flowing from its eyes. She, who dared to offend the dragons. Worthy of being the little princess of the Lai family, she actually dared to go over there alone. Like Qinyue, this time awakening the SS-ranked Valkyrie, is the strongest of this year's students. No wonder she was able to go through the beasts alone. This battle record is even better than her father's back then. A Hell Demon Dragon? How can there be an extra dragon in the land of trials? It must be that venerable Dragon King who suffered a loss last time and has come specially to take revenge on Goose City this time. Where's the man sent from above? Can't you go any faster? Xinyu, hang in there, the lives of these 1,000 people depend on you. The people outside the land of trials gathered around the screen, all sweating for Lai Qinyue. That was a Hell Demon Dragon, and so far there wasn't even a single kill recorded. Not to mention a newly awakened student, even if they went, they wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. What? Hell Demon Dragon? Or is my daughter stopping? Surnamedly, I'm telling you. If anything happens to my daughter, I'll take down your city. Receiving the news, Lai Weigua clenched his teeth and mobilized all his energy to catch up. He was a powerful man sent by his superiors to resolve this incident, and he had just received the message halfway through his journey, so angry that his cell phone was about to be pinched. Daughter, hold on a little longer. Father will be here soon. Inside the land of trials. Lai Qinyue gritted her teeth and stood up, the Tang sword in her hand crossed, facing the giant dragon in the air. Lai Qinyue, why is she here? In her state, she probably won't last long. Xinyan scanned Lai Qingyue. A very shallow shadow on her back was moving in unison with Lai Qingyue, providing energy for each attack. This is the Valkyrie's ability? It feels a bit like Neza. Xinyan secretly compared them, and although the forms were similar, the energies were vastly different. Neza is a great god who has been able to stay famous in Chinese mythology. As for Lai Qingyue's female martial god, at most, it was only of the heavenly soldier and heavenly general kind of rank. Bang! Lai Qingyue was once again flung flying and didn't stop until she crashed into several large trees. The shadow on her body had faded to the point of invisibility, and I was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to receive a single blow from the Hell Demon Dragon. More fighting? Xinyan watched with some surprise as the girl stood up. She used the Tang sword to strongly support its body, a wipe of blood at the corner of her mouth, her long hair hanging down like a waterfall. Her absolutely beautiful face was more heroic under the reflection of the color of blood. She can't fall. She wants to fight. Fight to the death. The girl leapt up violently. Her body was like an open-bladed sword, carrying an endless sharpness that cut through the entire sky, pointing straight at the dragon's neck. The Hell Demon Dragon's mouth grinned, playfulness dripping from the beast's eyes as terrifying heat gathered in its mouth. Dragonitis. Boom! Ghostly blue flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, engulfing the girl's body in the blink of an eye. Kayuki! The principals yelled anxiously. This is dragonitis. Not to mention Lai Qingyue, who was already at the end of her strength, even a meat shield and heavy armor would have to be reduced to ashes. Old me is going in. I must slaughter this evil dragon. What are you thinking about? There's a level restriction on the trial land, we can't even get in. She's doing it for the sake of over 1,000 students, and for the sake of Argu City. Kiyuki. The principal, who should be dignified and serious, had red eyes and clenched his fists at the moment, itching to rush into the battlefield and kill the dragon. No no no! Xinyu isn't dead. Look, someone's got her. Xin Yun? How could it be him? What? The principals huddled in front of the screen, staring in disbelief at the men and women on the screen. If he's not a playwright by profession, how did he manage to feel his way to the center? Must be hiding here from the beasts, cowards. The other students are fighting for their lives, and he's actually running away from the battle. It's simply the shame of Argu City. Wang Lidong. If Lai Qingyue gets hurt because of protecting this loser, I will definitely not let you guys go. Many of the principals were on the verge of a seizure, hissing and quarreling constantly. In the land of trials. Lai Qingyue was being held by Princess Qingyun, her brain hadn't reacted yet. Can you still move? Qingyun softly inquired. Aha! The girl nodded her head like a chicken pecking. Stay here for now and take care of yourself. Qingyun put Lai Qingyue down and placed himself in a distant position from the giant dragon. You! Lai Qingyue was just about to dissuade her when she was interrupted by a burst of energy. She began to tremble. No, it's not that she's trembling. Rather, it's her profession. It's the Valkyries who are trembling. What's the situation? She's a SS-ranked Valkyrie. Who else can make the gods tremble? Lai Qingyue looked up as a red silhouette lowered its eyes, and a blazing killing intent entered her mind, as if she had returned to the ancient battlefield where the gods had perished. Divine might opens. Lai Qingyue only felt a trance as the virtual shadow in front of her eyes disappeared and she could only see Qingyun's back. Qingyun raised his head and smiled faintly at the giant dragon. Seance, Neza. The energy is all over the place. Chapter 5, Bloodshed against the Demon Dragon of Hell. How did Qingyun put Qingyu down? Humph. I see this coward is going to be a deserter. That's not right, I think he's going to fight in this state? With his trashy profession, a giant dragon could slap him to death. The principals crowded in front of the screen, their eyes staring straight at Qingyun's back, their hearts in their throats. Wang Lidong frowned, although he had no confidence in Qingyun. A red figure had just crossed Qingyun's body, making him particularly concerned. At that instant, it was as if he had encountered a heavenly enemy that he could not defeat. His body could not help but tremble, and his occupation that had not been utilized for a long time was almost about to be inspired. Could it be professional pressure? That's impossible. He himself was an S-ranked Dragon Knight, and he wouldn't have reacted this way even if he faced an SSS-ranked Dragon God Lord. Boom! A roar interrupted his thoughts. The Hell Demon Dragon wouldn't give them time. Dragon claw wrapped with infinite force head-on shot down, the horrible force stirred up a burst of airwaves, the surrounding small trees were all cut off at the waist. Standing in the distance, Lai Qingyue's beautiful eyes trembled, her mouth slightly open as she looked under the smoke-filled dragon's claws in horror. The blow was too fast. The Hell Demon Dragon's attack without warning didn't give them a chance to react at all. Not to mention Qin Yun, even if it was her female martial god plus, she would not necessarily be able to dodge this strike. As for taking it head-on, that was even more of a fool's errand. Just as Lai Qingyue was despairing, the smoke cleared. A faint red light stood beneath the dragon's claws. In the red light was a figure who stood under the dragon's claws as if he were a firefly moving a boulder in the darkness of the night. Qin Yun. Lai Qingyue's pupils shook tremendously. How is this possible? That's a hellish demon dragon. A behemoth with an attack power of 980. Not to mention that they were freshly awakened students, even a level 30 meat shield would not be able to carry this blow. How did he do it? Before Lai Qingyue could return to her senses, the earth's veins shook once again, and the Hell Demon Dragon's body actually stumbled, being shaken hard by a huge force. Beneath it, a flash of fiery red rushed into the sky. The red light was like flowing lava, coloring all the clouds in the sky as if the sky was burning. The Hell Demon Dragon raised its dragon's head and stared at the silhouette above its head, feeling puzzled for the first time. He himself was a noble dragon, a demon king of hell, and had not felt trembling even when he had an audience with the dragon god. But who is he? Why did my soul tremble when I faced him? Why do you just want to worship and kowtow and beg for forgiveness? You're a dragon yourself. It's the high and mighty dragons. Roar! A harsh roar curbed the fear in his heart as the Hell Demon Dragon surrounded its body with black light, its wings blasting out waves of air as it leapt into the sky in a series of booms, charging straight towards Qin Yun. The scene was like a huge mountain crashing into an ant. Qin Yun grinned at the corner of his mouth as he raised his right fist, the blazing energy transforming into silky golden threads that outlined fist shadows in the air as he met the flying dragon. Broken. It wasn't a fair clash. It's like an egg against a rock. No, it's eggs against a mountain range. But, what was shaken, were the mountains. Boom! Infinite energy exploded in the air, and the charging figure of the Hell Demon Dragon was pressed alive, and the brilliant golden light wrapped its entire body, as if it were a meteorite falling into the earth. 9,888. Again! Qin Yun didn't give the Hell Demon Dragon a chance to recover as he stomped violently, the energy underneath his feet immediately exploding as he transformed himself into a beam of streaming light, arriving at the Hell Demon Dragon's side in an instant. The Hell Demon Dragon that was knocked down had just climbed up when he felt a trance before his eyes and a red figure appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Roar! The energy in his body instantly boiled, the dragon's mouth opened, and the ghostly blue dragon flame had already finished storing up its power. It's not a quick response. But, someone was faster than that. Qin Yun's right foot had landed on the Hell Demon Dragon's head. Boom! The terrifying force closed the Hell Demon Dragon's mouth hard, and the blazing dragon flame was stuffed all the way back in the throat, unable to spew out even a single bit. The Hell Demon Dragon struggled frantically, its claws and wings destroying everything around it. But it couldn't break free. The power it prided itself on was useless. Once again, it felt fear. Boom! The strength of Qin Yun's feet intensified once again, and the reddish golden energy was like an arrow that pushed the demonic dragon's head to the ground with unstoppable force. It's... Lai Qingyue in the distance was completely stupefied as she desperately rubbed her eyes, simply unable to believe that this kind of thing could be happening right in front of her eyes. That's the dragons. The best of the behemoths. They always hold their heads high, accepting the kneeling of all races. But right in front of your own eyes. The unbeatable dragons lowered their heads. It is trodden on by mankind, it is prostrated in the humblest manner. Dignity, torn to shreds. The principals off-screen looked even more confused. What the hell? Isn't Qin Yun just an opera singer? He said he could play a god, but how could our Chinese gods beat a giant dragon? Able to suppress the power of a giant dragon? When did manhwa have such a god? Nope. This bastard dragon is going to put up a fight. Qin Yun has to be careful. The principals had not discussed the matter for a few moments before their looks immediately became tense. Only the lines on the Hell Demon Dragon's body became clear, and the blue flames on its tail burned fiercely, almost scurrying into the sky. The power of the magic dragon. Whole body attributes increased to 180%. The exponentially increasing strength caught Qin Yun off guard, and he could only let go of the dragon's head and move away from it. The Hell Demon Dragon stood up, its eyes were already covered in scarlet red, and lines flowed all over its body, lava falling with every step. Under the influence of the magic dragon's power, its sanity is lowered and its pain is diminished, and the state is only lifted by killing the opponent. It felt threatened and afraid. It's going to fight for its life. Looking at the soaring value of the Hell Demon Dragon, the smile at the corner of Qin Yun's mouth did not diminish. Only such an opponent was worthy of unleashing 100% of his Neza power. Playwright Qin Yun, pay homage to Neza's divine weapon. Qiankuan Circle, Mixed Sky Aya. Now. With a flash of light, Qin Yun had an additional golden steel ring in his right hand, and a red damask also passed through both arms, encircling the entire body. Qiankuan Circle. Mixed Heaven Aya. The two divine weapons that Neza has had since birth. Demonic Dragon, you caused the beast tide and killed my compatriots, blood feud. It's time to settle the score. Chapter 6, The Divine Weapon. Roar. The hellish demonic dragon with reduced sanity could not understand Qin Yun's words. It just wants to rip apart everything in front of it. The ghostly blue dragon flame instantly erupted, the infinite heat rushing the air to boiling. Go! At Qin Yun's command, the mixed sky eye immediately flew out and unfolded against the wind, transforming into a wide barrier in front of Long Yen. Has Qin Yun gone crazy? Doesn't he know the power of dragon flame? That's a flame that even golden equipment would have trouble resisting. With his current ability, how could he possibly catalyze equipment above blue? Stupid. Off-screen, the principal pounded his desk and stomped his feet, all hateful. It was so hard for them to have a glimmer of hope, not realizing that it would be snuffed out immediately. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. The frail red damask did not turn into ashes as expected, but stood steadily in front of Long Yen without even a single tremor. What's the situation? It's something. How did it block dragon flame? You have to know that dragon flame can not only have heat, but also the energy to destroy everything. This kind of energy, even they couldn't fight it head-on. God level. An exclamation of surprise woke everyone up like a dream. Divine. Only a god-ranked weapon could be completely unafraid of dragon flame. However, where did Qin Yun get a divine-grade weapon? The whole of China doesn't have more than 10 of them. The principals were completely confused and their confused brains couldn't keep up with their thoughts. But the battle in the replica continues. The Hell Demon Dragon had its dragon flame blocked in front of its eyes, and after another hiss, it violently turned around, its massive dragon tail destroying everything in its path, and it drew straight towards Qin Yun. Come on! With a loud roar, Qin Yun mobilized all his energy, and Neza's silhouette further solidified, blocking in front of the dragon's tail. He held out his right hand and shook it violently. Boom! The dragon's tail slammed into Qin Yun. The Hell Demon Dragon's power was strengthened by 2 times, even a mountain range would be flattened under the strike. Waves of air churned, the heavens quaked through, and dust and earth mist was stirred into the sky, hiding Qin Yun's form. How's he doing? Did he block it? Everyone was waiting with bated breath. Fizzle. The Hell Demon Dragon's figure swayed abruptly, an irresistible huge force pulled it, and even if its 4 dragon claws firmly gripped the earth, it could only plow deep furrows, unable to stop its movements. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Qin Yun grabbed the tail of the demonic dragon. He was tugging on the demon dragon. He's going to lift the magic dragon. It's like an ant moving a boulder. Lai Qingyue Man was dumbfounded. She simply couldn't comprehend what was in front of her. He only saw the dragon's wings flapping and its claws tearing, but none of them could stop the body from moving. Qin Yun tugged on its tail with both hands and carried it in front of his body, an even more sinister smile on his face. Give it to me. Die. Roar. Accompanied by the unwilling roar of the demonic dragon, its body completely left the ground, traced an exaggerated arc in the air, and then ruthlessly smashed into the ground. 5,000. Not enough. Qin Yun's movements did not stop. He rotated his body and carried the dragon's tail with another fierce throw. Boom! The earth shook and rubble flew as the giant dragon crushed the ground, creating a horrifyingly deep pit. 5,000. The Hell Demon Dragon roared and hissed, its entire body mobilizing its power in the dragon's tail. Ka-ching! The dragon's tail was directly twisted off by the demonic dragon, using the opportunity to escape Qin Yun's control. With the power of the demonic dragon, it was less painful, and all the pain would only be transformed into the fiercest battle intent. At the same time, Hell Nirvana's talent was also coming into play, causing the blood to recover at a rapid pace, almost catching up with the speed at which Qin Yun dealt damage. It's so resistant to beatings. Qin Yun could not help but sigh, and then waved his hand to retrieve the mixed sky damask in the air. Then hit harder. Go! The mixed sky eye soared against the wind and flew in the direction of the Hell Demon Dragon. The Devil Dragon did not sit back and wait for death, its accumulated dragon flames spewed out to its limbs, and the claws of the dragon carried scorching flames, vowing to tear apart the red eye in front of it. But it couldn't do it. Its huge claws that could open mountains and breakwater seemed to have lost all sharpness, and could only pull the red damask back and forth, completely tearing it apart. The red damask flew back and forth, binding all the wings and limbs of the demon dragon, almost incapacitating it. Ho ho ho! The demonic dragon hissed madly, its body exploding with energy, and the lava scalded through the ground inch by inch, turning the surroundings into an inferno. But it couldn't break free. It used all its strength and really couldn't break free. Fear, gradually, crept into its mind. The effects of the magic dragon's power began to fade, this time not because the enemy died, but because it felt the fear in its soul. This fear was like ants eating away at its bones, gnawing at its internal organs, even to the point of losing the courage to resist. Go! Qin Yun's right hand pointed to the sky, and the Qianquan circle in his hand stirred out, rising violently in the sky, constantly circling and flying, causing gusts of wild wind. In the middle of that, there seemed to be thunder roaring and flames churning. Qin Yun catalyzed the Qianquan circle, infusing all the power Neza could descend with. With this strike, he was going to fatally wound the demonic dragon. Only then can it be killed completely. The demonic dragon no longer hissed as the fear of death swept through its body, and it lifted its head to look unwillingly at the circling Qianquan circle. It's the dragon. It's a demon dragon from hell. It can't die. It won't die. Roar! The dragon's roar was like divine punishment, penetrating heaven and earth. Hell's Dragon Roar. Group control skills. Enemies who hear the dragon's roar will have their actions terminated for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds were enough for it to tear apart the human in front of it. Like Xingyue in the distance only felt her mind go blank for an instant, only realizing that it was bad 3 seconds later, looking anxiously in Qin Yun's direction. In a battle, once the energy was interrupted, it was no different from waiting for death. But what was in front of her once again made Light Xingyue dumbfounded. Qin Yun hung high in the sky unchanged. The red damask on the demonic dragon did not disappear. The golden circle in the sky is still spinning. It was as if Qin Yun was not controlled in the slightest. How is this possible? Hell's Dragon Roar will control all races of lower status than themselves. Even his own Valkyrie profession was under control, so how could Qin Yun not be controlled? Does it? Like Xingyue suddenly remembered that her occupation was trembling earlier. If it was true, then I'm afraid Qin Yun's occupation would be several levels higher than the Valkyrie. Isn't he a playwright? Isn't he only allowed to play Chinese gods? The gods of China, are there really strong people who are not afraid of giant beasts? The Hell Demon Dragon was equally puzzled. The human in front of him was of such a low level that even an occupational excellence couldn't completely block his skills. Unless his profession transcends the dragon god. The Hell Demon Dragon's eyes filled with despair. Qin Yun was unaware of the thoughts of the two, he only heard a cold snort from Neza's Dharma body, followed by a dragon roar that was completely muffled. Yeah. As the number one god of killing in the heavenly realm, Nezha, who only kills and does not cross over, would not be intimidated by a dragon's roar. The dragon, Neza killed when he was 7 years old. As for Qin Yun, who played his role, he would also, today, put the evil dragon to death. The Qianquan circle had already finished storing up its power, transforming into a lance of thunder and fire in the sky, the tyrannical energy almost running through the entire world. Die! The Qianquan circle fell. Thunder roars and fire explodes. The lightning fire lance penetrated through the Hell Demon Dragon's head and stuck straight into its body, destroying everything inside. 50,000. Hell's Devil Dragon. Dead. Chapter 7, The Divine Vein of China. Boom. With a roar, greenish-white air currents swept in from the sky, and a magnificent silhouette anxiously stepped out from it, instantly arriving in front of the screen. How about my daughter? How's my daughter? Where's Li Zhanshur? Get your ass out here and tell me what to do. Damn bastard dragons. Sooner or later, I'll kill you all in the dragon realm. Lai Weiguo anxiously stared at the screen and searched for half a day without finding his daughter. General Li. Li, Xingyu should be fine. She held on for a while and then was rescued. I'm going to get her perspective now. Don't worry General Li, the demonic dragon has been killed, they'll be out soon. The principals didn't dare to slack off and were busy explaining the situation to Lai Weiguo. Hearing that his daughter was fine, Lai Weiguo's expression instantly relaxed quite a bit, and he also finally noticed the state of the demonic dragon in the screen. At this moment, the head of the hell demon dragon was shattered in half, and his chest was pierced through an astonishingly large hole, and the dragon's heart was directly dug out and thrown on the ground as if it were garbage. It's, like, dead? Death at the hands of a newly awakened student? This. How is that possible? It's a hellish demon dragon. A giant beast in the top 50 of the giant beast list. Even the whole of China doesn't have more than 3 kills. What kind of profession could have just awakened and killed it? Principal Wang, you have a lot of talented students in this class. Even though Lai Weiguo had been through 100 battles, he couldn't help but be moved at this moment, turning around and arching his hand towards Wang Lidong to express his joy. General Li is overrated, your love commanding the newborns, joining hands to fend off the beast tide, and fighting the demon dragon alone, is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Wang Lidong immediately returned the salute with a somewhat embarrassed expression. The person Lai Weiguo was talking about was Qin Yun, who had been mocked by their group. He only felt his old face heat up, as if he had been slapped dozens of times. If it wasn't for this student, Xingyu herself would have no chance of winning against the demonic dragon, and even her life would be in danger. When they come out, Mr. Lai will definitely thank them in person. I just don't know what this young student's occupation is. As soon as Lai Weiguo inquired, all the principals around him lowered their heads, none of them dared to meet his eyes, not daring to breathe a single breath. Theater. Xinyan's occupation is a divine playwright, he can fight as a Chinese god. A crisp voice came from outside, and Lu Yunqi stood in front of Lai Weiguo with her long legs, without being condescending. Chinese gods? Lai Weiguo's brow furrowed. My Chinese nation was founded 100 years ago, and there are more than tens of thousands of people who have awakened the abilities of the gods, but in terms of power alone, the Chinese gods have always been inferior to the Western gods, so how is he going to kill the hell demon dragon, a playwright playing the role of a Chinese god? I, Lai Weiguo, am a big old man, but I still know this point, don't fool me. But... Lu Yunqi was just about to argue when countless rays of light flashed in front of her, and numerous student figures stepped out from them. Medical team, go treat the students and bring back any that have a breath. All schools take an immediate head count and report casualties. Be quick about it. If there's a problem, I won't spare you. With solemn orders, a team of men came from the distance, bringing with them a medical team that immediately sprang into action, and the various principals went about their business. Sir, namely. You still have the face to come. Lai Weiguo snorted coldly and looked at the visitor with an indignant face. The visitor's face was broad and broad, his body was tall and thin, and his whole body muscles were so lean and tan that he even thought he was a farmer without paying attention. It was none other than the Lord of Gu City, Li Zhuan. Lalia, I am also anxious. I cannot wait to go in and kill that dragon, it is not level enough. It's a good thing old Wang's students killed the dragon, otherwise old brother I wouldn't have died 10,000 times to make amends to you. With a compensatory smile, Li Zhanshur stood next to Lai Weiguo, staring at the silhouette in the screen with a grin at the corner of his mouth. There's something about this baby. Inside the land of trials. Ding! Kill LV20 Hell Demon Dragon X1, experience plus 15,000 high-level bonus, incense points plus 100. Ding! Dropped materials Dragon Scale X30, Reverse Scale X1, Dragon Tooth X5, Dragon Heart X1, Dragon Tendon X1. Ding! Obtained key prop Dragon Tendon, is it to be used? Xinyan listened to the broadcast in his head and, recalling Neza's connection to the dragon tendons, immediately agreed to use the Ding, gain 500 incense points. Ding! Congratulations to host Neza for unlocking 20%. After checking over his rank and abilities, Xinyan was quite satisfied, fading his abilities and slowly landing on the ground. A silhouette in the distance had already flown in. It's dead? Lai Qingyu's pupils reflected the corpse of the giant dragon and kept shaking from too much shock. Aha! Qin Yun nodded without denying it. Mr. Qin, is your ability to play as a Chinese god really? Exactly. But... Lai Qingyue reached out and rubbed the ends of her hair, somewhat hesitant to say it or not. Are you trying to say that the Chinese gods are weak and can only be giant beast rations? Qin Yun's face smiled, and his tone was suddenly solemn and incomparable. Today's gods are nothing more than the bottom of the Chinese divine lineage, not even qualified to serve as slaves. The true Chinese god, forgotten in the river of time, has not disappeared. It is just looking away on the other side, waiting for us to call out. Yeah. The world is looking at the jokes of my Chinese tiger, all talking about the brokenness of gods being worse than ruminants. Vocally reciting 1,000 years of Chinese history, with countless gods and goddesses, their eyes are filled with the petty ambition of monkeys claiming to be kings. Today the playwright carries the will of the gods and descends upon me across time and space to proclaim that the Chinese divine lineage still exists. You said. Are those campers ready to bow their heads, or? Souls are scattered. The majesty of the gods transcends thousands of years of time and space, and at this very moment it has once again spread throughout the world. Lai Qingyue's head cleared instantly. She hadn't seen a real Chinese god, but Qin Yun's strength and words made her believe that there were gods in China. There is the god who can look down on everything with pride. The Chinese divine vein will eventually be revived. Let's go, people are getting impatient. Aha! Without further ado, the two of them activated their devices at the same time and left the place of trial. With a trance, Qin Yun appeared in the square. For a moment, all eyes were focused on him. Qin Yun. Lu Yunxi took her long legs and took the lead to walk to his body. Her jade hand touched a circle on her face. Her voice was concerned. How's it going? No injuries? The medical team is over there. Come with me and get checked out. I'm fine, Mr. Willow. I've worried you guys. Qin Yun smiled as a few more figures approached in front of him. He didn't recognize the two people at the front, but one of them bore a 5 or 6% resemblance to Lai Qingyue. It's none other than Li Zhanshan and Lai Weiguo. Student Qin, I'm Gu City's Lord Li Zhuan. On behalf of the Gucheng government, I would like to thank you for your contribution to Gucheng. Chapter 8, Faith in Public Opinion. Li Zhanshan's tone was solemn, without the slightest hint of playfulness on his face. He stood erect, his right hands together and raised across his temples. Military salute. At the same time, all the officers and soldiers behind him saluted at the same time. This kind of attitude was something that even Lai Weiguo, the Xinhai general, had never accepted. Qin Yun stood straight and raised his arms as he solemnly returned the salute. How's the baby? How's my baby? Guava, where are you? Principal Wang, what's wrong with this trial? Why is my baby hurt so badly? Accompanied by countless cries of alarm, numerous parents flooded into the square, anxiously searching for their children. They headed here as soon as they got the news, just in time to catch the students just coming out. Li Zhanshan accepted the gift and glared at those behind him, and a number of government officials began to organize the scene and pacify the people. Qin, fellow student Qin. Was said that you saved him, thank you so much. You saved my baby's life, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. Yes, don't go, Mr. Qin, let's thank you properly. The parents who had learned the truth flocked towards Qin Yun, wrapping the surrounding area into a circle. Their eyes were filled with tears of gratitude, and quite a few of them had already knelt down and bowed towards Qin Yun. Make it so, uncles and aunts, it's what I'm supposed to do. Qin Yun immediately utilized his mana, and the soft energy lifted everyone up. But this energy was quickly suppressed, and many of the parents were transmigrators, and even though they erupted with energy, they still bent down and rushed forward to respectfully bow to the teenager in front of them. Children, the life of a parent. If they die in an accident, the whole family will be broken. Qin Yun was not saving 100 students, he was saving hundreds of families and thousands of people. This worship, he could afford it. As the parents continued to kneel down, an unimaginable amount of energy was injected into Qin Yun's body. Ding! Public Opinion X318 detected, rewarded with plus 100 incense points. The energy flowed through the meridians and a burst of warmth overflowed the entire body. Not only were the incense points growing, this public opinion was also adding to Qin Yun's body. Gods, by nature, come from popular belief. Now that the divine vein of China is not visible, there is naturally no power of faith. As for Qin Yun's inheritance of the Chinese divine lineage, as long as he regained the faith of the populace, the revival of the gods would not be an empty phrase. Li Zhanshan walked over to Qin Yun and patted his shoulder, then stood in front of him. At the same time, a huge energy lifted up the crowd, causing all eyes to focus on him. He looked solemn, his eyes were deep, and an aura was born without anger.
Gentlemen, I am the city lord, Li Chuan. Today's incident is the work of the Dragon Clan.
That group broke through the blockade and dispatched their clansmen, destroying my trials and killing my people.
If it wasn't for Qin Yun killing the Dragon Son, I'm afraid that 1 out of 10 of my Goose City youths would not return.
Yes, the behemoths are ferocious and the dragons are powerful, we know that by heart.
But
a freshman can exterminate the Dragon Son. How can I, the people of Goose City, swallow this breath? Li Zhanshan's voice was like thunder, a long knife in his hand was molded in a natural way, and the unstoppable knife chi transformed into a green light, completely piercing through the sky's otherwise gloomy streaming clouds.
The sky is clear. I, Li Zhuan, hereby swear that I will lead the army and kill the dragon domain. Let the dragons. Blood for blood. Clank.
All of the men Li Zhan brought with him drew their weapons and pointed them skyward.
Kill, kill, kill.
The shouts spread across the square, setting everyone's emotions ablaze. Many of the populace had mobilized their abilities, raising their weapons and roaring at the sky. Even the injured students struggled to their feet and hissed and roared along with the crowd. They had seen the horror of the behemoth, and their unrelenting Dao heart was almost dusty.
But how can you be a teenager if you don't work hard? If you don't take revenge, you don't deserve to be a human being. City Lord Li Zhuan's words reawakened them, and even the terror of the giant beasts couldn't stop their murderous intent to advance.
Those who rise again are often the strongest.
The new generation of Putrajaya, without the waste.
The students' treatment was proceeding in an organized manner, and Qin Yun was finally free to sit with Li Zhanshan and the others. Like Qingyue stood next to Lai Weigua, her beautiful eyes kept staring at Qin Yun, quietly whispering something in her father's ear from time to time. Lai Weigua had a smile on his face as he looked at Qin Yun with more and more praise. Student Qin, the Dragon Clan's flaws will be avenged, and now that you've killed the young dragon, I'm afraid that the Dragon Clan will immediately seek revenge on you. Yes, but my Chinese border is guarded by strong men, so I don't need to be afraid of those old undead personally. Lai Weigui gently patted Qin Yun's shoulder.
You can rest assured.
I am the most protective of China, and if the dragon race dares to commit a crime, it will definitely not come back. But the behemoth is cunning, and there are also assholes within my huaxia, so we still have to be careful and watch out. Student Qin, I've already received your family into the City Lord's mansion, and you will live and cultivate in it from now on.
With the City Lord's guards, those assholes are nothing to fear.
Li Zhanshan took over the conversation, handing Qin Yun a token as he spoke. Qin Yun received the token and immediately stood up, bending down and bowing respectfully with his hands clasped together.
Thank you, City Lord.
Although he had inherited the Chinese divine vein, his level was still too low now, and very little of the divine energy could be mobilized, and he still had a long time to develop. When the nation organizes the college entrance exam in a month, I will personally vouch for you and send you to Xianyuan Academy. At that time, even if the Dragon Clan still wants to come and commit crimes, they will have to weigh whether they are qualified or not.
Xianyuan Academy, the highest academic institution in China. During the national high school examination, they select qualified youths to be enrolled in the school for training. And the students who graduated from the Regulus Academy were all widely celebrated as strong.
Ha 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 ha.
Regulus Academy is good.
Old Li and I both graduated there. Xingyu, you should also step up your game during the college entrance exams and try to get a spot to enroll with Qin Yun. Ri Qingyu nodded her head, satisfied with her father's idea. Xingyu has an excellent career, and SS rank is extremely rare, so I'm sure the spot is in the bag. Li Zhanshan complimented and continued to look at Qin Yun. Student Qin, you have great merit in today's matter, I don't even know what to reward you for. Then it's your choice, even if it's a star in the sky, I'll pick it for you.
Li Zhanshan's half-joking words made everyone in the room laugh. Copy. I need access to the replica.
Preferably the kind of copies where gods have fallen and artifacts have been lost.
Qin Yun pondered and made his request.
What he currently lacked the most was experience, and only constant battles could make him strong. Upon hearing this, Li Zhanshan and Li Weigua glanced at each other and secretly nodded their heads. There is. Old Li and I explored a copy of it when we were young, and its interior is full of giant beasts and crises, so you have to think carefully.
If I remember correctly, it's called Qianyuan Mountain. Chapter 9, the Qianyuan Mountain Range. Qianyuan Mountain? Qin Yun was stunned, and then he was ecstatic.
Qianyuan Mountain, Golden Light Cave, that's where Nez's master, Taizhenjin, practiced. This kind of treasure land, even if it has been abandoned, will still have great opportunities.
Uncle Lai, City Lordly, this is the copy. I hope that the two uncles will be successful.
Qin Yun's tone was urgent, fearing that the two would back out. Qin Yun, you have to think about it, we're perfectly capable of giving you the most suitable and simple copy for upgrading.
No uncle, this is fine.
That's good. I'll go back to my superiors later and transfer the authority of this copy to me, and Old Li and I will plow through the copy for you again to ensure your safety to the greatest extent possible.
Thanks Uncle Lai. Qin Yun bowed towards Li Weiguo.
You have to know that all these powerful people of theirs were very busy, and the little free time they had was used to spend with their families. Spending a lot of time like this to sweep through copies and set the most suitable difficulty is only given to the pro sons to do so. These two, they really wanted to help pave the way for Qin Yun. They understood that once Qin Yun fully grew up, his achievements would definitely not be inferior to the two.
This is a blessing for the whole of China.
Well, Mr. Lai has to go back and resume his orders, so he will take his leave first. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Lai Weiguo didn't stay any longer, and after bidding farewell to the crowd, he leapt up and flew to the imperial capital.
What? The dragon race? How dare those? His grandma, do you really think that I have no one in Huaxia? Xiao Lu, go gather the team, I'll lead people to kill the dragon domain.
Old Fong, calm down, now that the major war zones can't spare any manpower, I'm afraid it will be even more dangerous for us to leave the imperial capital again.
Yeah, those guys just want to see us panic.
Inside the council hall, a few old people sit in the four directions, although they are already old, but the murderous aura on their bodies cannot be hidden, even Lai Weiguo in the center cannot help but tremble.
Luckily, the dragon's son was killed to stop a calamity. Ria, from what you're saying, a newly awakened teenager killed the dragon's son?
The old man in the center raised his eyebrows, some incredulity in his eyes.
Reporting to Elder Su, it's a student named Qin Yun with the ability to play a god. Lai Weiguo arched his hand and reported. Just awakened and you can kill a dragon child?
I'm afraid that the lowest level of that dragon child must be level 20. The sublime bloodline of the dragon race is impervious to swords and spears, so even a level 30 or 40 powerhouse won't be able to get away with it. If this child can really exterminate the dragon son, his future is simply limitless. A few old men voiced out their discussion, shock mixed with a little skepticism as well. It wasn't their fault, even if Lai Weiguo had seen it with his own eyes he couldn't believe it.
That's a giant dragon.
Even if it was him, when he was newly awakened, he could only run when facing the dragon son. But it was someone who killed the dragon son.
Even killed in front of everyone.
Life-crushing kills.
Elder Su.
Mr. Li saw it with his own eyes. If there are any false words, I'll be struck by lightning and have my head brought to you. Lai Weiguo spoke out again, causing the old men in the hall to look a few degrees more grave.
Good. Remember to ask Little Li to be more protective of him, the dragons have always been unruly.
Lai, give us a copy of that kid's profile and we'll examine it again. If it's possible, he'll go to the East Sea trials in a few days. The East Sea trial, a general examination before the Chinese college entrance exam. Featuring the best of the best from around the world, the competition is fierce and the rewards are great. Good, I still hope that all seniors will be successful.
Lai Weiguo arched his hand and saluted, then retreated down the hall.
If it's really as Xiaoli said, then my Huaxia is going to have another protectorate-class powerhouse. Not only him, that Qin family's youngest son, who awakened early at the age of 8, even killed his way through the sandy abyss in the first half of the month and rescued tens of thousands of people. The princess of the Zhang family as well, SSS-level career awakening, one person subduing an ice phoenix and even turning it into a mount, simply unheard of. Wasn't there a wild man half a year ago, who grew up in a herd of giant beasts, who drank blood, who had great strength, and who was covered in a bloody aura that made me cringe when I looked at him? Bravo, bravo, the new generation is full of talent, just the kind of bloom we've been waiting for. A few old men looked at each other and laughed brightly. The future of Huaxia will be a straight path. Not even 2 days later, Lai Weiguo came to Goose City again. With the help of the technicians, he and Li Zhanshi worked together to re-sweep the copy and capture all the behemoths that had become a problem.
Xingyu, are you planning to go to this copy as well?
Lai Weiguo looked at his heavily armed daughter and was a bit puzzled. Well, I don't feel comfortable with Qin Yun going alone, the two of us will have to be a caretaker.
Lai Qingyue's willow eyebrows were slightly arched and she was smiling.
She wore a black combat suit and her tanged sword stood at her waist, with 2 extra short knives at her calves for easy access at all times. During these few days of cultivation, she had already broken through level 19 and arrived at the level 20 mark.
Okay, I'll go give Yun a word.
Lai Weigwa didn't stay any longer, but only sought Qin Yun's consent.
Qin Yun readily agreed. Soon after, the two entered the replica as the technician arranged for them to do so. What do you say, old Lai? Do you want me to hook them up?
Inside the secret room of the city lord's mansion, Li Zhanshan and Li Weigwa were drinking clear tea, and in front of them was a huge screen that was broadcasting the situation of the replica live. Shut up you, Qin Yu, she has her own rhythm, let's old things not get involved in the junior's affairs.
Good.
Li Zhanshan snorted and could only stifle a laugh at his old friend's expression of both heartache and appreciation. One's own raised cabbage upside down to let the piglet arch, no one look uncomfortable.
But this little piggy is a little golden pig, and I can't bear to break them up.
Lai Weigwa's face was torn.
Imperial capital, council chamber. Qian Yuan Mountain? Is this the copy Shaoli found for that kid?
Well, I heard that the boy chose it himself, and re-swept it up for him personally. Good, I hope Rhode Island doesn't sweep too clean, this kid's got to be inspired. The old men came in fives, sitting together, gazing expectantly at the screen in front of them. Outside the city, the dragon domain.
Child. My child. Whoever killed my child. I'll have his entire city buried with him.
The harsh roar of the giant dragon filled the entire dragon domain, and the giant beasts living in it all prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads for fear of touching the mold. My dragon clan has been plotting for months just to kill the Goose City generation. Where exactly did it go wrong?
Human. You must give me an answer.
The purple-black dragon hovered in the sky, its furious eyes staring at the humans underneath it, its entire body an uncontrollable killing intent.
Hell's Devil Dragon. 91. An existence capable of slaying a city with a single dragon. Around it, there were also several giant dragons circling, all of them exuding a terrifying aura.
And in the deeper depths, only a pair of eyes could be seen, and the aura of eternity was so strong that even the dragons didn't dare to look directly at them.
I'm sorry.
But there were no mistakes in the plan, it was just that your son was not skilled enough to beat a newly awakened human.
The human in the center exited in a deep voice.
What did you say?
My son was never less than human. It must be you cunning humans who victimized my son.
The hell demon dragon roared out, and the sound wave alone uprooted the surrounding trees.
The human wasn't affected and just continued to speak out. The human who killed your son is named Qin Yun.
Today, I've sent someone to do something about his participation in the Qian Yuan Mountain replica. This portal can teleport giant beasts that do not exceed level 35 into Qian Yuan Mountain.
If you wish, you may send your men to seek revenge on him. He waved his hand and set up a silver-white gate, looking inward at the mountains and the water, and the two of them walked through it. It was none other than Qin Yun and Lai Qingyue. Chapter 10, The Qian Yuan Boss, the Earth-Shattering Golden-Clawed Bear. Ding!
Kill LV 16-5 Colored Deer, Experience plus 2000, Incense plus 16. Qin Yun retrieved the Qiankuan circle, and a giant deer that was as tall as 5 meters collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, its hind legs twitching twice before it lost its breath again. Not far away, Lai Qingyue similarly retracted her sword, and a giant deer that was not too far apart fell at the same time.
No injuries? No.
Lai Qingyue shook her head and trotted to Qin Yun's side. In front of the two of them was a large mountain, with blue mountains and green water, lush trees, and cliff caves dotted in between, spitting out pearls of light from time to time.
As soon as Qin Yun arrived, he sensed Neza Yuanshan agitating.
It was desperate to get to the top of the mountain, as if something was waiting.
Unsurprisingly, there should be artifacts left behind there.
However, his goal this time wasn't just artifacts, but also leveling up in this copy. So there was no rush, but rather a step-by-step brush up. At this point, the playwright's level had reached level 20, and the amount of energy Neza was able to utilize increased once again. When Neza possesses the body, he can wave his hand and flames flare up, thunder surges, and the Qiankuan circle will take away a life as soon as it is released.
Ding!
Kill LV20 Forest Elephant X1, Experience plus 3000, Incense plus 20.
Ding!
Kill LV18 Trick Horned Horse X6, Experience plus 15,000, Incense plus 108.
Ding!
Kill LV23 Ghost Shadow Tiger X1, Experience plus 5,000, Incense plus 46. This kid is killing so fast, Xingyu can barely keep up with him.
What a monster! It's so easy to face a giant beast and fight across levels, we really underestimated him. I should have known better than to clear the inside so clean and grind it more. Humph, it's not because you're heartbroken about your daughter, I'll let you go and you're still not willing. The duo in the chamber couldn't stop marveling as they fought. None of the monsters they left behind in the copy were above level 30, and the final boss was only a level 29 earthbending golden claw bear. To know, these two people enter the level of the copy is only 20 levels, in normal circumstances have to join forces to have the opportunity to kill the boss. However, Qin Yun did not follow the rules at all, and on his way up the mountain, there were no living creatures at all under one punch. How many punches can a 29th leveled earthbending gold claw bear take? Can take 3 punches and not cry, he's this. Alas, the ones from the imperial capital are probably inspecting it as well, so I'm delaying Little Cloud a bit. Lai Weigua snapped his wrists in regret, itching to go and add a few to Qin Yun right now. Forget it, you can see the potential even above this crushing performance of his. Just as Li Zhuan said, the 5 old men in the imperial capital's council chamber all had excitement in their eyes. It's still so easy to fight at a transgressive level, it seems that destroying the dragon's son isn't a lie. This kid's ability is to play the role of manhwa god. Is manhwa god Vayne really so powerful? Flames raging between each move, could it be that this kid is playing the legendary Red Child? 100 years ago, that great god broke his legacy, if he could really inherit it, it would be a blessing for China. The 5 old men were talking about it, and if Qin Yun heard it, he would definitely have to skim his lips. And the red kid? Does he deserve to be called a god? How can a child in front of a bodhisattva be worthy of being compared to the 3 altars of the great god of the sea? Let's put it this way, Red Child and Neza split 30-70. Red Boy has to die 7 times in 3 minutes. Boom! A loud noise erupted from Qianyuan Mountain as the 6-meter-tall rhinoceros fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing the entire mountain range to roar. Like Qinyue put away her sword, her entire body gasping for air, her fragrant sweat wetting her combat uniform and clinging tightly to her body, revealing her delicate curves. It was a level 25 iron-armored rhinoceros. It is indestructible in scale armor, and the unicorn horn in the middle of the head is like mud, very difficult to deal with. Like Xingyue's energy was at full power, and she fought with it for a long time before finally killing it with the help of the mixed sky damask. Take a break. Aha! Like Qinyue sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering the energy in her body. Qin Yun stood in front of her, his invisible aura erupting out, intimidating the surrounding behemoths that were eyeing her intently. When Xingyu recovers, it won't take them both more than an hour to reach the top, right? Look at that bear, don't run off somewhere else and leave the final guard boss all alone. Ri Weiguo mobilized the monitor and rubbed his eyes in some surprise just after scratching to the boss view. It was only in the perspective of the earth-shattering golden-clawed bear that it happened to be the resting light Qinyue and Qin Yun. Roar! The bear's roar carried through the valley, and all the beasts fled from the forest in fear, giving the battlefield to the one and only king. This bear actually has a brain and knows how to sneak attack. If Qin Yu were here alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lai Weiguo was surprised but didn't panic. In front of Lai Qinyue, there could be Qin Yun standing. This monster that just awakened and was able to kill Ryuko. What is there to be afraid of in a district with an earth-defying golden claw bear? Boom! The giant bear rushed out of the forest and grimly arrived in front of Qin Yun, gurgling saliva dripping from its large mouth. It is covered with thick earth armor, nearly 10 meters tall, for bear claws are dark gold, exuding a murderous atmosphere. Earthbending golden clawed bear LV-29. Life value, 12,300. Attack power, 524. Talent 1 Earth power, can control Earth Elemental. Talent 2, Indestructible, bear claws can break physical defenses whose level is lower than your own. Skill 1 Earth Vein Surge, mobilizes the Earth element, generating an Earth cone to attack the enemy, inflicting continuous damage. Skill 2, Golden Claw Blade Chi, golden claws unleash the power of cutting, inflicting 180% attack and ignoring defense. Skill 3, Rock Armor, increases defense by 200% and increases damage immunity by 40% until the rock armor is broken. Under normal circumstances, a team of at least 5 people would be 100% to take it down, and being a level boss is indeed enough. Sensing the situation in front of her, Lai Qingyu immediately opened her eyes and was about to stand up and fight. Qin Yun held down her shoulders with a sunny warm smile on his face. No, get some rest. I'll do it.
Xinyan's voice was like a woofing stream, causing Lai Qinyue to listen to it so comfortably that she obediently closed her eyes and continued to recover her energy. 29 level earth-shattering golden claw bear, this Qin kid is only at level 22 now, right? Luckily, there isn't much difference between everyone before level 30, what kind of genius is it if you can't fight across levels? Fair enough. The few old men in the council chamber laughed and watched Xinyan's battle with amusement. Xinyan took a few steps forward, his aura growing at the same time, a majestic aura covering the entire mountain peak. Invite the god, Neza. Descent. Chapter 11, The Tide of Darkness. Flames surged from within Xinyan's body, and his pupils were already crimson red when he opened his eyes again. Roar! The distant earthly fury golden claw bear couldn't stand it, and with a roar, all 4 bear claws simultaneously landed on the ground and ran, taking a bite towards Qinyun. Its mouth was extremely large and its canine teeth were sharp. If it were to bite down, not to mention Qinyun's head, even his entire upper body would have to completely disappear. Qinyun stood in place with a broad smile. He raised his right hand and just stood straight and waited. What's the situation? The earth-bending golden claw bear is capable of breaking through all defenses, so you have to avoid it. Ri Weiguo was in a nervous mood, staring at the screen with some anxiety. Don't worry, old Lai, who's a genius that avoids the front line? Big deal, a sword cuts through. Li Zhanshan sipped his tea, anticipating Qinyun's move. Pop. A crisp slap came from the screen. This was followed by the roar of something huge hitting the ground. Qinyun's raised hand had fallen, and the giant bear in front of him shifted direction uncontrollably, crashing through several boulders in succession before coming to a halt. Put. The tea that Li Zhanshan had just drank spewed right out. What a joke! That's an earthquake gold claw bear. What a 10-ton behemoth. Qinyun just slapped him in the face? I'm afraid we've underestimated him. Li Zhanshan could think of Qinyun defeating the earth-shattering golden claw bear, but a human slapping a giant bear in the face was really bouncing off his perceptions. Yeah. Lai Weiguo's heart was similarly pounding, and he stared at the screen with increasing excitement. The ferocity of the giant bear remained unchanged after being slapped away. A pair of bear claws struck the ground and a series of sharp jabs rushed in front of Qinyun. Qinyun's face did not change as he merely stepped forward with his trusty hand. Break! Ripples of reddish gold energy spread, bursts of flame destroying all the spikes along the way, and once again slamming heavily into the giant bear, causing patches of cracks to appear in its armor. Roar! The giant bear's ferociousness did not diminish, struggling to pounce forward. But the front was empty. Where's Qinyun? The giant bear looked up at the sky. A large hand held down its head. Geomantic golden claw bear, up to 10 meters tall and weighing 10 tons, like a moving steel fortress, even LV-30 level berserkers had to take a detour. But at this very moment, a teenager, even one who had just recently awakened his profession, stood in front of its eyes. His right hand stretched out, and a huge red gold palm condensed from the void, holding down the bear fighter's head with the force of 10,000 pounds. The giant bear tossed its head violently, the earth elemental constantly reorganizing and disintegrating around it, unable to mobilize the slightest bit under Qinyun's control. Roar! The giant bear's furious soundwave set off an air explosion as its gnarled front limbs like ancient trees swelled violently, the unimaginably huge force driving the dark gold sharp claws to tear through space, pointing directly at Qinyun directly above. The corner of Qinyun's mouth grinned as his right hand moved slightly upwards. At the same time, the lava paw even carried the 2-ton bear head blatantly upward, driving half of the body suspended in the air, the rear paw madly planing the ground. Even the sparks have not yet dissipated. The boom! The muffled sound of the ground collapsing was accompanied by the crunching sound of cracking bones, and the red golden hand blasted downward, centering on the giant bear's head, and slapping the inverted triangle body that bears were so proud of into a hard V word. The giant bear's attacking beast claw, which was originally a gifted killing move capable of tearing the titanium alligate into locks, came to an abrupt end 3 inches from the teenager's throat, and was carried away by the inertia of his body, not touching Qinyun at all. The massive impact also shattered all the defenses on the giant bear's head, turning it into a piece of broken stone that fell to the ground. Under this impact, the giant bear only felt his head shake and fill with blood, and the Qinyun in front of him was about to shake into 3. The difference is too great. Even its proud strength was completely crushed by this human. There is no chance of winning. But it is who it is. It's a bear. It's the scrappy one of the behemoths. Even if he dies, he will swing the final blow. Roar! The giant bear struggled to raise its head against Qin Yun's large hand as it clenched its teeth, its gums spewing out blood under the unbearable pressure, staining its entire mouth red. A hiss seemed to tear through his chest, carrying a determined will to awaken all the earth elementals around him. The rock armor grew out of thin air, and piece by piece, it affixed itself to the giant bear's body, raising the defense of his entire body by another level. At this moment, an intense sharp aura also began to blossom from the golden claws as 5 golden claw marks cut through space, tearing everything around them apart as they attacked Qin Yun's head. This strike was capable of ignoring all defenses until it tore Qin Yun's neck apart. Unfortunately, what it was facing was a true god of killing. It is Neza, who is known as 1 caddy of lotus root powder and 9 caddy of backbone. The god of killers, and how can he defend himself? The god of killers, who stops by killing. Qin Yun's right finger flicked, and the Qianquan circle appeared out of thin air, spinning and accelerating in the air, right in front of the golden claw marks. Clank! The clash of golden stones resounded crisply, and the golden claw marks surged forward unwillingly, but could not touch the Qianquan circle in the slightest, and could not even cause a trace. How could a mere mortal demon shake Neza's divine weapon? The golden hand once again lifted the giant bear's head and then pressed down. Boom! 2399 40% immunity. The rock armor that had just coalesced on the giant bear was once again blasted to pieces. As the saying goes, you can still be reasonable when you meet the Monkey King, after all, they have gone to school. But seeing Neza? Sorry, he's a pure asshole. In the face of the enemy, he would only fight without hesitation. Although Neza's power had only descended by 20%, his spirit had infected Qin Yun. The giant bear was still struggling, its huge body constantly causing a roar in this space. Qin Yun's smile did not diminish as he flew forward, his large hand lifting the giant bear's head once again without mercy. The giant bear's eyes began to fade from their bloodshot color, showing a fear that had never been there before. Boom! Giant underhand smash. 3999. The giant bear's blood dropped by a large amount, and his entire bear head was no longer conscious. The 2 men watching the battle were dumbfounded. Brutal, too brutal, old Li, you wouldn't have dared to do that when you were young. Lai Weiguo stared at the screen with palpitations. This killing god in front of him was simply too from the courteous Qin Yun in his impression. Killing to stop killing, violence to stop violence, I do like this kid's fighting style. Li Zhuan's mouth smiled widely as he regarded Qin Yun with an even more appreciative gaze. He's a killer by nature. He even annihilated a race when he was young. Neza's god-killing style of fighting was his favorite fighting style. This. Qin Yun's performance similarly stunned the 5 old men in the council chamber. It wasn't that they hadn't seen geniuses before, on the contrary they had seen even more refined and talented people, and even they themselves were among the top demons back then. But this kind of over-the-top combat, the most crushing slaughter in the behemoth's best field. This is simply unheard of. No, who's a good guy who fights a giant beast and doesn't look for weaknesses but rather looks for strengths? Born with divine power. Even if that savage came, it would be nothing more than that. Shaoli really found a good seedling. The future is unlimited. The girl beside him is not bad either, she's considered an ordinary genius, put her on the East Sea copy list along with Qin Yun. This year's Regulus Academy must be lively too. In the copy, Qin Yun lifted up the giant bear's head and delivered another sword strike, blood spattered out and dyed the entire ground red, the giant bear's blood level had completely emptied and his body went limp. Ding, kill LV29 Earthbending Golden Claw Bear, experience plus 15,000, incense value plus 58. Ding, incense value 1000, the playwright unlocks a new god. Congratulations, the host has unlocked the god, Zhong Kuei. The beeps in his mind continued to ring out, causing the corners of Qin Yun's mouth to hook up. Zhong Kuei. The god of ghost hunting. Although his battle power was not as good as Neza's, he was simply a descending blow to the ghosts. Like some necromancer, Zhong Kuei stood there and he had to kneel. Qin Yun. Lai Qingyue's energy had recovered well, and somewhat suspiciously pulled down Qin Yun's arm, pointing behind her. Why is it dark over there? I have a bad feeling about this. Following the direction of his finger, Qin Yun looked up. His smile froze on his face. A tidal wave of black currents surged, almost flooding half the mountainside. That. It was a giant black beast. Chapter 12, Exorcist the True Lord, Zhong Kuei descends. Oh. It seems like Ri expects a lot from him, actually organizing so many hell demon beasts.
Yes, I see that there are also demon flame giant scarabs and Stygian foxes in here. What a great deal of money. This monstrous demonic aura, I'm afraid there will be even stronger ones behind the army. The old men's expressions became serious as they stared at the screen waiting for Qin Yun's reaction. In the secret room of Gu City, Li Zhuan and Li Weiguo exchanged glances, the panic in their pupils becoming more and more obvious. Old Li, don't tell me you don't know who owns this batch of hell demon beasts? What the hell do I know? Old Li, we personally plowed the copy, there's no way there's a giant beast we missed. Besides, this is Qianyuan Mountain, not lava hell, how could it give birth to so many demonic beasts from hell? Hell. Behemoth. Hell's devil dragon. For a while, the expressions of the two men changed wildly. First shock, then concern, and finally. It's shock and awe. Boom. Lai Weiguo's breath exploded as he shattered the ceiling of the chamber with a single punch, and his figure instantly leapt into the sky like a rainbow of light, rushing straight to the control center of the replica. This copy, he's in charge of. Inside were his beloved daughter and the young man he valued most. He won't allow any surprises. But the last thing he wanted to see happened. Dozens of staff members kept debugging, their faces on the verge of tears. Say. What the hell? Lai Weiguo forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and waited for the staff to report. General Lai, the current copy of Qianyuan Mountain has been invaded and is completely out of control, and can only be accessed by shattering the internal node set up by the other side. You mean, even a 90-level powerhouse can't help out there? I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. What's the highest level of the copy now? Or the 29 levels you set? Hearing this, Lai Weiguo's lifted heart violently relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. As long as they did not exceed level 30, even if dozens of level 29 surrounded them, Qin Yun would be able to deal with them. Okay. Report. A small staff member came to the two men with eyes full of terror. Copy change detected. They sent a 35-level behemoth. What? How dare they? Lai Weiguo's breath exploded, and the horrifying oppression suppressed everyone to the ground, even breathing became barely possible. Just as the crowd was gasping for air, a green-colored blade chi chopped out of thin air, breaking through Lai Weiguo's aura suppression. All of you, from this moment on, do not take a single step away from here. Now please do everything you can to salvage the copy. A majestic voice came from the sky, and Li Zhanshan's figure then emerged. Behind him was the already assembled city lord's palace guards. Surround them. Anyone who dares to leave without authorization will be beheaded immediately. The soldiers moved in immediately and surrounded the entire building, not letting even a fly out. Li Zhuan. Look at the men you've raised. If anything happens to the two of them, even if I die, I'll drag the demonic dragon along with me. Lai Weiguo completely lost the general's composure, he now had black hair scattered and violent eyes, living like a killing god. Having two copies invaded in a row has to drive anyone crazy who puts it on them. Li Zhanshan's eyes were like falcons, scanning the surroundings. Compared to Lai Weiguo's anger, he was now horribly calm. But deep within this calmness was the murderous intent that almost exploded. Two invasions, cutie. Both could have guessed that there were spies within the city of Gu. You know, the purpose of the first invasion was to decapitate the new generation of Gu City. The second invasion targeted the two brightest geniuses of Gu City, trying to strangle them in their cradles. Unbridled. You think I have no one in Gu City? If you want my Gu Cheng's life, then let's see if you have the life to take it. On Qianyuan Mountain, Qin Yun pulled Lai Qingyue behind him. Something's not right, these are all magical beasts from hell, there's no way Uncle Lai would keep them in captivity. Kiyuki, odds are we're in trouble. Lai Qingyue immediately understood and activated the return token, but there was no change. Same as last time. Lai Qingyue's eyes also went cold. That dragon has come to seek revenge. Qingyu, hide, they are targeting me. I'll fight to stall until Uncle Lai and the others think of a way to save you. Just as Qin Yun finished speaking, Lai Qingyue shook off his pulling hand and stood in front of him with a knife. Qin Yun. The Lai family has been guarding the border for generations, there is no retreat in our dictionary. If they want to kill you, they'll have to break my sword first. Boom. Valkyrie breath in full force. The majestic phallic appearance descended on Lai Qingyue, and the sharp air currents turned everything around them to smithereens. SS Class LV-25 Valkyrie. Lai Qingyue's face was sacred, and her tang knife slashed forward in a written manner. Chop.
She exited softly. Sizzle. The tang blade exuded an azure color, and sharp energy overflowed from it, forming a thin line of energy in the air. Blade breath. The blade energy that cuts through everything. Boom. A knife was swung. The blade chi seemed to tear through space and time, chopping at the beasts with an unrelenting momentum. The hellish beasts were still surging forward. Time seems to have stopped for a frame at this moment. Click. As time restarted, dozens of behemoths had already been separated at the head, soaring out disgusting animal blood and being stomped into mush by their companions behind them. Lai Qingyue's figure fluttered, the tang sword in her hand chopped out blade chi one after another, taking the initiative to kill towards the group of giant beasts. Hell of a beast. The corner of Qin Yun's mouth curled into a smile. He had just awakened Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei, specializing in fighting ghosts and exorcism, suppressing the world's ghosts and monsters, known as Yixing Thunder to drive away demons and evil spirits to suppress the house and give blessings to the emperor. The demonic beasts of hell, in his eyes, were not even as good as the ghostbusters of hell. Treading on the purple flame of Fengdu, the golden mace sweeps across the tide of 9 ghosts. The sinful dragon breaks its horns to frighten the rivers and mountains, and the tiger's spirit hangs over its waist to subdue the 8 wastelands. Playwright Qin Yun, pay respects to the true lord of exorcism, Zhong Kuei. Descent. Chapter 13, The Three-Headed Dog of Hell. Boom. The ghostly black aura ran through heaven and earth, and the incomparably surging ghost aura filled the entire mountain range, even the demonic aura of hell was washed away. A Dharma body descended upon Qin Yun. He was dressed as a military official, with a leopard head and eyes, black face and gnarled beard, wearing a red robe and soap boots, holding a sword in his hand and looking angrily at the ghost. Zhong Kuei, on call. Compared to Nez's adolescent tantrums, Zhong Kuei gave Qin Yun more of a sense of stability. It's the kind of steadiness that is in control and sure to win. As the martial judge of hell, he never fails to capture ghosts and monsters. And today, he was summoned by his descendants, and the ghosts and monsters in front of him were very frail. If this is not a sure victory, where is his Zhong Kuei's face? Boom! Before Qin Yun could make a move, Zhong Kuei's aura erupted, a massive pressure instantly sweeping over the mountain, driving all the ghostly chi around him and outlining a ghostly shadow above the sky. He held a sword on his left and a hooklock on his right, his tiger's eyes were rounded, and the ghostly aura on his body was so overwhelming that it actually caused all the giant beasts to stop and tremble. Sinner! Why don't you kneel when you see me? Put! Pft, pft, pft. Under a series of loud sounds, those magical beasts actually stopped killing each other, and each of them prostrated and knelt down, not daring to breathe. They are in fear. It's the kind of fear that comes from the blood, from the soul. Even if Zhong Kuei's figure was something they hadn't seen before, just by looking at it, they no longer had the courage to raise their heads. Hook the soul, claim the life. Qin Yun mobilized his energy as the ghostly figure above his head raised his right hand, the hook lock in his hand swung out violently, transforming into 10 parts in the air and hooking straight into the head of the demonic beast in front of him. Ghost chi spilled out of the hook lock, wrapping the demonic beast's body fully, and then drawing it upwards. Fizzle. A shadow flew out of the demonic beast's head. The fiendish beast lost all its breath and slumped to the ground, rapidly rotting and weathering. With just one strike, dozens of magical beasts died. The strangest thing was that even when their companions died beside them, the remaining magical beasts still trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, not even daring to beg for mercy to escape. It's horrible. Qin Yun had imagined that Zhong Kuei had suppressed ghosts and monsters, but it was the first time he had seen a situation where he could not fight back. Not only Qin Yun, but even the higher-ups of that imperial capital were shocked. This kind of death pressure is something only those god-level behemoths can do. Qin Yun should have played a different god and have a natural suppression of ghosts and monsters. There is indeed this one god in my Chinese divine lineage, it hooks souls, kills ghosts and destroys demons, but it's a pity that the legacy has long been broken. You mean the great god of ghosts? If Qin Yun can play him, then why would my China fear the demons of hell? The more the several old men spoke, the more excited they became, itching to capture Qin Yun and personally cultivate him. Roar! A harsh whine came from the screen. It had only one sound, but it had 3 different voices, like 3 giant beasts roaring together. The sky was then covered by countless shadows, and the sound of footsteps that shook the mountains kept coming, as a behemoth had appeared behind the group of magical beasts. Boom! With a loud bang, the monster lifted off the kneeling magical beasts, many of which were hard to avoid and turned into blood foam in the impact. It broke through the shadows and revealed itself. It was as strong as a small mountain, with muscles as gnarled as rolling hills, and every step on the ground triggered vibrations. 3 hideous canine heads sprouted from his head, his bloody mouth was densely covered with dagger-like fangs, and his 3 pairs of crimson pupils burned with dark underworld flames that harbored pure malice. Covering its entire body is not ordinary hair, but countless coiled and intertwined venomous snakes, snake scales glowing with green and black cold light, snakes swallowing spit between hissing low sound, spine rises on the bone spikes such as a blade forest, and the group of snakes together constitute a twisted living armor. The most amazing thing was the tail was a thick python that split into 3 serpentine heads at the end, the venom falling from between the fang-dropping fangs and corroding the ground in just an instant of contact. The 3-headed dog of hell, Cerberus. What's doing? How did you get it over here? This is a pure-blooded hell's 3-headed dog. The bloodline is no less than that of an ordinary dragon race. No, this is a 35-level behemoth. Lai Weiguo is trying to kill him. The old men in the council chamber were completely unable to sit still. You should know that levels are categorized into 4 stages, with levels 130 being the novice stage, where there is not much difference between everyone, and even a level 10 can hold down a level 20 fight. However, once the level exceeded 30, it would usher in a qualitative leap, and even a genius would not be able to challenge over the level. Besides, you're not even a regular level 30. It's 35 levels. Or even a pure-blooded hell's 3-headed dog. Not to mention 2 novices who hadn't exceeded level 30, even if 2 level 35 geniuses were allowed to fight, they would still be abused. Notify Lai Weiguo immediately. Cancel the trial. If he hurts my Chinese genius, he'll wait to be court-martialed. Old Su, it's not quite right, look closely at the girl beside Qin Yun, that's clearly Shaoli's daughter. There's no way he could be any crazier and want to kill his own daughter. Yeah, the hell of it. The eyes of the old man at the head shifted as a murderous aura condensed into substance, pointing straight at the distant dragon domain. Hell's demon dragon. That head has come to take revenge. Boom. The door of the council chamber instantly shattered, and the old man surnamed Fong retracted his fist, the white hair on his head whiskers spreading like a furious lion. Deception. I'm going to kill back the field. Bang. Fong Lao's foot broke through the ground and his figure flew into the sky like a missile, disappearing in an instant. Old Chen, go with old Fong and be safe. Yes. As soon as the words fell, an old man's figure became illusory and then disappeared in place. Lu. In. A thin line filled the darkness, then converged into a puddle of liquid that surged upward, gradually changing into a human. His feet didn't touch the ground, and he was wrapped in black clothing, revealing only a pair of blood-colored eyes. Take someone over there and check with Li Zhuan to find out who's really messing with Gu City. Yes. After the arrangement, the 3 old men were all silent, their gazes fixed on the screen in front of them, followed by a profound sigh. Spare them the trouble of being unable to help at this point, they can only wait for a miracle. On Qianyuan Mountain, the demonic qi had filled the entire mountain. The arrival of Cerberus roused all the behemoths to kill towards the duo against the pressure of the bellwether. Sinner! Zhong Kuei's beard shook with anger. Due to Qin Yun's level, the power it descended upon was now limited and could not suppress the giant beast again. Next, one could only rely on Qin Yun himself. Bang! The devil flame giant Scarlet leaped into the air, blue devilish flames wrapping around his right fist as he struck towards Qin Yun with the force of 1,000,000 pounds. Meh! Qin Yun sneered. What an underestimation! Do you really think that Zhong Kuei only has qi? What a joke! Judge Wu, who can kill 10,000 ghosts, is likewise a god of killing. Sizzle! Before the devil flame giant Scarlet even hit the ground, his head flew up high, and a silhouette scurried in front of him, the sword in his hand flinging down the blood sharply. Zhong Kuei's magic weapon, the demon-slaying 7-star sword. Ow! With a wolf whistle, several underworld wolves scurried into the air, their large mouths aimed at Qin Yun's various joints about to bite down. In the air, Qin Yun twisted his body, his longsword slashing out a written sword flower, instantly slicing the underwolf that came in front of him into pieces. Qin Yun did not land on the ground, and with a hard stomp from the corpse, his figure leapt into the sky, just in time to avoid the third wave of attacking magical beasts. At the same time, countless channels of black and gray ghost chi converged like mad, forming a gigantic phallic image above Qin Yun's head. Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei with a long sword in hand. Behead the demons, slaughter the devils. Qin Yun and Zhong Kuei made their voices heard at the same time, and the 10-meter-tall demon-slaying 7-star sword fell from the sky. It was like the stars falling from the vault of heaven. Boom! Terrifying energy erupted out, and the surging ghost chi turned all the incoming magical beasts into withered bones. Ergo. Kill without mercy. Chapter 14, Immortal Devil Dogs. Roar! Seeing that the beasts around him were about to retreat in fear, Cerberus roared again, driving them forward. The Hell Demon Dragon had countless henchmen, of which the Hell Three-Headed Dog was its favorite henchman. Not only because of its undying loyalty, but also because of its fearlessness in gnawing down a mouthful of flesh and blood even in the face of an enemy it cannot defeat. This one Hell Three-Headed Dog was the best of the young generation, sent here with the mission of revenge for the Demon Dragon, and could not afford a single mistake. The Hell Beasts came raging again. No, Qin Yun, we have to kill the Hell's Three-Headed Dog first, otherwise we'll be exhausted. Lai Qinyue slashed the Stygian fox in front of her and took a few leaping steps to Qin Yun's side. Yeah. Qin Yun broke through the enemies around him with his sword and looked somewhat hesitantly at the hellish three-headed dog in the distance. This was the first time he had faced an enemy above level 30. He didn't think about losing. But he was worried about what would happen to Lai Qinyue if he left. Once she didn't have herself to draw fire, she would be immediately engulfed by the tide of beasts. Worried something will happen to me? Lai Qinyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her long sword crossed in front of her body, and the phantasm of a female Valkyrie was even more realistic. Qin Yun, you have to know. You're not the only genius in Gu City. Boom! The Valkyrie opened her eyes, and the airflow around her body became even sharper, almost condensing into a substantial sword. Lai Qinyue leapt up and killed the enemy. In the midst of blood and fire, she was like a graceful dancer, each stance and chop was just right, reaping a life like a god of death. Valkyrie natural skill, Scarlet Dance. In this state, Lai Qinyue's 5 senses would increase by 300% and gain vision 1 second later. Enhanced by her exquisite martial arts skills, she could swim a dragon among 10,000 troops. 3 minutes. Wait for me to come back. Qin Yun naturally would not let go of the opportunity that Lai Qinyue had exchanged for him, rising up from the ground with a high roar, his black and gray ghostly aura covering his body as if he were a missile crashing into Cerberus. Cerberus was startled, and in panic, his front claws swung out to collide with Qin Yun. Ka-ching! Cerberus stumbled and his entire front paw was sliced off, blood gushing wildly like a fountain. Qin Yun stood in the air with his long sword in hand as the attributes of Kerberos surfaced before his eyes. Cerberus. Level, LV 35. Life value, 38690. Attack power, 1200. Talent 1, Hell's Nirvana, can recover quickly from non-lethal damage. Talent 2, Trinity, 3 heads with independent minds, all of which can manipulate their bodies to fight. Talent 3, Corrosive Snake Venom, the viper on his body can attack independently, and the venom has a corrosive effect. Skill 1, Eternal Feast, attaches the mark of the river Styx to enemies it bites, reducing all attributes by 5%. Skill 2, Karma Fire will dance, the left and right heads shoot spiraling magical fire, and the center head shoots poisonous gas cannonballs, the flames can ignite the poisonous gas and cause massive explosions. Skill 3, Descent from Purgatory, unfolds a 50-meter radius field of hellish projections, turning the ground into scorched earth, causing constant burning and slowing, with wailing soul fragments floating in the air that explode when touched. Skill 4, Triple Aria, creates 3 single-headed shadow doppelgangers, each with 50% of the body's attack power and each attack leaves a spatial residue that lasts 5 seconds. Qin Yun's eyes were deep, his expression more serious. The Hell's Three-Headed Dog was worthy of being a race not weaker than the dragon race, and these 3-dimensional attributes and natural skills were truly terrifying. Cerberus raised his front paw and a steady stream of energy converged on it, allowing the severed limb to recover rapidly. As a higher race of Hell, it possessed the same ability to recover from Nirvana as the Hell Demon Dragon. On top of that, it has the gift of Trinity, which leads to the fact that all 3 heads must be broken at the same time, or else it can still control physical activity. Qin Yun took a deep breath as the soul hooklock emerged in his left hand and was stood in front of him. With a solemn expression, he pointed his right hand to the sky and chanted aloud. Heaven and earth are in rebellion, evil spirits appear, the hook and soul locks move, and the 9 ghosts quake. With my power, lock up all the in spirits. It's urgent. Boom. The ghostly aura rose morosely, and black and gray currents surged through the soul hooklock, making its sharpness even greater. With a sound explosion, the soul hooklock carried infinite ghost chi, raging towards the Hell Three-Headed Dog to kill. The blow went straight to the soul. Roar! Cerberus wasn't going to sit around and wait. It flung its body violently, and the giant python at its tail opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the incoming hooked soul lock in one big gulp. Zira! Corrosive-filled venom arose from the python's mouth, and the overflow seeped into the ground, scalding the gravel through it until a deep crater appeared before it slowed to a halt. Corrosive snake venom, die when touched. Cerberus laughed wildly as all three heads opened their mouths at the same time and lunged towards Qin Yun. If this were to bite on, Qin Yun would be missing half of his body at the very least. Put! The body of Cerberus stopped in the air. Its tail suddenly exploded, and the hook and chain churned up the snake's head, slamming straight into it. The snake venom corrosiveness was very strong, not to mention weapons, even the defense of a level 50 neat shield could be broken through. But that's a hook lock. Zhong Kuei used it to take away hundreds of millions of lives, and with the infinite karma attached to it, how could a small snake venom corrode it? The hook and soul lock exploded and turned into several chains to tie up Cerberus. At the same time the ghost chi suddenly surged out, countless stern ghosts covered its body as if it was a hungry wild dog crazily gnawing. It is not the body of Cerberus that these ghosts are feeding on, but the defenses of its soul. A canine silhouette had begun to emerge, and it struggled to retract, only to be yanked to its death by the thousands of stern ghosts. Ho ho ho! Hissing in pain, Cerberus mobilized his entire body's energy to resist the spillage of his soul. Sinner! Don't die yet! Xinyan bellowed aloud as energy surged forth, strengthening the soul hook lock once more as the stern ghosts hissed in agony, adding a few more points to the strength of their hands. Fizzle! The soul of Cerberus was yanked out violently. Xinyan's figure instantly disappeared, followed by a sharp sword chi that came with a terrifying karmic harvest. Demon-slaying 7-star sword. Chopping souls. The soul of Cerberus didn't even have time to let out a wail before it was reduced to pieces under the might of the sword. Qin Yun withdrew his strength and took several deep breaths, adjusting his current state. Okay. It's much weaker than one would think. It's still early. Kiyuki should be fine. Go for backup. Qin Yun tapped the ground with his toes as his figure flew towards the beasts. Nope. The three-headed dog from hell is dead. But the bellhop's might is still there. Why haven't they retreated? Qin Yun violently turned around, the demon-slaying 7-star sword blocking in front of his body as he mobilized his entire body's energy to protect his body. Three huge beasts, tearing away. Chapter 15, The Will to Die. Boom! The protective body defense was crushed by the huge force, and the sharp canine teeth slammed into the 7-star sword, the terrifying impact sending Qin Yun flying directly, hitting heavily on top of the cliff. Qin Yun! Like Xinyue let out a cry of alarm, and just as she was about to head for support, she was blocked by a black fire giant elephant, whose trunk viciously swiped at her back, directly sending her flying. Kiyuki! Outside the copy, Lai Weiguo forced down the anger and worry in his heart, his teeth even biting blood out of his lips. Is there a solution or not? Equally eager, Li suppressed an angry question at the staff member. Several staff members nervously kept trying, but the copy didn't loosen up at all and no solution could be found. Li Zhanshan cursed and was just about to comfort Lai Weiguo when he saw his good brother slowly stand up, the killing intent in his eyes already overflowing. Old Lai. Li Xuan, I'm going to go to the dragon domain and slaughter that head. Don't stop me or I'll even beat you up. A full-blown rage engulfed Lai Weiguo. It was impossible for him to be calm when his daughter was living and dying because of him. Li suppressed a word as he looked at his old friend. Lai Weiguo stood upright, a long spear in his hand, his aura exploded, causing all the surrounding glass to shatter. Boom! Sonic boom! Lai Weiguo leapt up and flew at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound, pressurizing the air around him with a constant roar. Amidst the constant explosions, a green-colored blade chi came from behind and caught up with him in the blink of an eye. Li Zhanshan was holding a long knife, his surrounding aura was completely released, and the sharp knife aura chopped the streaming clouds in front of him, causing the speed to accelerate further. Bro! I'm not stopping you. I'll accompany you and kill that head. Dragon Realm. The hellish demonic dragon dropped to the ground and watched the situation in the copy from a comfortable position. The three-headed dog of hell is my most loyal servant. In a few minutes it will return with the man's head. He killed your son, not to be taken with common sense. The human's voice was soft, but it reached the hell demon dragon's ears and stung. Humans! Are you questioning us?
The hell demon dragon's dragon eyes were flooded with rage, and its invisible killing intent had locked onto the human in front of it. Not since I dared. However, he is extremely talented and will be a formidable enemy for us in the future, so I hope that Lord Dragon King will snuff him out before it's too late. The man didn't retort any further, but simply turned around and bowed at the hell demon dragon, and then his figure flickered with white light. Lord Dragon King, someone's coming for it. After speaking, the person's figure disappeared, not even the slightest trace of his breath remained. Boom! A roar came from behind the hell demon dragon, and a lion shadow instantly pierced through the dragon clan's guards, and a gap appeared in the dragon domain. Seek death. The hell demon dragon's dragon wings spread out, and a dragon roar ran through the dragon domain. Ha! Not afraid of death. It's okay, after all, I died a long time ago. A skeleton as tall as a mountain shook off the dirt and debris on its body, and a pair of bone wings suddenly unfolded, the pale bones entwined with black air currents, and actually lifted up the body in question and flew into the sky. Spirit Bone Dragon. Oh. An eerie howl rang out from the fog, a thick gray mist filling the surrounding area, a pair of green eyes flickered from it, and the elusive, massive dragon's shadow weaved its way through, rushing forward. Eerie Mist Shadow Dragon. Bang bang bang. The earth trembled as a black dragon covered in pus-covered slime crawled out of the ground around it turning into a quagmire with every step it took, covered in toxins and plague. It crawled like a lizard without spreading its dragon wings, its body's necrotic aura spreading as it advanced, and just a whiff of it made the behemoth foam at the mouth and live or die. Obscene Corpse Dragon. The hell demon dragon likewise lifted its wings and rose up to meet the incoming foe along with the helpers it had called in. Click. On Xianyuan Mountain, Xin Yun struggled to rise from the rubble. He had protected himself with an energy shield in time before the impact, and although he was sore, he was not seriously hurt. In front of him were 3 giant dogs. They resemble the 3-headed dogs of hell, but have only one head. Skill, triple aria. Xin Yun was blaming himself. He was careless. Under the gift of Trinity, the hellish 3-headed dog had 3 souls, and the one he had decapitated was only one of them. And thanks to the effects of hell's nirvana, that soul of its was also restored once again. That's quite a tricky foe. In the distance, Light Xinghua spurted out a mouthful of blood, but braced herself to get up. The Tang sword in her hand continued to swing, blocking the advance of the beast tide. She's holding on for dear life. Once the scarlet dance could not be maintained, she would immediately be torn to pieces. The will of the trap. Xinyan's eyes glazed over as he unleashed his skill for the first time. The will of the trap, all attributes are increased by 200%. Boom! Ghost Chi surged out, and Zhong Kuei's phantom became more and more realistic, even the anger in that face had become clearly visible. Surging energy infused into Qin Yun's body, screaming for catharsis. There's death in the trap. Bang! The ground shattered as Qin Yun's figure had already scurried out, his longsword's ghostly chi converging, gathering in the air to form a giant sword of storms, pointing directly at one of the giant dogs. The dog didn't dodge or avoid, just opened its mouth wide, a line of fire poised to strike. Karma Fire will dance. Pooh boom! 2 spiraling lines of fire poured out of the mouths of the 2 giant dogs, eventually slamming into the spewing gas shell right in the center. The poisonous mist was instantly ignited, and the flames and poison spread all around, engulfing some of the behemoths that couldn't dodge in time, and before they could run a few steps, they had already burned into black bones. This hell's 3-headed dog had quite a bit of combat experience, and it could tell at a glance that Qin Yun's defense was low. Without enough energy to protect it, even a meat shield would surely die if it stepped on it. Under normal circumstances, Qin Yun would have to abandon his attack, he would have to dodge. This way, the rhythm of the offense would again be handed back to the 3-headed dog of hell. Able to. I'm avoiding it? How can a tail wagging and begging for the Ghost King to hide? The aura on Qin Yun's body rose once again, and the ghostly aura on the demon-slaying 7-star sword intensified as the sword transformed into the center of the storm. Even the heavens and earth were dimmed and unclear due to it. This sword. Kill all the evil spirits. As the longsword fell, Ghost Chi erupted and the energies clashed violently, kicking up a gale that blew the boulder over and didn't finally come to a stop until it rolled down the cliff. This terrifying sword not only chopped a detachment into pieces, but it also completely blew away the hell's 3-headed dog's arrangement of fire poison. Xin Yun landed on the ground without the slightest hesitation, his longsword weaving straight through, right into the next giant dog. The 3-headed dog of hell's ferocity remained, its limbs stomped violently, and hot lava flowed out of the ground, covering the surrounding area. Purgatory descends. Chapter 16, Desperation? Or. On this scorched earth, hundreds of skeletons emerged out of thin air, with ghostly flames flickering in their eyes and vicious curses in their mouths, causing violent explosions whenever they were touched. Xinyun was unable to dodge and was facing the skull. Boom! Booms burst and rang out, and smoke enveloped the perimeter. Too barely, Xinyun's level is too low to block that attack. It's still the toughest Hell's three-headed dog. This kid's luck is really bad to the extreme. Old Fong's side is probably stopped. I'm afraid it's hard for us to intervene. The three old men in the council chamber kept thinking of ways, but they could still only dryly watch Xinyun fight, giving their hopes to that illusory miracle. Nope. Look. That kid's okay. What? How is he completely unafraid of explosions? There's drama. There's a show. The old man couldn't help but get excited. On Xianyuan Mountain, Xinyun rushed out of the smoke and continued his charge unharmed. Ahead, a skull blocked the way like a bomb. The skeleton exploded with a blast as Xinyun's longsword was picked. But this explosion is an explosion of resentment generated by the skulls. It does not only cause damage, but also produces a horrible resentment that affects the mind. In extreme cases it can even take over the body directly. But these situations simply don't exist for Zhong Kuei. Can a big grudge be bigger than a ghost? Even the severe ghosts were easily subdued. What was there to fear from a group of skeletons? Under the blessing of exorcist true Lord Zhong Kuei, not only could these skeletons cause no damage, they were even a good tonic. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the three-headed dog of hell opened its mouth and bit towards Xinyun. It's not shunned. Xinyun was even less likely to avoid it. The shattered grievance power was pulled by Xinyun and all of it surged above the sword blade. Get rid of evil. Wei Dao. Sizzle. A sword through the throat. The blade of the sword, which was empowered by the power of grudge, easily penetrated its defense. There's one left. The last of the three-headed dogs of hell had a twinkle in its eye. An unnameable emotion flooded its eyes. Perhaps it's called fear. Bang! With the added strength of the trapping Ji, Xinyun trampled the ground, his extremely fast speed pressing the air to produce a rumble. Seeing that it could not escape, all the small snakes on the hell's three-headed dog surged down, spewing out intense corrosive poisonous gas to block Xinyun's attack. At the same time, the python's large tail was also thrown out by it, devouring towards Xinyun without retreating. Even the giant dog body mobilized its energy to form a pure black energy shield, with ghostly flames covering it, blocking Xinyun's attack. But, is that enough? Zhong Kuei. But the man who was exorcised by the true Lord. How could a mere poisonous mist ghost fire stop a god who had killed countless ghosts? Chop! Xinyun chopped out with his sword, the black sword chi carrying monstrous ghost chi slicing the charging python in half, killing a bloody path. Stand! Another sword chopped out, and the fine sword chi formed a small storm that engulfed the small snake that spewed out poisonous mist, not only cutting it into pieces, but also dispersing the poisonous mist completely. Xinyun had already arrived in front of the three-headed dog of hell. Decide. A pillar of black light ran through heaven and earth. Zhong Kuei Dharma body personally held the sword, and the ghostly aura rose up as if it were a hot knife cutting through butter, easily slicing through the shield that the three-headed dog of hell had blocked in front of his body. Sizzle! The head of the hell's three-headed dog flew up high, and blood sprayed out from its broken neck, completely announcing its death. Xinyun was panting violently, under the effect of the will to trap. Although his battle strength had soared, his physical exhaustion was even greater. Just 1 minute had already pressed him to the point where he could barely stand up. 2.5. In time. Xinyun stood up with his sword in hand and had just looked in the direction of Light Xinhua when a giant shadow loomed before him. The three-headed canine body with abhorrent eyes stared dead at Xinyun. The three-headed dog from hell. How is it still alive? No way. It won't work at all. Hell's three-headed dog's ability is too rogue. It splits into three, and as long as all three bodies don't die at the same time, then it will come back to life because of Hell Nirvana. Damn it! How could Xinyun's ability kill all three of them at the same time? He's definitely overdrawn his body with the way he fought just now. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on this time. Is old Fong well or not? The old men scratched their sweat, not even imagining the possibility of victory. In the dragon domain in the distance, under the leadership of the 4 dragon kings, the dragons surrounded the incoming two and were not allowed to advance an inch. Fong Lao cursed angrily, fending off the attacks launched by the four-sided giant dragon. Old phone, gotta go, we'll have to stay here if there are a few more Dragon Kings.
Chen Lao's hands pressed down, and the surrounding space was under his complete control, making it difficult for the giant dragon to take half a step in. The Fang Tiger's eye was full of rage, and every time he swung his fist, it caused mountains and rivers to explode, but he couldn't hit the Dragon King, let alone decapitate the hellish demonic dragon that was hiding at the end of the line.
He was holding back. He doesn't want to go.
But if we don't leave, those monsters in the depths of the dragon realm are going to wake up.
Go. Boom.
A long spear descended from the sky and nailed the two giant dragons to the ground.
Wei Wei Lai, kill it.
His black hair was in disarray, his expression was hideous, and his body was full of energy venting, living like a murderous god coming out of hell.
Magic dragon. Get out. The lance retracted.
Ignoring the attacks from the surrounding dragons, Lai Weiguo plunged straight into the group of dragons and killed towards the hell demon dragon.
Kill it in.
Several flashes of green-colored blade light sliced off the head of the dragon that was just about to spit out dragon flames.
Li Xuan, likewise, killed. Li? Little Li? Ha 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 ha.
Today, old me will accompany you to kill you all.
Fan Lao's lion shadow above him solidified, and his giant roar tore through his eardrums as the two men's figures rushed into the group of dragons.
Ugh!
Elder Chen sighed, and with a single step, his figure flashed behind the trio, his back turned to the crowd, his hands pressed down, and the space behind him instantly solidified, fixing the giant dragon that was preparing to sneak up on him in place. Seeing that it was difficult for the dragons to fight, the four Dragon Kings no longer sat on their hands and took the initiative to move forward to meet the battle. The fight has escalated again. Lai Qingyue was desperate. She clearly felt her body stiffening, each movement gradually slowing down, and even her mind began to become sluggish. Almost at the limit. In fact, her body had been sending out warning signs for a long time, but she held on hard by sheer determination. But now, her consciousness was beginning to crumble. Qin Yun, he tried his best, and he slaughtered that person. But why is it still standing? Why isn't it dead? Despair, bone-deep despair is about to destroy the will. 3 minutes. Lai Qingyue's newly loosened hilt tightened its grip once again, and with a single slash, she chopped the surrounding behemoths to pieces. Can't give up yet. Qin Yun, he spoke for 3 minutes. A minute less is not 3 minutes. Even if you die yourself, you have to hold on for 3 minutes. Qin Yun held onto his longsword as he stared at the giant beast in front of him that had already written victory on its face. Suddenly, he smiled. Do you think I'm crazy? I'm sorry, I'm not crazy, I'm just happy. I'm glad that you were able to walk in yourself. You're grave. Chapter 17, Formation, 3 Elements of Demon Suppression. Qin Yun smiled brightly. Make a stupid mistake, once is enough. He had seen through Hell's three-headed dog's intentions from the start. Yes, with Qin Yun's current strength was unable to kill 3 giant dogs at once. But it was Zhong Kuwei he was playing. It's not just the martial judge, it has a more popular and colloquial position. The Divine Master. Voodoo Heavenly Master. As a Celestial Master, he was good at more than just boxing and kicking, but also spell formations. Though the energy of his descent was limited, this kind of engraved in his bones could not be forgotten. The reason why he had spared no effort to kill the 3 giant dogs in turn was to blind the 3-headed dogs of hell and secretly set up a formation. Now, the formation is taking shape. And the 3-headed dog of hell, being in the center. Formation up. Boom. The corpses of the 3 giant canines instantly turned into flying dust, and the energy markings left behind underneath them began to melt, outlining complex metaphysical patterns. The energy between heaven and earth was mobilized by an invisible force field, and the 3 marks absorbed it greedily as if it were a black hole. This is the formation. With the might of heaven and earth, kill the evil spirits. Sensing the threat, the 3-headed dog of hell reacted quickly and immediately retreated, but its body was stopped by an invisible barrier that it could not break through no matter how much it impacted. Roar! With a hiss, the hell's 3-headed dog's figure swelled even more, and its explosive power crushed everything around it. This is why there is a qualitative difference around level 30. Once the behemoths exceeded level 30, they would mobilize the power of their bloodline to enhance their abilities in all directions, and their ferocious might would be even greater. When a transmigrant exceeds level 30, he or she will be more closely connected to the profession, and will not only be able to improve his or her abilities in all aspects, but may even awaken new innate skills. But even so, it still couldn't break through the barrier set up by the formation. Qin Yun was tired. He had injected nearly 60% of his energy into the formation, which was why he was exhausted after just a few attacks. Fortunately, it was all worth it. $3. As the formation took shape, 3 pillars of blood-colored light connected together, blocking the 3-headed dog of hell in the middle. The 3-headed dog of hell hissed as venomous flames gushed out at the same time, and a violent explosion resounded through the sky. But it can't break through. As Qin Yun said. It went to its grave. It can only die here. The ghostly chi of heaven and earth converged, and the ghostly shadow of Zhong Kuei was once again born in the sky. At this moment, he was holding the demon-slaying 7-star sword with both hands together, his tiger eyes glaring roundly, and his divine pressure showing. The powerful aura caused all those hell demons to stop their attacks for fear of offending this great god. Subdue the devil. Qin Yun's right hand descended. Amidst the wails of the 3-headed dogs of hell, Zhong Kuei's phantom pressed his long sword downward. The black longsword carried infinite ghost chi, and with the supplementation of heaven and earth's spiritual chi, it displayed an amazing sharpness, and with just a single cover, it broke apart the hell's 3-headed dog's protective defense. With that, the head shattered. The 3 heads are broken together. Heart plucked out. Evil spirits made of energy tore into the broken body as if it were a cockroach, until the 3-headed dog of hell was reduced to a pile of dead bones. The 3-headed dog from hell. Dead. Dead clean. All of you, kill without pardon. Zhong Kuei's phantom once again swung out a sword, and the ghostly aura surged, crushing all the demons around Li Qingyue. The black clouds on Xianyuan Mountain dispersed. A sudden wind blew through, and the demonic aura was gone. All that was left was a field full of corpses and dead bones. Ding! Kill LV18 Howling Crow X1, experience plus 2,500, incense points plus 18. Ding! Kill LV21 Molten Crocodile X1, experience plus 3,500, incense points plus 42. Ding! Kill LV23 Poisonous Miasma Toad X1, experience plus 5,000, incense points plus 46. Ding! Killed LV35 Hell's 3-headed dog X1, experience plus 25,000, incense points plus 105. Ding! Dropped materials Hell's 3-headed canine teeth X3, Hell's 3-headed canine heart X1. The rewarding voice continued to resound in Qin Yun's mind as he dragged his body to the front of Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue opened her mouth, but she didn't have the strength to utter half a word even after her throat moved for half a day. She did her best. Can't even lift a single muscle right now. As a level 25 transmuter, it was already his best effort to last this long among the beasts. The daughter of the Li family is very good, and I'm afraid her future accomplishments will surpass Xiao Li's. Yes, this generation of Huaxia is truly the age of the diamond in the rough. This battle technique of Qin Yun's is also very mysterious, using the power of the heavens and earth as his own. I've never seen it before in my 100 years of living. Crossing the level to kill the hell's 3-headed dog with a single strike, I'm afraid that if this kid grows up, he'll be able to upend the pattern between humans and giant beasts. The 3 old men from the imperial capital had long since ceased to be calm, so agitated that they were unable to control their own auras. Imagine if Qin Yun had been allowed to set up a formation in advance, luring the giant beast into the jar and using the power of heaven and earth to crush all. How many soldiers' lives could that have saved? A few of the old men didn't even dare to think about it in detail for fear that they would burst out laughing. Command that the true strength of Kid Qin be kept a secret to prevent prying eyes from those with an axe to grind. To the public, just say that his occupation is a D-grade playwright, and that he relied on the Li family to get the genius slot. What should the world be shocked into when the paper can't hold the fire? Ha 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 ha. On Xianyuan Mountain, Qin Yun picked up Princess Li Qingyu and placed her into a safe cave. Now she was not strong enough to accompany herself to the summit. But something was waiting for itself at the top of the hill. Although Qin Yun was tired, he still went on his way. The earth-bending golden claw bear at the top of the mountain had already been killed, and there were no giant beasts blocking the way at all. Nez's Yuanshan was in anticipation, as urgent as a mother going to see her son. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up, tearing the clouds into disarray. Between the lingering clouds, Qin Yun ascended to the top of the mountain. In the hazy mist, the biting cold light flickered, on which jumped a blazing flame, burning fiercely in the gusty wind. This gun, Wei Li has seen it before. However, every time he approached, he was repelled by a huge invisible force that he couldn't resist even though he had cultivated to level 90.
On the top of the mountain, the tip of the gun pointed straight up to the sky, and the tassel was like fire. Artifacts, fire-tipped spears. The original magic weapon given to Neza by Tai Yizhenjin. Xinyan stepped towards the fire-tipped gun against the gusty wind. With each step, the flames on the fire-tipped spear became more violent. It's cheering, it's roaring. It has waited 1,000 years and rejected countless humans. Finally, waiting back for his master. Xinyan closed his eyes and opened them again, already with eyes like fire. Neza, descending into the world. He reached out with his right hand and gripped the barrel of the gun with one hand. A wave of realization went straight to his head. Chapter 18 Neza, the Devil Boy. Boom! Shocking thunder exploded in the sky, gloomy clouds rolled over and thunder flashed, for dragon shadows intersected in the sky, locking the entire majestic pass into a stormy cage. Li Jing. Ao Guang's dragon whiskers swept across the city tower, and the glazed tiles shattered in response. Hand over Neza, or at 3 o'clock in the hour, the waters of the four seas will flood your Chentang Pass. The roar of crustal collapse came from deep within the clouds, the water level of the moat beneath the city intensified violently, and the sky poured with torrential rain. It wouldn't be long before Chentang Pass was filled to the brim. Old Loach. One man's job is one man's job. Why implicate the innocent when I'm right here? A 7-year-old child rises up in the air with his feet on the wind and fire wheels, his fire-tipped spear humming in his palm. Neza's forehead seems to be dripping blood, and his fiery red eyes stare at the giant dragon hovering in the air. Li Jing. Ao Guang hit into the clouds, and the dragon's roar shattered the rubble of the Chentang Pass. Do you want your child's life? Or do you want the people of this city? Father, don't be afraid, I'll kill this evil dragon and save the people of Chentang Pass. Neza pointed his spear remotely, and the Qianquan circle and mixed sky eye beside him were not ordered to move automatically. Rebel son! Why don't you put down your weapons and apologize to the Dragon King? Li Jing arrived in a hurry, sword in hand. The knot in his throat rolled violently as he looked toward the dragon's shadow in the clouds. Rebellious son, rebellious son. You've victimized me. I'm right. It's the Dragon King who oppresses the people and eats children. Father, get out of the way. I'm going to kill these 4 loaches. Neza was about to step forward, but was slapped in the face by Li Jing. You rebellious son, why don't you kneel down for the Dragon King? That slap had no retraction, and half of Neza's cheeks were reddened with fiery pain. He strained his lips, his eyes full of disbelief and hatred, the fire-tipped spear in his hand not lowered. Why is Daddy so? The child is right. You. Li Jing's fingers trembled as he pointed at Neza's chest, rising and falling. The corners of his mouth kept moving, but thunder roared from the sky and a torrential downpour howled, swirling his voice into the wind and rain. Neza couldn't hear. He didn't know what he had done wrong. He suddenly remembered the time when he was 5 years old and his father took him hunting. There was a bird in the sky that was so noisy that it gave them a headache. He hitched his own arrow and shot it down, and the crowd screamed their approval, and even Daddy broke into a smile and complimented himself on a job well done. Able to. Why can't you kill the dragon yourself? That bird is just making more noise, but that dragon is eating people. Dad, what's the right thing to do? What shouldn't be done? Who is deciding what is right and wrong? You rebellious son, born to be a demon, it's not enough to harm my whole family, but you have to drag the whole city to be buried with you. Neza finally heard his father's voice. He looked back at Li Jing in shock. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Clank! He snatched the sword out of Li Jing's hand. The teenager sneered, his heart dead. He dropped his lance and raised his long sword, pointing it remotely at the dragon in the air. The Dragon King doesn't even dare to show his face from the clouds. Old Dragon King! I killed your child. I'll pay for your life today. As they say, the skin of the body is the skin of the parents. I, Neza, was born a demon, so why should I cherish this flesh and blood? Li Jing! I take the bone to return to my father, cut the flesh to return to my mother, and from now on there will be no more ties in the world, and the favor will be severed. The teenager put his sword across his neck. The Dragon King sniffed and finally revealed his head from the clouds, smiling broadly as he looked at the teenager underneath him. Good. As long as Neza does what you say, I'll immediately withdraw my troops and return to the palace. Jar, don't. In the distance, a woman shouted and rushed this way. What are you stopping him for? Do you want me to be buried with Chentang Pass? Li Jing pulled Mrs. Yin, and the two of them fought together. Ha! The teenager smiled down. Fizzle. Blood spurted out like a lotus blooming in the air. Jar! The tearing sound didn't stop the teenager's long sword. He stabbed his sword into his abdomen, plucking out his heart, liver, spleen and lungs and scattering them. He scraped away at the bloody skin and shaved the bones, and the smile at the corner of his mouth didn't even stop. The teenager's consciousness gradually drifted up and he saw his body. The body continued to move mechanically until it became a skeleton, its flesh and blood scattered all over the place. The woman finally got rid of Li Jing and lunged towards the mass of broken flesh. Jar! Mother! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine weapon, the fire-tip gun. Ding! Neza's unlocking progress has increased to level 2. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the magic child Neza. Xinyan lifted the fire-tip spear and transformed it into a red light that merged into his brow. The Neza he unlocked earlier belonged to the first stage and was the third prince of Chen Tang Pass. Now that he had sought out the fire-tip gun, it was time to unlock the second stage. Take the bone and return it to the father, cut the flesh and return it to the mother. Neza, the magic boy. The first ruthless man in the 3 worlds. What wouldn't a demon child who even dared to kill himself dare to do? As a god's unlock stage increases, the abilities they can descend upon become stronger, and new skills and talents are unlocked as well. Xinyan descended the mountain, like Xingyue in the cave was still awake, he picked her up and returned to the real world. Dragon Realm. Old Fong. That kid isn't dead. We have to pull out. Elder Chen received the message and promptly relayed it to the 3 people fighting in front of him. Not dead? That kid slaughtered the 3-headed dog? Ha 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 ha. Good brat. That's what old man likes. Elder Fong blasted away the bone dragon with a punch and laughed cheerfully. Wei Gua. Qin Yu and Qin Yun are fine. Li Zhan also could not hide his joy, and the sword chi in his hand bombarded without reservation. For a time, the corpse dragon was pressurized to the point that it could not raise its head. As if Lai Weigua didn't hear it, his aura didn't diminish, and his lance carried an indestructible sharpness as it continuously collided with the demonic dragon. Jin. A tiny dragon's roar rang out from the void, and the large dragon's tail had already cleaved in front of Lai Weigua's chest. Lai Weigua couldn't dodge in time, so he had to protect his spear on his chest and block the blow hastily. Boom! The huge force propelled Ri Weigui to smash a huge mountain. The silver-gray dragon's shadow disappeared from the sky once again, as if it had never appeared. Old Lai. Li Zhuan hurriedly split the corpse dragon and went to support it. In the distance, Lai Weigua had already stood up, his hair scattered and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his lance supporting his body, his eyes full of scorn towards the void. Here comes the troublemaker. Go away! Elder Chen's eyes narrowed as a codex quietly emerged above his head. It flipped up in layers, and fine silver threads erupted from it, dividing space into countless fragments. The silvery gray shadow of the dragon was spread all over the debris, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Instant! Chen Lao's index finger pointed, and a brilliant silver light blossomed from the shard as the entire space of the dragon domain shook uncontrollably. Humph! A cold hum rang out from the void. When the light dissipated, the figures of the 4 disappeared into the dragon domain. Imperial Capital. In the council pavilion, 4 figures fell with the silver light. Old Chen. How are you doing, Lao Chen? Elder Fong supported Elder Chen. At this moment, his face was like gold paper, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, completely different from his previous appearance of swimming with ease. Su, brother Su. Chen Lao's eyes looked towards the old man in the center. What shouldn't be awake awakened? I'm afraid it's going to be a big deal. Chapter 19, The Willow Princess. Taku City. Qin Yun appeared in the control center holding Lai Qingyue. The appearance of the 2 men silenced the scene for a split second, followed by all sorts of loud noises. Oh my god! You guys are back! Come on, come on, come on! Medical team, get over here! I'll go inform the city lord. The medical team quickly arrived and took Lai Qingyue from Qin Yun's arms, anxiously doing various checks. Student Qin, how do you feel? Is anything wrong? Qin Yun waved his hand at the medical team, signaling them to take care of Lai Qingyue first. There's nothing wrong with him, just a bit of an energy deficit. And because of the side effects of the trap's will, he was now weak and would have to rest for a few days for relief. Little Qin. Qin Yun had just sat down when a shout came from afar, and the extremely well-built woman came running anxiously, and as soon as she saw it, she embraced Qin Yun in her arms. "How's it going? Is everything okay? That is just endless." The person who came was none other than Lu Yunxi. She had just received the news and rushed this way just in time to see Qin Yun come out. "It's okay, Ms. Willow, I made you worry." Qin Yun got out of Lu Yunxi's arms and gasped for air, almost suffocated. "It's good to be okay, it's good to be okay. If Li Zhuan can't take care of you, you'll come and live with your teacher. My side is safer than even the city lord's mansion." Ryu Yunxi crumpled up her thoughts. Several gazes stared around them at the sound. The place was already surrounded by the guards of the city lord's mansion, and it was more or less arrogant to speak ill of them in front of them. Poof! Cold grunts rang out from Lu Yunxi's side, and only then did Qin Yun notice that there was an old man beside her. The old man was dressed in black, silent, his face obliterated from the crowd, and I'm afraid that when he walked down the street he was only taken for an amiable old man. But with just this hum, all of the surrounding sight disappeared, and even a few muffled grunts rang out as some people coughed up blood. "Elder Lu, why don't you notify us of your arrival here, so that my juniors can prepare wine and meat and offer some hospitality?" With a loud, boisterous laugh, Li Zhanshan flew from the sky and quickly landed in front of the crowd. Lai Weiguo similarly landed, took the lead and came to his daughter's side, grasping his wrist and taking his pulse before he breathed a long sigh of relief. City Lord Li has a lot of work to do on a daily basis, so I wouldn't dare to delay the old man. If you drink too much liquor and let the behemoths mix into the city, then I can't afford to take the blame. The old man clasped his hands together and lowered his stance. His name was Ryu Tengaku, and when he was young, he was known as the Emperor of Assassins, and countless king-level behemoths had died under him. He injured his origin in a battle and has since retired from the world. Li Zhanshan's face changed slightly. "Looks like word got out about the last one. The old man is here for accountability. Grandpa Lu, we agreed not to mention that. I'm going to get angry if you do." Lu Yunxi pouted her little mouth and stomped her foot as if she was angry. Well, what the young lady said is true. I won't say it, Grandpa, I won't say it." The old man immediately compensated with a smile, gently fanning his mouth as if he was asking for punishment, and stopped speaking. Li Zhuan rushed to glance at Lai Weiguo, who by now had already put down his daughter and had his eyes on Lu Yunxi. "My old Lai's eyes are so clumsy that I didn't even recognize her last time. I'm afraid this young lady is the princess of the Lu family. Just call me Yunxi." Lu Yunxi nodded gently, acknowledging Lai Weiguo's statement. Li Zhanshan looked serious, more or less afterward. The Lu family, the leading family in China, had many experts, and Elder Lu was the commander of the 3 armies before he retired. Moreover, the Lu family clan has resisted the giant beast for generations, with countless deaths and injuries to their children and grandchildren, and is highly prestigious in China. Master Lu's 8 children, 7 died in battle, all without offspring. The only youngest son, who left his granddaughter behind and ran to the front again, killed his way out of the city walls and is still alive or dead. So nowadays, the Lu family's main vein, the new generation only had one. And this one, standing right in front of himself. No wonder just a secret realm invasion could lure a powerful person like Lu Tianhua. As the eldest of the Lu family, this is the only little princess in their lineage, but there can't be any mistakes. If something really happens here, Master Lu will come to Goose City to chop up his Li supporter. He wouldn't dare to say a word. "Uncle Li, I called Grandpa Lu here because I want him to help you and see what other problems we have in Goose City. I hope you don't mind." "Don't mind? How could I mind? Elder Lu, feel free to mention it, and my juniors will mobilize the entire city to cooperate with you." Li Zhanshan hurriedly picked up the conversation. To be able to get this former assassin emperor to help investigate the mole, it was like killing a chicken with a bull's eye. "Aha!" Lu Tianhua answered, then raised his head slightly and looked to the east. In the next moment, Li Zhanshan and Li Weiguo also turned their heads at the same time. The shadow on the ground suddenly twisted, and then transformed into a figure that arched its hand and bowed at Lu Tianhua. "Junior Lu Ying has met Senior Lu. Elder Chen asked my juniors to lead a thorough investigation of Goose City, and I hope that City Lord Li will cooperate." He twisted his head to look at Li Zhanshan, his bloodshot eyes unreadable. "Match. Absolutely cooperate. The higher-ups are finally sending someone. I'm exhausted." Li Zhanshan laughed, making the state atmosphere a bit lighter. He'd wanted to catch the mole for a long time, but he'd been looking for a week before he'd caught a few minions. This was much easier for him with the help of Lu Tianhua and Lu Ying. "Aha!" Lu Ying made another salute at Lu Tianhua. The latecomer excuses himself. After speaking, his figure also disappeared into the shadows.
Lu Tianguo's eyes appreciated it.
He had also heard of this latecomer, and now it seemed that he was indeed extraordinary, and his future achievements might be above his own.
Then, Uncle Li, I'll leave first as well.
Xiaoyun, come to my house for dinner sometime, the teacher has left and is now bored. Lu Yunqi rubbed Xinyun's head before waving her hand at the two elders.
Well, I'll be sure to go when I get a chance. Xinyun nodded his head and waved goodbye at Lu Yunqi. Seeing the two walk away, Li Zhuan poked Lai Weiguo with his elbow.
Old Lai, you have to take advantage of the opportunity. Or this little golden pig will be abducted.
Poof.
Lai Weiguo flung his arm out and ignored his best friend, instead walking straight to Qin Yun.
Yun, it's been hard on you.
It was a mistake on my part, uncle, and I apologize. And you also saved Qingyu, a great favor that my Li family can't forget.
I don't blame you, Uncle Lai, it was just an accident.
Qin Yun shook his head as he had already learned the specifics. Especially when there was no solution, Lai Weiguo disregarded his own safety and killed the dragon realm alone, just to save the two.
Doing enough. He didn't have the slightest thought in his mind of blaming the duo.
Ugh. Little Cloud, recuperate for a few days. Uncle Li, I'll send you some good stuff to recuperate in the next few days, when next week you and Qingyu will be taking part in a national replica. When the time comes, you have to fight for our Gu City.
By the way, the name of the copy is East Ocean. Its main place of exploration is East Sea Dragon Palace. Chapter 20, East Sea Trial. East Sea Dragon Palace?
Qin Yun was quite shocked. The divine vein was broken in this world, so I really didn't think that there would actually be a dragon palace. Well, previously it was the palace of a certain giant dragon, then it was driven away by the strongest people in China, and now it's used as a genius trial. It exists in the East Sea, and you of the race have no teleportation device, so be safe at all times. Lai Weiguo explained slightly, causing Qin Yun to be somewhat disappointed. This dragon palace was not his dragon palace, and the possibility of the existence of divine artifacts was greatly reduced.
Alright, you're tired too, have a good rest with Qingyu.
After Li Weiguo finished his explanation, he left with Lai Qingyue, and Qin Yun returned to the city lord's mansion as usual. The city of Gu has been cleaned up heavily this time, and many spies have already been uncovered. According to Li Zhuan, these people were all instructors of the beast god cult, working in tandem with the giant beasts, traitors to the human race. According to the interrogation, they came in large numbers this time, not only numerous leaders hiding in various organizations in Gu City, but even a cardinal.
He is over level 85 and his whereabouts have not yet been discovered.
As for the purpose of the beast god cult, he was the only one who knew. During the few days of rest, Qin Yun sold the props he obtained through Li Zhanshan and donated most of the money. The money was donated in the name of the Chinese gods, thus gaining a large amount of public opinion, causing Qin Yun's incense value to approach 1,000. Unsurprisingly, the East Sea trials would allow him to awaken a third god.
Qin Yun was looking forward to it. The one who killed my son is Qin Yun? In the Su family of Gu City, a loud roar came out of the ancestral hall.
The blighted middle-aged man guarded the spirit bed, his fishfoam eyes all bloodshot with anger.
Here, that's what young master's girlfriend said. Send someone over there. Give him a kill. No. Not enough. Kill his whole family. Make him regret living in this world.
The man's name was Su Yu, and he was none other than Su Feng's father, the contemporary head of the Su family. He grabbed the henchman who came to report, living like a maddened boar. Old master, Li Zhuan has protected him in the city lord's mansion.
Our people can't get in, they can't get down at all.
Li counterattack.
I will kill him sooner or later.
Su Feng clenched his teeth, his face twisted, his brows locked in a godly frown, and his eyes were horribly gloomy.
East Sea Trials. That kid will definitely participate in the East Sea Trials.
I'm going to contact the old master and send a new generation from this family to get Qin Yun killed at all costs.
Dragon Realm.
The man whose face could not be seen stood in the midst of the dragons, he bowed towards the depths and then met a pair of angry dragon eyes.
Humans. Why has my people Cerberus not returned?
The hell demon dragon was perched in front of the man, its large dragon head looking down from above, its tone full of anger.
It's dead. By the same man who killed your son. Boom. The demonic aura is monstrous.
The claws of the demonic dragon slapped hard on the place where the man had just stood. But the man was like a phantom, and with a flash of his body, he not only dodged the blow, but also returned to his original position. How? I thought you said that guy wasn't over level 30. How could he possibly beat my people? Cunning human. You just can't be trusted. The man ignored the demonic dragon and simply looked into the depths, raising his voice. A few days later, the East China Sea trials, he will also participate, but with numerous strong guards. Demon dragon, why don't we? Wah! It seemed that everyone could not help but open their mouths wide when they saw the sea. Even the serious and accustomed Qin Yun was not exempt. Lai Qingyue even pounced onto the beach, her white-pink feet constantly stepping on the water splashes, cool and silky. Lai Weiguo smiled while pointing at Donghai to introduce Qin Yun. Elder Chen set up a boundary outside of here, and once a giant beast invades it will be alerted immediately. Your trial this time is a small-scale advanced trial with a small number of participants, mostly geniuses from various cities. But there are also those who enter through the back door by relying on the powerful. You'll know when the Heavens Pride list is posted at night. The Heavens Pride list? Well, the officials will take the initiative to release your information, and the good people will consolidate and rank you according to rank occupation. Don't be too concerned, after all, there are also many geniuses who did not participate in this trial. There are quite a few diamonds in the rough in your new generation, so grasp them well. Lai Weiguo encouragingly patted Qin Yun's shoulder a few times before leading the two to enroll. At night, Qin Yun stared at his name at the end of the Heavens Remarks list in deep thought. Qin Yun, Life Class Occupation, D Grade Theater, Level 30. According to the paparazzi's investigation, he is in close contact with Lai Qingyu, the daughter of the god of martial arts, Lai Weiguo, and is suspected to be a child husband. Qin Yun? He couldn't help but smile. People really do laugh when they are extremely speechless. Qin Yun didn't bother to look anymore and laid down to sleep. On the second day, the site of the East Sea trials. Most of the people had already arrived when Qin Yun and Lai Qingyue arrived. Before the two could find a good spot, several people came into view. The leader was a yellow-haired man who raised his eyebrows and looked Qin Yun up and down. Qin Yun, right? How is it that you, a loser like you, have the nerve to stay by Qin Yu's side? Kong Yuanlong, what are you doing here? Before Qin Yun could speak, Lai Qingyue stepped in front of him with an angry face. What's wrong, Chengyu? We came to be childhood friends at least. Why do you like a loser? What else can a D-ranked theater profession do but be a gigolo? I really don't know what Uncle Lai was thinking, actually being able to let him come to the East Sea trials. Yellow Hair glanced at Qin Yun, and in his eyes was undisguised contempt. Yes, sister-in-law, what exactly makes the loser better than the boss? Surname Qin, if you're sensible, get out of the way and don't come and get in the way of the boss, or else I'll break my legs for you. Do you hear me? Get out of here. The little brother behind Yellow Hair immediately helped. Shut up. Kong Yuanlong. I have nothing to do with you. If you keep pestering me here, I'll tell Uncle Kong. Lai Qingyue's chest was puffing with anger, and the tang sword in her hand was almost about to come out of its sheath. The loud noise over here naturally attracted attention, and the surrounding eyes swept over in unison. That's Qin Yun? It looks pretty much like what was said. Is it really Lai Qingyue's child husband? Life class theater profession? No wonder it's pestering Lai Qingyu, so it's a backdoor trash. Isn't that right, not daring to return a word of it until now, just a soft-eating little white boy. You don't even look at who's opposite him. That's Kong Yuanlong, the top genius of the East Sea, third on the Heavens Pride ranking. The whispers spread throughout the arena, causing yellow-hair Kong Yuanlong's eyes to become even more provocative. Qin Yun, why don't you say anything? How about we make a bet? You and Xingyue beat me together, and I'll lose if I don't get down within 10 rounds. Chapter 21, The Third God. Gong Gong, God of Water. 10 rounds? And letting two people join forces, this Kong Yuanlong is too confident. Nonsense, this Qin Yun is a piece of trash, relying on Lai Qingyue is just that, it's not even difficult to beat him. Go on. Fight, fight, fight. The watching spectators were not too proud to make a noise and were intent on watching the duel. What's all the noise? The commotion on this side attracted the person in charge. Tiger Fong walked into the crowd with his eyes wide open, his invisible aura pressing down on all the geniuses who didn't dare to say a word more. Young people can fight if they want to. Feel free to fight when you get to the Dragon Palace. But here, I don't mind if anyone tries to do anything. I don't mind having your mom lead you back. Elder Fong shocked the crowd with his two words.
Kang Yuanlong saw that he couldn't fight here, so he didn't force it anymore. He glanced at Qin Yun, then looked at Lai Qingyue with deep affection. Kiyuki, there's no future with this kind of person. When we get to the Dragon Palace, I'll show you what kind of trash he really is. Kang Yuanlong put down his harsh words and left with his minions. The crowd watching around them also dispersed unhappily. Qin Yun. Lai Qingyue turned around, her beautiful eyes mixed with guilt and worry. I'm sorry, Qin Yun, for getting you involved. Kang Yuanlong is my childhood friend, he's just like that, you don't have to pay attention to him. I'll make it clear to him later at the Dragon Palace that I won't let you guys duel. It's okay. Qin Yun smiled faintly and rubbed Lai Qingyue's head. Let's go, the game's about to start. Lai Qingyue's face blushed slightly as she nodded like a bird and followed Qin Yun to the departure point. Soon, everyone was gathered. Elder Chen stood high above the ground, he was dressed in a white robe, silver hair and white beard, and an immortal aura. Gentlemen, China has stretched on for 1,000 years, and the world's heroes are like crucians in a river. And this is where almost all heroes begin. 100 years ago, Sun Wudao found the crippled artifact in the Dragon Palace, and then one man went deep into the beast abyss and beat them for 10 years without daring to come. 70 years ago, Lu Tianjiao beheaded a lurking young dragon in the Dragon Palace, and later became the commander of the three armies, leading the human race in peace for 30 years. 30 years ago, Lai Weiguo broke through a sea beast ambush at the Dragon Palace, and was later honored as the martial god general, becoming the leading member of the 6th generation. Teenagers. In this trial, there are no life-preserving devices, and there are countless organs in the Dragon Palace, with a constant stream of powerful people, so if you're not careful, you'll perish. And what shall you do? Are you afraid? Elder Chen's voice was like thunder, igniting everyone's hot blood. No fear. The teenager stood against the wind and raised his head to roar. Yes. That's the kind of ambition you want. The bones of Huaxia, even in death, cannot be bent. Elder Chen nodded in relief as a codex spread out from his hands, silver threads spreading out from it and injecting themselves into each person. In the trial, it is permitted to fight each other, but not to injure lives. Or you will not be spared. The 235th East Sea Trial. And so it begins. The codex erupted with silver light, bright and brilliant, and everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the next moment they were already in the water. What an amazing ability. Qin Yun looked around at his surroundings, an endless blue color. However, a layer of glistening white light flowed from his body, blocking out all the water flow and not affecting his breathing. Chen Lao randomly teleported everyone to the interior of the East Sea, eliminating the need to form a team from the start. Old Chen, Brother Su's idea is really brilliant, actually giving Kid Qin the hat of relying on a woman to get to the top. Yes, but people's plans are not as good as Heaven's plans, who knew that the Kong clan brat was picking fights, otherwise none of the younger generation would care about Qin Yun. Paper can't hold fire, he's so good he'll always be seen by the public, don't be so concerned. A day is a day if we can hide it, he doesn't have much of a family after all, and if someone with a heart of gold targets him, we won't necessarily be able to keep an eye on him. I purposely teleported Qin Yun far away, and the two will definitely be staggered in time when they arrive at the Dragon Palace, so as long as they don't encounter each other, they'll be fine. Elder Chen let out a soft sigh and watched the live stream of the East Sea Trials with Elder Fong. Ding, kill LV-25 deep sea squid monster, experience plus 7,000, incense points plus 50. Qin Yun withdrew his fist and gasped for air. His eyes were heavy as he finally understood why the trial had to be conducted in the East Sea. In seawater, every attack would be blocked by the resistance of the water, and if the distance was too far, the attack would even be reduced by 80%. The sea beasts in the water are naturally good at water warfare, not only can they rely on their own energy, but also with the help of seawater, forcing people to not dare to get close at all. For example, the deep-sea squid monster just now, its 8 tentacles twisted the sea currents around it into a vortex, and once it got close, it would be sucked in, causing Qin Yun to have no place to use his strength, and it took a lot of effort to kill it. The worst part was that Ne Zha was, after all, a fire major, and it was difficult to exert his full strength in seawater. Whoosh! Qin Yun snapped to the side as a silver figure scurried past him, almost hitting his chest. A slender silver fish turned around, its head a long sharp spine. LV-26, spiked flying fish. Deception. Qin Yun's face flushed with anger as the rocket gun emerged from his hand. Blazing energy gathered at the tip of the gun, hardening the seawater around it and raising its temperature by a few points. The ferocity of the pointed flying fish did not diminish as its tail whipped around,
shooting out like a sharp arrow and charging straight at Qin Yun's heart. Mixed Sky Aya. The red damask rushed out from his waist, churning the seawater around him, so that even the flying fish could not help but be carried off course even with their speed. Come to die. Naturally, Qin Yun would not let the opportunity slip by and lashed out, hitting the flying fish squarely in the center of its brow as fiery energy erupted, scalding its entire body all over. Ding, kill LV-26 spiked flying fish, experience plus 8,000, incense value plus 52. Ding, incense value 1,000. The playwright unlocks a new god. Congratulations, the host has unlocked the god, Gong Gong. Co-worker? Qin Yun's eyes were filled with surprise. Gong Gong, that's the god of water in ancient times. Back then, he fought with Zhuansu for the position of Emperor of Heaven, and after failing, he angrily touched Mount Buzhou, causing the sky to tumble to the northwest and the earth to fall to the southeast, triggering a huge change in heaven and earth. Moreover, as the god of water, he controls the waters of the world and possesses the powerful ability to control water, to raise clouds and spread rain, and to manipulate floods. Drawing him up, wouldn't it be like going back to your old home in the East China Sea? A series of blisters drifted from the circumference and a massive shadow covered the distance, blocking the sun from the deep. The smell of blood draws the kings of the deep. Qin Yun raised his head, his nearly 100-meter body bringing with it an almost desperate oppression. Level LV-33, Deep Sea Demon Whale. Facing him, the average person had no desire to fight. Especially underwater is still its home turf, with a big mouth that will devour everything with its terrifying suction. But Qin Yun just grinned. Just right. Try the water god's power. Chapter 22, The Water God of China, Gong Gong descends. No, old Chen, you really didn't mean it? How did you teleport this kid to the deep sea demon whale's territory? That thing is not only thick-skinned and resistant, it can also mobilize the power of seawater, not to mention the little cubs. Even if we let the warriors go in, they wouldn't dare to touch it. Elder Fong couldn't help but complain about Elder Chen as he looked at the giant beast in front of Qin Yun. This kid is unlucky, this whale's recipe is squid monster. Qin Yun snatched its prey. It is certainly not satisfied. Luckily it doesn't move very fast. Qin Yun wouldn't be able to catch up with it if he were to run away with all his might. Elder Chen helplessly covered his forehead, and in his heart, he even had the idea of changing Qin Yun's position individually. However, the big names from all walks of life were guarding the live broadcast, and the blatant help would surely be caught in the act. Just as Elder Chen hesitated, Qin Yun actually advanced instead of retreating and rushed to meet the deep-sea demon whale. Old Chen! Old Chen! Quickly pass him away. That kid doesn't know the strength of the deep-sea demon whale. This going up is just a death sentence. Seeing this situation, Elder Fawn was completely unable to sit still. His white hair instantly dyed blonde, standing up with teeth and claws, resembling the mane of a male lion. Elder Chen's fingers pinched the pages of the codex and was about to flip them open to teleport Qin Yun. But his fingers froze in place, unable to turn them over even when they were so hard that his fingertips turned blue. Old Chan? What's wrong with you? Fan Lao suspiciously swept in, only to see Chen Lao's face pale, a state of overuse of energy at first glance. Old Chan? Old Chen! How did you fall short to such an extent? Elder Chen loosened his codex and his ability stopped, then he slowly lost his breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. There is an energy in Qin Yun's body that is resisting my teleportation. I can't move even if I mobilize my whole body's energy. What? Elder Fawn's expression changed drastically. Elder Chen was the leader of the Space Department. He could teleport the crowd back even in the dragon domain where 10,000 dragons stood. How could he fail to teleport a junior? No, look at that kid. He's invoking the gods. What god is this? In the East China Sea. Qin Yun took a single step, and his invisible aura stirred the waves, turning them into a ripple spreading out from his surroundings. Shang Liu dances with his sword and the battle clouds turn over. The water emperor's might shakes the 9 doorkeepers. Angrily touching the unchained heaven and earth, the furious waves roll back and break the Qiankuan. Playwright Qin Yun, pay homage to the ancient god, Gong Gong. Descent. Boom. The seawater stirred up violently. Qin Yun stood right in the middle of the whirlpool, his finger pointing to the sky. A blue light shot up into the sky, driving the seawater upwards in a frenzy, spinning and climbing until it ran through heaven and earth. Dragons sucking water. The ancient god, Gong Gong, rides the dragon. A pale blue phantom slowly emerged from behind Qin Yun. His figure was lofty, his face was like paint, and his long crimson hair was like a swimming dragon tumbling. And underneath that robust body was actually the body of a sinuous and coiled snake, with scales glittering with an eerie blue light and water vapor spreading. A sense of majesty arose from Qin Yun's heart. Dong Gong, as a descendant of Yen Di, is also the leader of a party, and the emperor's aura is not angry. Later, he became the god of water and was in charge of the waters of the world. And because of the competition with Zhuansu for the throne, the two gods broke out into a great battle. Gong Gong was defeated and angrily touched the Buzhou mountain, causing turmoil in heaven and earth. Thus the communists are not strictly good gods. But who can underestimate his strength and vigor? And who dares to underestimate Jin? The deep-sea demon whale was already unable to hold back as it flung its giant tail, a terrifying tsunami instantly rising, propelling it to break through the current and rush towards Qin Yun. If this hits, let alone if the bones will break, I'm afraid the whole person will turn into a meat pie. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes and stared at the whale with interest. Deep-sea devil whale. Level, LV33. Life value, 46,000. Attack power, 800. Talent 1 void stomach pouch, the swallowed substance can be immediately transformed into energy. Talent 2, sea abyss resonance, manipulates all sea creatures within 500 meters through infrasound. Talent 3, tidal core, can flexibly regulate the energy of every part of the body, and can repair the body with energy. Skill 1, tidal battle blade, automatically generates a high-pressure water blade when swimming, dealing 260% slashing damage to contacting targets. Skill 2, Throat of the Abyss, opens a huge mouth, generating a black hole level of attraction, and creatures swallowed can be immediately converted into energy. Skill 3, Raging Tornado, summons a rotating water tornado that reduces the target's movement speed by 50% and inflicts 180% damage to the contacting target. Skill 4, Devil Whale Bloodline, all attributes increased to 150%, size reduced by 10 times, speed increased by 5 times. Talents and skills are excellent. In this test, it is at the very least a mini-boss presence. However, it encounters the kami, the god of water who controls the seas of the world. Not to mention it is a whale, let alone the dragon king of the 4 seas is just 4 loaches. Qin Yun did not dodge, he merely raised his right hand and the azure-colored energy threads transformed into fist shadows. The seawater around them was boiling and whistling, they seemed like a group of children meeting their father, and the uncontrollable joy made them only cry out madly. The water surged, the oceans had come to Qin Yun's side, they mobilized the water and wrapped Qin Yun's circumference around him, At this moment, it was as if the ocean had taken on a human form as it followed Qin Yun's movements and rushed at the attacking demonic whale. A punch is thrown. Boom! Unimaginable clashes were erupting. The devil whale is 100 meters long and weighs 1,000 tons. But it was then hardened into place. Blocked in place by a human not quite as big as its teeth. It's unacceptable. It simply can't take it. Sure. Communion, likewise, is unacceptable. How can a small fish stand in the way of God? A pair of eyes that snapped open. Co-worker Dharma. He lowered his eyes, and in them was an uncontrollable arrogance and pride. He, who has this capital. More than capable of this. Boom! The manic energy was unleashed from his right fist, turning into an ink blue dragon that rushed towards the demon whale. Bang! Kiloton's body was blown away by the huge force. Yes. Blast off. Even underwater. Even if resistance is inevitable. But this terrifying force still propelled the demon whale until it hit the seabed before it managed to stop. Fong Lao was dumbfounded. Chen Lao was also dumbfounded. Their mouths were so wide open that they couldn't even describe a word. Old Fong, were you like this when you were young? I was up to 100,000 pounds back then, and 1,000 tons wouldn't even dare to collide head-on. Now, it was Chen Lao's turn to suck in a breath of cold air. Elder Fong had always been famous for his enormous strength, and his pair of lion claws slapped the giant dragon like a fly. And this kid, he's even stronger than old Fong was back then? Is it hard to believe that he summoned a giant god? That's a supreme god recorded in Huaxia. A being that once tore a giant dragon apart with his hands. If it's really the giant spirit god, then there's hope for the future of my China. I'm not afraid even if those old nobodies wake up. Old Chan. Elder Fong's eyes swept over. Only his tiger eyes were red, and the aura of a beast king erupted out, causing Elder Chan to not be able to help but palpitate. What's the matter?
Is there an enemy?
Elder Chen's eyes narrowed and he was just about to respond when he heard the words coming from Elder Fong.
I'll tell you. I'll take this waifu. From now on he'll be my own disciple. More than my own son. If a few of you dare to rob it, I'll go and lift the bottoms of you old guys. Elder Chen. Chapter 23, East Sea hears the declaration, one sword cuts the whale.
Elder Fong had been widowed all his life, not to mention an heir. He didn't even have a personal disciple. Now that he saw Qin Yun, his eyes were filled with his own self from back then, and he immediately moved to take on a disciple. However, their brothers had all seen Qin Yun's true strength, and they were afraid that there were quite a few people who would move to take on a disciple.
So Fong Lao decided to make the first move.
When the trial was over, he would take Qin Yun away and snatch him as his master. By the time the brothers realized it, it was long overdue. Old Chen, we've known each other for 50 or 60 years, don't tell them. Or don't blame me for flipping out. Boss Fong slapped his hand on Elder Chen's back, nearly sending the energy deficit old man to the ground. Chen Lao coughed a few times, not bothering with this violent old man. In the East Sea, the demon whale rolled up from the bottom of the sea, deep blue ripples rippling from its circumference, repairing its broken body. The power of one punch directly reduced its blood level by a fifth.
Bang! The giant tail cracked the seabed, and the demon whale leapt up from the bottom of the sea with hundreds of water blades already coalescing around it. Tidal battle blade. The sea churned and water blades converged in the sea, scraping from all directions. At the same time, the massive black shadow had already pressed in from afar, the whale waiting around for Qin Yun to reveal a breach. Both blocking water blades and watching out for magic whales. Qin Yun was caught in a dilemma for a while. However, as a water god, how could it be possible to let a sea beast act as a bully in front of you? Only to hear the Gong Gong Dharma phase snort coldly and wave his right hand, Qin Yun's body was similarly driven. The ocean instantly boiled as countless dark currents rushed by, crushing all the water blades and turning them into water droplets that merged into the sea. The water god, who controls the waters of the world. Playing with water in front of him would be stupider than playing with a sword in front of Guan Gong. The devil whale saw that one blow could not be achieved, immediately stirred up the water, pulling the sea currents into a tornado. Raging wave tornado. It was like a whirlpool floating in the water at the bottom of the ocean, swallowing everything in its path. Moreover, the water tornado was interspersed with countless water blades, and the magic whales had no reservations about the full power of their energy, which would slice their prey into pieces once they got involved. Sinner! The kami hung his eyes, his face huffing. It was the first time that the might of the water god had been provoked like this. Get out! With an explosive shout, the sound wave wrapped in divine might drove the seawater, and the water tornado that surrounded it looked like it had done something wrong, immediately spinning in reverse, disintegrating itself and returning to the ocean. The demon whale violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes staring at the human in front of him in horror. It was the top predator of the East Sea, and even a giant dragon would have to give it a few moments of respect when it came. But right now, it was facing this human who wasn't even as big as its teeth. It felt the fear. It wanted to kneel, it wanted to worship. It's like a subject meeting a king. Who the hell is he? The demon whale turned around in panic. It didn't even have the thought of continuing to fight anymore, it just wanted to get away from this human as soon as possible. An energy that seemed to come from eternity erupted from its body, causing the demon whale's entire size to shrink by 10 times and its speed to increase by a full 5 times. Demon whale bloodline. The deep-sea demon whale's desperation technique. But it used it for escape. Without looking back, he fled in a hurry. With the skill boost it was extremely fast, even the spiked flying fish from earlier was too fast. Qin Yun, who was going down to the sea for the first time, definitely couldn't catch up with it in terms of speed. But how can the people who provoke the emperor live? Only to see the Gong Gong Dharma phase get off the ground, he had his hands behind his back, his gaze was blazing, and his majesty was revealed. Declare, an audience with the Eastern Sea. Buzz. The ocean currents gently rippled, and tiny sounds resounded from all directions, inaudible to Qin Yun's ears. The commoner Dharma phase swept Qin Yun's eyes and let out a soft sigh. The power he could descend with was so little that he couldn't actually control the entire East Sea, it was really a disgrace to God. But the seas within 1,000 miles have submitted to unconditional obedience to his commands. Bring the sinner to me. No. A voice of unknown origin came from the sea, which was dark and churning, and was already making waves in the distance. A shadowy figure was dragged along. Qin Yun fixed his eyes on it. Deep-sea demon whale. It was swept up by the currents, and no matter how it mobilized its energy, it couldn't disengage, and could only be pulled hard in front of this human. How can the power of nature be shaken by a fat fish like you? Ow. The deep-sea demon whale saw that it couldn't break free, and its abyss-like mouth quickly opened, ink-black energy condensed into a hole, and the suction force that seemed like it wanted to crush everything violently kicked in. The throat of the abyss. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the deep-sea demon whale took the initiative to attack. But the East Sea, which came by imperial decree, would not let it threaten the emperor. The water columns rolled up from the seawater and then converged together to form a huge water prison, wrapping the deep-sea demon whale in it, which could not be broken no matter how terrifying the suction force was. The deep-sea demon whale panicked, and the bloodline power obtained after breaking through level 30 was once again released as an infrasound wave was transmitted. Sea abyss resonance. Deep-sea demon whale talent can drive sea beasts within 500 meters of its circumference. But all that awaits it is silence. Not to mention powerful sea beasts, not even a small fish was seen. The water god is in the world, and all the beasts kneel down. How could a mere beast king be mobilized? Despair flooded the eyes of the deep-sea demon whale. The disrespectful. Decapitation. Gong Gong spoke faintly, his right hand like a sword, swinging down harshly. Blue energy seeped into the waves, and a long blade had stood in the deep sea. It was 100 meters long, and although it was water-bodied, the sharpness seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Boom! The long knife fell. A mist of blood erupted. The deep-sea demon whale mobilized its entire body to defend itself, but the long knife was like a hot knife cutting through butter, disintegrating all of its shields and then landing on its body. A cut. The deep-sea demon whale's body split in two, and its life had ended. The body suspended in the water slowly falls, and the grand whale fall will make the waters more prosperous. Ding! Kill LV33 Deep-Sea Demon Whale X1, experience plus 20,000, incense points plus 99. Ding! Dropped material Deep-Sea Demon Whale Teeth X5. Gong Gong swept the corpse and closed his eyes as his dharma gradually collapsed. The energy he was able to descend with was too little, and in order to establish his authority and edict to the East Sea, a sword to cut down the whale had already made his energy deficit, and now he had fallen into a deep sleep. However, it was only the will of the deity that was asleep, not delaying Qin Yun from mobilizing its energy. Overseas in the east, Fong Lao rubbed his head, incredibly sure that he didn't have a fever. But if he didn't have a fever, how could he have seen the deep-sea demon whale get slashed? Is that right? That's not right, is it? I could have fought it myself when I was younger, but it definitely took a long time to wrap my head around it. Like this one cut, even if he had lived for so many years, he had never seen it before. Old Chen, do you think I'll hold him back if I have to teach him? For the first time, Fong Lao's self-esteem suffered a setback. Elder Chen nodded with incomparable seriousness, and was then blown away by Elder Fong's punch. Uing. East China Sea. Qin Yun rested on his knees to recover his energy. A few dark shadows peered in the distance. It's confirmed, it's the one the family head said. There is indeed some strength in being able to make Kok Su dump his family to be put to death. Hee, it's just a whale, it's not like we haven't killed this kind of genius before. Honestly, disperse and head for the Dragon Palace. Set up a formation inside the Dragon Palace to kill. Chapter 24, taken in 3 moves? Qin Yun sat cross-legged as the ocean around him provided a steady stream of energy, supplying him with rapid recovery. Gong Gong's power had made him the master of half of the Eastern Sea, able to mobilize the ocean at will. When his recovery was complete, Qin Yun stood up, the waves surging behind him, and just like riding in a car, he moved forward in a direction at an extremely fast speed without having to expend any strength at all. No need to guess, that must be the Dragon Palace. Seeing this, Elder Chen's pupils suddenly contracted as if he had seen a ghost. How can that be? The resistance at the bottom of the sea is 800 times greater than on shore. To move at high speeds he'll have to break through the water barrier, he'll run out of energy. Is this kid crazy? Elder Fong similarly gazed and watched, but Qin Yun's speed increased instead of decreasing, and his face was also serene, showing no signs of energy deficit at all. Not right. I'm afraid that Kid Qin has mastered the ability to mobilize seawater, look at those dark currents that are propelling him. And which god is this supposed to be? Could it be the river god? Elder Fong was puzzled, but Elder Chen glanced at him and said with a broken mouth. What? Where there's water, there's a river, huh? Is the Milky Way a river too? Fong Lao put up a friendly gesture. In the sea, Xinyan's speed was getting faster and faster, and the various types of sea creatures didn't even dare to come close, not to mention blocking the way. Since this side was a trial site, the higher-ups had plowed this side long ago, leaving behind giant beasts that were dangerous but still more than enough to deal with. Because of this, Gong Gong's might was able to suppress all the sea beasts in the trial. The water gradually lowered, Xinyan's figure slowed down, and he was finally able to see the scene in front of him. A palace stood tall in the deep ocean floor. The huge palace door was already in disrepair, but the remaining parts could be seen to have been made of pure gold, on which were carved lifelike scaly dragons with teeth and claws, as if they were about to take off in the air in the next second. Behind the palace gate was a wide white jade square, which was inlaid with countless brilliant pearls that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire square as if it were daytime. East China Sea Dragon Palace. Xinyan took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Lai Weigui, he was wrong. This is the Dragon Palace of China. Even though it was once occupied by a giant dragon, it still retains its Chinese style, and the remaining buildings all show the prosperity of the ancient times. Here, I'm afraid there's more than just the dragon's treasure. It's more likely to hide a Chinese artifact. You know, the Dragon Palace is quite wealthy. That monkey that made a mess of the Palace of Heaven could have gotten all his goods here. Xinyan forced down his inner excitement and replaced it with a cloudy expression. After all, the others didn't know the history of this, and he couldn't afford to expose it. On the White Jade Plaza, there were already quite a few members who had come, but the Dragon Palace hadn't opened yet, so everyone was basically teaming up outside the gate. Qin Yun. As soon as Qin Yun stepped in, a voice came from the left front. With that, a top of yellow hair came into view. Thought you wouldn't dare come. Kong Yuan Long. Are you finished? A sharp aura forced its way in from behind, right at the yellow hair in front of him. It was none other than Lai Qingyu. Her beautiful eyes were tinged with anger, and her tang knife was stained with blood, so it was obvious that she had slaughtered a lot of sea beasts. The movement of a few people once again attracted the attention of those around them. Qingyu, let's make a deal, you go with him, and if you can last 10 rounds, I'll lose. But if you lose, this loser must leave you. Kong Yuanlong took a step out, his aura was in full swing, and he actually suppressed Lai Qingyu's momentum completely. The East Sea leader was indeed not a reputation to be taken lightly. You! Lai Qingyu blocked in front of Qin Yun, her chest heaving, obviously infuriated. Oh, it's true that he's a loser who's protected by a woman. The Ri family's energy is really not small, to actually be able to put this kind of coward into the trial. Kong Yuanlong quickly and ruthlessly hit him in the face. This kind of person doesn't deserve to share the title of genius with us. Teasing voices came from all around him, and contemptuous gazes swept over Qin Yun, making him feel uncomfortable. What? Qin Yun, you don't have any manly backbone at all? Not bad for a career in theater, you really think you're a gigolo. If you ask me, you'd better obediently leave Clear Moon and go home to sing. Kong Yuanlong laughed mockingly, and the minions behind him laughed even more wildly. Qin Yun's eyes went cold. Qin Yun. Lai Qingyue turned around, her tone mumbling like a child who had made a mistake. She actually wasn't worried about whether Qin Yun could fight through it, but this unwarranted disaster had started because of her, and if Qin Yun got hurt because of it and missed his chance, it would be too late for her to regret it. However, Qin Yun did not mean to blame, but only reached out his hand and gently rubbed it on the girl's head. It's okay. I'll do it. The intimate gesture looked at Kong Yuanlong's eyes. Qin Yun, right? Even though the trial can't hurt your life, it's not uncommon to break your arms and legs if you don't have good control of the force. I'll take this hand of yours. The people around him couldn't help but be terrified by the cold words they heard. They were all still students, and just because they had fought with giant beasts didn't mean they were used to seeing life and death. Not to mention letting them kill people, they wouldn't even dare to look at an execution site. This Kong Yuanlong came up to cut the opposite hand, more or less brutal. At those words, Qin Yun laughed instead of being angry. Yeah. Come get it yourself if you want it. Xingyu, you don't need to make a move, I'm fine on my own. Yourself? Kong Yuanlong raised an eyebrow. A D-ranked playwright, how dare you speak out of turn? Without Xingyu, what are you? Yes, someone at the bottom of the heavens' remarkable ranking actually knows so little about death. Brother Kong, you don't need to make a move, I'll waste this egomaniac right here.
Mocking voices continued to ring out, and some of those who were righteously indignant were even prepared to take action on Kong Yuanlong's behalf and teach this bastard who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth a lesson. Qin Yun did not pay any attention to it and simply compared a 3 to Kong Yuanlong.
3 moves. Can't take you in 3 moves. I'll go. You lose in 3 moves. Just stay away from Qingyu, or I don't mind suppressing you here. The words were followed by an outcry. 3 moves? That kid is crazy. Doesn't he know Kong Yuanlong's occupation? Yes, in this deep sea, even the one at the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking may not be able to beat Kong Yuanlong. What a way to find death, with Kong Yuanlong's temper, let alone scrapping one of his hands. I don't think even his legs can be left behind. Lai Qingyue's eyes are truly blind. How did she fall for such a mouth-breathing trash? The complexion of Kong Yuanlong, who was directly in front of him, was no longer mocking. He put away his teasing thoughts. He was up for the kill. 3 moves? Take him down in 3 moves? He really treats him, Kong Yuanlong, like trash. Yeah. Qingyu, this friend of yours is really interestingly tight. Kong Yuanlong's eyes drooped, his eyes were gloomy, and a trident had emerged from his hand. Introducing again. 36 levels. SSS careers. Poseidon. Chapter 25 Poseidon? Nothing more than that. SSS grade. Goodness. No wonder it's the 3rd in the Heaven's Pride ranking. Poseidon, the god of the sea, wouldn't he have no rivals in the sea then? Isn't that right, let alone 3 moves? I don't think Qin Yun could even last a single move. I really don't know where Qin Yun gets his confidence. Shouting in astonishment, the crowd looked up at the gigantic sea god phantom, the astonishment in their hearts no longer being able to be described in words. Poseidon? Qin Yun muttered. In Greek mythology, Poseidon is in charge of the sea, and is warlike and powerful by nature, and is the elder brother of the main god Zeus. No wonder Kong Yuanlong was so confident. He really did awaken a good profession. Qin Yun. Kong Yuanlong raised his trident and pointed it out from afar. Now kneel down and kowtow to old me 3 times, I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for not having a light heart when we fight later. Kong Yuanlong. Don't you bully me too much. Like Qingyue droned out, behind her back the female Valkyrie phantasm was revealed, the sharpness of her aura was directly opposite to Poseidon's mighty pressure. I'll go. Lai Qingyue's aura is so strong, worthy of being the daughter of a martial god. If she and Qin Yun were to meet the battle together, I'm afraid Kong Yuanlong wouldn't really be able to take it down in 10 moves. Humph. This Qin Yun doesn't know his own strength and doesn't embrace a big leg when he has one, so he deserves to be violently beaten up by Kong Yuanlong. Yeah, you don't look at what you are if you want to make a fool of yourself in front of a woman. In the midst of the vocal discussion, Lai Qingyue's brows knit tightly, although Qin Yun did not allow himself to take action, she really could not help but face Kong Yuanlong's insults. Kiatsuki. It was Qin Yun's voice. Lai Qingyue couldn't hear anger, only calmness and confidence. Listen, I'll do it. Boom! An elusive aura erupted. The Gong Gong Dharma image rose from behind Qin Yun, and although he had fallen into a deep slumber, his majesty was still present. Fire hair and ink face, human and animal snake body, invisible oppression makes the surrounding personnel all cannot raise their heads. Kong Yuanlong only felt his heart tremble, and his sea god Dharma phase was almost about to be unable to maintain itself. He looked up at the god, his heart trembled violently, and fear from an unknown source raced up to his heart, leaving him without the courage to even fight. What's going on? Isn't he a D-level playwright? Why is the professional pressure so strong? How is this possible? He's a sea god himself. Who can intimidate themselves in the sea? Kong Yuanlong roared and took the lead in attacking amidst the cries of shock from the people around him. Only to see him leap out in a tiger step, the Poseidon phantasm instantly covering his entire body, his pale blue armor turning from virtual to real, his trident divine power showing, his terrifying killing intent locking onto Qin Yun. No one expected this hit. Normally, an attack is only launched when both sides are ready. But Kong Yuanlong didn't follow the rules. The sense of oppression from the Dharma behind Qin Yun was too strong for him. He panicked and attacked regardless. Bang! The two figures collided. The terrifying force stirred the seawater around them, actually making the onlookers unable to stand on their feet and having to mobilize their abilities to stabilize their bodies.
So fast, not to mention that punk, I can't even dodge this. And this power is so strong, if Kong Yuanlong doesn't hold back, I'm afraid Qin Yun's body would have to crumble. A punk who relies on a woman to get to the top, not enough to die for. The waves subsided, and the two men's silhouettes became visible amidst the murmurs. For a moment, the entire square was silent. All eyes were focused on the two, and not a single word could come out of their open mouths. How is this possible? Only Qin Yun was seen with one hand behind his back and only two fingers extended from his other hand, firmly clamping the attacking trident. He smiled slightly, his clouded demeanor as if it was not an enemy he was going to fight with in front of him, but a tame cat. On the contrary, Kong Yuanlong. His entire body was bent into a bow, his face was bruised, and his entire teeth were about to be clenched. Blood was already seeping out of the tightly gripped tiger's mouth, and Kong Yuanlong's entire body's qi was invested in it. But it didn't work. The strike he did his best with was stopped by 2 fingers. Just 2 fingers. Qin Yun's smile did not diminish as he casually waved his hand, the irresistible force lifting off the trident, causing Kong Yuanlong to instantly fly backwards, only managing to stop when he crashed through a white jade pillar. Donggong, the Chinese god of water, but the great god who crashed through the Buzhou mountain. The mountains that supported the heavens and earth could be toppled, so how could a mere Western sea god be qualified to fight against it? Elder Fong, who had witnessed everything, had been stunned speechless. Qin Yun had just slaughtered a deep-sea demon whale, so it was reasonable that he had lost most of his energy, so where did he get the qi to block the anti-conquest Yuanlong? Old Chen, is this Kong Clan kid really the #1 in Binhai? How come he's like a weak chicken in front of Qin Yun? The Kong family kid is a bit arrogant, but his strength is really fine. I also talked to the one from the Kong family before, their entire family has invested in this kid in order for him to lead the new generation. Elder Chen looked at Kong Yuanlong, who was covered in blood and struggling to get up, and couldn't help but shake his head. You've devoted all your family's efforts to cultivate them, but they're inferior to a grassroots Qin Yun? How can such a person lead a new generation? The Kong family's calculations, it seems, are going to come to naught. In the white jade square, Kong Yuanlong stood up, his palm wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his trident once again gripped into his hand, and he rejoined the battlefield with an arrow step. Qin Yun stood quietly, not taking advantage of the situation. It seems you're not useless as a punk. Kong Yuanlong flung the halberd, azure starlight flickered on it, and the entire trident became azure and clear as if it had molted a layer of skin. The surging coldness was released, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped 10 degrees, even the seawater began to have some ice crystals emerge. Epic weapon. How long has he only been awakened? It actually comes with an epic weapon. The Kong family has really put in the blood this time. There was a gasp of surprise. In this world, weapons usually atmosphere 6 classes. From next best are mortal iron, fine steel, secret silver, epic, legendary, and divine. Mortal iron and fine steel are the most common of these, and can be crafted by the forge master profession. But above secret silver, it requires particularly treasured materials and an excellent forger. Like the dragon's tooth that Qin Yun had obtained from killing the demonic dragon earlier, it was only capable of crafting a secret silver-grade weapon. Epic weapons, on the other hand, require adult dragon teeth or higher-level materials and cost the forge master his blood to create. Even a talented forger wouldn't be able to strike 10 epic weapons in his lifetime. Because of this, epic weapons had a price tag, and many clans couldn't even master one. And Kong Yue, a newly awakened new generation, his first weapon was epic. Even this weapon is extremely well suited to its profession. The Kong family's investment is truly horrifying. Kong Yuanlong's halberd spun around his hand, and his cold and frigid aura burst out, creating countless ice crystals. Ice Dragon. As he murmured, azure energy wrapped around the ice crystals as if they were silk threads, constructing a lifelike ice dragon in midair. The dragon is not a living thing, but soars recklessly under the control of the trident, the extreme cold bringing more ice crystals to the body, making it expand even more. The ocean, it's his domain. The power of the move goes up. Kong Yuanlong's gaze sank as his trident led down from the heights. A hideous ice dragon, roaring. Chapter 26, Gong Gong, Subdue the Devil. Ice dragons roar and extreme cold freezes the wind. Qin Yun only felt that his body was like falling into an ice cellar, his muscles stiffened, and it was difficult just to move, completely denying him the opportunity to dodge. However, he wasn't going to hide. The god of water, how could he avoid a loach? Qin Yun's body pressed down, his right arm retracted, and he threw out a punch.
Plain and simple punch. May. It's a punch from the water god. Boom. The ice dragon slammed into Qin Yun.
Misty white extremely cold she filled from it, wrapping the entire battlefield, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. What a powerful might, Kong Yuanlong really lives up to his name, epic weapons are perfectly managed. I've only seen this level of attack in the previous generation, I didn't expect our new generation to grow so fast. With this strike alone, I think the number 1 spot on the Heaven's Pride ranking will have to give up its position. I was just interested in that loser, but unfortunately Kong is too strong to give the opposite side a chance to live. The onlookers sighed at the white mist within, not feeling that Qin Yun would be able to stop it at all. That was the full force of an epic weapon, even if a meat shield of the same level came, it wouldn't be able to block it. Qin Yun. I'll keep my word and use the ice dragon to chop off one of your arms. Stay away from Qin Yu in the future, or it won't be just an arm. Kong Yuanlong retrieved his trident and rushed to the center with a loud warning very confidently. He clearly sensed that the ice dragon had hit its target and Qin Yun had no means of defense. There was no way he could keep his arm unless the ice dragon was shattered. The main material of his trident was the dragon's teeth of an ancient ichthyosaur, and the ice dragon he summoned had the defense of a dragon cub, so how could an ordinary person break it instantly? Ha! Laughter came from the white mist. A cold wind blew away the surrounding white mist, and Qin Yun fanned his hand, shaking off the ice particles attached to it. I'm sorry. The arm is still there. That dragon of yours is not as good as one of the magic dragons. Qin Yun walked out in style, the smile on his face not even stopping. He's safe and sound. How is he alright? Could it be some kind of body protection treasure? That's not right, I see he's all clean and dry, where's he got anything in him? He really took down the ice dragon? Just that one punch? That's impossible. Isn't he just a theater profession? How can he break Kong Yuanlong's attack? He can't really have something. The eyes of the onlookers changed, and the thoughts in their minds all began to change. Kong Yuanlong was strong, but both strikes were easily stopped. How strong should Qin Yun be then? Is he really the hangman of the Heaven's Pride ranking? For a moment, the crowd's minds were confused, all their gazes were directed towards Qin Yun, completely unable to understand the man in front of them. Kong Yuanlong similarly fell into silence. The first move was blocked, and he was okay with that. After all, it was a move that he had made in haste, with all the values not being pulled up to full strength, and the attack wasn't very strong. But for this second move, he could get serious, not hesitating to use his epic weapons and unleash his strongest skills just to defeat Qin Yun in one move. But Qin Yun didn't fall. He wasn't even hurt. That's not possible. Kong Yuanlong's worldview began to collapse. He couldn't accept this reality. No. Qin Yun, you must have used some sort of body protection weapon. You can't fool me. It's your turn to make a move this time. If I can't defend myself, I'll admit defeat on the spot. Kong Yuanlong glared angrily and spoke decisively. Qin Yun let out a slight sigh, he had nothing to say to this kind of person. But it was this sigh that made Kong Yuanlong even more complacent. What's wrong, Qin Yun? Don't you dare? Or do you simply not have the strength? As soon as Kong Yuanlong's voice fell, a number of people helped. They could never believe that a D-ranked playwright could resist 2 moves from an SSS-ranked Poseidon. They preferred to believe that this playwright had a much more powerful body protection treasure on him. Pathetic. Qin Yun looked towards Kong Yuanlong. He stretched out his right hand upwards remotely, and the Gong Gong Dharma phase emerged behind him. Poseidon, the god of the sea, controls the oceans, don't you all think? But has it ever occurred to you that Wacha also has a sea god that belongs to him? He controlled the waters, commanded the sea people, and once turned the heavens and the earth upside down in a fit of rage. Today, let's let you and others see what a water god is. What is a Chinese god? Boom! After the words were spoken, the ocean boiled, countless waves tumbled, and a dragon scroll rushed up from the surface of the sea and went straight up to the sky, like a giant dragon sucking in water, and the sea beasts kneeled down. Qin Yun's body floated up, and with a single step of faith, an invisible pressure instantly struck, covering the area around Kong Yuanlong and preventing him from moving an inch. Kong Yuanlong's face was horrified as he hastily waved his trident, the azure starlight creating a circle of defense that covered him like a wingbang shell against Qin Yun's attack. Co-worker. Qin Yun murmured a sentence and pointed his finger forward, the seawater twisted and quickly formed a long sword in the eyes of the crowd. It was built purely from seawater, and not even a hint of sharpness could be seen. But only just appeared, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, only to feel that the knife chi was against their throats, and if they were not careful, they would be cut open and sprayed with blood. Water soared across the sky. Gong Gong suppresses the devil. As the word Jin demon was spat out, the water sword was instantly pressed down. The goodness of water is like that of water, water is good for all things but not for. Everyone seems to think that water is gentle. There can be flooding and flash floods sweeping through. Excessive water pressure can even cut through steel. Water, not gentleness. It is, likewise, a killing weapon. The previous chopping whale slash. Today's Jin demon one sword. It's the water that kills. It's the wrath of the kami. Kang Yuanlong's turtle shell defense shattered like papier-mâché, and he could only raise his trident in hasty defense. That's an epic weapon, crafted from the dragon's teeth of an ancient ichthyosaur. But it can't be stopped. The sword was so sharp that the azure trident already had a crack in it, widening in the current. Bang! The trident shattered. Kang Yuanlong froze. It's an epic weapon passed down from his father. However, it could not block a single strike from Qin Yun. This. Is it really human? He raised his head and saw the long sword that was close at hand, and a sense of despair spread throughout his body. Even the epic weapon shattered, so his body would be easily split in two. He closed his eyes and accepted this reality. But after a long wait, the tearing pain did not come. He opened his eyes in confusion, the long sword above his head had dissipated. In the distance, the phantom behind Qin Yun's back faded away, returning to his previous low-profile appearance. I said only 3 moves. You lose, stay away from Qin Yu in the future and don't bother her anymore. If not, feel free to keep coming back for more. Of course, please be prepared to be subdued. Qin Yun did not smile and his voice was cold. He didn't want to kill anyone, but if someone wanted to kill him, he didn't mind the pain. Kang Yuanlong sat down on the ground in a disheveled state. He wouldn't even have the strength to retort. The heavenly difference in strength made him completely recognize reality. He lost. Complete and total loss. The surrounding area was incredibly quiet, no one dared to speak in the White Jade Plaza, and they all stole glances at Qin Yun rather scornfully. His strength really shocked everyone. Suddenly, a beam of golden light rushed out from the palace in front of him. Dragon Palace, open. Chapter 27, The Su family seeks revenge. Whoosh. Before the crowd could react, several figures had already passed through the crowd and were the first to break into the Dragon Palace. Geniuses and treasures are always up for grabs. Get out of the way. Qin Yun's Gong Gong Dharma phase behind him manifested as the sea currents surged and 9 thick water pillars impacted the front, paving away all those who stood in the way. With that, he took a step in faith, and his figure was as if he had shrunk, instantly appearing at the entrance of the Dragon Palace. Not far away, like Qin Yu, I rode her sword like a ghost through the crowd and similarly rushed into the Dragon Palace. The Celestial Pride and the White Jade Square each showed their skills and scrambled to enter the Dragon Palace. Qin Yun entered the interior of the Dragon Palace, which had been transformed into an exclusive trial ground, and there were 9 different forked paths in front of him alone. The 9 routes are indistinguishable at the entrance, deep, dark and unfathomable. Soon, Qin Yun's gaze flickered as he broke into one of them. Although he didn't know what was inside, Neza Yuanshan was getting excited. This is the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. The place that had driven his enemies to their deaths. He was excited to be back in his hometown. He can't wait to dig into the Dragon King's treasure trove. After all, there are 3 major rebels in heaven. Monkey, master teacher. Yang Jian. Born in a military school. As for Neza. Didn't even finish elementary school. Talking to him about morality would be better than teaching a sow to learn how to climb a tree. Seeing Qin Yun step into one route, like Qin Yu hesitated outside and eventually chose the one next to it. She had already been taken care of by Qin Yun too much and did not want to drag him down anymore. And as a Valkyrie, she had pride of her own. The rest of the people entered the various passages one after another, and the outside of the Dragon Palace gradually quieted down. After a short period of silence, several silhouettes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Dragon Palace and gathered together. Target entering Channel 8. The oldest has followed and is on constant track. Big brother, this stubble is solid, the Kong families didn't even win against him.
Fear what old youngest, brothers even 40 levels have suppressed, district to cub. Quiet. Follow it up and watch me signal for action. Yes. Ding. Kill LV 28 3-headed sea serpent X1, experience plus 10,000, incense points plus 56. The 3 sea serpents whose heads had exploded fell to the ground, exuding a bloodstain. Qin Yun went around the side, and the passageway in front of him diverged once again, turning the entire map into a chaotic mess. The Dragon Palace trials are specially crafted to keep the trialists from encountering as much as possible, and to face the challenges alone in order to detect the true strength. However, with Neza Yuanshan directing the direction, Qin Yun was getting closer and closer to his target despite his 7 turns. Qin Yun rounded a corner and immediately stood still just as soon as his eyes caught sight of the front, readying his battle stance as if he were an enemy. Turtle. A dragon turtle of immense proportions. Its entire body filled the passageway, its thick turtle armor was full of sharp barbs, and its limbs were so thick that it was as if it was like a beam supporting the Dragon Palace. Level LV 38, Sea Covering Dragon Turtle. A monster even more terrifying than the deep-sea demon whale. With this defense, it was almost impossible to break it without going over a level 10. However, Qin Yun had been on guard for a long time, and the dragon turtle had always maintained its original posture and did not launch an attack. Upon closer inspection, there was a prismatic dagger sticking out of the Ryugu's head, which was nearly transparent and ended the dragon turtle's life in one blow. Who did this? There are still such strong people in this trial? Qin Yun could not help but feel a little nervous. He asked himself, although the abilities of the 3 gods were not afraid of the dragon turtle, it was still difficult to kill it in one hit. At the very least, they would have to fight a few times to break its defense completely. A character who could destroy a dragon turtle with a single strike was at the very least a top-tier assassin. If he sneaks up on you, can you defend yourself? Qin Yun's vigilance was so great that the energy protecting his body was increased by a few more points. Since that person killed the dragon turtle, I'm afraid that his traveling route is the same as his own. A tricky opponent indeed. But the treasures of the Dragon Palace are not to be snatched. Qin Yun held his breath as the Gong Gong Dharma manifested from behind. Pure azure energy transformed into a lance in the water. The gun is unbreakable. Boom! A forward thrust of the lance impacted away, drilling large holes in the front and back limbs of the dragon turtle, just enough to leave a route that could be traveled by one person. Qin Yun walked along the passageway with faith. Whoosh. Qin Yun had just voiced his doubts when a dagger was placed on his neck. The person instantly arrived behind Qin Yun, her heavy breathing stating that she was also a powerhouse. But the dagger in his neck was cold as a mirror, and one slip would slice open an artery. Before Qin Yun could speak, a water arrow was stirred up from under his feet and aimed right at the man's wrist. This water arrow was caught off guard, and the speed was extremely fast. Regular people don't say dodge, even notice when it has hit. But Qin Yun only felt a shadow behind him, the dagger between his neck disappeared, and the water arrow actually pounced. The next moment, a thin black figure lay at the light. A curvy woman. She wears a corseted nightshirt, which should be made of matte leather with thin retractable armor set into the joints. The most amazing thing was her eyes. The left eye was golden amber with a sun-will-shaped split in the iris, while the right eye was slurped black like an abyss with a constricted pupil in the shape of a vertical diamond. A flowing pattern of sacred geometric light emerges from the bare collarbone, but above it the neck spreads a vascular shadow tattoo to the jaw, making the whole person appear both sacred and demonic. Her hair was silver, braided into a precision tactical braid with miniature light prisms adorning the tips, and extremely dry. But at the moment, her beautiful eyes trembled, her right hand covered her abdomen, and gurgling blood coated her waist. Qin Yun, no offense. Qin Yun took the lead in introducing himself, but the vigilance in the woman's eyes did not disappear. She struggled to sit up, half leaning against the wall, her left hand holding her dagger in reverse, her head held high. Kololith. Leave if you know what's good for you, I'm not sure I can hold her down any longer. Chuluwali's headless words caused Qin Yun to be puzzled. Although he hadn't heard of Chuluwali's name, the strength he displayed was definitely above Kong Yuanlong. Shouldn't she be? Before Qin Yun could figure it out, a burst of applause came from the back, causing Chuluwali's eyes to darken even further. Good, I didn't expect Chuluwali, the number 1 on the Heavens remarkable ranking, to be here as well. Big brother, we've really picked up a great bargain. Yeah, the bounty given to her by the Long family is enough for the brothers to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Just in time to kill 2 at a time. Fizzle fizzle.
The live feed from the shore suddenly started to go splat. Old Chen, what's going on? How come everyone's live streams are gone?
Fong Lao tapped the screen, but showed no signs of improvement.
They had only just seen Qin Yun meet Chu Luoli and were still quietly eating their melon, when suddenly all of them went splash screen. Unclear. But there are boundaries I've set up around the perimeter, it can't be the work of a giant beast. Elder Chen's expression was grave as the codex in front of him kept turning pages. He felt the spatial reactions on each student, but none of them changed. Wasn't it a student who did it? Who could that be? Qin Yun took a few steps back slightly and stood in front of Chu Luoli, gazing intently at the 7 people in front of him. The man at the head was tall and thin. He stepped forward and smiled sorrowfully. Introduce yourself. The Su family's original family, Suyin. Separate family, Suyu, to buy your life. Chapter 28, The Big Dipper 7-Star Formation. Suyu? Qin Yun's face gradually turned cold as he tried to recall. He did not hear this name, but there is a name Su Feng. He killed him himself, and he said his father wouldn't let him go. Here to seek revenge? Su Feng's father? Oh, that's a good memory. That Iron Duke went out of his way to spend his entire family fortune to kill you. Suyin smiled grimly, holding a dagger and pointing it at Qin Yun. Your life, it's worth a lot. Do it here? Elder Chen is watching. Is your Su family really not afraid of your family being exterminated? Chu Luoli covered her wound, gritted her teeth, and warned viciously. Oh, what a stupid woman. If we did it, how could we not prepare for it? Don't worry, you'll die without realizing it. Several people behind Suyin came forward one after another. The Su family, they've really put in a lot of money. Chu Luoli obviously understood more, and a hint of despair could not help but flood her beautiful eyes. We're a family of killers, and a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. Qin Yun, Rooster Su really thinks highly of you. The 7 of us brothers are the successors that the Su family has deliberately cultivated. Just that trash Su Feng, he's not even worthy of lifting our shoes. With the 7 of us joining forces, even if the 2 of you were at your full strength, you wouldn't be able to escape. A few people spoke separately, their faces full of rampant smiles. The Su clan's 7-star formation, set up and opened by 7 people, can exterminate the opponent across 10 levels. I can't move right now, hold them off as long as possible. You go out and report to Elder Chen. Chu Luoli held the wall and gradually stood up, her face was pale, the blood in her waist hadn't stopped yet. If there was a drastic movement I'm afraid it would worsen. However, she still blocked in front of Qin Yun. Even though the 2 men don't know each other, and one minute they even pulled a knife on each other. But like a rational machine, she chose the way of greatest value without a trace of emotion. Even if it costs you your life. I refuse. Qin Yun shook his head as a gentle energy pressed Chu Luoli's body back onto the ground, preventing it from moving around again. Why? Get out there and report, I can hold out till then. You won't last. Qin Yun swept his eyes at the girl underneath him. She was not lightly injured and could not support facing 7 enemies at the same time. Especially if it's 7 top killers. Stupid. Chu Luoli looked huffy, and just when she wanted to retort, she coughed out a mouthful of blood and was forced to close her mouth. Still want to go? Do you really think you can escape from us? Without realizing it, these 7 people had already stood around, blocking all paths. And they stood in a very peculiar position, although they could not see the law, but there was a strange divine charm, just like a latent viper, always ready to launch a fatal blow. It seems they didn't boast, they really have some strength. 7 dark shadows rose from behind the 7 as they unleashed their abilities at the same time. Amazingly, all 7 are actually in the same profession. A rank, puppet swordsman. Sizzle. The sound of breaking air suddenly rises, the waves propelling Qin Yun to instantly leap up, the 3 longswords already inserted into the place they had just occupied. Surprise could not help but slip across Qin Yun's face. These 3 are so in sync. The timing of the strikes was actually exactly the same, and sealed off all the dead corners, leaving no room for dodging at all. If it wasn't for Gong Gong's ability to manipulate seawater to propel himself upward instantly, I'm afraid he would have already been hit. Meh. Suyin smiled eerily, and Qin Yun immediately felt 3 sword blades approaching, the sharpness almost drilling into his neck. The front and back had been sealed off, and even underneath them 3 men were waiting. This had only just struck, and Qin Yun had been forced into a desperate situation. The killer family, true to its name. Unbridled. Xin Yun let out a cold snort as the Gong Gong Dharma phase was revealed behind him. The sea spiked, and a terrifying whirlpool descended from the sky. The seawater rolled into a tornado, like a furious storm, and the huge impact brought the sword peak off course, so that even the 3 people underneath them had to avoid it. The 6 of them flashed back to their original positions, holding their swords to their chests with both hands. Not only did they move in unison, but even the rise and fall of their breaths were exactly the same. The stubble does stick. Suyin lifted his wrist, and the previous dagger's blade suddenly grew in length, also transforming into a long sword. Boom! The walls of the dragon palace shook tremendously, and the 7 identical breaths actually twisted into a ball, manifesting a hideous Taoist man, and the bloody pressure was so oppressive that it was impossible to even breathe. As the water dragon scrolls dispersed, Xin Yun's eyes gleamed like a great sun as he carried a pure white greatsword and faced the predator Taoist squarely. Turbid thing, be put to death. Bang! With a loud bang, Xin Yun stormed up, and as a ripple spread beneath his feet, his figure had charged like an archery fish, his long blade aimed squarely at Su Yin's throat. Miku! The 3 Su family members closest to him exploded, their long swords merging with them while their energy rose and swung out with force, just in time to block the long sword. Clank! The sound of gold and stone rang out crisply. The ground under the 4 people was already cracked, and the huge force of 10,000 pounds pressed down on them, so they could only kneel on one knee and strongly hold on to block the blade. Gong Gong, who once crashed headlong into Mount Buzhou, which supports heaven and earth. The 1,000-ton deep-sea demon whale was blown away by his fist under the full fury, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that his whole body's strength could topple mountains. But it was such a strike that was jointly blocked by these 4 people. They didn't have much power, but the 4 of them stacked together reached a subtle realm, and actually unloaded and defended against the huge force. Swish! The 3 long swords stabbed again and Xin Yun had to do a harrier flip to avoid the sword blades while retrieving his long sword. The 4 men who had been pinned down stood up obediently and dodged back to their previous stations. The Big Dipper? Xin Yun could not help but exclaim in shock. He had also just seen that the 7 people were standing in line with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. I didn't realize that in this world, there were actually people studying formations. A little insight. Suyin moved his arm, which had been shaken by the huge force, and his gaze was rather gloomy. This kid's force was so terrifying that he actually almost broke through the 4 of them. This was a realm that even the elders of the family could hardly reach. Can't keep this kid. Kill. With a command, the 6 moved at the same time. But this time, they did not strike at the same time, but rather, they went forward one after another as if they were wolves. Clank. Xin Yun swung his sword against him. These 6 people were actually not strong individually, and even if Lai Qingyue came, she could still deal with them casually. Then why did they come alone to deliver it? Xin Yun's suspicions rose as his body's energy built up ready to explode. Xin Yun! Come to die! Suyin bellowed explosively, his feet crushing the ground, just in time to strike his blade the next instant after the 6th person's attack. Xin Yun did not dare to be careless, his aura erupted, energy gushing out, blue dragons circling above his long sword, gusts of divine might stirring along with it. The swords clashed. The hideous Taoist behind Suyin smiled sardonically as he descended. Bang! The blue dragon whale then was actually twisted and crushed by the black sword chi. The long sword then pressed down. Xin Yun's figure flew in response. Chapter 29, A Life as a Sacrifice, One Becomes an Immortal. Chu Luoli covered her abdomen and stood up, holding onto the wall. As the number 1 in the heavens remarch ranking, she didn't want to die in vain like this. It's just a strong crossbow. What's the point again? Suyin laughed mockingly, the long knife in his hand pointing at Chu Luoli. Kill. Whoosh. The 3 sword blades arrived in the blink of an eye. Chu Luoli was just about to mobilize her energy, but the black abyss pupils suddenly dilated, causing her body to freeze, and she was actually stunned in place. Not to mention blocking it, she couldn't even dodge it this time. Oops. Chu Luoli's eyes were open, filled with unwillingness. Boom! A water dragon rushed out with a roar, circling its body to cover Chu Luoli underneath, blocking the 3 people's attack. In the ruins in the distance, Xin Yun kicked away the falling boulders, the long sword in his hand still lingering with the remnants of energy. He was the one who summoned the water dragon and saved Chu Luoli in the midst of 1,000 crises. Not dead. That's quite a life. Su Yin's voice came out, and Xin Yun flung his long sword with a serious expression. He admitted that he had indeed been careless. The 7 had odd energies and caught him off guard.
Your energies, you can transfer them to each other, right? A little insight. You guys are not practiced at this fit. Qin Yun's eyes lifted to the hideous Taoist behind Suyin. If I'm not mistaken, once the formation is set up, all 6 of them will be controlled by you alone. It's really good to be able to operate with distraction to this point. Qin Yun's comment caused Su Yin's face to turn cold and gloomy, veins rippling on his forehead. In just one exchange of words, Qin Yun had completely seen through him. No wonder that Iron Rooster Suyu didn't hesitate to dump his family's fortune and send out all 7 of them at the same time. That's add up. Su Yin's voice was gloomy, and the eyes of the 6 people around him were cold at the same time, as black energy overflowed and dyed the longsword an inky color. Their long swords were raised to their chests and their legs were bent down. Bang! The exact same ringing sound came from 6 different directions. 6 long swords, killing at the same time. Raging waves. Qin Yun's long blade was horizontal, and the Gong Gong Dharma phase opened its arms and slammed them into the center. The seawater within the passageway roared and fluctuated violently, transforming into waves of terrifyingly huge waves that surged in all directions with Qin Yun at the center. The East Sea, which belongs to Gong Gong. Under his urging, this time the waves were at the bottom of the sea, but no less than 100-meter impact. It is difficult for manpower to win. The surging giant wave washed away all 6 figures, and even with their hard defense, they were unable to stop their footsteps. Bang! A gaping hole in the giant wave. Qin Yun. He stepped over the huge waves, the dragon shadow of his long sword hissing as the raging energy pointed directly at Suyin. Suyin's face went white with panic and he hastily recalled the remaining 6. That wave was still going on, and those 6 people were having trouble even stopping their footsteps, not to mention coming to support them. Suyin's eyes were ruthless, and the predator Taoist immediately possessed himself, his longsword like a writing ink, topping the attacking blue dragon longsword. Clank! 2 distinctly different auras erupted, as if they were pinpoints crashing together viciously. Tune out the energy at this point, without regard for them? Qin Yun's strike was a whale-chopping slash, even Kong Yuanlong's epic weapon could be chopped to pieces, so it was reasonable to say that Suyin would not be able to block it at all. But he tuned the energy of the remaining 6 into his body and hardened himself against it with his abundant energy. But those 6 would be no different from normal people without their energy support, and would surely be pulverized in a wave of rage. None of your business. Suyin was obviously hit on the sore spot, and his face grimaced as he swung his long sword to force Qin Yun away. In the next moment, he knelt down on one knee, and it seemed as if most of the energy in his body had been drained away, so he could only pant and recover slowly. Qin Yun could sense the 6 figures starting to move, but it would still take some effort to break through the waves. He only needed to behead Suyin now, and the other 6 were no threat even if they broke through. Thinking of this, Qin Yun released his Gong Gong energy, and the seawater around him condensed into water blades. In a flash, hundreds of water blades covered the passage. Go! Qin Yun's great sword slashed and water blades poured out. Su Yin's figure exploded and flashed, struggling to resist, but these hundreds of water blades came out in endless layers, taking care of each other. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't resist. Not to mention his head and 2 arms. Sizzle! A blade of water cut through his chest, flooding it with a large amount of blood. Suyin was unable to dodge, his chest had just been injured and his back had been cut by 2 water blades. He was in a terrible mess for a while. He gritted his teeth, the knuckles of his hands that gripped the long sword were white, and the tiger's mouth was cracked. He can't hold out on his own. He can't die here. Roar! Suyin growled and roared as the predator Taoist waved his long sword, summoning a large amount of sword intent to collide with the incoming water blades. Bang! The ground cracked as Suyin leapt up. His black hair flew about and his face was hideous as he slashed his sword. Qin Yun raised his sword and faced him. Bang! Qin Yun's figure was sent flying out, only to gradually come to a halt under the constant buffeting of the waves. His power has increased again. The 6 people in the waves stopped moving and let the waves crush their bones. That's pretty deranged. It's you! Suyin epileptically raised his longsword and pointed it at Qin Yun. You killed them all. I'll kill you to avenge them. Crowning. You think you can kill me with the power of the 6 of them? Qin Yun's face was cold as his longsword keened. Even at this point, he didn't use his full strength. A bunch of trash that couldn't get on stage, relying on secret techniques to try and shake the genius. It's just stupid. Yeah. Surprisingly to Qin Yun, Suyin did not lose his confidence but remained smiling. Grinned eerily. He raised his long knife and aimed it at his heart. Ka-ching! Ink soared into the heart. In the waves, Qin Yun clearly perceived 6 lives passing away. They all plunged their swords into their hearts, and a strand of blood-colored energy climbed up to the hilt of the sword, then flew out, eventually stopping at Suyin's chest. Sizzle! Suyin drew out his ink-colored longsword, which by now was filled with the color of blood. And the moment it was withdrawn, blood-colored energy poured into it, filling the broken heart to overflowing. Ha! He stood up, his eyes red, and arteries squeezing into his skin in a horrible blood color. Sacrifice of life. One becomes immortal. Swish! The blood-colored shadows passed through the layers and arrived in front of Qin Yun in an instant. He was so fast, it was like instantaneous movement, it was hard to react. That blood-colored shadow also blurred the figure, making it impossible to tell where the figure was. The long sword stabbed out. Qin Yun's Gong Gong Dharma phase behind his back was revealed, and for a short period of time, the azure blue energy could only form a layer of shields. Sizzle! The hasty defense did not stop the bloody sword, and the blade eventually pierced into Qin Yun's chest. The waves roared angrily, and the infinite waves lifted Su Yin's body off the ground, preventing the bloody sword from probing further. Qin Yun covered his chest. Although the long sword had not stabbed deeply, there was a bloodthirsty energy saving up haphazardly, making it difficult for him to suppress it. Su Yin's figure flickered, eventually avoiding the waves and stopping not far in front of Qin Yun. His overall energy was now over 45 levels. Qin Yun gazed at the Taoist silhouette behind him. How many people will be killed by this evil practice of using their lives as sacrifices to enhance their abilities? What a... Ah! The playwright, the trapped ambition. Fully open. Chapter 30 Ascension? Evil arts. To be punished. At level 30, the playwright's trapping spirit ability is upgraded, increasing the full attribute to 300%. The real deal is a spellbinding divine skill. Abundant energy swam throughout Qin Yun's body, and the Gong Gong Dharma phase behind him became even clearer. Though his eyes were closed, his imperial might was revealed. The snow-white long knife was also more splendid, with some patterns flowing out of it, but unfortunately too few to decipher. This is the weapon of Gong Gong, but not like the Chen Kuan Circle mixed sky eye. It generally has a solid body, just a projection. If Qin Yun could find this divine weapon, the power of the Gong Gong that he could inherit would be further increased. Come to die. Qin Yun roared with rage as his longsword slashed through the sea curtain, and a water dragon roared out, its teeth and claws flailing as it twisted its burly body to bite at Suyin. Suyin, who was covered in blood, laughed maniacally, his body flashing explosively, the bloody sword in his hand forcing out bladed chi and chopping at the incoming giant dragon. Without dodging or avoiding, the giant dragon charged with fearlessness, and after losing a large portion of its body, it crashed through the bladed air and bit into Suyin's neck. Suyin's longsword danced once again, and the fine sword blossoms held down the remaining giant dragon. As soon as the giant dragon's form dispersed, Qin Yun had already bullied his way up, his greatsword stirring up the waves and slashing at Suyin in a raging manner. Clank! The bloody sword was set up, and Suyin was crushed by the huge force until he fell to one knee, the blood vessels in his hand bursting, and blood immediately gushed out. But Suyin licked the blood that was sprayed onto his face and laughed hideously. His mind was no longer clear, and all he had in his head was bloodlust. Only after killing Qin Yun and draining his corpse could Suyin regain consciousness. Bang! The blood that flowed out transformed into countless tiny blood arrows that rushed out from Suyin's body. This would be covered in bloody holes at the very least if you got zapped. Moreover, at this distance, Qin Yun could not retreat. Can't return it? Then don't back off. Where there is a retreat from the will of the enemy. Qin Yun's eyes condensed as the Gong Gong energy overflowed and the ethereal coldness blossomed out. The seawater in front of him immediately condensed into ice, transforming into a single ice crystal lotus flower. Ice lotus burial. Blood arrows pierced and came, the ice crystal lotus flower petals blocked each other, forming an impenetrable defense, stopping all the blood arrows on the outside. Qin Yun also changed his stance, his longsword shook and he himself retreated a few steps backwards. Following the recoil, he rotated his body with his longsword in hand, his cold and chilly aura condensing the seawater around him. Soon, the seawater tornado formed again, but unlike before, the temperature in it dropped to the freezing point, and once it intruded, the many blades would cut the comber into pieces. Ice Blade Storm. This time, the Gong Gong Dharma phase held a long sword and slashed out. The Ice Blade Storm roared out with it.
It was so huge that it filled the entire passageway. Even Chuluwali, who was lying on the ground watching the battle, had a surprised and unbelievable gaze. To be able to create such a huge energy storm at the bottom of the sea, was it really done by a person in his 30s? Ask yourself, even she couldn't have accomplished it. These two people in front of her really had the strength to kill her. This reputation of being number one in the Heavens Pride ranking was really harmful. Chuluwali bit her lips, her face constantly changing color. Bloodman Suing couldn't dodge and could only mobilize his energy to protect his body. As the blood-colored shadows continued to overlap and interlock, he broke into the ice storm. He had no fear of extreme cold and only wanted to chop off Qin Yun's head as fast as possible. Interesting. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth lifted as he took a step and similarly entered the ice storm. Clank. The sound of gold and stone resounded through the passage. Chuluoli covered her abdomen and struggled to get up. She couldn't see the battle in it, but she had to be ready to fight. Especially Suin, his killing intent was obvious earlier, and he definitely wouldn't let himself go. If Qin Yun lost, he would have to fight to kill him himself. Chuluwali was still thinking, but her black eyes began to vibrate violently. Her face was in shock, and just as she was about to speak her mouth inexplicably closed, and then she lay back on the ground, her eyes closed. That long silver hair was turning black in layers. Boom! The ice storm shattered. Su Yin's body fell back in a sorry state. Dozens of ice blades were stuck on his body, and his blood surged wildly as if he didn't want any money, painting his entire body into a bloody man. On the contrary, Qin Yun's body was similarly stained with blood, but there weren't many wounds, almost all of them were superficial, the only one that went deeper was still the sword from earlier. With the addition of the will of the trap, he crushed Su Yin on all fronts. Sacrifice your life and ascend? How can such evil immortals be worthy of being compared to the gods? Roar! Su Yin let out a hiss that did not resemble a human. The prolonged battle had caused him to lose his mind. His ability to sacrifice other people's lives for his own ascension was the result of the Su clan's secret method fused together with his profession. This ability to raise his strength very high for a short period of time. But for a long time, he'll get a crazy backlash. Like right now. The predator Taoist's phantom descended from the sky and took over his body. Sizzle! The blood sword backstabbed into his chest. Suing laughed maniacally and plucked out his own heart alive. He clutched his heart and wrung out its blood to coat the blade. Turbidity! Gong suddenly opened his eyes. As the water god of China, how could he tolerate this kind of evil law endangering the earth? East Ocean! At my command! Kill without mercy! The seawater whistled and churned, transforming into hundreds of sharp weapons in the air, shooting towards Suing. The blood-colored figure burst into flashes as Suing dodged the weapon with reactions and speed that could be described as terrifying, forcing his way towards Qin Yun. Unbridled. Qin Yun roared as his greatsword carried a curtain of water and slashed down. Clank! Su Yin's blood sword was set up horizontally, and his blood chi scurried about, chopping up the ocean that was coming down the path. The monstrous blood chi transformed into a blade and pointed at Qin Yun's neck. Swish! The longsword slid down, dislodging the greatsword, and in the process, he stomped on it, not giving Qin Yun a chance to defend himself. And the long sword had already probed out in a smooth manner, cutting across the neck. Bang! The invulnerable blood sword effortlessly decapitated the head. Qin Yun's expression froze in final horror. Suing didn't think it was enough and raised his foot. Qin Yun's head exploded like a watermelon. But surprisingly, no blood or brain matter burst out. What burst out was just a ball of water. Qin Yun's body similarly transformed into a stream of water and dispersed. Fizzle! A silhouette stood behind Su Yin. The long knife in his hand stabbed into Su Yin's body. With that, the long blade spun. Accompanied by toothsome friction sounds, Su Yin's organs were churned out. One time is enough for something like carelessness. Qin Yun had already suffered a loss once at the hands of the three-headed dog from hell. He would never again underestimate every opponent. The lion wrestles the hare with all its might. That's why he treated Suing very cautiously. That current weapon looked fierce, but was actually slow, specifically leaving Suing a spot to sprint. In that water body also did not use its full strength, giving him the opportunity to strike. And on the occasion of his victory, his own true form will penetrate the curtain of water and put an end to it once and for all. Click! Qin Yun withdrew his longsword and disengaged from the state of trapping Ji. Weakness immediately hit him, making him unsteady and almost fall to the ground.
Luckily, it's already won. Come. Is that right?
Suyin, who had a large hole in his stomach, twisted his body, a maniacal smile tearing through the corners of his mouth as his entire body tore through like a wild beast.
How is he still alive?
Qin Yun was startled and held on to his breath to resubdue his god. But with a flash of light in front of him, a silhouette flew down and sliced off Su Yin's head with a prismatic dagger.
Bang! Su Yin's body finally fell limply to the ground.
The 7 sons of the Su family, dead.
Thanks. The cold dagger against the throat. Emotionless eyes looked into Qin Yun's eyes. You? Who is it? Chapter 31. The other Chuluoli? Qin Yun repeatedly made sure that he was not mistaken.
The girl in front of her had her black hair spread out, her stunning face covered in frost, cold as a machine.
She is Chuluoli. Only the silver hair turned black. How could she not recognize herself? Didn't they just meet? I'm Qin Yun, I just saved your life. Oh? The girl raised an eyebrow and looked down at the headless body beneath her. Killing this kind of trash counts as saving me? Or is that loser not working? That punk?
Qin Yun's gaze went to the girl's waist.
That's got to hurt. And it's heavier.
She should have just plucked the barbs out with her dagger, leaving a bloody wound. But an energy of light and darkness stopped the bleeding, slowly mending the flesh.
You, aren't you Luoli? Qin Yun turned back to look straight at the strange, alien pupil. I sure am.
The girl poked her dagger out and picked at Qin Yun's chin, her gaze staring at him without any fear. She bent down and her proud figure was visible to Qin Yun. The 2 men were in close facial proximity, but none of them ducked.
Qin Yun finally understood why the first thing Chuluoli said when she saw him was to tell him to leave quickly. She was overpowering the woman in front of her. Or rather, a second personality. Whoosh!
The thick smell of blood attracted a new predator as several pythons several meters long swam from the depths. They were snow white and swam extremely fast, with a pair of fangs flowing down turquoise venom, corroding the ground with a creaking sound.
LV-29, Carrion Silver Serpent.
Under normal circumstances, Qin Yun would be completely unafraid to slash one by one and kill them cleanly in a few strokes. However, it is now in the weak period of the trapping Ji, and it is not good to mobilize the energy.
One misstep and you could be buried here. Sure. The live feed finally cleared up. Alright, old Chen. Have you found the cause yet?
Elder Chen shook his head, his gaze heavy. He had already dispatched a team down there, and seeing as how the Dragon Palace was complicated by the map they had set up, no news had come in for a while. If someone is really deliberately plotting, then I'm afraid they've already accomplished their goal.
7 dead?
Looking at the 7 images that had gone black, Fan Lao instantly stormed out.
What's going on? This generation has good strength, even if they are not defeated, they can escape with serious injuries, how could they die in the middle of the trial?
Check. If we don't find out, no one can leave.
Fan Lao's lion's roar startled all the staff on the shore and immediately dispatched people to investigate. What's going on over here with Qin Boy? Why is he so weak? Is it hard to have a fight with Chuluoli? Is this a no-win?
After Fan Lao finished setting up, he continued to tune in to Qin Yun's live broadcast.
He was weak at the moment, his head held by a woman with a dagger in her hand, and several sea serpents leering ahead of him. I haven't seen you in a few minutes. What's wrong with you?
Chuluoli, number 1 on the Heavens Remarks list, the last sole seedling of the Chu family. This girl was harassed by the Long family's son back then, and in a fit of rage, she wasted one of the other's legs. In the way of the official face, the Long family can't take revenge, and can only offer a bounty in the black market, and no one has gotten it so far. Elder Chen's gaze was fixed on the girl in the screen, and his words were satisfied.
Is that so? No wonder it was able to suppress Qin Yun. The Diamond Age lives up to its name. Elder Fong also sighed. These boys, even better than they were back in the day. Even that Kong family kid, although his brain wasn't great, he really wouldn't be able to beat him if he were at his age. The year of the Great Tribulation, as it should be. A figure emerged in Chen Lao's mind, fine sweat flooded his pale arms, and even his body could not help but tremble a few times. At his altitude, there are few things that can make it afraid afterward. But as long as there is one, it's definitely capable of destroying China. Let's hope the new generation grows up fast. There's not much left of the old bunch of them. A few long worms, who gave you the nerve? Seeing the silver snake leaning in, the girl's eyes turned cold and her body instantly disappeared in front of Qin Yun. Yes, it's an instant disappearance. Qin Yun's eyesight was correct, she was not fast, but a more advanced spatial skill, able to change her position instantly. In the next instant, 6 snake heads flew up. They fell to the ground, their expressions remaining calm until the very end. Let alone fighting back, they didn't even notice the girl's attack. Terror. No wonder she called the bloody man trash. With this kind of speed and attack, not to mention Suing counterattacking, even mobilizing the energy of the 6 would be difficult. I'm afraid it's just one look and she'll take off someone's head. If she didn't know about the ability, the girl was enough to kill everyone. Hatsumomo. Number 1 on the Heaven's Pride list, well deserved. The girl flung the dagger, blood splattering as the prismatic blade was pure once more. She looked towards Qin Yun. Even if it doesn't kill. And she's not going to bother with a mobility-impaired loser. Qin Yun's eyes shifted. Now that he was so weak, if he was really discovered by the giant beasts and his enemies, there was almost no chance of him surviving. Even if he is lucky and fine, then when he recovers, the East Sea trials will have ended long ago, and he still won't be able to get the treasure of the Dragon Palace. Qin Yun compromised. Take me away. I'll take you to the real treasure of the Dragon Palace. Chuluoli instantly moved in front of Qin Yun, her dagger lifting his jaw once again. Why should I trust you? You may not believe it, but aren't you afraid you won't find it? Chuluoli's hand exerted force and a line of blood appeared above Qin Yun's neck. She's missing something. It's very, very short. The rewards given by the East Sea trials were good, but at best they could only be epic weapons. She wants more. Good. I'll take you. If you lie, I'll kill you. The dagger at her neck spun back and the girl held out her hand. Qin Yun gripped it and was pulled up by its force. Can you move? Can move. Chuluoli's newly raised arm dropped down, keeping a safe distance from Qin Yun and letting him lead the way. Why do you know the rest of the Dragon Palace's treasures? Everyone has secrets, don't you? Talk less and you'll die. Chuluoli's black pupils contracted, and although her emotions were still icy cold, she could clearly feel that they had become low. Qin Yun suddenly had a guess in his head, but if he said it now, I'm afraid it would be cut by the girl as bashful. The two maintained a tacit silence as they twisted left and right through the Dragon Palace. The giant beasts encountered during this period were not few, but under Chuluoli's terrifying strength, no giant beasts were able to last more than a breath. Even a water auger had its head chopped off in 2 rounds, and its skills hadn't even finished. Earlier, he thought that Chuluoli had already been strong by slaughtering the sea-covering dragon turtle. But now, it seemed that if she had the strength she had shown so far, how could that sea-covering dragon turtle hurt her? What were the chances of defeating her even if she was herself in her heyday? I'm afraid that the only way to keep up with her is to turn on the trap's will. Arrived. Qin Yun suddenly stopped walking. He looked toward a jade wall. Neza Yuanshan pointed toward it. The real Dragon Palace, hidden here. Chapter 32, Dragon Palace Treasure, Wind and Fire Wheel. Boom! Chuluoli kicked out, and the intense energy smashed the jade to smithereens, revealing the earthy yellow rock. A murderous look passed over. Qin Yun spread his hands somewhat helplessly. It doesn't go like that. There are formations. Formation? Chuluoli played with the dagger, her eyes still fixed on Qin Yun, killing intent abounding. She was already beginning to doubt Qin Yun's words. If he really made up lies to drag her down time and time again, she'd take his head off, whether maliciously or in good faith. I'll break the formation, protect me. Qin Yun did not say much, but simply sat cross-legged on the ground. The commoner's Dharma phase emerged once again. Chuluoli's dagger was confiscated, and her eyes gazed at the Gong Gong Dharma phase with scorn. She felt the threat keenly. She hated that feeling. She was wary of Qin Yun and would not hesitate to kill him should there be any movement. As for why the Dragon Palace has a formation? Qin Yun wasn't sure. But with the blessing of Gong Gong, he took control of the East China Sea, and his sense of the ocean rose dramatically, and he could clearly feel the energy fluctuating dramatically and strangely here. But the gargoyles that were previously entrenched here didn't notice. The powers that be in Huaxia had carefully designed the East China Sea trials for decades without realizing it. It was enough to see the subtleties of the formation laid out by the Dragon King. The Dragon King, in charge of the seas. Sea area, belonging to the water. Water, then, is under the control of the water god. It can be said that Gong Gong is the Dragon King's top boss. If your boss comes to see you, why don't you open the door and greet him? The god of water, Gong Gong, revealed his divine power. Sure. What are these two cubs doing spinning around so much? The stuff is all sitting at the end of the line, and I specifically had old Lu build an epic dagger, so whoever of these two pups uses it for defense will be fine. But how come these two aren't moving? What's it doing in this walled doorway? Fang Lao scratched his hair, getting more and more confused. Qin Yun has said several times that he wants to find the Dragon Palace's true treasure. But there's no record of the Dragon Palace in China at all, and that ichthyosaur occupied it when it was first discovered. How can there be any remnants of what it collected when we emptied it long ago? This kid, whimsical, isn't he? Elder Chen smiled and shook his head. Old Chen, don't say too much, just in case. This kid is giving us a lot of surprises. Then I'll take your word for it. It's time to. The screen in front of me went suddenly black. Old Chen, what's going on? We are watching these two cubs. There's not even a threat around them, let alone a giant beast. How did their screen just go black? Fang Lao panicked and couldn't even sit down, the roaring noise hurt Chen Lao's eardrums. Be quiet. I'll go down and check it out. Chen Lao sank his face. Too many situations had come out of this East Sea trial, and he was already a bit overwhelmed. But before he could unleash his ability to shuttle, a muffled sound came from far away. It was a tremendous sound, resounding almost the entire coast. Chen Lao's figure shook and he let out a muffled grunt, nearly sitting on the ground. Old Fong. Call for backup immediately. The East Sea garrison is under orders. All return to the battlefield. East Sea. The tide of beasts descends. Can you let go of the dagger? Qin Yun felt the coldness at his neck and was filled with helpless persuasion. Can't. I'm not comfortable with that. I've never even heard of this place, let alone come here. Chu Luoli looked around with a nervous expression, having trouble believing her eyes. Just now, she only felt a flash in front of her eyes, her surroundings completely changed, and everything in front of her almost overturned her imagination. This floor, pure jade. This pillar, the goldenrod. The pendant carvings on this are each solid gold. Even the beads illuminating the top are top-quality night pearls. Not to mention emptying it, even plucking out a few floor tiles can be traded for a lifetime of food and drink. The dragon race always liked to accumulate wealth, even the Dragon King was no exception. As the sole master of the East Sea, he collected astronomical amounts of tribute every year, and in the long run, not to mention paving the floor with jade, even paving the floor with gold could be easily done. It's just to take care of aesthetics, otherwise the Dragon Palace would be even more disastrously luxurious. As for that Dragon Palace outside, it was just a sideshow thrown out by the main body of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King, an old loach, is really slippery. Without Nez's Yuanshan's guidance, I'm afraid that this palace wouldn't have been discovered until the Dragon King returned. And there was no scent of living creatures in this palace. The Dragon King hadn't even placed a caretaker before he left. What did he, the gods, go through? Is it worth rushing off like this? Qin Yun was puzzled in his heart, but there were more important matters at hand. The Dragon King's arsenal. It was ransacked by monkeys once. This time Neza is back for another ransacking. Following the guidance, Qin Yun arrived outside a large gate. The door to the room was not barred, just closed tightly. The Dragon King's treasure trove. Qin Yun pointed to the interior and explained it to Luoli. Chu Luoli's beautiful eyes moved slightly as she pondered the truthfulness of Qin Yun's words. You go, open the door, and I'll believe you. Qin Yun shrugged his shoulders helplessly and stepped forward to exert a slight force as the treasure vault door opened in response. Chu Luoli looked into it. Snap. The dagger fell in response. The girl's eyes were filled with golden light, and even her movements to threaten Qin Yun were gone. It's... She dodged into the treasury. Epic level, there are dozens of epic level weapons alone. This is? Legendary grade. There's more than one legendary grade weapon. Gold and silver armor? Could this be the original? The girl was like a money-hungry kitten rummaging around in the Dragon King's treasure trove, with surprise in her eyes, and a smile even starting to appear on her cold face. Qin Yun did not care too much about it.
He didn't lack weapons. The Qiankuan circle, the mixed sky and the fire-tip gun were all genuine artifacts, it's just that he didn't have enough energy to fully energize them. When he grows up, those artifacts will bring out their true strength. All he wanted now was the weapons the gods had left behind. Following Nez's Yuanshan's guidance, he picked out a pair of iron rings in a pile of gold. Into his hand, the flames rose. Layers of rust peeled off, and brilliant golden light shone through the flames, lighting up the entire room. The artifact, the wind and fire wheel. One of Nez's original magic weapons. According to records, the wind and fire wheel is the Taiyuril people, double wheel rotation between the sound of wind and fire, the left and right two wheels of the wind and fire, can be high-speed travel in the air, up to the sky and into the ground, traveling 10,000 miles a day, can fly and can fight, nothing to do. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact, the wind and fire wheel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the full-bodied demon child Neza. Ding! Neza's Yuan Shen has an autonomous consciousness. Chapter 33, East Sea Beast Tide. A sense of autonomy? Qin Yun could not help but be a little surprised. Although he could feel the attitude of the gods during the earlier seance. It's like Neza treating others with ferocity and arrogance. Zhong Kuei's scornful disdain in the face of ghostly creatures. Gong Gong sends out orders for the imperial majesty of the Eastern Sea. These are the attitudes of the gods themselves. They transformed into individual Yuanshan sleeping within Qin Yun and would descend in the form of a phantom once summoned. Special cases, just like encountering a personal weapon, will also suddenly revive the alert. But he still has no sense of autonomy. It was impossible for him to actively manipulate Qin Yun's body to do something. But why did Neza's Genesis suddenly have an autonomous consciousness? Could it be that gods unlocked to a certain extent awakened self-awareness? Although Qin Yun did not know why, it was not a bad thing after all. As he was the sole heir of the Chinese divine lineage, the hopes of all the gods rested on him, it was impossible that he could be harmed. Even Neza, that asshole, knows which is more important. Qin Yun put away his wind and fire wheel and had just stood up when Chu Luoli arrived in front of him in an instant. She looked like she'd been wrestling with it for a long time, and finally came to a decision. Here's the stuff, according to rank, half for you and half for me. Even though you led the way, I'm the one who bailed you out on this journey. So you didn't lose out. It has to be my half. The girl's expression was cold, but her tangled feelings could still be heard in her words. She was very reluctant to part. However, she was still willing to split the money 50-50 with Qin Yun. If she was crueler, she could actually kill Qin Yun and monopolize all the treasures, and with this place being godless, everyone would believe whatever she said. Qin Yun looked at Chuluoli with some surprise. She was actually prepared to split it 50-50. That's a bit of an underestimate of her. No need. I'll just bring one for a friend. The rest is yours. Qin Yun waved his hand broadly, signaling her to go ahead. Really? Chu Lorli jumped up with a leap of joy. But soon, her expression returned to indifference. Thanks. Chu Luoli bowed slightly and her figure flashed past, confidently picking out treasures in the distance. Qin Yun didn't pay any more attention to Chu Luoli and instead went to look for sword-type weapons. It was hard to come to the Dragon Palace, so he had to bring a gift to Lai Qingyue. Right in the center, a ghostly blue tang sword attracted Qin Yun's attention. Its hilt was carved with a Chinese dragon pattern, and azure-colored starfire flowed from it, dissolving into bits of starlight that dissipated in midair. Qin Yun picked it up, abundant energy instantly sweeping through his body, and with just a slight movement of his mind a sword chi slashed out, carving a sword mark into the wall. Legendary weapon. Dragon image. Not bad. Just bring it to Lai Qingmoon. However, this weapon could not be stowed away like those artifacts, so it could only be carried at one side. Chu Luoli in the distance had the same trouble. The treasure trove of the Dragon Palace was simply too big, and although she had a space organizer bag, she could only take a small portion of it with her. Take something you can use first. I'll give you access later, come back for it when you're free. Qin Yun's voice came through. Chu Luoli hesitated and finally nodded her head. After a few moments of deliberation, Chu Luoli packed up and flashed her figure to Qin Yun's side. Okay. Aha! Qin Yun looked towards Chu Luoli and mumbled a few times before opening his mouth. At the risk of asking, if she comes back, does she know what you're going through now? Chu Luoli raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing. Know that we share memories.
It's just that her memories are so boring that I don't really want to know. Even if I'm not there, she'll still remember this place, don't worry. Well then, hold out your hand. Chu Luoli obediently stretched out her right hand. Her hands were small and white, but several of her fingers had visible calluses, obviously the result of frequent weapon use. But that doesn't take away from the fact that it's as smooth as jade. Qin Yun held her hand. Communion breath release. A blue energy sprang out from Qin Yun's hand and drilled into Chu Luoli's brow. An invisible aura condensed and blossomed from Chu Luoli. Divine Messenger. A messenger handpicked by Gong Gong. Seeing her is like seeing a water god. Even if the Dragon King saw it, he still had to kneel down and bow. As for this Dragon King formation, it will also be opened immediately upon seeing it. It's over. Next time just walk to this place and you will come to the real Dragon Palace. With a movement of Qin Yun's mind, the two of them blurred and shifted, returning to the cave of the Dragon Palace. How many more are there? Have Qin Yun and Chu Luoli been found yet? Evacuate quickly, don't pick up those things of yours, is that as important as life? Leave those bodies alone. All get out first. A barrage of voices reached his ears, followed by anxious yelling and footsteps. Before the two of them, Qin Yun and Chu Luoli, could understand what was happening, a few soldiers came into sight, urging the two of them to go quickly in a hurry. Chu Luoli's golden eyes contracted a few times, and finally scared and immediately fainted. Luckily, Qin Yun's hands were quick and held him in his arms, following the soldier as he exited the Dragon Palace. Report. Qin Yun and Chu Luoli are here. All trialists are assembled. Retreat immediately. On the Alabaster Square, the members of the trial were puzzled, surfacing surrounded by soldiers and coming ashore one after another. Boom! There was a loud bang that sent huge waves into the sea, nearly sending the students who had just come ashore into the sea again. Everyone looked toward the sound of the loud noise in unison. Dark as ink, demonic clouds covered the sky. Two huge dragon shadows hovered over the surface of the sea, constantly launching attacks against the transparent barrier. A giant dragon covered in ice crystals, with a mane in the form of ice clusters, capable of causing a large amount of sea to freeze every time it spits out cold air. The other giant dragon had scales like fish spines, a phosphorus calcium exoskeleton extending from its spine, and a slender dragon tail that actually degenerated into a fish tail. Cold Abyss Gnarl and Ancient Ichthyosaurus. The dragons sent two oceanic warriors to attack the East China Sea. And underneath them was an endless sea of giants. Like what spiky flying fish and deep-sea squid monsters, that all impacted in swarms, and it was simply different from the scenes of the East Sea trials. Many people were looking at it with their scalps tingling, their legs trembling as they could barely even move. Under the terrifying tide of beasts, human power was like a joke. But is it? Above the dome of the sky, old Lion Fong's Dharma was in full display as he continuously exchanged blows with the ancient Ichthyosaurus, shattering quite a few of its exoskeletons, and even quite a few of its fish spine-like scales were scattered. The cold abyss gnarl was dealt with by Li Weigua, and the lance actually ignored the cold air as it came out, penetrating it against the extremely frozen ice, leaving a horrifying injury. Behind them was even Elder Chen holding the codex, and the space continued to shatter and condense, wiping out most of the beasts that were rushing in. Strong men from the East Sea garrison also rushed in and stopped the remaining beasts. A tidal wave of animals? So what? This time, with my Chinese powerhouses in attendance, you still want to destroy my Puyu generation? Dreaming. Several people were holding their breath without releasing it, and at this time there was a place to get out of it, that energy was released without any effort, and it was completely a fight to leave these two giant dragons behind. Xing Yan's eyes looked into the distance of the eastern sea, and his heart could not help but twitch a little. Knowing that there are countless strong people here, the dragons still want to attack? Is this too stupid? Dragon Realm. The man in black hooked his mouth slightly. The plan worked. It's their turn to perform. For Dragon Shadows, in response to the sound. Chapter 34, Legendary Weapon, Imaging Dragon. Quickly get to shore. The battle has a huge ripple effect, so be careful of getting swept up in it. The man in charge shouted an order, and the soldiers immediately brought all the students ashore and kept them close. Hello, are you a friend of hers? She's hurt, let me take care of her first. The medical team was already in position, and a female in a nurse's outfit took over Chu Luoli in Qin Yun's arms. At this time, Chu Luoli's long hair faded to a silver color, her eyelids twitched a few times, and she ultimately did not open her eyes. Qin, she is?
Like Qinyue was only halfway through her greeting when she saw the girl underneath Qin Yun, her eyes sweeping somewhat strangely over the two.
Picked it up on the road, injured.
Oh. Like Qinyue nodded her head and didn't say much. By the way, I picked up a weapon in the Dragon Palace that would be perfect for you. With that, Qin Yun pulled the dragon image from his waist and handed it to Like Qinyue. Like Qinyue took the Tang sword, held her hand on the hilt, and gently pulled it out. The dragon roared, and the sharpness rushed to the sky. Long Imaging lifted his head as if he was a dormant dragon and locked eyes with Like Qinyue, his master. The violent energy fluctuations attracted everyone's attention. What kind of weapon is this?
How come it feels stronger than Kong Yuanlong's trident?
Epic level?
No, why is this scent so familiar? It looks like the one in my grandfather's hand.
Holy!
This is a ING legendary weapon.
Several exclamations of shock came from the crowd as a boy from a rather large family stared at the dragon image in Li Qingyue's hand with a shocked expression.
Legendary grade weapons, that's his family's treasure. How could a weapon of this caliber appear in the hands of a young man? Could it be a reward from the East Sea trials? This one called Qin Yun has made it to the finish line? Impossible. The East Sea trials reward at most an epic weapon. Can it be that the Dragon Palace has other treasures?
Many voices rang out from the surroundings, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the Tang blade in Lai Qingyue's hand, with no shortage of greedy eyes.
Legendary weapon. No, it's too expensive for me to take.
Lai Qingyue naturally understood the level of the weapon and hurriedly sheathed the Tang sword and pushed it into Qin Yun's arms. Qinyu, we are so familiar with each other, why are you still polite?
Besides, I won't be able to use the Tang blade, this weapon is best suited for you.
Qin Yun did not take it and sent the Tang sword back again with his backhand. The two went back and forth making everyone look numb.
Come on, that's a legendary weapon, not a cabbage.
If I were to give this to you, I'd lose if I didn't hug and give myself to you, not to mention push and shove. However, Lai Qingyue was not a pretentious woman, and after holding the Tang sword for a stiff moment, she fiercely hugged into Qin Yun's arms.
Thank you, Qin Yun.
Fragrant and soft in his arms, Qin Yun was at a loss for words for a moment, his hands didn't know where to put them, so he could only gently pat Lai Qingyue's back. Legendary weapons, the number of which does not exceed 100 in the whole world, are all controlled by powerful people.
Like Lai Qingyue's father, the lance in his hand was legendary grade.
But his weapons, which he had killed little by his war service, were given to him by the state only after he became a general. Even such a big power as the Kong family did their best to prepare an epic weapon for Kong Yuanlong, it still shocked his peers.
So a legendary grade weapon was enough to make everyone's eyes water. Many people's eyes were fixed on Lai Qingyue, secretly calculating. Now that the East Sea has been invaded by the behemoth, the leaders are on the front lines and will be no longer a threat as long as the soldiers escorting them are finished. Genius and earthly treasures are available to those who are destined to have them. The margins that are snatched are also margins. Boom! There was a popping sound in the air, and a tall, thin silhouette descended from the sky. He held a lance, his armor stained with blood, and on his knife-like face was a stoicism that could be seen at a glance. The god of Wushu, Lai Weiguo. Uncle Lai.
Shinin opened her mouth and shouted, and Lai Qingyue immediately drew back, her small face flushed as she stood aside. She kept her head down, not even daring to look up at her father.
Being a daughter is more or less embarrassing.
Aha! Lai Weiguo nodded his head at Qin Yun, then looked around and spoke out. Elder Chen and Elder Fong are fighting the war on the front lines, and I am now in full charge of the East Sea trial. I declare that the 235th East Sea trial ends at this moment.
Everyone, leave the East Sea coast immediately, it will be taken over by the army. General Lai. We can fight too.
A stubborn voice came out from the corner, and then drew a chorus of voices.
Yes, General Li. You're all fighting on the front lines, how can we leave?
My dream in this life is to defend my family and my country, General Lai, I want to go to the front.
Let us go, General Lai.
The teenagers stood on the beach, heads held high, their voices full of anticipation. They are all geniuses from various regions.
But genius means more responsibility. How could they back down when the soldiers were fighting for their lives one by one for the beast tide? Gentlemen. I understand how everyone feels. But everyone has different tasks at different times. You are still unpolished diamonds in the rough, how much value can you bring to bear by fighting at this time? When in the future, one by one, you are as old as I am, with your feet on giant waves and your hands on giant dragons, Wuxia will be guarded by you. I'm waiting to see everyone in the future. Lai Weiquo's voice resonates and inspires the newcomers of this generation. The soldiers were quick to step forward as well, escorting them away. You kid really surprises me every time. This legendary grade weapon can actually be scavenged. Lai Weiquo walked over to Qin Yun and patted his shoulder encouragingly. Weapon, I thank you for Qin Yu. In the future, if there is anything you need to call Uncle Lai, we are family. Aha! Qin Yun smiled and nodded. It's a pity, there was a sudden beast tide on this side of the East Sea. Elder Fong went to the front line. He's been chanting about you for a long time, wanting to take you as his disciple. It seems like there's no chance this time. Uncle Lai, can the front line hold up? There's nothing wrong, another dragon has come, but our reinforcements are on their way. Basically all the strongest people who are available are leaning this way. When they come, all 3 dragons will have to stay. Aha! Then Xiao Yun, you go back to Gu City first, Old Li's side is still waiting for you to report. Good. Qin Yun nodded his head and followed the soldiers away from the coast. Like Xinyue didn't go back to Gu City and followed Lai Weiwei to stay in Donghai. Taku City. Grandpa Lu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? That cardinal has been uncovered, you stay, and help them ah. Lu Yunxi beamed with a small mouth, a backpack on her shoulder and a duck tongue cap, a very sunny outfit. Big brother's 80th birthday is about to begin, miss, we can't delay the hour. This young man, Lu Ying, is stronger than I was back then, there's nothing wrong with leaving it to him to pursue, so let's go back first. The old man stood hunched over the girl, his face all wrinkled with favor. Yao! Gotta have something nice for Grandpa. Soon, the two left Gu City and headed to the imperial capital. Guqing border. Swish. Lush bushes were knocked off their branches, and a figure burst out of the bushes and fell to the ground, gasping for air. He wore a black robe, his face was hideously tattooed, and his entire left arm looked like it had been sliced off in a single stroke, constantly gushing blood. The shadows of the bushes suddenly began to tremble, coalescing upward as if they were ink, and eventually converging into a human form. He didn't say anything, just flicked his right index finger from high to low. Sizzle! For shadows surged up from the ground, blocking off the remaining 3 limbs first and then against the man's throat. I ask, you answer. A limb will be severed as punishment for making a false statement. What are you guys looking for in Gu City? Chapter 35, The Storm is Coming. Taku City. Interrogation room. Still not talking? Li Zhanshan looked serious, his eyes sweeping ahead. The man on the opposite side had his limbs bound in chains, his head hung low, and he was covered in wounds, no longer in human form. Nothing. Well, I'll ask. Li Zhanshan pushed open the cell door and came to the man. Lu Hu, the white-robed vice-bishop of the Beast God sect, has organized the destruction of 3 cities, resulting in thousands of casualties. The Goose City's newcomer trial is your mess. Li Zhanshan, expressionless, lifted the leather boots on his feet and stepped on Lu Hu's wounds, rubbing them continuously. Roar! The severe pain penetrated his brain marrow, Lu Hu let out an inhuman-like roar, and his entire body tensed up due to the severe pain. Trying to kill the children of Goose City, the beast god cult really has a lot of guts. There was nothing in Li Zhanshan's heart that favored prisoners as a murderer, he was quite cold-blooded in front of his enemies. Ha! Lu Hu forced himself to endure the pain and let out a creepy laugh. The force on Li's foot increased. Ah! The pain that carried out the spirit of heaven caused Lu Hu to nearly faint, but he still revealed a miserable smile, his eyes staring straight at Li Zhanshan. The corners of his mouth twitched and he made a tiny, inaudible sound. Li Supplied bent down and leaned in close to his mouth. Li Zhanshan's complexion suddenly clouded over. Guqing, Pine Fragrance House, top floor. Old Wang. Your student is really competitive. To actually be able to take a spot in the East Sea trials. Not just places, but I think more or less a place. Right. The brothers all looked away and almost buried this genius. Without further ado, I will first punish myself with 3 cups to make amends to Old King. Brothers all have to have 3 drinks. I'll follow. At the dinner table, Wang Lidong was full of smiles and raised his cup to toast with the crowd. Xinyan's outstanding performance had brought Wang Lidong into the limelight, not only elevating the school's status, but also allowing him to rise another level and become the leader of these principals. Old Wang, this Qin kid will be back soon too,
I'm going to invite him to give a speech at the school. Let's wait until our Gu City mock exams are over, and then I'll have him come and give everyone a boost before the national college entrance exams. Ha, this is good, it's a deal. During the East Sea trials, the city of Gu was also organizing mock exams for ordinary students to make it easier to cope with the subsequent national college entrance exams. Right now they are copying the exams, and since it's not too difficult, the principals aren't guarding it. After 3 rounds of wine, Wang Lidong, who was facing the window, rubbed his eyes and was a bit strange. Guqing was a border city of China, and they were on the highest floor of the Pine Fragrance building, so they could see across the fence to the wilderness outside. The fence is heavily guarded, so it's reasonable to assume that there won't be any accidents. But today, for some reason, a large thick fog appeared outside the fence, blocking almost all sight. That way? Are you okay? Wang Lidong put down the wine glass and mobilized his energy to digest his own alcohol, forcing his brain to wake up. Bang! He stumbled and knocked over his chair. Several principals looked at Wang Lidong. In the next second, they simultaneously sobered up. They had never seen such a look of terror on the gentle old man. Mom, what are you cooking tonight? Braised pork ribs, cassoulet prawns, and your favorite, fried chicken thighs. Your brother's exams are over tonight, so let's make something delicious. In the street, a middle-aged woman was carrying a grocery bag in one hand and holding a 7 or 8-year-old child in the other. She had just gotten her kids and was going to go home to cook dinner and treat her oldest son for his exams. The family lived under the city walls, and the husband worked hard at the iron smelting works, earning barely enough for all 4. Luckily, the prices under the walls were low enough that even they could afford it. The woman lifted her head and looked up at the towering walls. The wall was 3,000 meters high, built with reinforced concrete on the inside and layers of 1 meter thick steel plates nailed to the outside, enough to withstand most of the behemoth's attacks. On top of that, there were even formation professions setting up formations on the city walls for defense against energy attacks. On the city walls, 100 meters a post, 24 hours non-stop rotation, always keep a close eye on the peripheral movements. And under the city wall, there were stationed Gucheng troops, numbering up to 20,000, which would be immediately put into battle in case of any unforeseen circumstances. The woman hummed a song and took the child's hand in a rocking motion. She had lived here for more than 20 years, and although she had seen a few battles, they were not intense enough to affect their residents. And since 20,000 people from the force live along the coast, all kinds of facilities are fully equipped, making it easy for her to buy all kinds of things without having to travel far for work. It's a very comfortable place to live. Just watch the child grow up. The future will definitely be better. Bang! There was a crunch and the boy looked up curiously. Thick blood flowed slowly down his arm. Xiao Zhao is a new recruit, and today is the first anniversary of his enlistment. It was the first time he had been on the walls, and he stood at the post full of wonder. He had never seen the outside world, only knew that beyond the walls were endless wilderness and countless giant beasts. And no one has ever been able to come back from rushing out of the walls and disappearing. The wind, whistling. He wrapped his shirt around him, the wind blowing over 300 meters high was raw. Luckily, the whistler has a heater that provides a bit of warmth. Next to the heater is a walkie-talkie to contact your superiors as soon as you notice movement. And right in the center, a bright red button. Just by holding it down, it means there is a catastrophe of breaking down the wall and destroying the city. Alarms will be sounded throughout the city of Gu, emergency shelters will be opened, and everyone will be evacuated as much as possible. And they, the soldiers, will be the first to rush to the battlefield to buy time for the evacuation of the personnel. Xiao Lu had no talent, he had only awakened a B-rank occupation and his level was only 30 so far. But soldiers don't discriminate between the strong and the weak, they will always be on the front line, building a barrier for those in the rear. Xiao Lu squinted his eyes as he felt the wall darken a bit with an extra layer of hazy fog. Soon, the layer of fog thickened, as if thick black clouds were pressing down on the city walls. Unsure, he called up the squad leader on his walkie-talkie. Normal, wilderness weather is ever changing, I've seen it rain thunderstorms, a fog is no problem. The squad leader spoke back. But he was also a little unsure and added a few more words. Have Wang probe with a thermal imager. Hearing the squad leader's words, Xiao Lu stopped worrying and stood quietly at his post. 5 minutes to go and he's changing the guard. The gray mist slowly lowered outside the walls, as if the clouds had fallen to earth. 3 minutes to go. Xiao Lu poked his head out a bit curiously and looked at Xiao Wang next door. Why hasn't he sent back news yet? He stood on tiptoe, his eyes raised so high.
Little King stood there quietly, like a statue. Aha! Is he asleep on his feet? Xiao Lu intends to remind Wang after the change of guard. He looked to Wolf on the other side again. That one's a veteran, and although he looks like a vicious wolf, he's good at heart. Brother Wolf didn't move either, his eyes stared straight out. No matter how much Xiao Lu made his eyes, he didn't look this way for a second, he didn't even blink his eyelids. Xiao Lu withdrew his head, lowered it, and looked at his watch. 1 minute to go. Are you blind? Xiao Lu's newly raised head lowered again. His pupils suddenly contracted. A palm-sized bee lay on its chest with its tail pin inserted into its heart. Xiao Lu only felt that his head felt like it was being hammered by a sledgehammer, the sky was spinning, and he couldn't control his body at all. His profession was a bee venom practitioner, and he had an innate resistance to bee venom, otherwise he would be dead by now. But even so, he remained on his knees, teeth biting his lip as he moved his body. He had never been a fan of bugs. But today he squirmed like a worm. A sight in the gray mist noticed the squirming human. It seemed to sigh and then leapt up. A dragon's tail, flung at the post. Lu Qingshan's hand pressed down on top of the bright red. Bang! The post shattered, and the wall was broken through a tiny gap, but huge pieces of debris leapt out. One lady couldn't dodge and was penciled in by the debris. Blood sprayed on the child. Alarms, boom. 372 years of the Chinese calendar. The city is broken. Chapter 36, The Devil Child descends. Guqing border. Or not. Lu Ying's face did not change, a dark shadow sliced down, and the arm of the man in front of him flew away in response. Ha. At this point the man had only one right leg left. But he was still laughing, a hideous laugh. Lu Ying, right. I really didn't expect that there are still such characters in China. What an underestimation. He spat out a mouthful of blood in a sympathetic manner. Don't bull, talk and give you pain. Lu Ying's voice was cold, as if it was a machine with no emotional fluctuations. Well then, I say. The man smiled, the corners of his mouth moving, but no sound came out. Lu Ying bent down, his ear pressed to his mouth. Wei. The man's tiny voice reached his ears. Die together. Boom. The man gathered all the abilities in his body and exploded. The terrifying power obliterated all living things in the surrounding area of nearly 100 meters, even the ground blasted out a deep pit that was hard to fill. He's dead. A dark shadow of a very pale color swam out from the center and transformed into a bloody figure. The small half of Lu Ying's left side of his body all but disappeared, with only 2/3 of his entire body remaining. His face was like gold paper, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he could only manage to stand by holding onto the trees. Boom! There was a loud noise coming from the walls of Gu City. Lu Ying frowned and forced his movements to head to the city walls. But before he could take a few steps, his body fell to the ground with no more control and he fell into a deep coma. They? Coming. Lu Hu's words caused Li Zhuan's heart to tremble. Guqing's warning rang out frantically in the next instant. The long knife is sheathed. Without hesitation, Li Zhanshan chopped through the ceiling and instantly soared into the sky. His eyes flashed with a hint of despair. The gray fog outside the wall dispersed and was replaced by an endless array of giants. The Ember Mist Shadow Dragon's Ember Mist confuses all sight. It also drove a swarm of mimic bees to infiltrate the upper perimeter of the walls, killing all sentries in one instant. If Lu Qingshan didn't come with virus resistance, it wouldn't even have to make up for that tail. And it wasn't the only dragon that came. Hell's Devil Dragon. Spirit Bone Dragon. Obscene Corpse Dragon. The 4 Dragon Kings, gathered in Gu City. Break the wall. With a dragon's roar, all the behemoths launched a charge. Beast Tide. Since its inception, Gu City had never seen such a huge beast tide. Request backup immediately. All of the defending troops mount the walls and block the speed of the breakthrough as much as possible. The logistics team quickly opened the shelter and organized everyone to take refuge. Everyone else, follow me and retreat from the enemy. After Li Zhan issued the order, he crossed his long sword and charged forward like a leader. Mock examination service. Stop the exams. Pass out all students. Classroom teachers lead the evacuation to shelters. These children are the future of my Gu City. You must protect them for me even with your lives. Whichever one is missing, I will pursue it to the end. Wang Lidong rushed into the mock exam venue and quickly issued orders. All the major principals also came and ordered their teachers to follow Wang Lidong's orders to the fullest extent. Their eyes were bloodshot and their faces were so heavy they could wring water out of them. This time the situation is extremely serious and they have very little time left. Even in the best case scenario, the most Gu City could leave behind was the life of the shelter. No way. Can't. Too slow, too slow. Wang Lidong's voice was hoarse as he roared and urged over and over again. But there were so many people that even the most disciplined could not evacuate them all in a short time. Boom! The aura erupted blatantly. Since becoming a teacher, Wang Lidong had almost forgotten when he had last moved his occupation. He hates fighting. He feels that peace and harmony is what makes for a good education. But at the moment, he's doing it for his education, for his students. Wang Lidong opened the career. S rank, LV 67 Dragon Knight. Bang! Dragon wings unfolded from behind, and Wang Lidong's figure rose up from the ground. Old King! What are you doing? The principal on the sidelines hastened to discourage it. Go to battle and kill the enemy. You're the principal now, and you're organizing the evacuation of the students. They can't retreat until I buy time. I'm needed more at the front. Wang Lidong's eyes swept underneath him. It is the students who are guarded as teachers. Today, guard my Gu City and protect my students. For those who wish to follow me on my journey, I, Wang Lidong, will stand in for the students of Gu City. Bye! Boom boom boom! Nearly 100 auras erupted out at the same time, and the teacher professions with combat abilities opened up and rose into the air as much as they could. Including a couple of older principals who had just been drinking. Forefathers, they should kill a bloody path for their descendants. Just to, well, keep a hope. The same scene erupted from all parts of Gu City, and those who still had the ability to fight opened their professions to support the front line. It's... Qin Yun had only been home for 10 minutes and hadn't even rested yet when a piercing alarm sounded in his ears. This kind of sound, which he had only read about in textbooks, said that it would only ring out in the event of a city's destruction. Student Qin! Retreat with me immediately! The staff of the city lord's mansion rushed out and pulled Qin Yun into a special vehicle. Outside, there was a roar and hiss, and from time to time, debris flew and smashed the houses. Beast Tide, currently observed to be led by the 4 Dragon Kings. Support has been requested, but all of the strongest people are in the East Sea, and it will take at least half a day to arrive. The city lord has led his troops to meet the battle, buying as much time as possible. Mr. Qin, when we get you to the shelter, you'll listen to the staff and wait for Chinese support to arrive. The woman spoke quickly, explaining everything as best she could. That's... Qin Yun saw several familiar figures. Much like a school teacher. Shouldn't they be organizing an evacuation? Why do you feel like you're on the front lines? The people of the city of Gu, who spontaneously went to the front. They're buying time for your retreat. Student Qin, there are 2 minutes left to reach the shelter. Remember to do as you're told, you children are the last hope of the city of Gu. Good luck with your future, fame. The woman let out a deep breath and flashed a smile. You. 56th level Rose Assassin. I will go to war with the city lord. Even though, die there. Fizzle. The car braked hard. The woman kicked open the car door, and with a few shifts in her form, she had disappeared into thin air. Her mission was to escort Qin Yun to the shelter. Li Supper, by default, was the one who got her into the shelter. She was young and had a better future ahead of her, this was not the time for her to fight for her life. But, she still chose to fight. Qin Yun stepped out of the car. The shelter in front of us was open, and people were jamming the doorway, pouring in as fast as they could. Student Qin, come this way. Shelter staff picked him up and guided the way. Qin Yun took a step. There was an unspeakable emotion clogging up his heart. He wants to fight. But they won't let him fight. It wasn't his time to strike now, he needed more time to grow. But, everyone is fighting for their lives. Everyone is dying for the hope of Gu City. Can you, yourself, really only watch? It's as if, once upon a time, Neza watched the waves of the Chuntang Pass. Qin Yun turned around, and the 4 Dragon Kings had already climbed up the city wall. They looked arrogant, viewing the humans in front of them as if they were ants. It's so annoying. I really hate that look. It was as if, once upon a time, the 4 Dragon Kings viewed the people of Chentang Pass. Suddenly, Qin Yun froze. Once, Neza killed the 3rd prince of the Dragon King, and the Dragon King of the East China Sea flooded the Chentang Pass with the 3 Dragon Kings. Now, having killed the young son of the Demon Dragon himself, the Hell Demon Dragon invaded Gu City with the 3 Dragon Kings. Gucheng. Alias for Tianjin Wei. And Tianjin Wei, where Neza was born. At one time, this was the Chentang Pass. Ding. Detected Neza's Yuan Shen rioting. Taking over the host's consciousness. Ding. The playwright's power is lost, and Neza has full control of the body. Ding. Trap the will, full on. Flames that rose to the sky. Blood spattered the sky and the stars trembled, picking out bones and cutting flesh and laughing at the pale yellow. All the 3 worlds say that demons are strong, but I use my blood to quell the waves of anger. The Devil's Child, descending. Chapter 37, Li Chuan, the Blade Runner, chopping the dragon today. Mr. Qin, you. The shelter's staff watched Qin Yun unleash his ability with surprise in his beautiful eyes. The shelter was a limited one, and Qin Yun was the one who had been given a spot by his superiors, a proper connection to be the first to enter the shelter. But what is he up to? Going to fight the behemoth? That's a tidal wave of beasts. The beast tide led by the 4 Dragon Kings. He's not going to get himself killed. Suddenly, the staff felt a chill, as if they had entered the winter from March. Just because, a pair of eyes swept over her. It was hard for her to describe the eyes. Anger? Lonely? Or murderous? It contained so much that it was like 1,000 robbers' ashes collapsing in the depths of the pupil, ultimately leaving only a touch of sadness. Qin Yun looked around, his face expressionless. Or rather, he was already Neza. Neza's Yuanshan awoke and took control of his body, descending monstrous divine power, already 80% as strong as he was back then. Of course, this descent will damage Neza's Yuanshan, so I'm afraid I'll have to nurse him for at least a year. During this time, Neza was unable to awaken to battle with the descent of the Dharma. But he doesn't care. Here, where he died. Here, under the watchful eyes of the 4 Dragon Kings, he took bone and returned it to his father, cut flesh and returned it to his mother, and his blood and flesh fell in a foreign land. Today, there are 4 more Dragon Kings, breaking into the city and slaughtering it, wanting to destroy the place where he was born and raised. It was time, then, for him to accomplish what he had once failed to do. For example, slaughtering these 4 dragons. Neza raised his right hand and his fire-tipped spear roared out, the red-gold flames almost burning through the sky. The 2 golden wheels that came out with them went down with the wind, calling out the wind and burning the fire, and the wind and fire wheels turned. Wind and fire wheel. Flames rushed to the sky, and Neza's body suddenly disappeared in the pillar of fire. Boom! A loud noise ran through the entire city wall. A rift 100 meters high arose once again. Under the constant charge of the beast tide, the city walls had been extensively damaged. If we still can't stop the tide of beasts, the walls won't last 5 minutes. And support from the nearest city would take half an hour. Not to mention the mobilization of those top powerhouses. The guards of the city of Gu are about to be broken. Li Zhuan slashed the corpse dragon down with a knife and hurriedly swept the surrounding area, his eyes gradually resolved. Notify all combatants to prepare for deadly combat. In 3 minutes, open the gates and put in the beast wave. Give me the beast tide, block the city gates. Yes. The military order spread quickly, and the defenders on the city walls came to the ground to guard the 4 sides of the city gate. They knew in their hearts that as long as the city gates were open, the beast tide would be unhindered again, trampling everything in its path. But the walls couldn't hold up any longer, and if they were hit any longer it would collapse completely. It can't collapse. It can't collapse even if they're all dead. As long as the walls hadn't fallen, there was still a chance that the city of Gu could be recaptured. They want to leave that hope to future generations. Even if, today, he is going to die. Brothers. Afraid. Kang Yongbio, the chief staff officer of the Gucheng garrison, stood in front of the main gate. He had a cigar in his mouth, a tiger's back, and his broad-topped face was crawling with scars. He exhaled a puff of smoke and grinned. I'm not afraid to laugh at my brothers, I'm afraid. I'm scared to death. My daughter bought these cigars, and I didn't even give them to my aunt when he came. But after I got the order, I ordered it up.
This stuff smells good. I've never smoked anything this good in my life. I'd love to smoke more. So I'm scared to death. I'm scared I'll never smoke another one this good. I'm scared I'll never see my daughter again. But brothers, even we are afraid. Aren't the people behind us afraid? They're afraid too, and they should be much more afraid than we are. But here they come. The people we protect, the people behind us. Even they have come to the battlefield. And who are we to say we're afraid? Zhang Longbiao took a big gulp of air, then drew the chopper sword behind him and raised his arms. Brothers, today, defend the city gates to the death. Even if the last one is left, I'll let that group step over your corpse. Better dead than retired. Kang Yuanlong's roar caused all the warriors to raise their heads, and they all slammed their right fists against the armor on their chests, making a deafening knocking sound, followed by a mountainous cry. Better dead than retired. This fight, perhaps, will die. But what it guards is the light of 10,000 homes. It is a seed of hope in Gucheng. Boom! The 100-meter-high gate shuddered for a moment, and then began to slowly rotate. Zhang Longbiao stood right in front of the gate, his hands gripping his large sword, determination in his eyes. Officers of the Wasia should lead by example. Everyone! Prepare for battle. Yes! Tens of thousands of auras erupted as all the defenders turned on their professions and tuned themselves to their best condition. The gate is still turning. Zhang Longbiao gasped for air, his tiger's eyes staring at the slit on display. Rumble. Footsteps, boom. Hundreds of figures of giant beasts came charging across the city gates. At the corner of his mouth, a small smile lifted. Come on. Kill. Kill. The battle to defend the city was fought at the climax. Human, hand over the murderer, kneel down and surrender, and I can take you as a beast slave and spare your life. The hell demon dragon stopped on the city wall, its huge dragon eyes staring at the man in front of it. Making thee kneel? That's pretty ballsy. Li Juan stood in midair, gently wiping the large sword in his hand. The knife, not the one he usually used, was already speckled with rust. He mobilized his energy and carefully polished it. The strong have to humiliate the weak, that's the rule of this world. You humans, small as you are, our creatures just don't want to waste time, otherwise we would have exterminated your species long ago. The hell demon dragon was in no hurry. The troops it brought this time were crushingly powerful, and with the rest of the region holding back the Chinese powerhouses, it would only be a matter of time before Chigu City was occupied. Yeah. Li Zhanshur was still wiping the knife, the rust on it had already faded most of the way, revealing the cold glint of the blade. In this age, the human race is as small as dust and can only build high walls to win square inches. But, in this day and age, there are always people who are brilliant as stars. One day, he will lead the human race and expel you people. Not a single one. Clank. With a shake of Li Zhan's right hand, the rust flakes off the large sword, leaving it pure cold white. Arrogant. The demonic dragon hissed, infinite rage flowing from its eyes. Its wings unfolded and its 4 feet were in the air, and its terrifying might caused the tide of beasts to temporarily stop, kowtowing and kneeling. LV-91, Hell's Demon Dragon. Li Zhanshan stared up at the demonic dragon and sighed hopelessly. He was still too weak to fight 4 dragons by himself. You can only pester the strongest one. As long as it was slaughtered, the behemoths would be leaderless, and perhaps Gu City would have a chance of survival. But at their level, each level of advancement was like a heavenly gully, and they were living 3 levels apart. Li Juan held his sword in his right hand and raised his eyes, which only had the purest battle intent. Level LV-88, Blade Runner Li Juan. Today. Chopper. Chapter 38 The Battle to the Death. Boom. A giant dragon's residual shadow slashed into the group of giant beasts along with the blade chi, splitting a few of the giant beasts directly in front of them into pieces. The direction of the blade energy came from an old man with gray hair. He was panting and leaning on his long sword, half kneeling on the ground, his armor shattered, a bull's horn running through his chest, and blood was gurgling out through the wound. Principal of Gu City, Wang Lidong. He was so badly injured that he was barely able to fight again. Old King. Move back. You can't top that. A principal blocked in front of Wang Lidong and blasted away the giant beast that was killing again with a single punch. Several teachers immediately stepped forward and helped Wang Lidong up, pulling him toward the back. But before they could take a few steps, they had to stop walking. A blood-stained hand reached out. The hand was wrinkled and rough, and should have been completely powerless, but at the moment it was like a steel vice, firmly gripping their arm. That's Wang Lidong's hand. He grabbed the crowd by the arm and stopped the retreat hard. Let go of me. Headmaster. I said, untie me. Don't even listen to me. Wang Lidong's strong attitude made a few teachers reluctantly loosen their arms. Without the support of a few people, his body immediately struggled to balance due to the overdraft, and after staggering a few times he could only lean on his long sword, which stabilized his body. Headmaster. We can hold our own, so back off. Yes, you're too badly wounded to be treated in the rear at the very least. Several teachers blocked in front of Wang Lidong, their voices anxious and urgent. Wang Lidong lifted his head sluggishly, and there was already a pool of blood in front of him, with the corpses of the giant beasts sprawled on the ground. And in front of them was a human wall built by warrior after warrior. There were so many dead that there was not even time to go and collect the bodies before they were trampled alive under the next wave of the charge. The medical forces are even more overcrowded, and the physicians are trying to save everyone they can, despite the loss of energy and the overdraft of their lives. Wang Lidong's waist gradually straightened up, his right hand gripped the long sword while his left hand grasped the bull's horn in front of his chest. Headmaster. No. No. Hiss. The bull's horn sliced through the flesh and blood and broken meat gushed out. The long knife in Wang Lidong's hand flared up with flames and was pasted onto the wound in the crowd's horrified gazes. The veins on his forehead rippled, and the unbearable pain made his expression hideous, but he forced himself to hold back a single word. The long knife fell, and the wound on his chest had been scalded into a scar. He stopped the bleeding in the most brutal way possible. I'm fine. Wang Lidong's voice was hoarse as he raised his hand to stop the crowd that was about to come forward to assist him. The intense pain shuddered his every step, but he reached out and pulled a badge from deep within his pocket, pressing it to the wound despite the pain. Flesh and blood wrapped around the insignia, and in the blood were the two flashing gold stars. 30 years ago, I made second-class honors at the border. Today, nor shall this honor be tainted. I'm not just a principal, I'm a soldier. Soldiers, they die on the battlefield. The knight's silhouette emerged from behind the old man, its armor shattered, its shape broken, its bones exposed in many places, like a carcass that had been half-gorged on by wild beasts and then thrown away. But even so, it bent down and raised the long knife in the old man's hand. Career opening. Wang Lidong, killed back into the fray. Headmaster. His grandmother's behemoth. I'll fight you all. Put up a fight. Even if I die, I'll protect the principal. The already exhausted teachers once again had bloodshot eyes, forcing their energies and rushing to the battlefield despite the fact that they had cut off the room for future progress in their careers. Behemoths, still endless. Human? Is that all you've got? The devil dragon spewed out bearish dragon flames, dissolving each and every one of Li Zhuan's incoming sword chi. It was a 91-level powerhouse, and even martial god Lai Weiguo could equal it. It appeared to be much more comfortable in the face of Li Zhanshan. Li Zhanshan didn't say anything, but only frowned more tightly. People were dying at the city gates every moment, but the support from Gu City was nowhere in sight, and the gates would really break if they continued to wear down like this. Especially now that the three Dragon Kings hadn't made their move yet. Once they did, the fragile defense line at the city gate wouldn't be able to support them for long. The demonic dragon could afford to consume it, but he couldn't wait. What a shame. Li Zhanshan took the sword back and caressed the blade, his eyes fluctuating, full of regret and reluctance. This knife, a woman gave it to him. She learned for 2 months in the searingly grueling blacksmith store, handcrafted this long knife, and joyfully held it out to him, saying that he must be the world's #1 swordsman. He liked it so much that he carried the long knife on his person every day after that. But a month later, the woman died in front of his eyes. She was ripped open and gutted by a hyena, and even his speed didn't save her. At the woman's grave, he knelt and swore. He's going to kill them all. After that, Li Zhuan became a killing machine, showing no mercy every time he faced the giant beast, even if it came at a terrible cost to completely obliterate it. And that knife, he hadn't used it again. This sword was too ordinary, not even mortal iron grade, and could not withstand the energy released by Li Zhuan now. He couldn't let it break or throw it away, and even though it was rusted, it was still treasured by Li Zhanshan. Today, he took it out. He polished it clean and restored it to its former chill. Li Zhuan ripped off the shirt around his waist, tore it into shreds, and bound the hilt to his right hand. The hilt will break, the blade will crumble, and the man will die. Well, let's die together.
Boom! A terrifying pressure rose up to the sky. The demonic dragon only felt that the human in front of him had evolved once again, and his heart was even flooded with fear. No way! He's not even at level 90 yet. How is it possible to be so powerful? Behind Li Zhanshan, the shadow of the swordsman slowly rose. His breath was sharp, his back was straight, and there was nothing but determination in his eyes. And the great knife in his hand, gouged into his chest. SS rank swordsman, talent, life to the death. A near-death condition for the most exorbitant battle. Magic dragon. Li Zhuan roared. The energy in his body had spiked to a realm on the verge of shattering, and if he didn't release it he would blow up. Lead the dead. The long knife chopped out. The demonic dragon was startled, its wings spread out to protect in front of its body, and the ghostly purple energy immediately spread on it, forming an impenetrable defense. But, nothing in the world is ever indestructible. Knife drop. Boom. Blood spurts out. The demonic dragon's defense was broken by the sharp edge, and its protective right wing was sliced off by a third, falling from the sky. Humans! The demonic dragon howled in agony, and its anger increased. But the enemy in front of him disappeared. The next moment, the long knife forced its way to the front. The devil dragon hurriedly defended itself and was slashed down into the sky by another one, landing heavily on the city wall. Do it at once. Flatten this place. Roars of fury came out from the city walls as the demonic dragon's body rushed out of the ruins, no longer retaining its power, and battled with Li Zhuan. And behind it, the three great dragon kings stepped into the battlefield. Chapter 39. One man against four dragons. How dare you! Li Zhan split the demonic dragon, and the long sword suddenly stretched out and stood upright between heaven and earth, as if it was going to split the entire world in two. The knife fell on the 9 springs. The bone dragon was the first to meet the blade, its entire body's bones and knuckles loomed up, and a wave of death chi gushed out, transforming into a deathly shadow in the air, holding a scythe and facing the long blade squarely. But the death scythe couldn't block the blade at all, and even the body was instantly split in half, landing on the bone dragon's body in the blink of an eye. The spirit bone dragon, as legend has it, is made from the bones of the dragon god, and its bones are far harder than steel. In the previous day's exchanges, even Elder Fawn could only blast him away and not break his torso. The level of defense was terrifying. The long blade cuts to the bone. Click. The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded, and the bones that had not been broken by Fong Lao were actually cut to pieces hard by the long knife. Bone dragon, split in two. The demonic dragon in the sky stared at it with wide eyes, full of anger that it forced down, and froze, not daring to take the initiative to attack Li Zhanshan. Spirit bone dragon's defense they can all know by heart, now being cut in half by a knife, no matter whose heart has to be terrified. And the long blade, still falling. Beneath it, a gray fog spreads out. The figure of the Ember Mist Shadow Dragon tumbled through the gray mist, and countless black shadow lines were released from its circumference, shooting at the long sword without any dead ends. That shadow line was its natural skill. Not only could it perform physical control, it could even control energy attacks. But the blade was so sharp that the line of shadow was instantly cut off just as it approached, and there was no chance of controlling it at all. How could the shadow dragon dare to stop any longer? Its body immediately leapt up from the gray mist, trying to avoid Li Zhuan's attack. However, Li Zhanshan's killing aura had already locked onto them, and no matter how much they dodged, the long knives still descended. Click. At the cost of half a tail, the shadow dragon hid in the black mist once more, ending the lock on the killing aura. Then the filthy corpse dragon underneath it wasn't so lucky. It had always moved slowly, and its dragon wings weren't even spread out, so it could only resist this attack hard. A deep wound erupted out of the back of the necromantic dragon, eliciting a frantic roar that sent the entire dragon into a frenzy. The blow, finally, stopped. Li Zhanshan looked at the long knife in his hand, which had shattered under the violent energy supply. But over a long period of care, each piece of the blade is saturated with Li's counter-insurgency energy and has become a part of him that he can regulate. The shattered blades gathered at the hilt to put together a long blade, which could collapse at any moment, but the sharpness was still there. One man blocking 4 dragons. Li Zhan made a sacrifice of his life to stop the 4 dragons from attacking. Click, click, click. The bone dragon's severed body rose out of nowhere, black-brown energies sticking to each other from the breaks and then colliding together. Roar! Immortality! Spirit bone dragon! The bone dragon's face was twisted, and even without its 5 senses you could tell it was extraordinarily angry.
Although it was an immortal body, every time it was reborn, it had to consume energy and endure a lot of pain, and the location of the cracked bone was even more unrecoverable, and would become a fatal weakness in the future. Small humans who could hurt themselves. Really, damn it. The bone dragons rushed up to the sky, and the ghostly aura of demons and ghosts rose up and covered Li Juan, taking the lead in the attack. The shadow dragon followed closely behind, swimming in the air to swipe at the formation, and once it found a break, it would immediately launch a fatal strike. The devil dragon even swooped down, together with the two dragon kings, in a three-sided encirclement, not giving Li supporter to leave a little way back. And the corpse dragons aimed at the guarding officers and soldiers. They are going to leave Li counterinsurgency unsupported and in the most desperate state of mind to receive the most devastating blow. The necromantic dragon roared as the swampy poisonous gas spread across its body, charging into the battlefield like a train. Can't be stopped. Couldn't stop it at all. Not to mention the officers and soldiers guarding the city, even the behemoths standing in front of it were instantly melted by the poisonous gas before being stomped into a puddle of flesh by it. What to do? It'll be a broken formation. Don't you dare. With a snarl, the figure of a tiger-backed strong man blocked the front. He was drenched in blood, and a hideous scar had been slashed open on his chest, but his entire aura did not diminish, and instead, his bloodlust was even greater. The general staff of the Guqing garrison, Kong Yongpyo. Here, apart from Li Zhanshi, he has the biggest official position. The profession descends and the aura rises. Zhang Longbiao held a chopping horse saber and slashed down. The blade chi transformed into a fierce tiger and roared, ruthlessly slamming into the corpse dragon's body. It didn't work. He wasn't Li Juan, and his attacks couldn't even threaten a Dragon King-level enemy. Mother-er. Zhang Longbiao stuffed the cigar that had long been extinguished in his mouth into his arms. His eyes were joyless and sad, only extreme anger and determination. He didn't move, just stood in place, his body's energy attacking the chopper dagger, even at the expense of overdrawing his life. With no energy defense, it was only necessary to wait until the moment the necromantic dragon was close enough, and he would be killed by the necromantic poison. But the blade will still cut down. At the very least, it would hold off the corpse dragon for a few seconds. That's enough. Bang! A figure descended to his side. The visitor had gray hair and looked older than he was. Wang Lidong. He similarly blocked the corpse dragon. Old squad leader. What are you doing? Zhang Longbiao recognized the person and yelled. They had enlisted in the same unit, and Wang Lidong was Zhang Longbiao's squad leader, but because of a bit of talent difference, the two ended up choosing different paths. There are my students back there. The old man has to stop him. Wang Lidong did not turn back. Gray temples show that this old man is already twilight, but still determined to die. Bang bang bang. More figures descended to Zhang Longbiao's body. There were soldiers, teachers, and the general public of Gu City. They looked at each other and just concentrated their energy. In front of the corpse dragon, they were as fragile as paper. But in front of the city of Gu, their fortitude goes far beyond the walls. The city of Gu, united in death, joining forces to cut down the dragon. Kang Ryubio laughed out loud, rolling hot tears across his scarred face. He'd forgotten how long it had been since he'd cried. But today, he laughed out loud and wept. The city of Gu might break. But their performance today will be turned into a story that will be passed down through the ages, coalescing into the never-fading soul of Guqing and inspiring generations to come. This, already, is enough. Roar! The pus on the corpse dragon's body exploded, and the corpse poison around its body was even worse, turning into pus once it was contaminated. It looked scornfully at the enemies in front of it. There wasn't even a level 80 in the group that could possibly hurt it. It was going to stomp them all to a pulp and make that human up there watch the destruction of his city. With unstoppable momentum, the dump truck-like corpse dragon attacked the final line of defense. Gentlemen! Behead the dragon with me! Zhang Longbiao led the crowd in tearing their hearts out and roaring, long swords in their hands just waiting for the corpse dragon to approach. But before the corpse dragon could get close, a fire suddenly appeared in the sky. It descended as if it were a meteorite, and the searing air currents scalded people rising even 100 meters apart. Boom! The firelight went down. A long spear broke through the Qiangyu, and the fire fell. Chapter 40, The Devil's Boy Chops the Dragon. Boom! The lance accompanied the pillar of fire, penetrating heaven and earth. The intense energy was vented out, causing a terrifying explosion. The overflowing airflow alone made the crowd unsteady on their feet.
Backup is here? That's not true. Aren't all the strongest people in China unable to get away? Jian Longbiaoman was completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the current situation at all. Roar! The corpse dragon wailed in agony as the shot nailed it to the ground, not to mention resisting, it was difficult to even move. The searing flame set its body ablaze, and no matter how much it summoned necromantic poison, it could not extinguish the flames. And on top of the burning dragon, a silhouette appeared. He was tall and thin, with fiery red hair, accompanied by a red damask and gold circle. Qin Yun? What are you doing here? Dangerous child. Wang Lidong's eyes were glazed over as he looked at the visitor with disbelief. Although his hair color and appearance had changed a bit, Wang Lidong could still recognize that this was his student. Wasn't he sent to an asylum by Li Zhan? How it came to be a battlefield? A genius like him can't die here. Wang Lidong dragged his heavy body and rushed forward to take Qin Yun away from the corpse dragon. But a warm energy blocked his steps, even in front of everyone. An energy barrier separates the humans from the behemoths. On the behemoth's side, there was only Qin Yun. Clank! He pulled off the lance nailed to the corpse dragon, and with a leap of his body, he stood in front of the corpse dragon and all the giant beasts. Qin Yun! Wang Lidong still wanted to block, but Jian Longbiao pulled him back and shook his head with a solemn face. He didn't understand what was going on, but his long years of fighting had given him a clear sense of danger. In this teenager, he felt a threat even stronger than that of a giant dragon. He wasn't sure how it came about, but it definitely wasn't the scent a normal teenager should have. But in any case, he was on the side of mankind. Qin Yun did not speak or even turn around. Or rather, now he's Neza. Neza, the magic boy. Neza's Yuanshan, who had been awakened by the four Dragon Kings' attack on Gu City, was anything but good-natured. As the #1 killing god on the god seal list, he only had killing intent in his heart right now. He, who wants to crucify the four Dragon Kings in Gu City. Clank! The lance was withdrawn, and the corpse dragon once again wailed, hastily mobilizing its energy to repair its injuries. But the wound seemed to have energy blocking it, it simply couldn't heal, and it had even ignited into flames. In the blazing fire, the corpse dragon glared angrily. The 3 or 4 times it was thwarted had brought its anger to an extreme. Boom! The ground caved in, and dozens of magnificent coffins actually rose from the ground, then crumbled apart, with dozens of giant dragon corpses crawling out of them. Their bodies were rotting, their eyes were dull, and they were obviously dead beyond repair. However, under the manipulation of the filth corpse dragon's ability, it would explode into a strength even more terrifying than that of a normal giant dragon. Unless they are completely destroyed, they will be as immortal as a bone dragon. Sonny! The corpse dragon's voice rang out dully. I'll refine you into a human swine and suffer eternal agony among the corpses. At those words, Neza was silent. It was just a long spear, and his aura soared. A flash of tens of thousands of years. Whoever sees him must bend down and say, I have seen the 3 altars and the sea will be the great god. Even his father, Li Jing, didn't dare to call him a little child. As for being threatened, the last person who threatened him has had his grave grass withered tens of thousands of times. As the head murderer, he wouldn't tolerate anyone. Threaten me, then let's see if your life is hard or my gun is hard. Boom! Dozens of giant dragon corpses rushed out at the same time, crushing towards Neza in a bulldozer-like fashion. Neza grinned from the corner of his mouth as he gripped his lance tightly in his hand, and his wind and fire wheels emerged from the soles of his feet. As the wind and fire wheel turned, Neja's figure drove countless shadows, and in the next instant, he had already leapt over the head of a corpse dragon. A gun chopped down. Hiss. The fire-tipped gun was like a great sword, and it actually split the corpse dragon's body in two, and then the crimson flames scorched up, incinerating the corpse that was still struggling. As the shot ended, Neza's figure disappeared once more, and following the residual shadow left behind, his body had leapt into the sky. The lance was thrown. Boom! Searing pillars of fire accompanied the lance as it ran a corpse dragon through, before being kicked to pieces by the arriving Neja. Just as the lance landed, Neja had already followed it, pulling it up by inertia, and even before turning back, he stabbed the corpse dragon sneaking up behind him with a horseback shot. The energy at the tip of the gun exploded, and the corpse dragon's body instantly burst apart, turning into chunks of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. Come on, it's too fast. It had only been a few seconds, and he had already killed 3 gargoyles.
This was a dragon corpse summoned by the filth corpse dragon. Not only did it not lose its previous abilities, but it also had an immortal body, so it could be said that its strength was stronger than that of an ordinary giant dragon. But it was such a strong person who was still killed by a single shot. Easy dry kill. Even if City Lord Li Zhanshan came, it would be impossible for him to do so. The crowd of onlookers were all dumbfounded. They simply couldn't imagine anyone else being able to slay a giant dragon like this. Is this still human? The arrival of the most powerful people in China is just like that, isn't it? Qin Yun. Wang Lidong muttered, the shock in his heart almost beyond words. Students who had been unanimously considered by them to be cowards, losers, and trash. It was blocked from the people of Gu City. No. He stood in the way not only of the people of Gu City, but even of the soldiers who deserved to die. Such a man, a coward? It's crap? It's garbage? Wang Lidong only wanted to slap himself hard a few times. Stand back. Treat the wounded immediately. Those who can move come with me to set up defenses and prepare for battle. Once this teenager needs help, we will bring him out even if we die. Zhang Longbiao issued the order, and his eyes didn't stop following the red figure on the battlefield. The teenager was too young, and although he didn't know how he had such a powerful ability, the odds were that it wouldn't last long. But being able to use that ability is going to keep him no matter what. This is an ability that can save a city's existence. He had to get him back even if he had to die. The corpse dragon on the battlefield simply couldn't believe its eyes. It had only just put out the flames on its body, and the corpse dragon followers that it had summoned were already completely destroyed. Even to the point of being reduced to chunks of flesh and blood all over the place. Even it couldn't have gotten those bodies back on their feet. That's not possible. The corpse dragon it summoned had a defense that was no less than a normal giant dragon, and attacks below level 80 couldn't even scratch the skin. Who is the person in front of me? A flash of fear stuffed the corpse dragon's eyes. Above the blood and flesh, amidst the blazing fire, the red and gold figure stood proudly. He grinned broadly, his surging killing intent turning the entire battlefield into an inferno, and even a burning flame would feel cold inside. Neza, the devil child, kills to stop killing. With his long spear ablaze, Neza lashed out in mid-air, pointing at the corpse dragon from afar. The next moment, he is going to slaughter the head. Chapter 41, One Man Breaks 10,000 Armies. Boom! The lance shot out. The corpse dragon hurriedly dodged, not bothering to mobilize a large amount of energy to drive its heavy body. It has never been one to hide. But at the moment, it didn't dare to take it hard. It had the illusion that as long as its head iron dared to carry the lance hard, it would surely be killed through and through. Empty. The corpse dragon's body was too huge. Even if its head dodged, its hind limbs were still shot by the lance. The fire-tipped gun spewed flames like an unbreakable arrow, penetrating the corpse dragon's hind limbs and removing one of its legs hard. Roar! The corpse dragon roared, spewing out corpse chi from its mouth, transforming into a ferocious serpent in the air, opening its mouth to devour Neja in front of it. Neza did not dodge and his smile did not diminish. He raised his arm and threw a punch. The corpse chi viper was instantly destroyed, and the power of the fist wind was unabated, hitting the corpse dragon squarely in the head. Bang! As if a train rushing at the highest speed was charging, the corpse dragon's head was directly beaten and twisted, relying on the physical quality of the Dragon King to hold on. Can't fight it. Can't fight at all. The human in front of me was not normal at all. There was not only fear in the corpse dragon's eyes, but also a sense of retreat. Its only hope now was for those three Dragon Kings to quickly kill Li Zhuan and come together to surround the human in front of it. It's the only way to have a chance of winning. Got to stall. Roar. Trample this place. The corpse dragon roared towards the sky, and a palpitating aura spread out in all directions, shaking the hearts and minds of even the soldiers in the rear defense. Dragon Wick. Dragon talent skills. Berserk and drive away all behemoths. The necromancer didn't dare to go back up, it had to let the behemoths buy time. Roars and footsteps rang out frantically as tens of thousands of behemoths charged once more, the ground trembled as if it was about to be trampled, and even standing still became difficult. Previously, when facing the beast tide, it was tens of thousands of soldiers and countless strongmen who defended it to the death before they managed to block it at the city gates. And there was only one person in front of the beast tide at that moment. People will always say that 2 fists are better than 4. It seemed as if the battle was bound to be lost under siege. But when you no longer fear the number of your enemies, when you are powerful enough to crush all of them.
So, why can't one man break an army? Neza's eyes boiled with killing intent. As the god of kill, he didn't care how many people were in front of him. Just kill them all. Boom! Red gold energy exploded as Nezha blasted out with a fist wind sweeping in and obliterating the charging behemoth directly. At the same time, the Qianquan circle whistled out, unstoppable, like a meat grinder slicing the giant beast that took advantage of the opportunity to attack into two halves. Surrounding the mixed sky, damask swept the formation, swooping down. The flying behemoths were all blocked, followed by a blow into a bloody mist. The fire-tipped gun roared, flames rose up to the sky, a pistol flower was like a swimming dragon, attacking several times in a second. Each strike had the flames of the burning body bombarded out. The giant beast simply couldn't cross the thunder pool by half a step. Bang! Neza sent an iron-armored rhinoceros flying with one punch, and not only was killing intent flooding his eyes, but there was also uncontrollable excitement. His legs stepped on the ground and his body soared out, actually killing back towards the giant beasts within the group. The faces of the soldiers on the sidelines changed from worry to shock, and then from shock to excitement, and they even wanted to cheer out. Is this really humanly possible? Even if the city lord is here, it's impossible for him to kill his way into the group of giant beasts alone. Not to mention the city lord, even martial god Lai Wegwa wouldn't dare to do that. That's simply a dead end. What has happened to this kid? How could he have such terrifying battle power? Hooray, he's a man of my China. Various shouts came from behind them. Some of them shouted with excitement, some shouted encouragement, and even more shouted pain. This beast tide was caught off guard, and Gu City suffered heavy deaths and injuries to its troops trying to maintain its defenses. Can the soldiers not be excited now that someone can kill their way back to the field for revenge? Neza slaughtered, corpses and blood everywhere in front of him, as if he were a killing god coming out of purgatory, stripping away lives without mercy. The bloody aura likewise emboldened the behemoths, their berserk state lifting right off in this scene, and their consciousness even fought against the dragon's control. Why are the behemoths controlled by the dragons? Isn't it because of the fear of dragons in the bloodline? But the Neza at that moment made the behemoths fear even more. If they were to run away from the battle, perhaps the dragons would hunt them down, but not necessarily die. But if you still charge like that, it's a certain death. They are not stupid. The humans in front of them simply couldn't be crushed by sheer numbers. Ow. A moon-swallowing wolf's eyes regained their clarity and wailed towards the sky, leading the pack to leave the beast tied with their tails between their legs. As if it was the last straw that crushed the camel, many of the giant beasts in the beast tide regained their senses and howled as they led their clans to run to the rear. Neza picked off the giant bear in front of him with a shot and looked towards the gradually collapsing beasts. This bunch of garbage is still as uptight as ever. Go! Neza raised his spear and shot off, transforming into a fire dragon in the air to devour the giant beast still in front of him. The battlefield gradually quieted down. The flames burned the flesh and blood away, leaving nothing but scorched earth at the gates. The corpse dragon saw the beasts dissipate and roared madly, but its dragon might was already ineffective, and even if it made a move to block them, it couldn't stop them from retreating. The tide of beasts, receding. In the history of China, beast tides had caused the destruction of many cities. Huaxia stipulates that if you can defend for 10 minutes in front of a beast wave, you get third-class credit. 1 hour, second class. Successfully stopping a beast tide or repelling it is only a first-class merit. First-class honors normally go home with the ashes. Not to mention repelling the beast tide, even blocking it for 10 minutes would be a great feat. This is enough to see the destructive nature of the beast tide. But today, the wave of beasts led by the 4 dragon kings was repelled. It was even repelled by one. Looking back at the entire history of China, this is unparalleled. The crowd behind them had been silenced. Xinyun's battle prowess was far beyond their imagination, and being shocked, they couldn't even speak well. But the fight wasn't over. Neza retrieved his spear and pointed it at the corpse dragon from afar. The figure of the corpse dragon, on the other hand, had already disappeared from sight. Underneath it, there was only a large hole. As a dragon, it didn't even dare to fly away in front of Neza's eyes, only daring to dig a hole in the ground to escape. This loach, it's so slippery. Neza's expression did not change. He said that he would crucify the 4 dragon kings in Gu City. God has no drama. Neza's right foot was raised, followed by a fierce stomp. The fire spread in a ripple pattern, then locked onto a spot in the distance. Neza's figure instantly disappeared.
Wind and fire spun and spewed, causing him to arrive at his target location after leaving behind several silhouettes. A shot was fired. Boom! Like a missile impact, the ground crumbled. Neza flew in, holding his fire-tipped spear, and picked it upward with force. A giant dragon that was picked up hard. Obscene corpse dragon. Neza laughed openly. Lead the dead. Chapter 42, this shot is magnificent. Roar. The filth corpse dragon wailed and roared as the fire-tipped gun hit it squarely in the spine, making it difficult for him to break free no matter how much he struggled. Boom. The dragon's body was thrown down by Neza, smashing the ground into a deep pit once again. At this moment, the corpse dragon had its hind limbs broken, its spine damaged, its energy deficit, and even its proud puppets had been killed. It is, no longer, the Dragon King that once stood tall. Instead, it's a defeated dog wagging its tail and begging. Humans! Let me go! I'll tell you everything. There is a traitor in your human race. I know who it is. There's also something big happening in our dragon clan, and saying it out loud will definitely be useful to you. There's also Goose City. Goose City is hiding a divine fall. I have a clue. The necromantic dragon frantically told its secrets, its hands even cupped in front of it in a gesture of greeting, begging for the forgiveness of the human in front of it. Unfortunately, it was not a human in front of it. It's the devil child Neza. Magic Boy doesn't care about anything. What's the point of having more information? Kill the god, no need for intel. Just trust the lance in your hand. God stops God, Buddha stops Buddha. Therefore, from beginning to end, Neza did not give the corpse dragon a chance to live at all. The gloomy sky cut through a blazing sun, and a red gold lance had already coalesced and taken shape in the clouds. Neza slung his lance over his shoulder and then turned around. The red gold lance slammed down. This shot is magnificent. Boom! Terrifying energy swept through the corpse dragon, the defense it had created was broken through layer by layer, the samadhi flame that burned the world was simply not something a dragon could withstand, and in the blink of an eye it was burned clean. LV-89, Obscene Corpse Dragon. Fallen. Above the vault of heaven. Lee counter is still going strong. He was covered in wounds, 6 of his ribs were broken, and just lifting the blade was excruciatingly painful. Fizzle. The purple-black dragon's claws once again scratched 3 bloody marks on Li Zhuan's chest, and the shadow dragon floated down, just in time to avoid Li Zhuan's counterattack. The pressure of the 3 dragon kings was too much, they worked well together, and the godly shadow dragon had suffered many fatal injuries, and the reason why he could support himself until now was just a conscious hard resistance. Is that the best you can do? Li Zhanshu's right arm trembled, bruises and swelling at the arm, a few broken bones could even be heard shaking. In one swing, his arm was overwhelmed and broke. With most of the pieces of the blade already missing, there was no more energy left to keep the entire blade intact. By the time the blade completely disintegrated, Li Zhanshu's life would likewise come to an end. He forced himself to endure the pain and looked at the 3 giant dragons with a fierce expression. Still can't do it? How come the support from HWA hasn't arrived yet? I really can't hold out much longer. The Hell Demon Dragon didn't give Li Zhanshan a chance to rest and freeze, it drummed its wings, its magic pattern nearly doubling its entire body's offense and defense, and rushed forward with the safest stance. The man in front of me was horrible. He's as good as unkillable. He had enough injuries to kill a normal person 10 times over. But he's not dead yet. He even had the strength to swing his long sword. The long blade was so sharp that it was able to break through their perimeter defense. Even the bone dragon had its body split twice. Holding out for so long under the siege of the 3 dragon kings, Li Zhuan was worthy of being the lord of Goose City. Come on! Li Zhanshan tremblingly raised his long knife, the sharpness of which was overflowing, and swung it twice in rapid succession, forming 2 almost simultaneous. Chasing the moon, star by star. The blade she transformed into stars and moons, twisting and churning around each other, turning into a storm of round blades that blocked the path of the demonic dragon's attack. The demonic dragon spat out dragon flame from its mouth and managed to block it with surging energy. At this moment, the shadow dragon once again bullied its way forward. The dragon's claws probed. This time, it's not just about the bruises. It's going to remove this man's heart. The timing of its attack was so good that it didn't give Li Zhuan the chance to dodge. Seeing the dragon's claws releasing bigger and bigger in front of his eyes, Li Zhuan finally twisted his long blade and chopped out another strike.
If you can't hide, then you fight for your life. But the truth is always desperate. The jagged bone dragon leapt out from the side, right in front of the shadow dragon. This strike might have killed the shadow dragon, but it definitely couldn't dry out the immortal bone dragon. Still not working? An already bitter life is rotten after all. In his final moments, Li Xiaoyuan was full of self-loathing and attachment. Boom! A fiery red lance, killing into the battlefield. It blasted away the bone dragon and stuck straight into the shadow dragon. Violet energy exploded from the sky. Li Xuan's long sword was knocked away by the fluctuation before it could be swung, and flew for a long time before he could barely stop and see the situation in front of him. A thin teenage figure stood proudly in the sky. His right hand stretched out and the lance was called to return, breaking a large hole in the shadow dragon's chest amidst its wails. If not for the bone dragon blocking it, the blow would have gone through the shadow dragon's heart. You! Shadow dragon's voice trembled violently from anger. It was the first time that it, which had always swept through the battlefield to sneak in, had been so heavily injured. The fog rose, and grey mist spread out from within the shadow dragon, enveloping the entire sky almost instantly. In this field, not only would vision be limited, the remaining four senses would be weakened, and even the energy for attacks would be difficult to gather. The shadow dragon, however, would not be affected, and could instead travel at will, attacking from all directions. It will disguise itself as a hunter for the hunt. As for the enemy, they will only be lambs to the slaughter. Li Xuan flew in and rushed into the grey mist. He didn't know who the visitor was yet, but had suffered from the grey mist and wanted to warn the man in time. But a bundle of flames rose out of thin air. They were shaped like lotus flowers, with red flames flowing, like a long lamp in the mist, illuminating the surroundings. Nope. It's not a lamp. It's... In Li Zhanshan's shocked eyes, the grey mist was actually ignited, setting the air on fire. Samadhi fire burns out evil spirits. Bang! The flames exploded, and as the smoke cleared, not a drop of the grey mist summoned by the shadow dragon remained, all gone. Li Xuan also finally saw the visitor. Qin Yun? What are you doing here? This is no place for you, get back to the shelter. Li suppressed a frenzied roar. There was only one genius, Qin Yun, in Goose City within a few decades, but he could not fall here because of him. Neza turned around and looked down at Li Xuan. Li Zhanshur only felt a tremor in his heart, immediately noticing that the young man in front of him was not the one he knew. You. Go. Neza gently spat out a word, and warm energy wrapped around Li Xuan's entire body. Ignoring Li Zhanshur's struggles, he drove him straight into the ground. There was only one person left in front of the three giant dragons. The shadow dragon circled reluctantly, without the grey mist to cover it, its ability to fight head-on was greatly diminished. The hell demon dragon twitched its nose as it caught a familiar scent. With that, the demonic dragon raged. Human, you killed my child. So what if it is? Neza's voice was arrogant. He killed the prince of all the East China sea dragons. A demon race, how had he ever put it in his eyes? The devil dragon's anger was even greater, the flames on its tail rose, and the demonic lines on its body were revealed, obviously opening the power of the devil dragon. I'm going to make you give it to my son. Pay back. Chapter 43, Pick the Dragon's Tendon. Boom. The devil dragon's wings flapped, charging like a meteor. It was so enraged that it didn't even unleash its skills, but just relied on its strong flesh to charge. However, as a 91-level powerhouse, steel was like papier-mâché in front of it, and every time it attacked even the space could not withstand the trembling. With this sharp blow, it would normally be better to dodge it. But who is Neza? The head murderer. I'm avoiding him? The flames of the fire-tipped gun rose, the wind fire wheel spewed wind and fire, and Neza had already transformed into a red golden arrow, charging at the demonic dragon in a straight stance. A collision of pins and needles. The sound of gold and stone echoed in the dome, red gold and purple, two forms of energy constantly bombarded, a time actually in the air stalemate. The crowd watching the battle raised their heads and saw this scene as their mouths grew wide in shock. Especially Li Xuan was even more surprised in his heart. He had fought the demon dragon. That almost perverted physical strength, even if he had sacrificed his life as a sacrifice, he would only be able to just barely break through the defense. Could Qin Yun have an advantage with this collision? But in that air, the ethereal purple energy obviously couldn't hold on, and was suppressed by the crimson underneath, and then suddenly shattered. Boom! Neza's figure passed through the giant dragon.
At the same time, the demon dragon's chest cracked a narrow opening, the white bones leaked out, and one could even see the bright red internal organs through the gaps in the flesh and bones. The devil dragon's figure, like a bird with broken wings, fell down crazily.
One strike and you're out. It's still the same. As Neza, the god of murder, I avoid you? Sizzle.
Just as Neza recovered his strike, the space behind him shattered, and the shadow dragon wasted no time in using its origin to forcefully tear through space, transforming several black ghostly shadows into long thorns that stabbed at Neza from behind. As a wandering assassin of the dragon race, it wouldn't let go of every opportunity. But what it was facing, after all, was Neza. Neza, who was clad in countless magic weapons. If sneak attacks worked, how would he be the enemy of all? A red damask protects the body. Mixed sky aya. It quickly opened up and churned its black spikes, actually smashing all the attacks summoned by the shadow dragon. Seeing that the strike was not going to work, the shadow dragon hurriedly closed the space and his figure was once again hidden in the clouds. But how could Neza do what it wanted? Before the spatial tunnel could close, the red aya reached straight in, surprisingly attacking the shadow dragon through the tunnel it had moved through. How had Shadow Dragon ever seen this scene before? His body was immediately wrapped in darkness and fled the scene as fast as he could. But how fast can it be faster than the mixed sky damask? Back then, the third prince of the Dragon King couldn't escape the entanglement of the mixed sky damask. How can a demonic dragon escape from sight? The red damask was like a swimming snake, instantly catching up with the shadow dragon, turning into a rope and binding it. The shadow dragon's expression was shocked, and its claws tore wildly. Its claws were even sharper than those of a demon dragon, and could tear through space in extremis. But the red damask was so resilient that it couldn't be torn apart. Brother, help me! The shadow dragon couldn't break free and roared towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon came slowly, a sharp bone sword emerged from its bone claws, which was transformed from its spine, and its toughness might not be much better than even a divine artifact. It exerted all its strength and slashed at the mixed sky aya. Bang! The bone dragon's body instantly lifted off. And in its place, a gold circle. Dry circle. A divine artifact of the same level as the mixed sky aya. A brother is going to be hurt, and there's no way it won't come. With one strike, even a bone dragon would be knocked away. Despair flooded the shadow dragon's eyes. It was still struggling, desperately. But the red damask on his body shrunk tighter and tighter, not to mention struggling, even twisting his body became exceptionally difficult. The death-like figure stepped towards its eyes. Bones! Brother Devil! Are you guys still alive? Come and save me! All my belongings are yours. You can't kill me. I'm a dragon. You kill me. My dragon domain will not let you go. The shadow dragon kept howling, just like the corpse dragon earlier, only when death came would it realize the preciousness of life. But when there is no threat, they treat life like grass and slaughter thousands of people at the snap of a finger. It's not that they don't value their lives. They value only their own lives. Neza had no joy or sorrow, he simply drew his spear and pressed it against the shadow dragon's spine. Don't! Don't! I can be your mount, and I can tell you all the plans of the Dragon Clan. I have a high status within the Dragon Clan, my grandfather is. Sizzle. A pale dragon tendon, picked up by a shot. Crawling and skinning. LV-90, Eerie Mist Shadow Dragon. Fallen. The huge dragon corpse came down with a bang, stirring up gusts of dust. The crowd gathered around the front of the corpse and looked at each other. For a moment they didn't know what words to use to summarize the mood. Slay the dragon. It's a dragon-slaying feat. Previously, Qin Yun was able to become the hero of Gu City just by killing the dragon son. Now that he had slain a giant dragon with his hands, even if he was made a major general, it would not be too much to ask. A few minutes ago, he should have killed the corpse dragon as well. Yeah, the bones of that corpse are all burned away, just a smudge of ash. Killing 2 dragons now, can Qin Kid's body carry it? No way. I have to go help him. Li Zhanshan braced himself to get up, but stumbled and fell to the ground again. City Lord. You've only just been resuscitated now, you can't move at all. I'm going. Exploded with the demon dragon. Don't add to the chaos. What can you do with a level 60-something? The devil dragon will spray you to death with a single bite. Don't move at all. Prepare for battle. Once Qin Yun can't carry on, we'll immediately take over the fight.
Definitely can't let down the time he's bought. The crowd on the ground once again escalated against the defense and looked worriedly to the sky. The bone dragon had just shaken itself out of the shock when the shadow dragon in front of it was picked up by the dragon's tendons and died a horrible death on the scene. A wave of fear penetrated deep into his mind. This fear was not that he feared the enemy in front of him. Rather, it's a fear that comes from the soul, from the depths of the blood. It is inescapable, freezing the body as if it were ice, and making even movement tremble. You have to know that this body of its is from the ancient times. And the legend is from the dragon god. An enemy that could cause the dragon god to rush into fear would be no match for a skeleton like himself? Bone dragon, budging. Even if it was chastised afterward, it would not dare to go up to fight again. The ghostly aura rose violently, and the bone dragon's bone wings were filled with ghostly aura, as if it was a jet plane, charging sharply in the direction of the wasteland. But soon, its body stopped. It struggled to drive its ghostly energy and flapped its bone wings, causing a storm, but it still couldn't move. Eventually, it turned its head incredulously. At the tail, the teenager stood at the spot. He grabbed the tail of the bone dragon with one hand, and the corners of his mouth grinned like a child getting a fun toy. You? Where is it going? Chapter 44 Indestructible Bone Dragon? Still falling. Xinyun's height was only 1.83 meters, insignificant in front of the 1,000-meter-long dragon. It's like a rock and a mountain. But the mountain shook and trembled and cried out in fear of the rock, as if it were going to crumble the next moment. Immortal, you can't kill me. As long as you spare me, I can tell you the place where the dragon god fell. The bone dragon turned around with difficulty, his voice sincere to the core. Immortality? Yes? Neza's mouth grinned once again. He's been fighting for 10,000 years, and he's seen a lot of undead and undead. That Pingtian Great Sage Bull Demon King, the leading demon race, cut off the head and not die, instantly grow out to fight again. But still, he chopped off dozens of heads until he was beaten into surrender? The so-called immortality is just not dying enough times. Who could have the desire to hold on to life if they were constantly hovering between life and death? What are you doing? Amidst the trembling voice of the bone dragon, Neza's right hand grasped the tail of the bone dragon, a reddish-gold stream of fire rising from his palm, gnawing upwards along the skeleton as if it were an ant that etched the bones. Don't you dare! The bone dragon's body twisted violently, and its bone knuckles quickly changed, turning into a bone blade that stabbed at Neza like a hedgehog. Neza's smile didn't change, his hand movements didn't listen, and his body shape didn't change, he just stood there quietly, facing the bone spikes coming from all sides. And above his head, a fiery red lotus flower that looked like a glazed glass quietly bloomed. Bang bang bang! A series of shattering sounds rang out in the sky. Following the sound, one could only see countless bone fragments falling from the sky, transforming into a shower of bones and falling into the earth. The fiery red lotus flower landed on Neza's body, blossoming into impenetrable petals that shattered all of the bone knots that were sticking in. The intense pain induced the bone dragon to struggle madly. The human in front of me was not human at all. It should be known that its bones were stronger than the defense of a demon dragon, and the resulting bone blade was not only sturdy but also sharpened iron like mud. But the man was standing there. Didn't even move a muscle. Simply opening up his defense deflected his full strength strike. How can this be human? The bone dragon had survived for quite a long time, and had fought countless enemies, but never had one enemy made him so desperate. It finally understood why it had a soul bloodline fear of Neza. Because even the once dragon god still had to tremble and prostrate in front of him. Bang! Another crisp bone cracking sound. The bone dragon's heart crossed, twisting its body to directly break the tail that Neza was controlling and fleeing like mad. Ha! Neza let go of the pile of bones and knuckles in his hand and let them turn to ashes under the red gold flames. He looked away from the direction where the bone dragon had left and made a gentle move. Empty. The body of the bone dragon on its way to escape came to a violent stop. What's going on? The bone dragon looked shocked, it was unable to control its body for a moment, and could only allow it to fall back rapidly, getting closer and closer to that god of kill. It manically unleashed various skills, and everything in its path was reduced to rubble under its terrifying power. But, no. The body's regression continued, and it remained like a toy in the palm of his hand to be fiddled with at will. Why is that? Because of the flames. Neza's red gold flames had crawled all over the bone dragon's torso before he broke free, penetrating every corner.
In particular, the bone dragon's entire body was only skeleton, and it was drenched in red-gold flames. Seeing the bone dragon escape, Neza directly dialed back the flames, causing the bone dragon to have no way of controlling its body at all, and could only keep falling back. Soon, the bone dragon returned to Neza's eyes once again. You. Boom. Before Bone Dragon's words could be uttered, he was blasted out by Neza with a heavy punch that shattered all the bones in his jaw, and his face was directly broken in half. The Bone Dragon stifled a grunt, his body's ghostly aura rising as countless ghosts wailed and cried, about to pounce towards Neza. But the flames on its body flared up violently, not to mention the ghosts, even the ghostly aura was vaporized cleanly. Samadhi. Burn all evil spirits. In the next moment, Neza's body rushed into the Bone Dragon. Bang! Another punch was thrown. 3 broken ribs. Bang! Spinning around with a flying kick, a piece of the spine breaks off. Ah! The pain that was comparable to skinning a bone dragon made it almost faint. It is able to come back to life, but the pain suffered in the body will not change. Neza doesn't care about that. To be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. When the bone dragon slaughters humans, who can beg for its forgiveness? The fire-tip gun and the Qiankuan circle went in at the same time. Only to see the thunder and fire churning in the 2 great divine weapons, the tyrannical destructive power filled the divine weapons, and every time they swung, they would exude infinite energy. Forced demolition. Since you won't die, let's break every bone in your body. If you can still put it together, then burn your broken pieces to ashes again. Neza's mind is simple. If you can't kill them, then kill them dead. If it became a handful of yellow earth and could still burrow out of the earth, then Neza wouldn't mind killing it again. The wail of the bone dragon disappeared. It had no strength to wail in pain. In the face of Neza's attack, it didn't even have the ability to resist it, let alone counter it. At the moment, immortality seemed to be a curse. Boom! In the sky, the giant dragon skeleton shattered with a loud bang. It was like a piece of glasswork that shattered into a million pieces. In the midst of dying every moment, the bone dragon eventually gave up hope of living, actively stopping its energy supply and ceasing to splice its body. In the midst of the crowd, it died completely. Chin kid, it's dismantling the bone dragon, isn't it? My god, that thing has existed since Chinese records have been kept, and has killed so many Chinese experts. Yes, the evaluation of it within China is even that it is immortal and escapes when encountered. 3 now. Slaughtered 3 dragons now. Kid Chin has made Chinese history. Surprise and cheers came from the ground one after the other. The crowd that had been building up their defenses dropped their work at hand and paid full attention to the ensuing battle. One person destroyed the 3 dragons, and the balance of victory had been tilted. Moreover, Li Zhanshan's body had recovered a little with the help of Nurse, and although it wasn't at its peak, it was still able to stop a giant dragon. With 2 against 1, there was no way Gu Cheng could lose. Li Zhanshan was even more shocked in his heart. He could have learned the defense of the demon dragon. At that time, he was in his peak state, and the attack that erupted after sacrificing his lifespan only cut him off, and in the next moment, the person revived again. And that's the kind of attack he can't even use a few times. But the resurrection of the bone dragon was not, and the endless reorganization could wear down every strong man. Killing it is more difficult than one person killing 3 dragons. But Neza did it anyway. He used the Samadhi flame to control the bone dragon, and one move and one attack could cause it pain, and the housebreaking fighting method even made the bone dragon incapable of countering, and could only die with hatred. Seeing that the bone dragon had already died, Neza turned the wind fire wheel under his feet and drove it back up the city wall. It hadn't gotten up since he'd knocked the demon dragon down. Even when the shadow dragon and bone dragon died in front of them, they didn't change. Is it a one-shot poke? It can't be, can it? Neza came above the demonic dragon and stabbed out with a spear. Bang! The devil dragon's body exploded like a balloon. It got away. Chapter 45, Trying to Escape? Chase and Kill. Escaped? The Dragon King, who was as high as 91 levels, had fled without any dignity. The people outside the gates were equally shocked. In their eyes, the Dragon King was a disaster for mankind. Each of them had a city-destroying level of combat power, not to mention defeating them. Even to fight against them one had to muster up great courage. And right before his eyes, the Dragon King escaped. The fear that had been weighing on the hearts of mankind for thousands of years collapsed. They fell off the pedestal, revealing their bloodstains and warning the crowd that they were nothing more than a bunch of dirty lizards. They will lose, they will die, they will run away like wild dogs with their tails between their legs. The corners of Nez's mouth drooped, and his eyes held a faint sulk. He didn't care if the enemy in front of him was strong or not. To him, the enemy was too strong, and if he couldn't beat them, it was a big deal. The 3-year-old asshole in the fetal position never cared about dying. But he hates it when his opponents run away from the battle. Because chasing losing dogs would be a waste of time. It's also very unforced. After all, how can a piece of trash who doesn't even dare to fight be called an opponent? But God cannot be faithless. He said that he would crucify the 4 dragon kings in Gu City. Qin. Li Juan raised his head with difficulty and was just about to celebrate Qin Yun when he realized that there was only a fiery red residue in the sky. Qin Yun. Can't go. Tian. Is he trying to go after the demon dragon? That's a wasteland, there are giant beasts everywhere, how can you go in there alone? Gu City's battalion-level cadres and above muster immediately and follow me to bring Qin Yun back. There was immediate chaos at the gates of Gu City, with footsteps and roars everywhere, rushing to support Qin Yun. The wilderness is the nightmare of Chinese people from childhood to adulthood. Parents would grow up pointing to the walls and telling their children that outside was the wilderness, roaming with horrible beasts that would tear them apart and eat them. Huaxia's laws are also harshly documented to prohibit anyone from entering the wilderness without permission. The legends of the wasteland are equally numerous, but they all point clearly in one direction. No one who has set foot in the wilderness has ever returned. That's what everyone is panicking about. Even though Qin Yun had already slaughtered the 3 dragons, they still didn't feel comfortable with him chasing after them alone. Quiet. Li Zhanshan ignored his injuries and let out a roar that subdued everyone in front of him. All don't want to die. Get back here. He scanned the assembled military people in front of him, his expression forcefully serious, displaying the majesty of the city lord. City lord, the brothers owe this life to Kid Qin, we're not afraid to die. It's just too dangerous for him to go to the wilderness alone. I've been on a mission to the wasteland, I can definitely bring him back. Zhang Longbiao didn't listen to the order, his eyes determinedly opposing Li Zhanshan's order. Instead of forcing another order, Li Zhanshan's face softened. I know everyone means well. But if you leave, what will happen to Gu City? Now that the gates of Gu City have been damaged and the people are terrified, there is still a chance that the giant beast will attack again. Are you all just going to abandon this and risk your lives for Qin Yun alone? Li Zhanshan's words left Zhang Longbiao speechless, and he could only put down the large sword in his hand. In fact, in the battle, they all suffered serious injuries, and are already at the end of their strength. Now going to the wilderness is like looking for death to find not much. In all fairness, Li Zhanshan was worried about Qin Yun, and he couldn't wait to send everyone out to bring him back. But as the city lord, he couldn't do that, he still had the entire Gu City to guard. Hear the order. Leave half the troops to repair and close the gates, and the remaining half to head into the city to rescue and pacify the people. If the behemoth attacks again, stop it at the city gates at all costs. At that, all the warriors stood in military position, hammered their right hands on their chests, and shouted in response. Yes. Then who's going to save Qin Yun? Behind him, Wang Lidong still couldn't help but vocalize. Li Zhanshan stood up, his broken sword floating in his hand as he ripped the bandages wrapped around his body, letting the blood seep out of his body. I'll save it. Above the wasteland, the magic dragon was flying at full speed. Damn! How could Gu City have such a battle power? Damnable humans, baiting us again. I don't think a few of them will survive, I can't die there. In fact, when he clashed with Neza in a single blow, the demonic dragon was terrified but had no intention of fleeing, and was even prepared to ambush Neza with the remaining 2 dragons. But the next moment, the shadow dragon was caught, and even though it struggled and begged for mercy, it was still picked up and brutally killed. It was then that the demon dragon panicked. It had lived its entire life, killing 10,000 lives if not 8,000, but it had never seen a dragon king die in front of it. Or being flayed and killed. Its dragon soul trembled, even if it knew that its son had died at the hands of this man, it had no courage to take revenge. After all, there is no fear of having no children if you keep your mother. As long as you're alive, everything can be dealt with in the long run. So it disregarded its dignity and shed its shell to escape in front of everyone's eyes. On the way, it also saw the ruins where the corpse dragon had died, and the panic in its heart increased. All of these dragon kings had fought with it for many years, and knew each other's strength quite well, so even it itself would have trouble killing each other sharply. But the man did. It was as if he was the nightmare of the entire dragon race. The demon dragon fled, frantically escaping with its tail between its legs. It returned to the wasteland and flew towards the dragon domain. There were many giant beasts in the wasteland, and there were some existences that even it didn't dare to touch. It flew carefully, even collecting its breath and flying carefully high in the air. Suddenly, the frigid high-altitude heat began to soar. Even though it had been cold and hot, it still couldn't help but wonder. Where's the heat? Could it be the migration of the golden crow race? The demonic dragon turned its head. In a ball of flame was a clear figure. That's Neza. Boom! Violent sonic booms rang out, and with the added power of the windfire wheel, Neza arrived in an instant right above the demonic dragon. His hand, over the faucet. A lotus flower, unfolding its petals. For a moment, the sky was in an eerie stillness as if it had dropped frames. The next moment, the lotus flower exploded. Empty. The berserk energy was vented, and the body of the demonic dragon was immediately unbalanced, its 10,000 feet body falling vertically under the huge force, as if it was a flying bird with broken wings. Boom! The demonic dragon's body fell to the ground, crushing countless rocks and trees, and didn't stop until it smashed a deep pit. The unexpected blow directly dazed the entire dragon of Demon Dragon. Combined with the brain shock, it only felt the sky spinning in front of its eyes, making it difficult to mobilize energy. But Neza's body had fallen at the same time. In the guilt eyes, there was only cold killing intent. You. The demonic dragon uttered a terrified voice, and even its voice trembled with fear. Neza didn't say anything, just kicked out. Boom! With a roar, the demonic dragon was kicked away like a dead dog, its protective wings directly bursting into pieces, unable to control its form at all, and could only crash into the mountains under the effect of inertia. Bang! A mountain range was cut off, and tens of thousands of tons of rock slammed into the demonic dragon. Under the hard and tough defense, the demonic dragon spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and did not die. Neza knew the same. In the next moment, the mountains that pressed down on them were blasted to pieces. Neza has arrived. He, who is going to beat the demon dragon back to Goose City. Chapter 46, I told you I'd crucify you in Goose City. Bang! Another kick out. Neza didn't care about the demonic dragon's state, he just thrashed it. The demon dragon's body shattered the rocks in its way and flew out again. At the moment, half of its body was broken and its brain was bleeding, so it could only maintain its life under the gift of hell nirvana. Roar! The kicked demonic dragon let out a terrifying roar, twisting its body well in the air as ghostly purple flames erupted, setting the entire sky ablaze. Dying rabbits struggle. Not to mention the Dragon King of Extinction. A smile appeared on Neza's face. He's not afraid of his enemies struggling. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. Bang! Fire-tip gun in hand. A reddish-golden flame pattern emerged from Neza's gun-wielding right hand, and a pattern of beads surged from his brow. Spirit beads. The source of Neza's power. Searing energy was vented out, and the entire body of the gun immediately burst into flames, surging and converging at the tip of the gun. Samadhi. Boom! Two very different kinds of flames collided together. Dragon flame, which could burn steel and penetrate defenses, could destroy all defenses in an instant. But, it was facing the samsara fire. Samadhi, which is the essence, chi, and spirit, nourishes the fire away from the fire. Even that monkey that made a big mess in the sky had suffered defeat on such flames. It's not too much to say that it's a fire that burns the sky. How could the district dragon flame resist? The Samadhi flame instantly engulfed the dragon flame and washed over every inch of the demonic dragon's skin. Ah! Miserable screams came frantically from the flames. Hell demon dragons, with their extremely high resistance to flames, were by definition never afraid of any flames. However, this Samadhi flame broke down the water and fire invulnerable skin of the demonic dragon and burned madly. The smell of burnt barbecue meat drilled into Neza's nose along the wind, causing his expression to become even more excited. Looking ahead, what was left of the flaming demon dragon's wings were completely burned, and the right half of its body burned down to nothing more than a skeleton. At this moment, it became difficult for it to even wail. Boom! The half-dead demonic dragon slammed into a mountain range again, crumbling into staggering holes. Neza's figure followed.
And not far from the mountains were the towering walls of the city. The Devil's Dragon, hard pummeled back to the city of Gu. Xin Yun. Li Zhanshan, who had just left the city, was attracted by the commotion over here, and as soon as he came in, he saw Qin Yun, who was blocking the demonic dragon. You brought it back? The demonic dragon's half-dead appearance startled Li Zhuan, and for a moment, the words to educate Qin Yun were blocked in his mouth. Neza didn't reply or even turn around. He simply raised his lance and aimed it at the demon dragon's head. He said, "To crucify the demon dragon in Gu City." God has no drama. The red gold energy wrapped around his body, and the fire-tipped spear spewed flames that couldn't withstand the trembling under the raging energy. This strike follows through to the stars. Boom! The scorching heat of the airwaves caught Li Zhuan off guard, and under a stagger he could only hold onto the stone wall to stabilize himself. And directly in front of him, the grotto that the demonic dragon had crashed out of had been completely opened up, shining into the blinding light. Looking along, under the light, a long spear passed through the demon dragon's head, carrying its mountainous body straight toward the city wall. This scene caused everyone in the city to raise their heads. Magic Dragon. The magic dragon is back. Nope. Look, it's got a gun stuck in its head, it's been killed. Sky. Didn't it get away? Could it be that Qin Yun has chased this demonic dragon back? Their faces were surprised, their smiles couldn't help but bloom, and they shouted and cheered loudly. The people had seen the terror of the Dragon King, but not Neza's feat of slaughtering the 3 dragons. At this moment, a lance ran the demonic dragon through and flew towards the city wall in front of the crowd, undoubtedly declaring victory in this battle. Boom! The lance slammed into the city wall, and the body of the demon dragon was hung high on the wall, the tattered body shaking continuously in the wind, ending its life in the most humiliating way of death. Hell Demon Dragon, fall. This matter is so recorded by HWA. 372 years of the Chinese calendar. The 4 dragon kings led a wave of beasts to attack Gu City. The lord of the city, Li Chuan, led the people of Gu City to resist to the death. In the end, under the heroic Qin Yun's bloody battle, the beast type collapsed and the 4 dragons fell. The battle was won by the human race. Qin Yun, you. Li Zhuan carefully approached the familiar yet unfamiliar teenager in front of him. After the shot was flung, he stood at the entrance of the cave, looking away from the broken Gu City for a long time. 10,000 years ago, this used to be Neza's home, and he died for protecting the city under the threat of the Dragon King. The years turn and the seas change. 10,000 years later, he had returned to the place, as if recreating the scene of that year. It's still the 4 Dragon Kings, and it's still the Battle of Slaughter. But this time, he was no longer as lonely or as helpless as he had been back then. Behind him, there are city lords who live toward death and offer their lives as sacrifices. There are fighters who would rather be broken than broken. There are populations that fight to the death, regardless of life or death. They guarded the city to keep him from dying alone. It might seem to them that Neza didn't care about this, after all, they couldn't help much in a fight of this level. But Neza, isn't it these care and companionship that he lacks? He also remembers that after becoming a god, he went to his mother who had also become a god. But when she saw him, the bedraggled granny just bent over and bowed, speaking respectfully. Lesser gods, see the great god of the 3 altars of the sea. Neza's remaining emotions withered under those words. He should have known that his mother was but one reincarnation out of dozens of lives of the bedraggled granny. She might remember herself, but she wasn't a mother after all. Mother is dead, died on the eve of the sealing. He had only one relative after that, Li Jing. But this only family member happens to be the one he hates the most. This is a situation that is unacceptable to even a few dozen adults. Not to mention a child of only 7 years old. As a result, Neza had no more emotions. In his eyes, there was only the mission, and he could only feel presence when he fought. But today, 10,000 years later, the dusty heart beats inexplicably. He heard the cheering and shouting of the crowd and saw them making protection and support for themselves. No longer rippling emotions suddenly rippled, eyes actually much wet. If he could, he really wanted to travel back 10,000 years and stand in front of that 7-year-old child. He will take away his sword, he will stand in his way, he will tell him you don't have to suffer so much. In the next 10,000 years, you'll meet more, better people. They will care for you and protect you, even if they are as weak as an ant, they will gnaw the flesh and blood of their enemies. Like a mother. Under Li Zhanshan's gaze, Qin Yun's body swayed and collapsed in front of him. Nez's Yuanshan fell into a deep sleep. Wasteland, amidst a skeleton of ruins. A lizard, covered only in bones, quietly peeled back the soil and burrowed out of the bones, looking around carefully and running in one direction when he saw it was safe. That's the direction of the dragon domain. Chapter 47, After the War. What? For Dragon Kings leading a wave of beasts to attack Goose City? Confirmation that the message is correct. Receiving the news, Lai Weigua's entire body was about to collapse. He grabbed the hair on his head and never looked more flustered. Confirmed. The gates of Goose City have been breached. The soldier who reported it confirmed it was correct. Immediately have Theater City and Shu send troops for support. Advance as fast as you can. Lai Weigua forced his composure and dispatched the two nearest cities to Goose City for support. But the correspondent's face was even more flustered. Report, all of Theater City and Shu Di have reported being charged by the Beast Tide and are fighting to the death to hold them down. They simply don't have the troops to do it. The soldier's report once again hit Lai Weigua like a blow. He rose hastily, and in the blink of an eye he was in the waters. The battle at the edge of the East Sea continued, and 5 90-level powerhouses came alone. That invading Dragon King was even killed by one, making the Beast Tide attack even more frantically. Elder Chen. Lai Weigua anxiously came to the old man's side and hurriedly stated the current situation. Several strong people's faces changed drastically at the same time. Elder Chen, can you pass us to Goose City? It's the only way to catch up. Chen Lao's face was heavy, and the wrinkles on his face were stacked together like he had aged a dozen years at once. No way. Old Shen's body was severely injured in the Dragon Domain, and he just presided over the East Sea trials, so it's simply impossible for him to perform a large-scale teleportation. Elder Fong was similarly gloomy, but he still stopped his old friend from acting. Shut up. I'm sure of it. Elder Chen did not listen to Elder Fong's words, but simply let out a deep breath, his whitened hair standing straight up as the energy in his body swirled and trembled as he turned the pages of the book. Countless silver threads blossomed out of the codex and wrapped around the bodies of several people. But the thread was too thin, more than twice as weak as the previous one. Chen Lao closed his eyes, and his withered fingers wanted to turn another page. Roar! Above the East Sea, a dragon roar pierced through the clouds. The strong spiritual shock immediately affected several people. Chen Lao's silver threads instantly collapsed, and he himself even spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Old Chen! Medical team! Quickly save the people! Fan Lao growled loudly, but Chen Lao's body struggled to sit up and waved his hand at him. I'm fine, go on. Old Chen! You're simply that unsure. You're committing suicide. Then tell me what to do about Goose City. Elder Chen, who had always been calm and peaceful, roared violently. His eyes were red, the corners of his mouth were bleeding, and his eyebrows were knitted into a chuan, anger almost etched on his face. It was my incompetence that injured me in the Dragon Domain. It's also my stupidity to transfer everyone to the East Sea. Now, hundreds of thousands of people in Goose City are at stake, and I can't do anything about it. Fang Zhenyue, tell me. What am I going to do? A voice trembling with anger brought silence to the surroundings. Looking into his old buddy's eyes, Fang Lao was speechless. He assisted his old friend's shoulders, and his palm was secretly at his neck, knocking the already weak Chen Lao out. There was no way he was going to stand by and watch his old friend do something stupid. You guys, rush to Goose City immediately and pull your speed to the limit. Here, I'm enough of a guard alone. I am responsible for this matter, and if I am lucky enough not to die, I will personally apologize to Huaxia. Elder Fong. Here. Lai Weigua was just about to make an exit to dissuade him, hoping to leave 2 more people behind to assist him. But Fang Lao immediately hissed at Lai Weigua to shut up. It's enough for me to guard the East Sea alone. Go at once. Anyone who disobeys the order will be punished by military order. Yes. The crowd stopped resisting and quickly grabbed their weapons, pulling their speed to the limit as they rushed towards Goose City. But Goose City is far away from the East Sea, and it takes at least 2 hours to get there. Ri Weigua can only hope that Li Zhuan holds on a little longer. Even if he dies, he will die in front of his own eyes. After a few people departed, Elder Fong placed Elder Chen in the medical team for treatment, and then one person once again arrived at the front line of the East Sea. Hundreds of sea beasts pounded the defenses, and far below the sky stood a giant dragon figure. Ancient Ichthyosaurus. It has lived for quite a long time and has created a life-saving character.
The cold abyssal gnarl that fought with it had already fallen, so it no longer went deeper into the front line, only relying on its dragon's might to keep driving the sea beasts. It just needs to stall, it doesn't need to fight for its life. Once that side gets it, it'll retreat quickly. It prides itself on being no match for anyone in terms of escape speed in the ocean. Elder Fong grimaced, rarely showing his anger on his face. He has a bold demeanor and has always been quick to take revenge. When faced with the new generation being counted by the dragons, he is not afraid to go deep into the dragon domain on the spot to seek justice for the child. But at this moment, he didn't show his anger or even show his killing intent. He just stared at the ichthyosaur. Dead on. A lion, emerging from behind him. With that, leap into the sky. Boom! Tens of thousands of feet of male lions descended from the sky and rushed towards the beasts. He made a mistake. A big mistake was made. There could be tens of thousands of lives paying for his mistakes. He hates. Hate your stupid self. Hate that cunning dragon race. Only by fighting can the hatred be dissipated. He was going to slaughter that dragon. Fang Jinyue, against the tide of beasts, killed the Dragon King. Li Zhan carried the unconscious Qin Yun back to the city, immediately causing a wave of cheers. Wang Lidong staggered in front of him, and after taking a long breath after confirming that Qin Yun was not in any serious condition, he could no longer hold on and fainted on the ground. He was already severely injured and forced himself to hold his breath waiting for Qin Yun to return. The medical team immediately brought him down to save his life, and was able to stabilize him. Long Biao, I'll leave Kid Qin to you, definitely don't let any accidents happen to him. Promise to finish the job. Xiao Lu, lead a bunch of elites and clear along the fence, if there are any mist behemoths immediately kill them. Xiao Chun, let the people of the shelter come out, and mobilize as many people as possible to participate in the post-war reconstruction. Dr. Su, you send people to search for the injured, even if he still has a breath, you have to bring him back. Li Zhanshan braced himself and issued orders. Immediately after the response, the entire city of Gu threw itself into intense post-war reconstruction. The previous attack and defense had caused all the devices that could contact the outside world in Gu City to be damaged, and news of the victory could not be transmitted for the time being. Reporting to the city lord, seriously injured Luing was found and has been put into treatment, not yet out of life-threatening danger. Li Zhanshi leaned on the hilt of his sword and listened to the debriefing as he walked around the ruins. He had to step in and reassure the affected people. Even if he was already at the end of his rope and was about to fall in a gust of wind. Reporting to the city lord, the removal of the giant beasts from the city is complete. Reporting to the city lord, the injured have been collected and all are being put into treatment. Reporting to the city lord, nearly 80% of the population is participating in the post-war reconstruction, and it is expected to be back up and running within half a month. One thing after another poured into Li Zhanshi's mind, causing him to take a long breath. He looked up at the sun in the distance. It was twilight and the setting sun colored everything golden. He bent down and picked up a blood-stained dagger at his feet. Wiping away the blood, there was a rose carved into that blade. The familiar weapon sent a tremor through Li Zhanshi's mind, and he was about to fall to the ground as he stood unsteadily. But a girl held him up. City Lord, looking for me? Li Zhan turned around and was met with the girl's smiling face, his expression finally relaxing. He looked at the sunset again. For some reason, he even felt the sun slowly rising. The setting sun at this moment is also the dawn in his mind. The sun didn't dissipate. The city of Gu, likewise, is still there. Chapter 48, East Sea Counterattack. Report. City Lord, the communications unit has been salvaged and our situation has been explained to the outside world. Aha! Seeing that the city was stabilized, Li Zhanshan was also finally relaxing, receiving treatment in front of the crowd while dealing with political affairs. At the walls, the army and the people were working feverishly to repair them. The impact of the behemoths had left the walls badly broken, not crumbling but still time-consuming to repair. The number of casualties this time around was also tallied, and it could be considered the lowest casualty count after all the city breakthroughs. As Li supplements are well aware, this is not to his credit. Rather, it is the result of Nez's power to save the day. If the wave of beasts hadn't been beaten to the point of retreating, it was questionable whether or not the Gu City defense line would have been able to hold up. The 4 Dragon Kings couldn't solve it, and even if they died in battle themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be able to take one with them. It can be said that Neza is the guardian of countless people in Gu City. East China Sea.
Soon after, Chen Lao woke up quietly. He defied the medical team and came over the East China Sea in the blink of an eye. The soldiers on the front line had stopped and were staring daggers at the battle in front of them. The red and gold male lion held the ichthyosaur down in the sea, not giving it a chance to fight back. The berserk aura deterred all the sea beasts, not to mention rescuing them. They didn't even dare to come close. Fong Zhenyue. Are you crazy? Elder Chen, who saw the scene, was so enraged that he almost fainted due to his hot blood. This golden lion is Fong Lao. And it costs him his lifespan to turn on this form. How else could that ichthyosaur not fight back? It was hardened by toughness to the point where it couldn't fight back. The male lion didn't reply back and just continued to attack the ichthyosaur. The ancient ichthyosaurus dragons were dumbfounded. How did it, a groper carrying out orders, come across the defiant real brother? Originally, both sides maintained the same tacit understanding, striking out on point. How come he's like crazy, don't fight for his life? Anger also rose in the eyes of the ancient ichthyosaurus, summoning layers of tsunamis under a shrill whistle, impacting the male lion one after another. Despite his majestic physique, it was still difficult for him to fight against the forces of nature, and he was staggered by the seawater, allowing the ichthyosaur to get away. At this moment, half of the ichthyosaur's body was shattered, the scale armor that was like a fish's spine was brutally broken and peeled off, and even at the fish's tail it was stomped to pieces. It will not be able to bear this revenge in this world. A wave of energy seemed to come from eternity, falling straight down from the dome and pouring into the heart of the fish dragon's brow. Fish dragon's aura began to soar. It is afraid of death, but that doesn't mean it's weak. On the contrary, it survived from ancient times and is very, very strong. Level LV 96, Ancient Ichthyosaurus. For the first time, show strength. Boom! The two behemoths once again began to collide to the death, and the terrifying concussion caused the frontline soldiers to retreat another 100 meters to avoid being introduced into it. Elderly Chen is all bad. The fish dragon was enraged, making Fong Zhenyue unable to stop at all at this time. If this fight went on, he would be seriously injured even if he won. This reckless man. Chen Lao cursed a few times, but he still couldn't bear to see his old friend in danger, and forcefully mobilized his energy, about to help him subdue the fish dragon. Chen Lao, Chen Lao. He was just about to move when he saw the communications officer rushing over in a hurry. What? Guchun, Guchun. What's going on in Goose City? Tell me. Elder Chen's expression was grave, and he had already prepared for the worst inwardly. Goose City holds. The beast tide collapsed and all 4 Dragon Kings fell. A high roar from the communications officer drew sideways glances from all the officers and men. Holding? And beat back the beast tide? Even killed the 4-headed Dragon King. This. How is this possible? They were the elite of the East Sea, with 790-level powerhouses in attendance, and had only just destroyed a Dragon King. But what about Goose City? They have nothing. The strongest person, City Lord Li Zhuan, was only at level 88. How can it be guarded? Did Lai Weigua and the others arrive with their men? Good boy, the speed is really fast. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen let out a long breath of relief and looked for the most likely reason. No. General Lai and the others have also just received the news and have not rushed to Gu City. The communication soldier's words caused Chen Lao's face to sink. It was absolutely impossible for Gu City's military strength alone to repel the beast tide led by the 4 Dragon Kings. The most they can do is stall for time. Could it be that the city had been destroyed and the officials captured, and that false news had been specially delivered to make Huaxiao let down its guard? Caution Lai Weikwa not to let his guard down and be safe. Maybe Put City didn't block it. Elder Chen was much more cautious this time. The cunning dragons had already made them suffer a great loss, and they could not afford to make the same mistake. The communication soldiers immediately went forward to make contact, and Elder Chen's body rose into the air, scanning the surroundings with a majestic voice. The East China Sea defenders are at your service. Reorganize formations, all prepare for battle. Counterattack with me. At those words, the soldiers of the Eastern Sea clashed their weapons against the armor at their hearts, creating a deafening sound of gold and stone. Lead the way. They roared in unison like a mountain, each like a tiger or leopard, and marched out to the front line of the East Sea. The sea beasts are no longer attacking? Then they launch a counterattack. Only by completely resolving the Tokai incident can we better deal with Gucheng.
The deep-thinking Elder Chen stepped into the sky, and under his feet were crystalline space fragments that were like lotus flowers, blooming in order in the direction he was walking. Step by step. Chen Lao, who had not yet recovered his body, still turned on his peak energy and along with Fang Lao, suppressed the fish dragon. Road. Wei Wei Lai and the others likewise received the news. Elder Chen told us to remain on alert. I'm afraid that Gu City has been occupied by a giant beast, sending out a false message. I still hope that you will follow me to seize the city. Ri Weigua analyzed the current situation and pleaded with the crowd in a serious tone. He was surrounded by 4 90-level powerhouses, all of which had been sent to the East Sea for support, and now that he was traveling to Gu City, facing the 4 dragon kings and countless giant beasts, he actually didn't have a high degree of certainty. However, those 4 didn't object, but rather, they arched their hands in agreement, all condensing their energies and flying at high speeds towards Gu City. They belonged to different families, but all of them had Chinese blood flowing in them. Now that the city of China is at stake, the highest order has not yet been given. But they were ready to die. The 4-headed Dragon King and the Tide of Beasts. This fight will never be easy. It may even fall on the spot. But a few people remained righteous. Boom! The 5 powerhouses landed on the walls of Gu City and saw the soldiers and the masses who were repairing the walls. No, how come there's no giant beast aura? Did they really retreat? Beware, it could also be an appearance that is actually ambushing us. A few people pulled their guard to fullest and slowly inspected the city of Gu. The strong aura caused Li Zhanshan's brows to tighten, then he looked at a few people and his face relaxed. Wei Gua! You guys are finally here. The old top is dying all over. A familiar voice reached his ears, and Ri Weigua likewise noticed the severely injured Li Zhuan. He flew forward with a ferocious aura. Why are you hurt like this? Where's the Dragon King? I'll kill them. Li Zhancher smiled without saying anything, only raising his hand and pointing to a city wall. The 5 turned their heads in confusion. Then the eyes widened. There, crucified, was a dragon corpse. Chapter 49. How could it be him? Devil Dragon. Old Li, you're awesome, you actually managed to nail it here. A 91-level demonic dragon, I don't even have the certainty of victory. Old Li, have you broken through? I saw you a few days ago, you were only at level 88. Several powerful people showed shocked faces and surrounded Li Zhuan into a ball, which was hard to believe at all. Ha! Li Zhancher smiled without saying a word and just clapped his hands. Bring it on! Under the puzzled eyes of the crowd, another dragon corpse was carried up. The dragon's tendon was picked out of its back, and it couldn't be more dead. This is? Ember Mist Shadow Dragon. Killer Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. I've fought this thing once, it's like a loach, it doesn't fight you head on, at all. And it's very fast, it can also hide its form, if you want to escape, let alone kill it, it's hard to find. Nothing in the language of the crowd confirmed the terror of the Dragon King. But it was such a difficult dragon that the corpse was in front of them. It's even still a cramped, suffocating death. Li Zhuan, how did you do it? It's impossible for these 2 Dragon Kings to block the combined efforts of one person. And isn't the word out that there are 4 Dragon Kings? Where are the other 2? Did it both escape or die? The questions in the 5 people's minds were even greater. Especially Lai Weigua, who knew Gu Cheng quite well. Gu City simply didn't have the battle power to deal with the 4 Dragon Kings. Now that the 2 dragon corpses were in front of him, it made him even more confused. Seeing the state of the crowd, Li Zhanshan, with a smile on his face, pointed to a ruin at the city gate and said, There died the filth corpse dragon, the whole body was burned clean, you guys can understand if you go over there and feel the scent. There's also a skeleton without aura outside the city wall, that's the body of the demonic bone dragon, it was also beaten to the point where its soul was shattered and completely died. An obscene corpse dragon? Spirit and bone dragon? A few people's complexion changed, and their shocked eyes were even more terrified. These 2 Dragon Kings are also known for their ferocity. The Filth Corpse Dragon, that's the Dragon King that can summon corpse puppets, as well as unleash corpse poison, right? It's too much to fight that thing. And the Demon Bone Dragon, in Chinese records it is an immortal existence, how did it die here? Old Li, you're not kidding. Several people found it hard to believe, and all except Lai Weigua jumped up and went to the ruins to check it out for themselves. Lai Weigua sat beside his old friend, his eyes suspicious. Li Zhancher, tell me the truth, what the hell is going on? I know you can kill at most one even with all your cards, it's impossible to leave all four behind. You guys, Goose City, is there another person coming to help? Li Zhanshur sighed in response. It's no one else, it's Qin Yun. Qin Yun? Lai Weigua's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with disbelief. He's only level 30-something, how could he possibly beat the Dragon King? That Dragon King can spray him to death with one dragon flame. Old Li, you're crazy to push him into battle. I didn't. Seeing that Lai Weigua had some anger, Li Zhanshan could only yell. The first thing I did after seeing the invasion was to move him. That boy is the hope of my Goose City. I can't let him risk his life even if I lose my mind. All of the kids in my Goose City except him went into the shelter. And anyone who was capable of fighting volunteered to go to the front. Old Li, let me tell you. There are no cowards in my Goose City. Every one of them is a good man. I stopped 4 Dragon Kings by myself, all of them knocking their lives out waiting for you to come. But no matter how much we stalled, we didn't see you guys coming. The anger in Li Zhan's heart was released towards Li Weigua, causing him to be a little ashamed for a moment. Objectively speaking, Lai Weigua is also right. But Guqing, faced with such a situation and pinning all their hopes on support, had difficulty in supporting them quickly and could only let Guqing fight to the death. How could this city lord not be angry? Old Li. Lai Weigua's aura weakened and he sighed heavily. Weigua, I know that something happened in the East China Sea, that group of fooled us all. I wanted to keep stalling too, but I really couldn't fight it, and the corpse dragon took the opportunity to come to the gates. You do know that, I don't have a big family in Goose City, and I'm the only one over level 80 in the entire city, so I can't stop the corpse dragon at all. But just when we were in despair, Qin Yun he came. But that shouldn't be Qin Yun, although his physical appearance is correct, his aura is completely off. That corpse dragon didn't even last a few moves under him before he had to summon a wave of beasts to stop him. But Qin Yun directly broke up the beast tide all by himself and hardened the corpse dragon's head. Then he took over my fight, taking on 3 Dragon Kings by himself, abusing them one by one. Especially that bone dragon, it hurt so much to be brought back to life as he breaks the bones one by one. That demonic dragon was even more cunning, escaping without a second thought in front of all of us. But Qin Yun didn't stop, so he chased off to the wilderness and punched the demonic dragon all the way back, nailing it directly to the city wall. Weigua, I'm not kidding, this is really Qin Boy's doing. If it wasn't for him, even I wouldn't be able to sit here alive, not to mention Gucheng. Li Zhanshur slowly recounted the earlier events. Qin. Lai Weigua shakily pulled out a cigarette and lit it for himself. The impact of this event was so great that if it hadn't been for what his old friend had said, he really would have slapped the other man and told him he was talking nonsense. One man slaying 4 dragons. Throughout the entire history of China, no one has been able to do so. This kid, he's not just the hope of Goose City anymore. I'm afraid it will be the hope of the whole of China. Old Lai, it's confirmed that it's the corpse dragon and the bone dragon. Those 2 are as dead can be. You Goose City are really deep in hiding, you actually managed to destroy the 4 Dragon Kings in a group, causing us to worry to death. Report it to Elder Chen immediately, don't let him worry anymore. Several people had returned, their expressions full of surprise and appreciation. Well, hard work guys. The city of Gu is now half destroyed, so I hope to apologize for not keeping you all. When the next time, I'll set up a banquet and not get drunk. Li Zhanshan rushed a few people to arch his hand and said. Several people all bowed their hands in return and left Gu City in a sensible manner. After all, Huaxia is not an iron block, and there are quite a few clans standing for hegemony. Li Zhanshan and Li Weigua did not want them to learn about Qin Yun prematurely. Although a few people had no malicious intent, one had to guard against the possible tactics of the family behind them. As a few people left, the 2 men looked at each other and breathed the same sigh of relief. Report, City Lord. A soldier rushed to the 2 men. Qin Yun. Qin Yun is awake. Chapter 50 National Trial. The pride of heaven is on display. Headache. Taku City. Did you keep it? Qin Yun opened his eyes with difficulty and looked around somewhat blankly. He was in a hospital room where the doctor was busy observing physiological values. City Lord, Qin Yun is fine, he's just consumed too much and needs to recuperate. Well, you guys go ahead and go down. The sound of footsteps came from near and far, and soon only 2 middle-aged men remained. Little Cloud? Li. Uncle Li. Gucheng. Qin Yun's voice was hoarse, and it was hard to spit out every word. Li Zhancher sat on his hospital bed and firmly grasped the right hand he was trying to extend.
Hold it. Gu Chang is fine. Little Cloud, this is all because of you.
Li Zhanchan's words caused Qin Yun's brain to tremble, and his otherwise chaotic mind flashed out many memory fragments. Remember that after the career Q, his body was no longer under control, and his consciousness could only be cooped up in a corner, leaving Neza to fight. Then later, when Neza fought the Dragon King, his consciousness couldn't withstand the impact and he directly fainted, only waking up now. The flashback memories were constantly intertwined with the Chuntang Pass from 10,000 years ago, and the misplaced fragments of space and time caused Qin Yun to be a little freaked out, his head aching.
Can't think of anything? It's okay, Cloud, we understand. Everyone's career is unique in its own way, and maybe that's what's causing the impact of your career.
Yeah. Career impact. Qin Yun finally understood why gods would gradually awaken their self-awareness. As long as he awakened his self-awareness, he would have the opportunity to take control of Qin Yun's body and help him rapidly improve his abilities, which could be used to cope with things he could not solve or the regrets the gods once had. Like Neza, who was the one who manipulated Qin Yun's body to exterminate the 4 Dragon Kings. And borrowing a body is extremely expensive. This time around, Neza's Yuanshan was damaged and fell into a long slumber, and although he was able to use his energy, he would ultimately have less of the aura of a god. But it really is a life-saving technique as well. Get some rest, your Uncle Lai is here too, Gu Chang is fine. Aha! Qin Yun slowly closed his eyes. Neza had used his body to drive the trapping Ji for almost an hour, and his whole body was quite tired, so he had to rest again. Seeing Qin Yun slumbering once again, the two of them walked out of the hospital room and instructed the medical staff to take good care of him. How long will the national trials take? As usual in previous years, there are still about 10 days to go. Alas, I hope the boy recovers well. Although I can get him guaranteed a place at Regulus Academy, he still needs to fight for a place in the elite class himself. Well, I'll bring Qingyu back later and study with Xia Yun some more. I heard that this year, people from the big families will be involved? That's right, Elder Su has reformed the trials, prohibiting them from directly entering the Xian Yuan Academy. But the training resources for that group are too good, and participating in the trials just puts pressure on the other students. When the time comes, just have Little Cloud do his best, no need to fight too hard. Yeah, I'm afraid it'll be hard for Little Cloud to compete for first place if he doesn't turn on this kind of state. It's okay, it's just a good birth, it's not sure if it's stronger or weaker when it grows up. The two talked and left the hospital room. Imperial Capital. A mansion is situated on a high platform made of green stone, 12 steps like crouching dragons circling around, each step is engraved with chi dragons and cloud thunder, while the vermilion plaque right above, with 2 majestic big characters engraved in small codices, is precisely the Chun family. Through the cave door, suddenly there is the sound of water breaking through the air, 9 corridors under the culverts, from the mountain springs of the living water from the towering wigwam flowing down, convergence of waterfalls up to several meters long, in the mansion rumbling. And under the waterfall stood a teenager. He was lean and distinguished in appearance, and the long sword in his hand danced with sword blossoms as it rippled under the impact of the waterfall. Young master, the national trial opens in 10 days, the master asked me to remind you of it. A pawn walked into the courtyard and stood humbly before the waterfall, his lowered head not yet raised. Clank. The long sword danced with an empty sound. The young man sheathed his sword, picked up the clothes from the rock and put them on, striding towards the outside of the courtyard. The pawn was just about to accompany the young master to leave when a loud bang came from behind. Boom! He turned back incredulously. The waterfall that was soaring from below even completely flipped over and rushed into the sky like a fountain, turning into a water dragon roaring towards the sky. The majestic wigwam was even broken off from it, and then shattered into countless pieces that rumbled and fell to the ground. Miss, you just came back from the extreme north, why do you want to go to desert south again? It's all sand over there, it can be dangerous, you can't go. An old woman dragged the young girl and tried to stop her inside the house. But the young girl just turned around a few times, smiled, and got under the old woman's arm and climbed onto a bluebird. The bluebird got up and swept his eyes over the old woman, which actually made his heart go cold and almost paralyzed. This is not a bluebird. It was clearly a domesticated ice phoenix. He. Grandma, I'll be back in a couple of days, so I'm sure it won't affect the trial. I'm going to catch a good one. It's important for the trials. Go!
With the young girl's silver bell-like voice, the ice phoenix lifted its wings and flew, disappearing into the sky amidst a sea of ice crystals. Miss. The old woman shook her head helplessly. The quirky young lady made her not angry at all. She could only go and report to the master. At the words, the old man just laughed brightly. Xin must have taken a fancy to that giant beast, which is indeed suitable for the trial as well. Wait for her to come back. After all these years, it's time for our Zhang family to show its face. Wilderness. It was already a hazy night. A campfire blazes in the wilderness. A large and small figure sat in front of the flames. Said to be a big one and a small one, but even the body of the small one had exceeded 5 meters, and the big one was as high as 10 meters. Xing, how much longer? A dull voice came out of the giant's mouth. The smaller one tore a bite out of the roast in his hand and buzzed back. 7 days. Well, the national trials open in 10 days and I'll take you to meet your peers. The giant's words caused the teenager to freeze, and the flesh in his hands stopped tearing. They won't like me. Uncle, I'd better not go, right? No, you have to go. You survived the beasts with great difficulty. You have to adapt to human life. Even if they don't accept it, then it's not too late for you to come back. Good. I'll listen to Uncle. The teenager stuffed the meaty leg in his hand into his mouth as soon as he could, and even the bones were cackled and chewed into pieces, swallowing them together into his stomach. Beside him, the corpse of a giant tiger was lying on his back. Red Sky Manticore. The best of the tiger giants. At this point, they are being skinned and eaten by teenagers. Huaxia. A cemetery. The sky is drizzling, and a young girl with an umbrella stands silently in front of hundreds of tombstones. These tombstones are of the same color, as if they were erected on the same day. And they, all of them, have no names. It was just 2 words engraved in the heck of it. Huaxia. The young girl closed her umbrella, drew 3 sticks of incense from her bag, lit them and stuck them respectfully on the ground. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Second Aunt. I grew up. I will carry our family. 10 days from now, the national trials. I'm not going to lose. Chapter 51 The Ancient God of the World, the Opening of the Trials. Qin Yun slept for 3 full days. His eyelids were heavy, and he struggled for a long time to open a slit. The white light was a bit blinding, so Qin Yun had to squint his eyes and adapt for a while before continuing to open them. It's the same familiar ward, a vast expanse of white. The smell of disinfectant water was like a pair of rusty scissors, cutting a crack in the chaotic consciousness as Qin Yun's head gradually cleared, running through the earlier events. Luckily, Gucheng held on. The gods of China live up to their expectations, and are invincible as long as they are in the world. The neon lights outside the window cast dappled colored shadows, and it was already late at night, and everything was silent. Qin Yun was just about to make a move when he felt as if there was a heavy weight pressed on the quilt, and he lowered his eyes just enough to see a stunningly beautiful side face. Cold white light lay on the girl's messy tresses, her arms slumped over the hospital bed, her head tucked between her arms, her eyelashes casting thin shadows under her eyes. Lai Ching Moon. She had arrived long ago and had been guarding Qin Yun's bedside for quite some time. Although his body's exhaustion had subsided, the 3 days of sound sleep had left Qin Yun's throat on fire, and he couldn't help but cough twice. The loud noise immediately drew Lai Qingyue awake, her puffy eyes blinking 3 times before slowly focusing. Qin Yun. You're awake. The girl's face instantly smiled as she pressed the button to call the doctor, then helped Qin Yun sit up and handed over a glass of water filled with warm water. Qin Yun gulped it down, as if his body had been flushed through a channel, soothingly as if he had lived again. The girl leaned in close, her stray hair tinged with the smell of disinfectant, the hard plastic chair she'd probably slept in for the past 3 days. The doctors came in a line, testing Qin Yun's indicators, and after confirming that there was no error, they all sighed in relief and retreated with great eyesight, leaving space for the 2. The national trials are in 7 days. I heard Uncle Li say that there are 3 levels in this trial, and it will be scored based on a combination of performance. Lai Qingyue peeled an apple and recounted the information she had learned to Qin Yun. Good. Qin Yun nodded his head in understanding. This moment he checked his rank. The giant beasts and dragons that Neza had killed by controlling his body were not counted in, and he was still at the rank of the East Sea Trials. However, the incense value had soared to 1,000, apparently from the popularity gained from defending Gu City. The 4th god, thus awakened. The ancient god, Interceptor. The war god of China.
According to the legend, the Emperor and the Yellow Emperor fought for the throne and were defeated and decapitated. However, after losing his head, he survived with his breasts as his eyes and his navel as his mouth, and fought with a sharp axe and a shield in each hand. Blood will not be shed until the battle is over. His descent, I fear, will be one of the most belligerent. The national trials will be a great time to summon it. During these few days, Qin Yun rapidly recovered in the company of Li Qingyue. Li Zhanshan and Li Weiguo also visited often and brought back many messages to the two men. The battle in the East China Sea ended when Elder Fang and Elder Chen beat Fish Dragon to the point of no resistance and brought him back to Huaxia. Through interrogation, the Dragon Clan was looking for a secret realm, precisely within the city of Gu City. This was why the dragons had spared no expense in attacking Gu City. On top of that, the major races of the wastelands were in action, and many battles broke out over some areas. Fish Dragon hadn't heard much about it, and only knew the name was God's Fallen Land. After the Chinese superiors understood, they not only dispatched Elder Fang and Elder Chen to sit in Gu City, but also sent an elite squad to go deep into the wilderness to investigate the divine meteor land. As for Lu Ying, he had been sent to the imperial capital for treatment and woke up to report a lot of information about the Beast God sect. The sect leader of the Beast God cult, who was closely connected to the wasteland beasts, plotted many attacks. However, this person is a dragon and has never been seen by anyone. However, Lu Ying found out after investigation that this person probably held a key position in China, otherwise he could not have been involved in so many big events. So the follow-up lineup is being carried out in secret. 7 days later. Qin Yun's body completely recovered and his level came to 38. Li Qingyue even came to level 40. The streets and alleys of Gu City were all smoke-free, and soldiers guarded the vicinity of the roads to protect every candidate for the trials. This trial will determine where they go in the future. Only by getting a high score will they have a chance to enter college and continue to advance in rank. The probability is that the unsuccessful candidates will have no promotion pathway and will have to take up a career-related job. The trial, which will be nationally televised, will allow each viewer to choose the perspective they want to watch. As for the score ranking, it will also be sorted in real time for the viewers. Imperial Capital, Council Chamber. 5 old men sat on their knees, with the live broadcast of the national trials in the center. Sitting in the main seat was none other than Elder Su. There were 7 of them in total, each in a high position, and they also served as the Chinese deliberation cabinet, together deciding the future direction of China. Because Elder Chen and Elder Fang were sitting in Gu City, there were only 5 people in the council chamber. Elder Brothering, how are you going to recruit at Xianyuan Academy this year? Collect 500, the top 50 will enter the elite class and be led by the elders themselves to study. Ing Yuanwu nodded and explained the situation to the crowd. Ing Yuanwu, president of Xianyuan Academy, and the newest member of the deliberative pavilion. 2 million freshmen in Huaxia this year, 500 recruits, but they're all good. Don't worry, Ying's education has never gone wrong, we'll just wait for the new generation to grow up. Well, this year, Su improved the enrollment pathway to avoid the big families from hiding their secrets. But I'm afraid that their participation in the trial will dampen the confidence of ordinary students. If he doesn't even have that kind of tolerance, the future of Huaxia can't be handed over to him. Ha 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 ha, fair enough. Several people talked and waited together for the national trials to open. Imperial Capital, Chun family. Young master, it's almost time to start, the master told you to bring it. The servant stooped to hold a long sword and stood respectfully. The teenager drew out his long sword, and the sharp sword she actually rushed out violently, splitting the wigwam in two that had just been reinforced in front of him. Good. Tell the old man I'll take the first one. The young man paired his long sword on his waist and strutted into the trial. Grandma, I told you, in time. Grandpa, I'm going. Xinshin, be safe, you don't have to fight for first place. The old man of the Zhang family was sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by the old woman to the young girl, looking at the girl with pity. Yeah. The young girl mounted the ice phoenix, waved at the two, and flew into the trial. Uncle, they all seem to be afraid of us. The little giant stood on the playground as if he were a crane, and the students around him scornfully stayed away, looking at him with eyes that more or less carried fear. It's fine, take care of them when you get in there and don't actively start conflicts. Be safe. Okay, uncle. The giant sighed and watched the little giant walk into the trial. Go! Go! Qin Yun and Li Qingyue smiled at each other and stepped into the trial. The national trial, which opens at this moment. Chapter 52, the first level, the 5 Hail Marys. After a moment of dizziness in his head, Xinyan arrived at a pure white space. After looking around, he realized that it was full of students participating in the trial. This, I believe, is the location to be examined. As the hour hand moved towards 12, the magnificent sound of the bell resounded throughout China, and even this space was affected. The 316th National Trial. The trial is divided into 3 levels, testing individual ability, teamwork, and soul quality. The first level, the 5 hacks solo. All candidates will then be teleported to the corner of the map to live with the behemoth for 3 days. The system will give each candidate a corresponding score based on the giant beasts they have hunted. The stronger the behemoth is, the more difficult it is to hunt, and the higher the corresponding score will be. Attention, there are 5 terrains in this level, and the environment will change as you go deeper, and the strength of the behemoths will increase with it. If you die within 3 days, points will not accumulate. Please get ready, the trial is about to begin. The mechanical voice reached each candidate's mind with an initial judgment of the current situation. In fact, the first level is a common copy test, scoring points based on the behemoths killed. However, the 5 different terrains and environments make the replica more difficult, and the likelihood of dying in them becomes greater. Opportunity and danger go hand in hand, and the only way to score better is to take advantage of them. And the death mechanic that exists in the copies leads to the candidates having to watch out for each other as well. 10. The mechanical tone came out once again, and Xinyan braced himself and adjusted his mindset as he prepared to enter the trial. The rest of the candidates did the same, each pulling out their weapons and preparing for the trial. 3, 2, 1. The trial opens. White light flashed before Xinyan's eyes as he opened them in a wave of dizziness. What came into view was a forest. The rest of the students were not found around. The map of this copy was so huge that even 2 million people would have trouble encountering it in the first place. Xinyan borrowed the trunk of a tree and bounced onto a large tree, looking out into the distance at 2 very different colors. Where it meets the forest is a gray and yellow desert. And at the edge of the desert, patches of white are revealed. Sight stretched to the limit can only see here. Xinyan was in no hurry. 3 days was still plenty of time to explore slowly. Boom! Still thinking about it, there was a roar not far away. Xinyan lowered his eyes and happened to see a young girl being chased by a brown bear. Before Xinyan could make a move, the young girl was caught up and her bear paw struck her head, instantly transforming into a stream of light and eliminated from the game. Level LV25, Titan Brown Bear. Can a behemoth of this caliber only be placed at the very edge? The national trials, it seems, are more brutal than one would like. However, Xinyan naturally wouldn't let go of the prey that was brought to his mouth, and with his fire-tipped spear in hand, he invited the god Neza. With a flash of fire, the tip of the gun went through the brown bear's head, pinning it to a boulder. The watch on Xinyan's wrist popped up with 25 points. This was handed out to everyone before the trial to make it easier to keep track of points in current rankings. Xinyan glanced at the rankings, which had reached around 30,000, and the first place points had soared to 200. And it wasn't even 10 minutes before the trial began. Xinyan could not help but have the corners of his mouth twitch as the pressure multiplied. But that wasn't his goal. Going forward and killing bosses in depth is what wins the game. Fresh. A bird song startled out countless birds in the forest. Xinyan looked up as a blue bird nearly 10 meters in size was spreading its wings and flying. Its feathers are made up of layers of translucent ice crystals, but without losing that rich texture of feathers. 3 long tail feathers crisscross like glacial crevasses, coalescing at the ends with an immutable cold mist that sprinkled ice dust as it flew, condensing into suspended hexagonal frost flowers in the air. Even if he was far away from it, Xinyan could still feel the intense cold aura it released. His pupils contracted suddenly. This. What kind of bird is this? Is the phoenix a giant beast of the same class as a dragon? How could it be in the trial? As if noticing Xinyan's eyes, the ice phoenix even lowered its head and glared at him in a high and cold manner, then lifted off a few hundred meters and hid into the clouds. It was also this turning back that a thin silhouette revealed itself from its back. It's on its back, man. It's actually a mount. To be able to make a phoenix a mount, how terrifying should the person himself be? Xinyan's mouth grinned. China's heavenly pride is truly endless. But that's the kind of game that's fun. Xinyan jumped down from the tree and went deeper into the interior. Grandpa, look, that's Little Cloud. In the imperial capital's Lu family, Lu Yunqi was sitting beside an old man, pointing to him with gusto. Although the old man was already old, his body exuded an invisible aura, and a blood-stained long knife hung in front of the hall, making the entire environment even more austere and murderous. In front of the girl, though, he curbed all his aura and just looked kindly to where the girl was pointing. The wind and spirit are handsome, and the warmth of it is like jade.
Little Yunxia, do you like him very much?
The old man's words caused Lu Yunqi's face to instantly flush red. What the heck, Grandpa, you're talking nonsense again.
This is the student I took.
Don't forget, Grandpa, that I'm going to Goose City on a mission.
And Little Cloud is my clue.
Oh? Elder Lu's brows were baffled, and he recalled the previous mission instead.
You mean that void god Vane?
Aha! Little Cloud has awakened the divine players, and I also feel a professional tremor in him.
When I get a chance, I'll invite him over and we'll work on it together.
Lu Yunqi nodded her head, a little worried in her heart.
Her mission is a top secret in China. The danger is equally high.
She was a bit torn on whether or not to let Qin Yun take the risk. But this was, after all, about the future of China, and not something she alone could decide.
Well.
Let Grandpa see how the lad does. Elder Lu's eyes solemnized as he watched the live stream of the global trial together with Lu Yunqi.
Taku City.
A group of principals stood guard in front of the live screen in God's Eagle Square. Li Zhanshan, as the city's lord, likewise stepped forward and led a group of executives to sit with the principals at a high place in the Divine Eagle Plaza. City Lord, Gu City has already had 100 people rise to level 35 or above before the trial this year, represented by Qin Yun. There are even as many as 10,000 people above level 30, far exceeding the number in previous years.
Well, let's hope for another successful year in Gu City.
Li Zhanshan sat in the main seat, flanked by Chen Lao Fong Lao, who had come to sit in the town.
Lai Weigua had returned to the army to make sure the trial went well.
I don't think it's a problem for Kid Qin to enter the top 50, but it's more or less difficult to enter the top 10. Yes, those families have cultivated quite a few demons. Old Chen, you are a member of the Chen family. In terms of seniority, that kid is still your grandson.
Tianzhe is indeed excellent, but Xiao Qin, who we've watched all the way here, is equally strong.
The two old men spoke to each other and were then drawn to the screen.
Qin kid is really an unlucky guy.
Encountering the first-tier guard boss so early.
Spirit-winged white tiger. Chapter 53, White Tiger with Spirit Wings? The Descent of Heaven.
Within the replica, a white tiger spread its wings and blocked out the only light left in the forest. The powerful sense of oppression drew no more creatures around, leaving only a human to stand proudly against it. Qin Yun held his spear and stared at the white tiger in front of him with interest.
Spirit-winged white tiger.
Level, LV 35.
Life value, 42,000. Attack power, 1200.
Talent 1, Wind God's bloodline, born to resonate with the wind element, can manipulate air currents without consumption. Talent 2, Wings of the Vault, when the wings flap, they can set off strong winds, and the ultimate flight speed exceeds the speed of sound. Talent 3, Wind Whisperer, perceive the movement of 100 miles in a radius through the vibration of air currents, and can even predict the enemy's next move. Skill 1, Thousand Blade Storm, releases dense wind blades between claw swings, dealing 260% slashing damage to contacting targets. Skill 2, Hurricane Cage, summons a column of tornado winds to trap an enemy, with extremely low air pressure inside, reducing the target's movement speed by 80% and continuously dealing 180% damage to the target in contact. Skill 3, Sublime Wind Gap, tearing through space to create a short wind elemental channel, realizing short-range instantaneous movement. Skill 4, Final Storm, unfolds the storm field. Countless thunderstorms and tornadoes are generated at the same time. All the air within the field is subject to the absolute domination of the spirit-winged white tiger, and can even siphon off the oxygen.
With this kind of level and talent, I'm afraid it's a boss-level enemy in the secret realm.
However, Qin Yun was happy instead of worried. He was worried about points, and this white tiger came to his door. However, Neja's attribute is fire, so he's prone to jail time when fighting in the forest.
Zhongkuei and Gongong even have their own areas of specialization, and even if summoned they don't perform well.
Just in time, a fourth god descended. Qin Yun smiled faintly as he sketched out the figure of Interdictor in his mind. He took one step, and extreme killing intent rushed up to the sky, actually causing the heart of the white tiger in front of him to tremble so violently that it was almost about to flee on the spot. The three mountains are cracked by a horizontal wave of dry qi, and the wild songs of the ages move to the nine gaikai. Don't say that the remnants of the body have no face, and the ghosts and gods will mourn when Interceptor dances. Playwright Qin Yun, pay homage to the ancient god, Interceptor. Descent. Boom. The sky that had been clear was instantly covered by black clouds, black as ink, murderous aura pouring down from the sky, Qin Yun single-handedly pointing to the sky, being in the middle of the murderous intent, even his eyes were dyed to scarlet red. The ancient god Interceptor. The war god of China. In ancient times, as a general, he fought in all directions, striking at the center of the plains, with such a murderous aura that even Ne Zha had to step aside when he saw him. An ink-colored phantom stood proudly behind Qin Yun. He clasped his hands to his chest, his muscles as gnarled as if they were coiled around a dragon. The view swept upwards, the neck was dark and even more empty. He actually didn't have a head. But even without a head, his stance was still as majestic as a mountain, and one had to look up just to stand there. The ancient god, Interceptor, once fought against the emperor and remained undefeated after his head was decapitated. Thereafter, he survived in the form of his own breasts for eyes and navel for mouth, fighting with a sharp axe and shield in each hand. Valor and bravery, rather than death. Who can stop such a god of war? Boom! Powerful air currents pushed all the giant trees around them, and the spirit-winged white tiger stared with its tiger eyes, the air currents surging around its body, the wind element surging and hissing, always ready to rush out. The spirit-winged white tiger sensed the other party's killing aura. As the king of all beasts in the jungle, it does not tolerate any provocation. Whoosh! The wind flows wildly. The spirit-winged white tiger's figure arrived in an instant, its sharp knife-like claws carrying hundreds of wind blades as it rushed at Qin Yun and landed with a palm. Experienced in battle, it struck out with a killing blow. Qin Yun did not dodge, but merely raised his right hand, a worn shield in front of him. Boom! Sharpened tiger claws slammed into the shield as hundreds of wind blades tore through everything. The violent energy swept up the air currents around them, raising gusts of dust and obscuring all sight. This spirit-winged white tiger has a pair of sharp claws that cut through iron like mud, even a tank of the same rank wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it. And with the wind god bloodline he can freely control the wind element, his speed and attacks are not bad. This kind of head-on collision, even we can't afford it. Mr. Qin Yun should still avoid his front and remember from a long time. The principals who were watching the livestream in Goose City couldn't help but rub their heads and sigh. Elder Chen and Elder Fong just laughed without saying anything. For regular people, they were right. But Qin Yun was not a very human being. He had blown away the deep-sea demon whale with one punch in front of the two. After that, Elder Fong never believed that any giant beast could match Qin Yun's strength. A mere white tiger, how dare you take the initiative? What a way to get killed. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the figure of a white tiger jumped out from it, flapping its wings and hovering in the air. And its right paw was already dripping with blood. Under this palm, not only did it fail to break Qin Yun's defense, but it was also struck by a strong reaction force that broke its limbs. The group of principals stared at the same time, simply unable to believe what was in front of them. Is this still the spirit-winged white tiger? Whose behemoth would hurt himself from the reaction force? For a moment, all eyes converged on Qin Yun once again. He was seen holding an axe in his left hand and a shield in his right, and not to mention the injuries on his body, there were no claw marks to be seen on that shield. It's not right, is it? The axe and shield in Qin Yun's hands were so tattered that he could count dozens of gaps alone, and they were going to fall apart after a few moves, so how could they possibly block this strike from the spirit-winged white tiger? But, why not? Interceptor, as an ancient god of war, holding an axe and shield had experienced countless battles, which of the enemies he had faced was not stronger than the spirit-winged white tiger? Not to mention the enemy itself, even the pets the enemy has are better than this thing. In battle, each of those enemies wielded a divine weapon, striking out with astounding greatness, and crushing a mountain range with a single strike was the norm. With this level of combat, how could Interdictor's weapons be mortal? Not to mention the spirit-winged white tiger, even if we let the hell demon dragon come and hit this shield with all its might for a few hundred times, it wouldn't even break. Qin Yun didn't know what was on the principals' minds, he was infected by Interceptor's aura, and now his battle spirit was in full swing, with only the white tiger, his enemy, in his eyes. A touch of black chi permeated from Interceptor's phantom and was injected into the axe. The axe was as if it had come to life, whistling and roaring shrilly in Qin Yun's mind. It's craving blood. It couldn't wait to split the enemy in front of it in two. Ink-colored energy filled his entire body as Qin Yun swung his right arm up and chopped down with an axe. Open the mountain. Boom. The inky energy mimicked into a giant axe, slashing straight towards the white tiger in the sky. The heavens and earth seemed to come to a standstill, and everything fell into silence under the might of this axe. The spirit-winged white tiger was startled and shook its wings in a hurry to dodge. But that bloody killing intent had already locked it, making it cold, like falling into an ice cave, where there was still the possibility of dodging. Roar! If you can't dodge, then you can fight. The bloodlust of the king of all beasts was aroused. The spirit-winged white tiger let out a furious roar, setting off all the air currents around him, turning into a round of tornado storm and meeting the giant axe. Chapter 50 For the Field of Killing. The axe blade cleaved into the storm. It is said that it is difficult for man to overcome nature. But there's an old Chinese saying that says that people will win. Is it even possible for a man to win? What's wrong with God, then? Boom! The giant axe at the center of the storm burst into a circle of blood-colored ripples, instantly shattering and calming the storm. Under the spirit-winged white tiger's terrified eyes, the axe came face to face. Sizzle! The sound of tearing resounded through the forest, and under panic, the spirit-winged white tiger could only hastily retract its wings and protect itself in front of its body. Its wings, hard as steel, can defend against all attacks under level 40. However, in front of the axe blade, the wings were just like paper mache, and blood flowed out as soon as they came into contact, and then they were even chopped off in unison. Bang! The pair of wings of the spirit-winged white tiger was cut down hard, and his body was blasted out by the surging huge force, hitting several big trees before finally stopping. Beautiful! Fan Lao, who was watching the play, laughed and screamed despite his image. To repel the spirit-winged white tiger with a single strike, this is how my Chinese pride should look like. Several principals looked at each other, shocked and speechless. They knew that Qin Yun was strong, and they had even seen his stance of slaying the 4 dragons. But it's not like he's in a god-possessed state, so how can he still be so strong? Where exactly are his limits? Did I, Gucheng, really produce a national talent? The principals, though unaware of the situation, all had fiery eyes and stopped exporting their worries, staring peacefully at the screen. Ow! The white tiger hissed mournfully, its eyes carrying an uncontrollable rage as it stared dead at the human in front of it. Both of its wings were broken all the way down the center, leaving only a third of them hanging from its back. It hadn't been hurt this badly since it was born. It had to make the enemy in front of it pay. The greenish-white energy flowed, turning into layers of airflow surrounding the white tiger's body. The spirit-winged white tiger stared at Qin Yun and ripped the air in front of him with a single claw. Sublime wind gap. A passageway created by the wind element stood in front of him. It's not as invisible and defensible as the space element. However, the channel can add its speed to the extreme, giving the effect of instantaneous movement. You know, the only martial art under the sun is fast. The faster the speed, the stronger the attack. The white tiger leaps into the passage. Just as the residual shadow remained on the ground, it had already arrived in the sky, its tiger claws slamming down towards Qin Yun's head. This is going to hit the ground running, with red and white giving way all over the place. Luckily, its killing intent was too strong, allowing Qin Yun to prepare for it, the shield in his left hand already raised above his head while the axe wrapped around the scarlet, taking the opportunity to send out an opening strike. Swish! What was expected did not happen. The tiger's claw did not land on top of the shield, and the blow that Qin Yun swung with a good landing point was equally empty. In the next instant, the white tiger killed from the side and struck Qin Yun's back with a palm strike. Boom! The terrifyingly huge force slapped Qin Yun away instantly. Wind speaker talent. Through the flow of air currents, the white tiger could predict the enemy's next attack. Then through the passage of the dimensional wind gap, it not only dodged Qin Yun's attack, but even took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Being able to become the jungle's guard boss, the spirit-winged white tiger was not a waste of time. Bang! After a loud bang, the trees in the distance fell down in response, and Qin Yun poked out his body from the large hole he had blasted out, scratching his hair in some shame. He had underestimated the spirit-winged white tiger too much. Not only was this giant beast of a lower level than himself, his bloodline was not as good as the previous giant dragon, so he did not put it in his eyes. It's not right. There is no room for carelessness on the battlefield. Even the weakest behemoths have their own traits, sometimes even life-threatening. Fortunately, after invoking the god interpretation, his body strength had been ruthlessly strengthened, not to mention taking a blow from the white tiger. Even if he fought with it in an empty-handed melee, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Looking at the white tiger once again, Qin Yun's eyes went cold. Swish! The dimensional wind gap opened again, and the white tiger left behind a streak of residual shadows as its form disappeared from sight.
Bang!
Qin Yun's body rotated and his shield met his back, just in time to take down the white tiger's heart-piercing strike. Before Qin Yun could counterattack, this white tiger's figure disappeared once again, waiting for an opportunity with the gale.
The ability to move instantly is really difficult.
However, Qin Yun was able to rely on his killing aura to sense the direction of the white tiger's attack and defend against the attack in time. Therefore, as long as time was consumed, when the white tiger's energy was depleted and its speed dropped, it would be an opportunity to counterattack and decapitate it.
However, Qin Yun did not want to waste time on it.
There are 4 more terrains ahead waiting to be explored on their own.
It's got to be quick.
The criminal heavenly phantasm behind Qin Yun loosened his arms. He was headless, but the expression on his chest emphasized his majesty. Only to see Interceptor kneeling on one knee, his right hand clenched into a fist and aimed at the ground.
A punch is thrown. Boom!
Red and black air currents instantly rushed out from the ground, turning into dots of starbursts that filled everything around them. The white tiger only felt his eyes swaying, which is still a forest in front of him, obviously a pale and bloody ancient battlefield. Dismembered limbs and broken arms grew on the ground as if they were flowers and plants, and mountains of corpses burned out in a blazing fire, illuminating the rivers of blood that had gathered. This was a killing domain that belonged exclusively to Xingtian. In this realm, the killing intent would encroach on the enemy's mind and turn him into a madman who only knew how to fight. Here, there is no escape, only death. The white tiger's heart trembled as he looked at the battlefield that was like an inferno, feeling fear for the first time. Here, where is it still the king of all beasts, it is not even a pet that is pampered.
No way. No way. Gotta go. Stay here and really die.
White Tiger desperately mobilized the wind element, trying to create a sub-dimensional wind gap for himself to leave. But the elements around them were dead silent, and there was no response at all.
That's not possible. It was a wind god bloodline, how could it not order the wind element?
White Tiger panicked as he kept using his skills, even the final storm, which required an overdraft of his life to turn on, without a single response.
Yes, banning demons in the realm of Interceptor.
Not to mention the wind element, here all elements are not allowed to mobilize, only physical combat. The ancient god, Interceptor, was the god of war's mighty name that had been slain in a battle, and the realm he created was like the war back then, where only cold weapons could clash. Qin Yun let go of his shield and picked up his axe, the corners of his mouth grinning as he rushed towards the white tiger. He was similarly affected by Xingtian's killing intent, and the battle intent was burning in his heart.
Bang!
The panicked white tiger couldn't react in time, and was hit by an axe in its front paw. The sturdy bones were split by the sharp edge, and the whole front paw flew up. The smell of blood got worse. Roar! The white tiger roared angrily, opening its mouth full of fangs, about to tear into Qin Yun. Not only could it not escape, but it was also affected by the murderous aura in the field, and now all it wanted to do was tear apart the human in front of it.
Unfortunately, in front of the god of war, Interceptor, it was indeed inferior to a cat.
Only to see Qin Yun land a knee strike, his strong physical body hitting the white tiger squarely in the lower jaw, causing it to close its mouth. And the axe in Qin Yun's right hand was already aimed at the white tiger's neck.
The axe blade slashed down.
The large tiger's head flew high. Chapter 55, Opportunities in the Desert.
Took it down in 2 moves? Student Qin's combat experience is too rich, isn't it?
It's not surprising that he performed this way when earlier he was fault first in all subjects in school.
It looks like there's hope for the top 100 in the country. The principals in God's Eagle Square were again left to wonder.
Although their Goose City was said to be not weak, after all, they did not have a big family, and their best ever result was only 832. This year, Li Juan sold his old face and let Lai Wei's daughter come to Goose City just to compete for a higher ranking. Now, it seemed that Qin Yun had become the best hope instead. Ding, kill LV-35 Spirit Wing White Tiger, experience plus 25,000, incense points plus 105.
Ding. Dropped material Spirit Winged White Tiger Teeth X5, Feathers X10.
The watch numbers on his wrist also began to jump, eventually stopping at 375. This tiger, giving 350 points.
Boss-level behemoths will have 10 times the points of normal behemoths. The ranking at this point came to 1,372.
Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. It seemed that there were not a few students who had killed the boss. Elder brother Qin, you've put in the blood this year, I'm afraid the number of jungle bosses is over 10,000.
Well, the age of the diamond in the rough deserves a corresponding test. The jungle bosses can't stop them, though.
Inside the council chamber, the 5 old men's faces were pleased, looking at the screen with a slight sigh. Within the jungle, like Qinyue dodged through, the female Valkyrie Dharma phase behind her was revealed, the long sword in her hand keening, and she had already chopped the rhinoceros in her way from it. Not far away, a giant tree collapsed and snapped, and underneath it, the figure of a giant dragon shifted, leaving behind only the corpse of a white-haired boar. Farther away, the sky was covered with black smoke and ghostly shadows, and the surrounding area seemed to be plunged into the underworld, with unsettling ghostly fires rising above it, and dozens of red wolves rotting in it. Boom! The sword energy traversed the jungle, the trees in front of him were all cut off, and a vacuum of hundreds of meters was actually formed under the sword. The surrounding students looked at each other with palpitating hearts, immediately turning away for fear of angering this killing god. Chen Tianzi floated like an immortal, his steps were lotus flowers, and there were no more creatures around him to stop him, and after just a few steps, he had already passed through the jungle. Hey, he's good. Behind Chen Tianzi, a figure 20 meters tall stood above the jungle. It was the little giant from earlier, whose body grew again during the battle. And at his feet was a black ape with its head blown off. Let's go, Xing. On the giant's shoulders, there was actually a girl sitting, wiggling her legs, looking pleased with herself, and pointing her finger into the distance. Oh! Heavy footsteps echoed through the jungle as the giant figure ran off into the distance. Qin Yun gradually arrived at the edge of the jungle. The jungle was so extensive that it took him a good half a day's walk, and it was nearly dark by the time he reached the desert. As soon as we entered the desert, the heat immediately surged up and the sweat on our heads didn't stop. Luckily, Interceptor's body had long been impervious to cold and heat, and hiking in the desert didn't have much of an effect. Ascending a sand dune, Qin Yun once again looked into the distance. The white color he saw earlier was a snowy plain, forming a sharp dividing line with the desert over here. Now he figured out that the 5 environments were distributed in a circular pattern, and the further inside the area was, the smaller the area was, and the greater the chance that the participants would encounter them. It was twilight, and the sun was slowly dropping over the borderline, the golden afterglow making the desert seem as if it were gold. Qin Yun searched for a few towering rocks, tested the wind direction, and set up camp at the leeward side to rest. Desert obstacles are few and far between, and once nighttime comes, they will be exposed to the behemoth's eyes, and it's not a good strategy to rush in. Anyway, there was still a long time to go, so Qin Yun was not in a hurry. He took out dry food from his backpack, lit a campfire, and watched the night thicken a little. This should be the place, right? Someone actually made a fire. The sound of a freckled girl's voice came from the distance. Qin Yun raised his torch and looked up as a blue bird was slowly walking away from the front. Isn't this the ice phoenix from earlier? Qin Yun didn't move to open his profession, his weapons hidden under his hands, always ready to strike. Hello? 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 A young girl poked her head out from behind the bluebird amidst Qin Yun's wary eyes. She was small and delicate looking, and if it wasn't for the fact that the national trial could only be participated in at the age of 18, Qin Yun would have thought of her as a child. Hello. Qin Yun stepped out from the shadows and opened his mouth to greet him. Wow, it's a handsome guy. Handsome, can I rub it in tonight? The girl clenched her hands into fists and clutched them to her chin, her big eyes blinking and looking pitiful. Qin Yun did not refuse and pointed to his tent. Yes, but I'll stay here and you find your own place around here. No problem. The girl popped up in front of the campfire and held out her small hands to roast the fire, her feet shaking. The ice phoenix did not follow, only protecting the periphery, her eyes remaining on Qin Yun. Where are you from? I don't think I've seen you before. I don't have a family. Qin Yun roasted dry food and answered the girl's question. Wow. First day out of the jungle without a clan, you're awesome handsome. I'm from the Imperial Zhang family, just call me Xin. Aha. Qin Yun didn't reply much, although the girl in front of him acted cute, but to be able to harness a giant beast like a phoenix, she must not be an ordinary person. Zhang Xinxin skimmed her mouth inadvertently, then eyed the food in Qin Yun's hands. You? Yeah. Thanks handsome. Qin Yun had only just uttered his words when Zhang Xinxin, like a kitten, snatched the food from Qin Yun's hand and ate it with an owlish bite. The overly jumpy girl made Qin Yun a little less comfortable. He had to take the food out of his backpack again and put it on the fire to heat it up. He.
Handsome is such a nice guy. Well, how about Shin tell you the good news? What?
Shin Yun raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl. Sang Shinshin took the food and passed it to her mouth with her left hand, pointing her right hand down to her body.
Down here, there are ruins.
Relics? Yeah, don't you know, handsome, that there are not only giant beasts in the national trials, but also some opportunities. Like the relics in the desert, the altars in the snowy plains. There are rewards for placing them in all 4 places except the jungle.
Would Handsome be interested in accompanying me down there?
Zhang Xinshin's words caused Qin Yun to fall into silence. He hadn't really heard of it. After all, such things as chance could be encountered but not sought, so who could ignore the trials and specifically look for rewards?
You mean, right below us?
Yes, Handsome got lucky and just happened to rest right above the ruins. If I'm not mistaken, there's a pyramid directly below this. Inside, a god sleeps.
Chapter 56, Relic. Treasure hunting mouse? God? Qin Yun's pupils shook tremendously.
He was the inheritor of the divine lineage of Huaxia, carrying the hope of the recovery of countless gods on his shoulders, and truly believed in the existence of God.
Now you're telling me that there are gods sleeping in the pyramids down there? Then it can't be a Chinese god.
In this world, are there still external gods?
He.
Zhang Xinshin spat out her little tongue, looking as if she had spoken out of turn. Just kidding, handsome, it's just a legend, but there's a lot of good stuff in there.
Are you going with Shin?
Qin Yun slowed down from his surprise and looked at the girl. But whether it was a legend or not, he had to find out.
Go.
Oh good, then rest for the night and let's go in the morning.
Aha!
Qin Yun nodded his head and agreed. The night was thick in the desert, and in the endless darkness, red eyes kept surfacing. Apparently the giant beasts in the desert began to hunt through the night. Qin Yun was still planning to keep watch, but was stopped by Zhang Xinshin, who pointed down at the ice phoenix and said that as long as he let Little Blue emit his aura no giant beast would dare to come and provoke him. Indeed, the phoenix's racial might was no less than that of the dragon race. Interesting, the little girl from the Zhang clan actually met up with Qin Yun.
Ha 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 ha, I even hugged this little girl back in the day.
The last time I saw elder brother Zhang, he couldn't stop talking about his granddaughter. I didn't realize that she had already grown so big.
That ice phoenix's bloodline is quite pure, probably only the last ranked boss can block it.
Yeah, but it's part of her strength not to cause fouls.
Ying Yuanwu emphasized meticulously, his face full of interest.
The more geniuses there were, the happier they were at Regulus Academy.
This girl from the Lai family is not bad either, actually traveling alone at night.
Yes, to be able to slice through the defense of a dragon-scaled gopher with a single sword, the weapon in this hand is quite extraordinary. Legendary level, Lai Weiguo really put his blood on the line. How can he afford to fix a legendary weapon? It's from Qin Yun, it seems to have been found in the East Sea trials. Older people with inside knowledge synchronize messages to the crowd.
Inside the Dragon Palace?
This kid has surprised us quite a bit. It's not possible that he got all the rewards from this copy as well, right?
Rather unlikely.
Ying Yuanwu raised the map in his hand. The places we put things can be quite hidden, and quite a few of them are still trap boxes. Some of the rewards are even guarded by giant beasts, so if you want to take them, you'll have to weigh your strength. Besides, there are several other ruins in the copy that we'd have a hard time finding by following the map, let alone these kids. Ying Yuanwu was full of confidence, causing Elder Su, who knew the inner workings well, to smile. There was no talk all night. As the sun lazily rose from the horizon, Qin Yun opened his eyes and straightened his attire and exited the tent. The campfire had gone out, and the ice bird lay on its back a short distance away, a small head emerging from its feathers. Zhang Xinshin didn't set up camp, but slept in the arms of the ice bird. At the sound of a noise over here, Icebird opened his eyes and shook the girl in his arms.
Ah, it's dawn you know.
The girl rubbed her bleary eyes and slowly sat up, stretching at the sky.
The two ate breakfast and put their gear away. It's down here. Handsome, can you put it on for me?
The girl blinked her eyes and looked at Qin Yun with supplicating little eyes. At those words, the ice phoenix even took a step back, indicating her helplessness.
As a phoenix, it would not want to do something like making holes.
Qin Yun stared earnestly into the girl's eyes, living for 2 minutes to make sure she wasn't lying. With that, he helplessly summoned his fire-tipped spear and aimed it at the ground.
Luckily Neza is asleep.
This would piss him off if he knew he was using his weapon to make holes. Nez's phantom gradually rose, and his bursting flame breath drew the ice phoenix to be full of caution, even flapping its wings in readiness to leave. Zhang Xinxin collected the playful smile on her face, revealing a serious look for the first time. Red gold energy spread from Qin Yun's hand to the spear, outlining a grandiose silhouette that looked as if the body of the spear had expanded dozens of times.
The lance came out of his hand and leapt into the clouds in the twinkling of an eye. Qin Yun's expression was blazing as his right hand descended violently. Above the dome of the sky, a pointed spear fell like a meteorite, surpassing the speed of a sonic boom, accumulating the air and constantly bursting. Boom! Qin Yun opened his hand to turn on the red golden energy layer, protecting Zhang Xinxin and himself. The lance fell in front of his eyes, and the strong impact swept up the wind and waves, actually shattering a sand dune in the distance and turning it into countless gravel that drifted away in the wind. When the smoke cleared, a deep dark pit came into view. Yeah. Handsome guy is so strong, eh? Remember to cover me later. Zhang Xinxin waved her hand at the ice phoenix, which obediently flew over and allowed it to place its hand on its head. Under Qin Yun's astonished gaze, the ice phoenix's body slowly shrunk to the size of a fist, living like a blue chicken. The mini ice phoenix flapped its wings and lay on the girl's shoulder, its eyes half closed in some boredom. Noticing the gaze cast by Qin Yun, Zhang Xinxin clenched her four fingers into a fist and pointed her thumb at herself, saying, S rank, LV 38 Imperial Beast Master. Qin Yun's eyes changed slightly and he did not answer. Seeing that Qin Yun did not introduce himself, Zhang Xinxin puffed up her mouth and took the lead in walking to the deep pit. I'll go first. With that, the girl leapt down. Qin Yun did not say much and fell with the girl. Black, very black, reaching for the stars. Stepping on the ground, the first thing Qin Yun felt was darkness. He hastily withdrew his fire-tipped spear, and in doing so summoned flames to light up his surroundings. I'm here. The girl waved her hand at Qin Yun and pointed to the wall not far away. There are wall sconces there to light. At those words, Qin Yun leapt to the wall, a line of slits unfolding before his eyes. It wasn't a normal light, but rather resembled a trench with a dark liquid inside. Qin Yun passed the flame and the liquid immediately blazed up, spreading to all four walls. Firelight, lighting everything up. Qin Yun's mouth closed a little as he scanned the circle. On all sides were sloping limestone walls that flickered in and out of the swaying light, each boulder joint as dense as a hair. The location where the two stood was empty, but there were passages on all four sides, and the interior was deep and dark, so it was impossible to see what was hidden. As expected. Where could the stuff be? Zhang Xinxin narrowed her eyes and surveyed the passageways in all directions, eventually rubbing her head and glancing warily at Qin Yun. Handsome, why don't we split up and see what karma finds? No, it's too dark over here, it's dangerous at first glance, I need to be around to protect you. Qin Yun picked up his weapon and guarded next to Zhang Xinxin like a guard. He's not stupid. Since this location could be found by Zhang Xinxin, she must have the ability to find treasure internally. One doesn't want to be a tool man digging holes. Seeing that she couldn't muddle through, Zhang Xinxin flipped her hand, and a tiny mouse unexpectedly appeared. Qin Yun's pupils contracted and his breathing became tight. He had seen the rat in Chinese mythology. If it isn't a treasure-hunting mouse. Chapter 57 The Sand Scorpion, the Ice Phoenix. Treasure-seeking mouse, a small animal often found in the Chinese mythological system. There are even wild accounts that Rudra's true form was a treasure-hunting mouse. It is active in every period of Chinese mythology and plays one role. Treasure hunting. Now that he saw it in this era, Qin Yun was quite surprised. As if sensing Qin Yun's surprised eyes, the treasure-seeking mouse poked out its small head, its brown nose twitching as it regarded him with a gaze that was clearly a few points more complicated. But Zhang Xinxin didn't seem to notice, just moved her lips and whispered something. The treasure-seeking mouse jumped from her grasp, all four little hooves pawing forward together. Zhang Xinxin followed behind the treasure hunter mouse as a wave of energy slowly rose. That aura was mysterious, even Qin Yun had never seen it before. He faded away Nija's phantom and re-invited the god Xingtian. After all, in Xingtian's killing domain, all rare and strange abilities could not be used. The two of them followed the treasure-hunting mouse and strolled through the desert ruins. Luckily, the black liquid was flowing through the entire ruins, so there was firelight shining everywhere, and it was possible to see the surroundings clearly. This relic was not small, and the two of them, Qin Yun, had already passed through 3 doorways, but they still hadn't seen any of the creatures. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking mouse jerked to a halt. Qin Yun dodged through, the shield in his hand blocking the front of the treasure-seeking rat. Boom! The powerful impact blasted Qin Yun back a few steps. It was a good thing that the treasure-seeking mouse had already taken the opportunity to run away, or else it would have definitely been crushed into mincemeat. Qin Yun lashed out, his shield shaking out a line of scarlet ripples, and the terrifying killing intent scared the incoming man back 2 steps. When the shield was withdrawn, Qin Yun finally got a good look at the creature in front of him. It was gray and yellow, 10 meters long, and its huge pincers were like giant hammers. LV-33, Sand-Sea Giant Scorpion. Handsome, want some help? Zhang Xinxin held the treasure-hunting mouse in her arms and looked at the scorpion in front of her with a big smile. A 33-level ordinary behemoth would not need 2 people to strike at the same time. No need. Qin Yun did not turn around, but merely urged his axe and met the attacking giant scorpion head-on. The terrifying killing chi carried explosive energy and slashed the 2 pincers that the giant scorpion had slapped at. The giant scorpion's mind had only just surfaced the idea of retreating when it was already split in 2 by the overflowing axe blade. 1 axe solution. Ding. Kill LV-33 Sand-Sea Giant Scorpion X1, experience plus 20,000, incense points plus 99. Ding. Dropped material Sand-Sea Giant Scorpion Tail X1. With the system's beep, the points meter at Qin Yun's wrist added another 66 points. In this trial, the points are the same as the level for behemoths below level 30. For behemoths above level 30, the points are 2 times the level. For boss-level behemoths, the points are 10 times the level. Zhang Xinxin leaped to her feet and applauded from behind. Kao brother? Then the back is yours too? In the back? Qin Yun froze and looked behind the giant scorpion corpse. A pair of eyes snapped open in the wavering firelight. Oh! We're in their lair. Without hesitation, Qin Yun withdrew his weapon and shielded Zhang Xinxin in front of him. Fighting down can be hit. However, Qin Yun did not want to be an ingrate. Zhang Xinxin beamed. Brother, do I look like I can beat them? Yes. You. Qin Yun's attitude infuriated Zhang Xinxin, who clenched her shell teeth and kicked towards him. However, Qin Yun was very fast, causing her to pounce. Zhang Xinxin's mouth pouted even more. She stomped her foot angrily, and seeing the giant scorpions getting closer, she finally couldn't help but unleash her ability. The mini ice phoenix on his shoulder flapped its wings and flew over the scorpion swarm. In the next instant, extreme coldness struck. Fresh. Accompanied by a high chirp, the ice phoenix resumed its original form, and the cold, chilling aura rushed around like a torrent. Even the temperature was lowered to freezing point. What's a desert at this temperature? Living like an ice field. Long lived in the extreme heat of the scorpion swarm which experienced such temperatures, the body immediately stiffened up, even the shell is covered with a thin layer of frost. Icefall. Zhang Xinxin exited in a cold voice, her eyes dotted with icy blue, already devoid of the previous playful color. The ice phoenix lifted its wings and spat out a hazy blue mist from its mouth, filling the high part of the ruins. The blue mist formed into a cloud, and sharp ice picks coalesced in it. In the next instant, countless ice cones fell down. Boom! The already dense giant scorpion had no place to dodge, and could only receive it with a hard head. But with its impure bloodline and low level, how could it possibly have the power to fight against the king of the giant beasts? Soon, the ice pick penetrated the giant scorpion's shell. Bang bang bang! In a string of sounds, the giant scorpion was smashed by the ice pick with dark green blood, bursting all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Qin Yun secretly smacked his lips. This Zhang family's girl was really not as harmless as she looked. However, the Sand-Sea giant scorpions were numerous, and there were always a few that avoided the ice picks and rushed to Zhang Xinxin's eyes, swinging their pincers towards her. Beastmasters had always focused on defending their beasts, and their own defense could be said to be almost non-existent. If this were to hit, Zhang Xinxin wouldn't be able to survive even if she had an iron head. Bang! Qin Yun struck out. The long axe blocked the pincers, and the shield in his left hand thrust forward as scarlet energy burst forth, knocking all the oncoming scorpions to the ground. With that, Qin Yun stepped, his body leaping up, the giant axe in his hand splitting into several, aiming at the head of the only remaining giant crab. The axe blade fell. Ka-ching! The giant crab's head exploded with a thud under the axe blade like a ripe watermelon. As the sound stopped, the ice phoenix drummed its wings, blowing the body beneath it away before landing on clean ground. The Sand-Sea giant scorpion group, there was no longer a single living soul. No wonder elder brother Zhang treats her as a baby, this girl can really carry the Zhang family banner.
Destroying a swarm of giant beasts with a single casual strike, our earlier assessment of it was still too low. You know, this ice phoenix is one of the imperial beasts she has displayed. I'm afraid she still has a lot of cards. Pay attention to the mouse in her hand. I specifically looked it up and it's actually an extinct treasure-hunting mouse.
A treasure-seeking mouse? Then wouldn't she be able to find all the treasures in the trial site?
Inside the imperial capital's council hall, several people looked at each other, rapping that they had seen a lot of geniuses, still inducing surges in their hearts.
Qin Yuanwu was still calm.
Let it go and find it. Since we, Xian Yuan Academy, have released it, we can afford to spend it. Several of the older men smiled slightly as well. None of them are cheap, and all of them put a lot of good stuff in the national trial. For them, there was no point in holding on to heavenly treasures for the rest of their lives, and trusting them to a new generation was the right way to go. The treasure-hunting mouse climbed off his shoulders again, his forehooves pawing for direction.
It's not going to take us in front of the behemoth again, is it?
Xinyan put away his weapon and faintly spat. Zhang Xinqing glanced at him, the corner of her mouth twitching.
Haven't you heard, the greater the risk, the greater the reward?
Boom! A loud bang interrupted Zhang Xinqing's words. Her mouth dropped open and her pupils contracted suddenly. In front of the treasure-hunting mouse, there was a huge dragon hovering. Chapter 58, The Secret Stash, The Red Desert Saloon. Ravenous! Zhang Xinqing glared at Qin Yun, and the ice phoenix in front of her immediately prepared for battle. The treasure hunter mouse pranced and climbed to Zhang Xinqing's ear, its little mouth moving, causing its eyes to become even more grave.
Qin Yun's vigilance was similarly great as he scanned the looming Dragon King. Red Desert Salon.
Level, LV 44.
Life value, 60,000. Attack power, 1800. Talent 1, Dragon's Might, the dragon race can command and control the lower races. Talent 2, Sand Coronet Monarch, controls all sand and gravel within 1,000 meters, and can convert rock metal in contact into quicksand at any time.
Talent 3, Mirage Body, the body takes on an alternate state of reality in the desert, and physical attacks have a 50% probability of directly penetrating.
Skill 1 Desert Storm, raises a sandstorm, dealing 190% cutting damage and 60% choking damage per second for 15 seconds.
Skill 2, Quicksand Dragon Fury, insert both claws into the ground to create a giant quicksand vortex, forcing insorption of enemies within range and dealing 320% squeeze damage. Skill 3, Red Sharonitis, scales absorb desert heat energy and transform it into flames, attack with a burning effect 120% fire damage per second. Skill 4, Mirage Legion, consumes 30% of energy to revive the strongest person who has been devoured within 100 years in the form of a sand golem, inheriting 70% of their pre-birth battle strength, lasting until the sandstorm stops. Terror. The ability of the Dragon King in front of him could only be described as terrifying.
It's only level 40, it's not fully grown yet. If it grows smoothly to level 90, I'm afraid that even a demonic dragon would have to be courteous. Luckily, it's sleeping.
Even though the treasure-hunting mouse caused such a strong commotion, it still maintained its original movements. Qin Yun gave Zhang Xinqing a hand signal to cross over it. Zhang Xinqing shook her head and pointed down under the saloon.
Qin Yun's eyes immediately flashed with gravity. It was obvious that this giant dragon was the guardian of this relic. What could be the treasure that could make a giant dragon come to guard it? Inside the conference hall, the crowd's looks were tense.
Red Desert Salon, Old Ing, your Xian Yuan Academy is really generous, actually getting a dragon over here. A level 44 Dragon King is enough to go as a boss for the final section, and you even arranged it in a desert area. This one is the Dragon King of the desert, its strength has to increase more than several times in this environment.
Lao Ying, what exactly are you hiding down here? You're not going to bring out all your legendary weapons, are you?
The crowd murmured, their gazes all looking at Principal Xian Yuan in front of them. But Ing Yuanwu had a complicated expression and his eyes were alarmed. They are all the masters who do not change their faces when the mountains are crashing in front of them, so how could they react so much? Nope. We didn't put this there. I remember every location in the trial clearly, the treasure in this desert ruin is guarded by those scorpions. When we explored back in the day, there was no basement level at all.
Not to mention this dragon.
What? The voices of several people all lifted. Ing Yuanwu had presided over the trial for decades and had never made a mistake. They had seen this relic before, and thought that the new layer had been specially arranged by Ing Yuanwu.
Now you're telling me that you don't know about this layer? How could such a thing happen?
But the truth was before the eyes of several people.
Shout back. Get them out immediately.
Elder Su didn't dare to be careless at all. Not to mention Qin Yun, that Zhang Xinxin was the lifeblood of the Zhang family. If something happened, Elder Zhang would be able to lift the Xianyuan Academy.
Ying Yuanwu immediately manipulated the energy and took the initiative to teleport the two out. But no matter what he did, he couldn't search for the two. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air. It can't be. It can't be.
Ying Yuanwu became anxious. He had never expected such an accident.
Zhenbu. Calm down. Elder Su snapped, and the entire council chamber went cold. This shouldn't be a formation, right?
An old man stared at the broken ground in the screen, a line of lines of texture extraordinarily clear in the rubble.
Formation?
The gazes of the crowd swept into them, and their brows couldn't help but furrow.
This is indeed the formation.
It should be the special ability of the treasure hunter mouse that activated this hidden space. It shielded the outside world from perception, making it impossible to pull the two out even if they wanted to. In that case, the life-preserving devices on their bodies won't be triggered either, and once they're dead they can't be saved at all. The trials are so stuck on age that there's no way for us to get in and help.
Can you contact anyone around them and get everyone to back up?
Stupid. If you can't beat these two, letting the others come is just a death sentence. The argument erupted among the 5 men in a scene that hadn't been seen in decades.
Quiet.
Elder Su let out a rebuke and calmed the scene.
Qin Yun has beheaded the dragon son. Zhang Xinxin's ice phoenix isn't much weaker than a giant dragon. 2 people are not difficult to defeat if they work together.
The sons and daughters of China, fight against heaven. How can I fear life and death? Since they're going to fight, they're ready for the realization. You all don't have to worry. If I die, I'll personally go kowtow and apologize to Elder Zhang. Su Lao's words bit hard, causing the crowd to all fall silent. It had happened and there was nothing they could do but let it happen. Now, one can only trust the Wasi heavenly pride.
Inside the ruins,
Qin Yun summoned his weapon and spoke softly.
If you want to fight, you must not stay in the fight.
Zhang Xinxin nodded her head solemnly. The giant dragon in front of him was as high as 44 levels, still fighting in its area of specialization. You really couldn't hide anything when you fought. I'll draw attention, you attack. Zhang Xinxin's eyes once again sprouted ice blue, and the ice phoenix lifted its wings and flew up, its body expanding and actually being the same size as the huge dragon in front of it. Being the best of the giants, they were supposed to be as big as mountains and cover the sky.
Yes. Qin Yun's aura was in full bloom as the interdictor's shadow rose brazenly, ink-black energy revitalizing the flesh and blood of his entire body as his physical strength rose to its peak. And between that axe and shield was even scarlet entangled, and a bloody murderous aura came storming in. With the first strike, the two were ready for the kill. The ice phoenix hovered in the air, its ice crystal-like feathers condensing azure-colored energy, giving birth to a beautiful lotus flower in the air. Ice lotus. Burial. Boom.
The ice lotus bloomed, filling the entire space with flowers from the sky. Infinite coldness swept through his entire body. Even though Xingtian's body had long been invulnerable to heat and cold, he still couldn't help but shiver. Not only was it chilly, but the lotus petals were sharp as knives, able to easily tear through defenses and infuse cold into the body. Even Qin Yun could not guarantee that he would not be injured under this move if he was unprepared.
Good thing that Zhang Xinxin is now a teammate.
Qin Yun's mouth was tinged with a smile as the war drums rumbled in his heart, the huge axe in his hand already covered in scarlet as his insane killing intent locked onto the giant dragon.
Bang!
He violently leapt into the air, the criminal heaven Dharma phase behind him covering his body, and swung his giant axe high into the air, killing the Dragon King in an unrivaled formation. Just as he was on his way to attack, in the cluster of blue and white lotus flowers, a pair of brown eyes opened abruptly.
Red Desert Saloon, waking up in a rage. Chapter 59, I am the storm.
But the attack was already underway, and even if it woke up it couldn't escape such an intensive assault. Ice lotuses bloomed, shattering Sharon's protective scale armor while the coldness entered his body, making his movements even more rigid.
This axe, it could not avoid.
With the divine power of Interceptor, Qin Yun was confident that he would be able to cut down the dragon head with a single axe. But Sharon's figure violently changed, even transparent, like an illusory mirage. Boom! The axe passed through the salon and fell straight into the ground, the terrifying impact blowing a deep crater into the ground. The body of the mirage.
Red Desert Saloon Talent Skills. It makes its body as illusory as a mirage and has a 50% chance of being immune to physical attacks. In the face of a surefire game, the Red Desert Saloon turned on its talent and managed to evade the attack. Qin Yun jumped out of the deep pit and landed beside Zhang Xinxin. The Ice Phoenix also stopped its attack and maintained its fighting stance, wary of the furious Sharon. Soon, Sharon's figure came down clearly, its scales crumbled, blood pouring out, its brownish-yellow body was all scarlet at the moment, and it was like two dragons from the one that had been sleeping earlier. It stared at the two people in front of it with stormy eyes. No one would be happy to be woken up from their sleep, let alone from a beating. Ha! The smile at the corner of Zhang Xinxin's mouth trembled as she turned around and hid behind Qin Yun. Lord Dragon King, it was this handsome guy who beat you up. I'm just an unarmed little girl. Just beat him up, I'm innocent. The furious Sharon locked her gaze on Qin Yun. Qin Yun. Brother, come on, you attract his attention, I'll kill it. I believe you. Zhang Xinxin clenched her small fists and whispered to cheer Qin Yun up. You better be. Qin Yun rolled his eyes and took out his shield and axe to face the Dragon King head-on. The Red Desert Salon did not speak any nonsense, just roared angrily, and all the surrounding gravel lifted up, coalescing into several sandstone lances that had already attacked Qin Yun. Sand-crowned monarchs. The Dragon King who controlled sand and stone was almost invincible in the desert. But in front of the god of war, Interceptor, who dares to say invincible? Who dares to say undefeated? Scarlet murderous aura infused the shield as Qin Yun stepped forward, the shield transmitting a layer of ink-black energy, forming a large shield of energy in front of him. Qin Yun ran forward, his large shield was like a bulldozer crushing the debris in his way in turn, even the few lances created by Sharon did not stop him. The shield in front of him was getting closer and closer, and Sharon's anger increased. A bunch of hairless monkeys, and they dare to challenge the power of the dragon. Looking for death. Hissing, Sharon stood up her body and met the shield head-on with a pair of dragon claws. The dragons, as the best of the behemoth group, they were far superior to their counterparts in terms of attack, defense, and strength, and few behemoths were able to fight against them. Even an equivalent phoenix wouldn't dare to spar with the dragons for power. Boom! The unimaginably huge force stirred up gusts of sand, and the entire building shook under the waves of air. The Ice Phoenix was all rushed back a step, spreading its wings to block in front of Zhang Xinxin, avoiding the impact for her. Zhang Xinxin's mouth was slightly open, her eyes twinkling. As a member of a large family, she grew up with a clear understanding of how terrifying the Dragon Clan was. But on this day, right in front of her eyes, there are actually people who can compete with the dragons for power. Even, it won. In the eyes of a man and a bird in shock, Qin Yun clenched his teeth as his shield violently lifted up, breaking the balance between the two. The violent impact caused Sharon to fall to the ground and roll twice, destroying a wall before slowing to a stop. More powerful than the dragons? Is this human? Zhang Xinxin held her small mouth, secretly grateful. With Qin Yun at the front, it was only a matter of time before the giant dragon in front of him was killed. Bang! The dragon crashed through the falling debris and rushed back in front of the two. There was a hint more scorn in the eyes that looked at Qin Yun. This human race, it's not simple. But as the monarch of the desert, it had no reason to lose. Roar! The sand dragon hissed and roared, thrusting its claws into the ground, and the quicksand in front of it immediately began to swirl. Quicksand Dragon Rage. Sharon controls gravel and creates a giant vortex of quicksand, forcing absorption on ranged enemies and dealing 320% crush damage. Qin Yun could only feel the sand collapsing under his feet as his body spun uncontrollably with the whirlpool. Sculpture. Qin Yun shouted angrily, his right foot stepped forward, ink-black energy filled his entire body, and his body unexpectedly swelled up, growing to dozens of meters at once, not stopping until it was the size of a giant dragon. Before the quicksand under his feet could gather and take shape, it was crumbled by his foot, and the power of suction and pulling disappeared at the same time. Seeing this, Sharon apparently froze. However, facing the giant like Qin Yun, it's still ferociously powerful. Both claws raised, all the quicksand began to converge. A storm arose suddenly. Desert storm. With the extreme weather in the desert, there is no hope of surviving if you are too late to take shelter. And Sharon, out of the blue, created a natural disaster. But who is Interceptor? Ancient gods who fought for the world in ancient times. He's been through countless wars, and which one wasn't in the field? How can a mere yellow wind stop the iron hooves of an army?
Xinyan didn't dodge or avoid, just the armor of interdictor was added to his body and he stood hard against the desert storm. Crackling sounds came out from the yellow wind, and the sand and rocks hit the body like bullets under the added weight of the storm. Impulsive Xinyan, he's gotten so big that it's no different than looking for death in front of a sandstorm. Compared to the storms of the desert, the surely gravel controlled by this Dragon King is denser and more terrifyingly powerful. How did Xinyan just catch it face to face? It's good to find a cover or something to hide a little. The principals of Guqing rubbed their heads and looked a little pained. They have been teaching for decades and deeply understand that such impulses are not desirable. But they teach ordinary people, after all. Xinyan is not an ordinary person. How could he who had been added to the criminal heaven be afraid of the storm? Fate has whispered to warriors that you cannot weather the storm. But the warrior roars against fate, and I am the storm. Yellow sand filled the sky as the battle-armored giant stepped out of the storm, gravel covering his hair and body but failing to block those scarlet eyes. Interceptor, killing intent condensed. Xinyan swung his giant axe, the scarlet color mending the breakage, and the ancient and heavy aura spread all around, as if he had returned to the ancient times of the manhwa wilderness. The salon simply did not expect this human to be able to walk out of the sandstorm, and in panic could only forcefully manipulate the gravel, instantly forming a sand wall of dozens of meters and blocking it in front of his eyes. Still not enough, Sharon's body energy release, both claws raking the ground, unexpectedly wanted to directly drill into the ground to hide. This power, it was really scornful. Even the dignity of the dragon clan, he could do without it. Which is still a dragon. It's living like a mouse. Boom. The giant axe descended. 2. Chapter 60 Phoenix falls to the 9 heavens slay the dragon. The axe blade broke through the airflow, and because it was too huge, it created a terrifying heat on its way down, causing the entire blade to burn hot and fiery red. Tundra condensation. The marauding Zhang Xinxin naturally wouldn't give Sharon a chance to escape. The ice phoenix swiftly crossed over Xinyan as its long wings swung violently, countless snowflakes descending to the earth, transforming the sandy ground directly into a frozen layer. The digging saloon was confused. Its 2 paws could dig through the frozen layer, but it wasn't anywhere near as fast as making a hole in the sand. The giant axe hangs overhead, and it's just halfway through the hole. Boom! The giant axe slammed into the sand wall, and the sand wall was simply unable to withstand the tremendous force, shattering into chunks of sand and stone in an instant. Salon saw that escape is not enough. Ferociousness surged. Gravel will be wrapped in both claws, sand yellow energy convergence therein, exhausting the whole body strength. Meet the giant axe upward. The axe slammed into the dragon. The terrifyingly huge force blasted out waves of air, and the entire relic was violently trembling from the impact, as if it was going to be torn apart by this violent force. Xinyan stifled a grunt. The dragon race was truly powerful, still able to resist even in this situation. However, the one possessed by Interceptor would not be weaker than the giant dragon. Come to die. Xinyan's muscles in his arms bulged high as scarlet air currents wrapped his entire body, living like he had stepped out of purgatory. The power has increased again. The axe blade descends. Waves of sound rolled and shook the surrounding sand waves. The power of the ancient gods of Huaxia was not something a lizard could block. Under the huge force, Sharon could no longer hold on. A crack arose from the sand armor on his claws, which then completely crumbled. Blood soared out. Sizzle. The 2 dragon claws fell to the ground. Bang! After dropping both of its sharp claws, the dragon's body was sent flying by the force, preventing it from being split in 2 by the axe. The giant axe smashed into the ground, and the residual impact smashed the ground into a deep pit. Xinyan secretly said that it was a pity. With this strike, he had intended to behead Sharon directly. And right in the gap between Xinyan's attacks, the ice phoenix lifted its wings and passed by. Zhang Xinxin's eyes were ice blue as she pointed out a finger. Phoenix falls to the 9 heavens. The ice phoenix rushed towards the highest point of the ruins. Its ice crystal feathers were crystal clear, emitting a coldness that reached right below the freezing point. Just by looking at it one could feel the extreme coldness. It spread its wings and chirped towards the sky as an Xianfeng shadow slowly emerged from behind it. The vapors were not very clear, but they were extremely detailed, almost giving a complete picture of the ancestor. Returning to the ancestors? This ice phoenix of the Zhang family doll is quite something. If the level catches up, it won't be weaker than Sharon even in single combat. Returning ice phoenix plus treasure-seeking mouse, with these 2 favored beasts alone her future is unlimited. And that's just the demonstrated ability. Inside the imperial capital's council chamber, several old men let out a long breath of relief, and the worries in their hearts were let go. The two were extremely good and more than capable of dealing with the salon without having to worry about it at all.
Among the remains, the Ice Phoenix's aura was at its peak, its eyes icy blue and its beak aimed at the giant dragon that had just climbed up.
Phoenix falls to the 9 heavens, unleashed.
Boom!
The air exploded as it was rapidly squeezed, and the figure of the Ice Phoenix was like an arrow going forward, charging straight towards the ice dragon. It had ice crystals wrapped around its body, and the extreme coldness almost froze heaven and earth.
If this hit, even the Dragon King could not escape the fate of being frozen into an ice sculpture.
In a situation of certain death, the Red Desert Saloon threw off its stumped arm and let its blood flow. As a Dragon King, it has its own dignity. Those 4 Dragon Kings of Goose City lived for countless years and eventually lost their dignity and became greedy and fearful of death. And it's still young enough to know to hold on to the dignity of the Dragon King.
Even if it means death, we must fight to the death.
The sand and dust tumbled and surged, rolling up a monstrous storm in which Sharon's body loomed, apparently turning the Mirage body's talent fully on.
At the same time, sandy golden dragon flame erupted from its mouth. Red Sharon Yen met Phoenix Meteor 9 heavens.
In the hot dragon flames, the cold ice around the Ice Phoenix even directly evaporated, and even the ice crystal wings began to melt.
Ice Phoenix's rank was ultimately inferior to Sharon's. But that's about all Sharon can do.
The dragon flames that burned the sky could not stop the Ice Phoenix that destroyed the world.
Boom!
The ice crystal phoenix hardened through the dragon flames and slammed into Sharon's head.
The salon figure was illusory, but not completely gone.
It didn't dare to gamble on the 50% probability, but instead melted this power into its body, cancelling out 40% of the physical attacks.
In a fight to the death, it used the skill that could only be used once.
Then even so, the Ice Phoenix's body still passed through it, and the sharp feathers tore the dragon's chest apart, even its head shattered in a small part.
That's still a 40% reduction in physical damage. If it hits full, there's no chance of the dragon surviving at all.
Xin Yun was secretly shocked. This Zhang Xinxin did not deceive herself, she could indeed kill the Dragon King. The geniuses of the imperial capital were truly not to be underestimated. Seeing that the blow was not successful, the Ice Phoenix did not engage in a battle and flapped its wings back to safety to confront the dragon.
Its breath was weakened, obviously from the excessive power used in the last strike.
Xin Yun stepped out and took over Ice Phoenix's main attack. The huge dragon in front of him had both of its claws crumbled, its chest was torn apart, and even its head was missing a small part of its head.
With this kind of injury, it couldn't utilize 50% of its strength.
The giant dragon prostrated itself on the ground, breathing heavily, and its eyes were not only full of anger, but also carried a hint of determination.
You want to fight back? Xin Yun raised his giant axe to dispel the last bit of its thoughts. Roar!
The hiss of grief seemed to carry blood. The limbs of the Red Desert Salon shook the ground, and all the remaining energy was poured into the sand.
Mirage Legion, unleashed.
The gravel that filled the ground rose up like mad, converging into a single, burly figure. Over the past 100 years, the strongest people who died here have been resurrected in the form of sand puppets as much as possible.
Behind them, sandstorms follow. Sandstorms don't stop, puppets don't die.
The giant Xin Yun was entangled by a giant beast, and even if he took one axe at a time, they would quickly coalesce and take shape, continuing to block the advance.
As long as the sandstorms don't stop, they can be resurrected indefinitely.
However, this group of sand puppets were not strong, and their entire body was also composed of sand, making them merely difficult to deal with. Xin Yun's energy began to drain away, and his peak state could not be maintained for long.
Zhang Xinxin, this place is yours. I'm going to kill the dragon.
Xin Yun roared towards the back, then dropped to one knee, his fists clenched, scarlet aura covering his fists.
With that, both fists blasted out. Boom! Reddish-black air currents instantly rushed out from the ground and washed over the giant dragon like a waterfall.
Dots of starbursts filled the rise. The killing field, unleashed. Zhang Xinxin watched as a man and a dragon disappeared in front of her eyes, so shocked that even her pupils began to contract.
Space skills? How did he get such a complex ability?
Zhang Xinxin forced herself to calm down, and seeing the gravel puppet charging towards her, she helplessly mobilized the Ice Phoenix to thwart its attack.
Xin Yun opened his eyes.
In the desolate ancient battlefield, a half-crippled saloon looked around the unfamiliar surroundings and eventually stared dead at Xin Yun. Shouting and killing sounds rang out in the sky, the ancient soldiers' shadows rushed at each other, an infinite battle intent boiled in their hearts. Qin Yan shouldered his giant axe, grinning from the corner of his mouth as he faced the giant dragon head-on. Kill it all. Dragon King. Chapter 61, Beheading the Dragon. Treasure Hunting. Roar. Sharon hissed and growled. It senses that its abilities are failing and it can only engage in physical combat. But now that he was heavily injured, how could he still be Qin Yan's opponent? The giant like Qin Yan launched a charge. Rumble. The war drums rumble. The impassioned shouts ignited the battle spirit as Qin Yan swung his giant axe high and had already forced his way to the dragon's eyes. The killing spirit of the same infected Sharon, in the face of this attack actually do not avoid, turn around the giant tail sweep, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, crashed into the axe body. Bang! The dragon's tail collided fiercely with the giant axe, the terrifying impact raised gusts of sand and soil. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, this strike was enough to flatten it. But how could the injured dragon be a match for Interceptor? As Qin Yan's muscles swelled again, the giant dragon's tail was swept straight away, and its entire body was driven upwards. The saloon's eyes were horrified. In all the years of its existence, it had never experienced anything like this. It was actually sent flying alive. Is this still a human being across the street? This is simply a monster more terrifying than a giant dragon. But that's not enough. Before his eyes, the giant dragon was sent flying by the axe, so naturally Qin Yan would not let the opportunity pass. He put away his giant axe and jumped into the air with a leap, his large hands holding down the dragon's head just in time. At this moment, Qin Yan's body had once again grown taller and was already twice the size of a giant dragon. The once immense dragon was but the size of a cat or dog in his eyes. Qin Yan grinned as he cupped the giant dragon's head in his right hand and raised it to his eyes. Followed by a punch. Boom! A deep pit instantly appeared on the ground. As the saying goes, one force is enough. Qin Yan's attack had no technique at all, it was pure power against power. Even then, Sharon couldn't find any resistance at all. Taking another hard hit to the head, what little blood bar Sharon had left churned again, almost at its limit. Roar! Sharon, pinned beneath her, growled in defiance. The giant tail flung out once again, this time reaching straight to Qin Yan's face. That tail was as sharp as a blade and as strong as an iron whip. If he were to be smacked, Qin Yan's head would have to at least crack a large hole. Rabbits bite when they're anxious, let alone a giant dragon. Qin Yan knew this very well. He was prepared to face the dragon's death-defying resistance. The other hand blocked his face, forcing his grip on the saloon's tail, not letting go even when he got cuts. Now, both the head and tail of the giant dragon fell into Qin Yan's hands. The curve of Qin Yan's mouth became even larger. He let go of the dragon's head. The giant dragon was dazed by the beating, and hadn't realized what was going on, only knowing that its head was liberated, and it just wanted to open its mouth to tear it apart, but its body once again flew up uncontrollably. What's the situation? In the giant dragon's terrified eyes, Qin Yan gripped its tail with both hands and drove his torso up high, flinging it violently. Boom! Another deep crater in the ground. Roar! The gargoyle hobbled reluctantly, but the sound was only halfway out before it was interrupted by another roar. Its body, once again, was thrown to the earth. This time, the bone broke in half. Qin Yan grinned as the giant dragon was like a whip in his hands, falling madly. Dragons? Bull dragons. Under absolute power, it's just a bunch of dirtbags. Bang! Qin Yan had fallen enough, and the giant dragon that did not become dragon-like was casually thrown to the ground, only able to hang on to its breath. The giant axe was carried again. The dying dragon no longer had the strength to struggle. It looked at Qin Yan dully, with a hint of relief in its eyes in addition to fear. The axe blade descends. The giant dragon's body split in two. Red Desert Saloon, dead. Ding, kill LV44 Red Desert Salon, experience plus 50,000, incense points plus 176. Ding. Dropped materials Red Desert Salon Teeth X5, Dragon Heart X1, Dragon Tendon X1. Along with the sound of the reward, the numbers of the watch on his wrist jumped at the same time, eventually increasing by 280 points. Points are given based on contribution when killing boss-level enemies. Outside the killing domain, the Ice Phoenix's wings were covered in frost as if they were sharp long knives, and each time they swept by, they were able to slice the sand golem in half. But there were too many sand puppets, and just as Zhang Xinxin was planning to use her large-scale skills, the puppets in front of her collapsed in turn, turning into pieces of sand and slumbering away. Looking at the numbers jumping on her watch, Zhang Xinxin beamed, but eventually nodded her head in a rather satisfied manner. Although the points given were not as good as Qin Yun's, he had at least butchered the saloon. The killing domain collapsed, Interdictor's Dharma phase retracted, and Qin Yun reappeared in the middle of the ruins. Not bad, handsome, I'm pretty much alone if I haven't heard of you. The corners of Zhang Xinxin's mouth curved into a crescent moon as she flirted at Qin Yun. The princess of the Sang family is quite a name. Qin Yun replied commercially neutralizingly. He had heard of quite a few geniuses at Lai Weigua's, and Zhang Xinxin was highly regarded by him. Moreover, Lai Weigua didn't know that the Ice Phoenix had returned to its ancestor. Not to mention that she recovered the long-overdue extinction of the treasure hunter rats. I'm afraid the rating would have to go up a notch if this information was synchronized. And Qin Yun's gaze swept over Zhang Xinxin. This girl, with her words and behavior, is cute as hell and doesn't look sophisticated at all. But the more real she acts, the greater the probability of disguise. Ice Phoenix, just the favored beast on display. It's strong, but it's definitely not her killer. She had at least one other favored beast that was stronger than the Ice Phoenix. With this configuration of Zhang Xinxin, do you really have a 100% chance of winning? Qin Yun could not help but take a deep breath. The new generation of Huaxia cannot be underestimated. The Imperial Council Chamber. The stones in the hearts of the 5 old men were finally put down. It's not simple, Qin Yun, this domain is a law-based skill, I'm afraid it can prohibit all energies. Yeah, and beheading a giant dragon in pure physical combat simply makes me see Old Fong's shadow. Ha 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 ha, 2 days ago, Old Fong even told me that he wanted to take Qin Yun as his disciple, so it seems like he intends to cultivate in that direction. Good. Just in time for Big Brother Fong to come to my Xianyuan Academy as a visiting professor. The crowd joked with each other and the atmosphere lightened up. Far away from the city of Gu, the principals wiped the fine sweat from their foreheads and decided unanimously that it would be better to keep their mouths shut. Their perceptions were still stuck in the past, and they could only punch themselves in the face for pointing fingers at Qin Yun. Looking at Elder Fong and Elder Chen, the two of them were sitting like Tarzan, smiling without saying a word, and would only applaud Qin Yun. These two had eaten too much shock and would not be surprised by anything Qin Yun did. That's a sign of maturity. In the ruins, the treasure hunter mouse poofed to the ground, his little paws picking at a piece of rubble. Seeing this, the Ice Phoenix flapped its wings and the air currents swept the debris above it completely away. Dense and intricate patterns unfolded before the eyes of the two. Qin Yun's pupils shrunk slightly. Before crossing over, he was a student of history, but he had never seen such tattoos in China. If you want to compare, it's more like the hieroglyphics on the pharaonic side. Is it hard? Here? Zhang Xinxin's words interrupted Qin Yun's thoughts. Instead of focusing on the stripe, she looked to the treasure-hunting mouse that ran away. Under its feet, it was stepping on a raised rock. This, precisely, is the treasure guarded by the dragon. Chapter 62, The Gods, Anubis. Bang! The Ice Phoenix clawed down the stone. The ground shook violently, and the stone right in the center of the room slammed down, revealing a stone box. Together? Zhang Xinxin poked Qin Yun's waist and pointed to the stone box right in the center. To be honest, Qin Yun was actually not very interested in treasure. He was more concerned about whether or not there were gods sleeping in this relic. But come what may, take it or leave it. Qin Yun and Zhang Xinxin came to the stone box together. The long axe surfaced in his hand as Qin Yun controlled the strength and pried the stone box. Bang! The lid of the box is cracked out at the seam. A golden light blossomed out. Following the light, two very different items were displayed in front of the two. A libra and a scepter. It is? Zhang Xinxin scratched her little head, obviously a little confused. A scepter would work as a spell, but what good is a balance? Who would use this as a weapon? Just as she was puzzled, Qin Yun's pupils contracted. Surprise, panic, curiosity, and urgency were all mixed together, filling the entire heart and making it beat a few points faster. A feather rested on that pure gold scale. Feather of Truth. This was the artifact of Anubis, the god of the pharaohs. Anubis is said to have presided over the heart-weighing ceremony, with the feather of truth at one end and the heart at the other. Once the heart weighs more than the feather, Anubis takes the life of the opponent. Anubis, it's not supposed to be sleeping here, is it?
Do gods really exist in this world? But where did they go? Why did you let the behemoth take over the world? Countless thoughts surged through Qin Yun's mind, but he could not figure them out. 50-50, handsome? I'll take the staff, the scales are yours. Zhang Xinqing didn't know the origin of these two items, she only knew that the quality was good and that they were at least legendary weapons. Good. Qin Yun didn't hesitate, these two things didn't help him much in battle, but studying the gods was fine. Aha! Zhang Xinqing pulled the two items out of the stone box and the scales were handed to Qin Yun. Bang! After the stone box was empty, it even took the initiative to close it, and then it shrunk into the ground, once again combining into that complicated pattern. But the patterns were dull, and at first glance they needed to be inspired. Earlier in the Dragon Palace, Qin Yun had relied on the sea god Gonggong's ability to force his way into the East Sea Dragon King's territory. But this was Anubis's territory, and there was nothing he could do about it. Zhang Xinqing did the same, waving her hand at Qin Yun to indicate that there was nothing she could do, and was about to leave with the Ice Phoenix. Able to. The little mouse that crawled right to the center. Treasure hunting mouse. It squeaked, with nothing but curiosity and fear in its eyes. He said there's something in there. Ask us if we want to take a look. Zhang Xinqing looked puzzled, translating the words of the treasure hunting mouse. Take a look? Well, it says there's the scent of life in it. We'll take one look and we'll have to run. Zhang Xinqing cupped the treasure hunting mouse back into her hand and knocked it on the head. What's the point of looking when you can't get something good and have to run away when you look at it? You're afraid your mom's going to kill me, aren't you? The treasure hunter mouse covered his little head, his eyes clouded with tears. Zhang Xinqing is sensible. The guardians of the upper levels of this relic were all gargoyles, and the beings on the lower levels were feared to be 10,000 times more terrifying than the gargoyles. She can't get the benefit of the doubt, so why does she have to take the risk? Wait. Zhang Xinqing was just about to leave when Qin Yun called her to stop. Let me see. What are you looking at? You're interested in kids' bodies, too? Question mark. Give me the rat. No. I can help you out once. Twice. Good. Zhang Xinqing handed over the treasure-hunting mouse. She stifled her laughter and stood with Qin Yun. She can't look. But if Qin Yun wanted to see it, she would be losing out if she didn't. She'll have to watch. Qin Yun breathlessly swept his eyes at the girl next to him. He was actually afraid of danger. But this could be the closest he gets to the truth. The little paws of the treasure-hunting mouse, picking at the center of the stripe. Hiss. A slight sound of pages tearing rang in his ears. Following the sound, the treasure-seeker mouse actually directly tore out the ripples, creating a hard space-time gap. Qin Yun's shock was almost indescribable. He finally realized why the treasure-seeking rats were always active in Chinese mythology. This ability to forcibly break the seal was difficult even for a god. Squeak! Into the light flickered. It's... Where? Qin Yun twisted his body with great difficulty, but found that his body was covered in sand, making it difficult to move. And ahead of him, people like him couldn't see an end. Bang! Strong crashing sounds came from the distance, and as Qin Yun looked in the direction, he could only see a pair of big feet. That one was 100 meters tall and could stomp people into mush with one foot. The crashing sound was the very sound of him stepping on the desert. The towering clouds shattered violently, and the one's waist bent down, hands probing the ground. Qin Yun's eyes snapped open and he struggled. Because the target of that big hand was none other than him. But the sand was binding him like a bondage rope, and he couldn't move a bit at all. The large hand eventually seized Qin Yun's body. In the giant's hands, Qin Yun was like a fish on a plate, completely defenseless. As his palms raised, Qin Yun also reached above the clouds. The head of that person was displayed before Qin Yun's eyes. Dog's head. A black jackal head to be exact. Qin Yun gulped, incomparably certain. This, then, is Anubis. Living Anubis. Why, it's still alive. How can it still be alive? A scale, floating between the clouds. Pure golden feathers pressed on one end of the scale, still by the clouds on the wind blowing, does not move a bit. Heart. Anubis muttered a word, his nails snapping at Qin Yun's chest. Nails as sharp as knives cut open the chest with just contact. Sharp pain immediately ran through his head. Ever since his professional awakening, Qin Yun had never been in this much pain. Anubis, to cut out his heart. The despair of death covers the cerebral cortex. Chest, torn open. The nails almost touched the heart. Bang! Qin Yun's eyes went white, and the pain in his mind immediately faded like a tidal wave. He stood in the middle of the ruins, sweating profusely. Zhang Xinxin, who was standing beside him, even softened her legs and directly leaned on his body. What is that? The girl's eyes were no longer teasing and calm, but filled with fear. She was from a large family in the imperial capital, and had experienced the world since she was a child, and had even gone to the battlefield with her grandparents, and had even seen a few of the 90-level behemoths. But she had never felt so desperate. That ineffable, unseeable, invincible figure turned her perception of the world upside down. Behemoth? Compared to it, the behemoth really wasn't even a pet. God! Qin Yun murmured softly. Why? Why are they still alive? Chapter 63, The Gods Will Still Die. No, it's not right. How can a god exist in this world? There are countless gods in China, but nowadays they don't even exist, not to mention being recorded. Why do you Western gods still survive? Qin Yun's mind was in chaos. Squeak! Qin Yun only felt a pain in the palm of his hand as his consciousness forced itself awake. The treasure-hunting mouse was lying on the palm of his hand, and it was it that had just bitten Qin Yun. It nudged its mouth in Zhang Xinxin's direction and squeaked. Although Qin Yun could not understand it, he probably knew what it meant. Next to her, Ice Phoenix was snuggling in Zhang Xinxin's arms, her head constantly rubbing against her. But the girl's gaze remained frozen, the shock from the gods pulling her full of powerlessness. She didn't see the point of continuing to fight. Even if she breaks through level 90 in the future, does she have the power to fight against a god? Zhang Xinxin. Qin Yun squatted beside the girl and whispered the name. But the girl was unresponsive and didn't even look at Qin Yun with her eyes. Zhang Xinxin. A Dharma phase rose from behind Qin Yun. He was muscular, his tattered armor was draped over him, and his bare torso was littered with scars. The neck was even darker and empty. He has no head, like a defeated army. But just by looking at it, one could feel that immortal, never subjugated battle spirit. The war god of China. Penitentiary. The roar mixed with divine power caused Zhang Xinxin's expression to be stunned, and her dull eyes coalesced. I know you're afraid, you think that figure is impenetrable. But our ancestors used to use bone as a pen to inscribe the prophecy man will triumph over God on tortoise shell. Gods, but only humans who are a little more powerful. They too will bleed, and they too will fall on their knees before death. Pick up your weapons. Stand up. The bronze in the knees of the children of China is more immortal than the throne of any god. The majestic voice echoed in the ruins for a long time, impacting Zhang Xinxin's mind. When the gods force you to kneel with greatness, the ancient gods of China make you stand up. Imagine the Chinese gods, how many of them were not mortals who ascended to become gods? The prophecy of man's triumph over God stretches through the blood and is engraved in the marrow of the bones. Words might not be able to shatter fear, but Interceptor's voice was imbued with the divine power that belonged to him. That spirit of immortality crushes fear. Zhang Xinxin's eyes, at last, floated with light. She shook her head, her complexion returning to normal, pouted, and pounded her small fists at Qin Yun. Damn it, I told you it was dangerous, but you still had to go. Beauty, I almost got killed by you. Darn it, darn it, darn it. The small pink fist pounded on Qin Yun's chest. It couldn't be said that it didn't hurt at all, it could only be said that it was a bit itchy. Damn. What's the point of building up your muscles? Zhang Xinxin huffed and retracted her fist, huffing and blowing twice. Alright, stuff away, time to go. Qin Yun rubbed Zhang Xinxin's little head and took the lead in standing up. Zhang Xinxin supported Ice Phoenix and stood up as well. The two put away the scepter and the scales and followed the ruins back out into the desert once more. A morning had passed and the weather was hot. The Ice Phoenix vibrated its wings, outlining an ice crystal dome that covered the two men's heads, slowly falling snowflakes against the heat. Together? There's another altar over in the snowy plains. Zhang Xinxin rolled over onto the Ice Phoenix and inquired about Qin Yun's movements. Good. Without much hesitation, Qin Yun agreed, and just as he wanted to climb onto the back of the Ice Phoenix, he was fixed by murderous eyes. The Ice Phoenix's feathers exploded as its eyes stared dead on, almost about to bite Qin Yun. Blue is a girl and doesn't want to be ridden by smelly men. Mouse, you take him. Z. The treasure-seeking rat jumped off Zhang Xinshin's body and turned into a 5-meter-long giant rat in the blink of an eye, carrying Qin Yin behind him in one mouthful. Go! The ice phoenix vibrated its wings and instantly flew towards the sky like an arrow. Treasure-hunting Mouse spread his legs and ran, actually not inferior to the speed of the ice phoenix at all. Qin Yin on his back was about to be sent flying upside down by this speed, so he had to hold on to its neck as his entire body floated in the sky. Fortunately, there were no giant beasts blocking the way in the desert, and the two beasts were extremely fast, approaching towards the snowy plains. Desert Core. A terrifying sword mark split the earth. Sand piled thickly on either side of the sword mark, the residual energy blocking the quicksand and making it impossible to fill the mark. A white-clothed boy stood in front of the sword mark. In front of him was a giant python with only a small half of its body left. Level LV40, Titan Sand Python. Desert boss level enemies. But it was such a huge beast that still couldn't block the teenager's sword. The teenager stepped out in style and shrank to the back of the python. It was a small sandy hole that was actually covered with green vines and had a few fruits hanging, crystal clear and clear. Without hesitation, the teenager removed them all and filled his mouth. Boom! The invisible chi exploded, actually forming a hurricane that hovered around, blowing away all the sand and dust, leaving a pure field. The Chen clan's little waif is lucky. This spirit wind perch fruit is considered an excellent reward. Even the best things depend on the natural talent of the person who consumes them. The Chen family kid only ate a few of them before he awakened his wind attribute talent, truly a genius among geniuses. A strong contender for first place this time. The old men in the council chamber nodded unanimously, satisfied with Chen Tianzi's performance. Even Elder Chen, who was far away in Goose City, did the same. It was Chen Tianzi who, as his grandchildren's generation, displayed even more talent and strength than he had back then. Unsurprisingly, he would become the new generation of leaders in China. Desert, oasis. It's the only oasis in the desert. It's like a sparkling gem dotting the barren land. Lai Qinyue was resting in the center of the lake. She stepped on the back of the turtle, and the giant turtle underneath her had lost its breath. Before it died, it spat out an icy blue pearl from its mouth. Just as soon as Lai Qingyu got her hands on it, the precious pearl seemed to have a spirit and instantly absorbed itself to the hilt of Dragon Image's sword. The dragon's image vibrated, and the snow-white sword gained a hint of ghostly blue. Lai Qingyu was a bit puzzled, her eyes narrowed slightly and she made a light stroke towards the lake. The ice-blue sword chi swept across the lake, and the aftermath alone froze the surface of the lake in its path. It's a good one, though. The girl laughed and tapped her toes on the turtle shell, jumping across the lake as if she were a spirit deer and breaking back into the desert. Not bad, that little savage Xing actually regrouped the desert Beowulf pack. The weapons they guarded suited him well. Look at that kid, don't look at him as skinny and weak. The awakened one is an SSS-class necromancer, one person drives 10,000 ghosts, he just ended the nest of a red sand eagle, and the stash was all gleaned away. Yeah, and that girl next door to him, she's actually an SS-class elemental emissary, she can manipulate all the elements, the external environment can't threaten her at all, and now she's almost to the snow plains. That bastard kid from the dragon family, he even awakened the dragon profession, and bit the Inferno Sand giant lizard into two halves with one bite. His strength is truly extraordinary. There are many talented people. Brother Su is right. That's the Wah. The Age of the Diamond in the Rough. Chapter 64 Snowy Plains, Endless Snow. Hiss. Sand and dust rose violently, as if a desert storm had swept over the area. Blah blah blah. Qin Yin spat out the sand that he had accidentally gotten into his mouth and hammered the treasure hunter mouse twice with a grudging face. In this dead rat not only ran fast, but braked so fast that he almost threw him out, half dead. The treasure hunter mouse ignored him and squeaked as it shrunk back to its miniature state and climbed onto Zhang Xinshin's shoulder. Zhang Xinshin that was quite subdued. This way to ride in the ice phoenix had, not only did not bumps, and even a beautiful sleep. Qin Yun let out a deep breath and decided not to bother with this niece. The two were at the edge of the desert, their vision obscured by the chaotic snowflakes directly in front of them, and things were a blur 10 meters away. Storm. It wasn't an accident. Rather, it's part of the trial. This one circumstance will be the most serious dividing line. It looks so cold. Zhang Xinshin shrunk her shoulders and turned her gaze towards Qin Yun for help. She was only wearing her summer clothes, which were just right for the jungle and desert,
but going to the snowfields would be like asking for death. Qin Yun tightened his clothes and spread his hands at Zhang Xinxin. He hadn't taken his winter clothes either, so he could only force his way through the blizzard by relying on Interceptor's cold and hot body. Oomph. Stinky men just can't be trusted. Zhang Xinxin spat out her tongue at Qin Yun and turned around to hug Bingfang. A blue-white protective energy emerged from her body. The Ice Phoenix, as the king of the ice attribute, was naturally incomparably adapted to cold environments. It helped Zhang Xinxin construct an energy suit that was enough to block the bone-chilling cold. It's hard for Blue to fly in this wind, so he'll have to go. Zhang Xinxin shouted at Qin Yun and then took the lead in drilling into the blizzard. Qin Yun did not reply, only following closely behind. White. A vast expanse of white. The snowflakes were blown by the storm winds and tumbled wildly, as if the gods in the sky had rubbed the white clouds together and sprinkled them haphazardly on the earth. The low temperature that fell to below zero invaded his body, and it was only an instant before Qin Yun felt his limbs trembling, and had to summon the interdictor Dharma phase to strengthen his fleshly body's ability to withstand the cold. Oomph, I knew you had a method. Seeing that Qin Yun was also fine, Zhang Xinxin beamed down towards him, cupping the treasure-hunting mouse in her hands as she searched for directions in the blizzard. It had to be said that although Zhang Xinxin was a bit quirky, she wasn't bratty, and her strength was outstanding, and with a giant beast as her servant, it was much easier to do all sorts of things. It was quite a stroke of luck to meet her in the midst of a 5-jack solo trip. Boom! The two of them had just taken a few steps when a violent roar came from the front, and several silhouettes broke into their eyes. Not good. It's the Frost-Tooth Ice Bear, retreat. Damn, why did I just come in here and run into something like this? Hey! You two run too. It's a level 30 ice bear. Several people passed by the two in a hurry, looking horrified, and one man was hanging on, obviously frightened by the ice bear. Zhang Xinxin and Qin Yun glanced at each other, rather puzzled. Is this group so lucky? It's not until you get to the ice fields that you encounter a level 30 behemoth. What were we before? Hell of a difficulty? Come on, you two. That's a Frost-Tooth Ice Bear, it split our tank with a single slap. That bird right next to you would be killed by a bite from an ice bear. A few of the men were obviously terrified, and when they saw that the two men were not going to leave, they talked about the greatness of the giant bear. Upon hearing this, the two didn't react much, only the Ice Phoenix was unhappy, raising its wings and slapping at a few people out of thin air. The wings caused a fierce hurricane. How could the light-footed few withstand such an attack, and they were blown up high, falling to the ground with a thud. You guys? The man in the lead held back the bruises in his mouth and was just about to sit up and break into a yell when a majestic figure had barged in front of the crowd. Frost-Tooth Ice Bear. It has a huge body, and its thick white long hair flies recklessly in the gusty wind, just like a moving snow mountain. The mouth opened and two huge fangs glittered with icy light, not only destroying defenses, but also freezing effects. The giant bear saw the two people in front of him did not hide and did not avoid. The ferocious might was immediately raised, and the nails of the bear's paw protruded, as if it was going to tear people apart in the next moment. Seeing this, Qin Yun merely drew out his axe. Bang! The axe blade collided with the bear's paw. The Frost-Tooth Ice Bear had tough skin and thick muscles, not to mention blunt weapons. Even ordinary sharp blades would have trouble hurting it. But just as the ragged, unbelievably broken axe was sliced completely through with a thud, the bear's paw flew high into the air and fell right in front of the group. The next moment a round head rolled in front of them. Frost-Tooth Ice Bear's head. Let's go. Zhang Xinxin jumped over the ice bear's corpse with light footsteps and waved at Qin Yun. Qin Yun shook off the blood on his axe and followed her, breaking into the wind and snow once again. Behind them, several people stared blankly at the corpse of the ice bear. Brother, it's... A few of us couldn't last a single move from the ice bear, but the others chopped it up in one go. These two are simply immeasurably strong. Go back to the desert, this side is not for us. The man at the head of the group exited in a deep voice. The difference is too great. It's simply not something that time can make up for. A few people couldn't find words to describe it other than horrible. A few people stumbled out of the snowy plain, and a silhouette better met them. Hey sis, it's pretty dangerous in there, it's better to be in the desert. Yeah, I see you're just one person, why don't you add us to the team, we can more or less take care of each other. Our boss is level 32, and he's going to rush to the top 5,000 this time. Well. A clear and cold voice came out. The girl turned her head. Dressed in a pure white combat uniform, with her silver hair tied back in a sharp ponytail, she slowly removed the gag from her mouth. The stunningly beautiful face made a few people unable to help but be a little smitten. Only the man at the head of the group had a huge change in color, dense fine sweat broke out on his head, and even his mouth was trembling. Sorry, they don't know any better. Not to delay your journey, my lady. We'll take our leave. The man kicked his men's asses, the look almost murderous, scaring a few of them into running away immediately. The girl saw a few people leave and put her mask back on, her emotions unreadable in her one gold and one black eye. She took a step into the snow. Damn, don't talk too much when you see someone again, especially if you're walking alone. Don't you know why people go alone? The man at the head of the group had a heart attack and covered his head with a headache. Who is she, big brother? That's a good-looking girl, would be nice to have as a wife, hee hee hee. Off, piss her off, you think you have a life? Know the dragon family? Do I need to tell you how powerful their young master is? Just such a person, who had his leg broken by her alive, the Long family didn't even dare to let out a single fart. In the territory of China, even if she kills someone in the street, you have to praise a good kill. Those big family people stand behind nothing more than a family. And behind her stands the whole of China. Chapter 65, The Elemental Messenger, Zhang Han He. Snow Plains. The storm wind blew furiously, and not only the falling snowflakes were flying, but even the snow on the ground was blown back up into the sky. The snowflakes collided with each other and condensed into sharp ice crystals that were as raw as stones when they hit your face. The storm, it's getting worse. Sang Xinshin was a little carried away. Although he was protected by the Ice Phoenix's energy, the gusty winds and sudden snowfalls were not something that energy could withstand. Moreover, she was a royal beastmaster profession, her body strength was very low, it was very good that she could carry it until now. Xinyan silently stepped in front of his body, his interdictory breath unleashed, his muscles exaggeratedly expanding once again as he blocked in front of Zhang Xinshin's body, fending off the endless wind and snow. Boom! A popping sound rang in both men's ears. Amidst the chaos of snowflakes, a huge shadow could be seen falling down, as if the mountains were crumbling. Soon the shadow climbed to its feet and stumbled toward this side. Xinyan's expression became serious. With this kind of oppression, I'm afraid the level has to be 40. Fighting in this environment, one has to be on their toes. Rumble. Heavy footsteps approached urgently, revealing their true colors in the wind and snow. It was a snow ape. LV-40, Ice Ridge Snow Ape. Snow Plains boss-level enemy. But it looked horrified, its white fur actually showed a bird texture, and a large hole was cut out of its chest, almost destroying its heart. It was getting closer and closer, and it was desperately trying to escape, not paying the slightest attention to the two people in front of it. With his size, looking at the two was like a mole cricket. Who pays attention to mole crickets when they're in a hurry? Xinyan copied the axe and was just about to utilize the criminal sky energy. But the space in front of him suddenly crumbled out of cracks, and silver white light flashed out of nowhere. In the next moment, the wind and snow around them subsided. Yes, it was as if an impermeable and transparent house had been built outside, and not only were there no snowflakes falling in the surrounding 5 meters, even the gale-force winds could not blow. A silhouette that appeared in front of the two people. She wore a long, snow-white dress, with dark patterns of hidden silver threads swimming in the folds, and her bare, pale skin took on a translucent quality. Her bare feet dangled in the air, the arches of her feet taut, pale green veins visible beneath her skin. The snow ape looked like it saw her, its eyes were even more terrified, and it even stopped its pace stiffly and turned around to run in the other direction. But the girl just raised her hand, her untainted jade-white onion finger pointing towards the sky. Firefall. Starfall. The sky, shrouded in overcast clouds, suddenly lit up with an ever-enlarging beam of star points, which broke through the clouds and burst into flames. It's a ING meteorite. Although it was not as huge as a common meteorite, it was still powerful, and it fell rapidly in the direction where the snow apes had fled. Boom! Meteorites fall to the ground. The popping sound seemed to pierce the eardrums. In the midst of this roiling snow and wind, the flames blazed, completely obliterating the snow ape's life. Xinyan's pupils suddenly shrunk. Killing a level 40 beast with one blow? This person, I'm afraid he's a demon like Zhang Xinshin. Zhang Han He? Zhang Xinshin lifted her little head and looked at the girl suspiciously. The girl's body shifted and her eyes went to Zhang Xinshin. Xin? It's really you. I'll be damned who's so pretentious as to come to the snowy plains and wear a skirt and no shoes.
Give me a hug, I'm freezing to death.
Zhang Xinxin jumped up and peeled down Zhang Hangxi, who was hanging in midair, and shrank headlong into her arms. Zhang Han's transparent skin shimmered with a reddish light, like an oven, bringing a gentle warmth. Qin Yun put away his axe and hid the killing intent on his body. Zhang Hanhei hugged Zhang Xinxin as his gaze turned to Qin Yun. I picked this handsome guy up in the desert, his strength is okay. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanhei nodded slightly at Qin Yun. Zhang Hanhei, elemental envoy. Qin Yun, the divine playwright. The two men had different expressions, but both could see the surprise. Especially Qin Yun. The profession of elemental emissary has been documented, and they are capable of manipulating all the elements, though they are usually unable to become proficient and struggle to reach the peak of their strength. But the girl in front of her didn't seem to have that. This field that blocked the wind and snow was moving the wind and water attribute at first glance. The meteorite used to exterminate the snow ape was of the fire and earth attribute, and it looked like it was absolutely proficient. Even the difficult to manipulate spatial attributes, she was able to travel through space quite skillfully. This girl, she's not easy. Hey, want to come along? There's an altar in the snowy plains that is rumored to have good things. Zhang Xinxin poked her head out and couldn't wait to ask Zhang Han's opinion. Elementalist's profession makes her unafraid of any environment, and that quality of life would be greatly enhanced by taking her under a blizzard. Aha! Zhang Han nodded his head and didn't say much. Yeah. Zhang Xinxin rubbed her chest joyfully. Qin Yun, who was standing next door, didn't have much of an opinion. His purpose for taking the exam was to go to school, and as long as he accumulated enough points, he could do whatever he wanted. With the addition of Zhang Hanhei, the frenzied wind and snow were blocked out, and the speed of the three of them greatly increased. Is that the one? The snowflakes gradually subsided in the distance, and buildings made of white jade loomed in the snow. I suppose? The treasure hunter mouse squeaked, listening to Zhang Xinxin's inner disbelief. Her voice was tinged with suspicion. Mouse said it was there and it wasn't? Stupid rat. Zhang Xinxin grabbed its little head and rubbed it a few times, stuffing it back into her pocket. Let's go ahead and get over there. Good. The three of them approached towards the altar slowly. Boom! A giant python lurched out of the ice, catching the trio off guard and scattering them with the shock. LV-35, Frost Ice Python, Altar Guard Beast. Qin Yun silently pulled out his axe as the criminal heavenly phantasm descended with divine might. The ice phoenix soared through the clouds, its killing machine locking onto the ice python. Once again, Zhang Hanhei hung in the air with his bare feet, his fingertips flicked, and the fire was overflowing. The axe falls, the phoenix falls, and the fire rises. The three of them crossed over the corpse of the frost ice python. Hee, old brother Qin, your difficulty setting doesn't seem to work. These three standing together, it's not good to let any giant beast come. But isn't the Zhang family at odds with the Zhang family? Why are the pups of the two families so close? Who knows, maybe the juniors have their own judgment. The old men of the Huaxia council chamber looked at the three figures and couldn't help but sigh twice. But there's usually only one reward for each chance in the trial, so how should three people walking together divide it up? You can't keep looking for a chance, can you? In that case, there's simply not enough time. Within the trial, the three had already stepped onto the altar. The entire altar showed a jade-white color, snowflakes sprinkled on it instantly melted, even the water stains could not be seen. It is like a spotless white jade set in the snow. And right in the center of the altar was set a precious pearl. It took on a reddish color, and the temperature rose steeply when it was close by, out of place with the sky of flying snow. Flame spirit bead, weapon inlay type treasure. How do we split it? Chapter 66, Strange Altar. Zhang Xinxin's words were delivered to everyone's ears. The crowd outside the arena tensed up as well. The story of killing three men with two peaches is a popular one. And this flame spirit bead is not something ordinary, it can ignore the class to strengthen the weapon and increase the fire attribute ability for it. The price of these beads in the market is sky high. Even between brothers, they have to fight. But they overlooked one thing. These three, there is no shortage of treasures. With Qin Yun's divine vein added to his body, he didn't even care about the treasures of the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, let alone this kind of mundane object. You can increase the fire attribute ability, but can you set it on a fire-tipped gun? If it was really inlaid, I'm afraid Neza would be so angry that he would wake up on the spot and slap Qin Yun twice. Besides, Zhang Xinxin, she could even take the Ice Phoenix as her spirit pet,
so how could she lack weapons and props? As long as she wanted it, the Sang family's old man would have to sell his wheelchair to get it back for her. As for Zhang Hanhei, as the first daughter of the Zhang family, 1,000 favorites in one, and Zhang Xinxin is rich. As far as the ring she wore on her index finger was concerned, it was an epic weapon that facilitated the mobilization of elemental energy. How can 3 people like that be short of anything? So Qin Yun was puzzled. How did Cindy Sang ask that question? Or what is the significance of this altar coming? 3 men for 1 jewel? That's a big difference from the underground ruins of the desert, isn't it? I don't have to. Qin Yun first refused in a low voice. Take it, chill, the fire enhancement suits your abilities quite well. Zhang Xinxin held up the precious pearl and handed it to Jiang Hangxi. The ring on Jiang Han's finger flickered, and the crimson pearl was immediately attracted to it, turning into a stream of light and merging into it. The inlay was successful. It's Jiang Han. Hee, I can't use it anyway. Zhang Xinxin rubbed down Jiang Hangxi, signaling that she didn't need to be polite. Qin Yun walked on top of the altar. It's weird. This altar seems to be nothing more than an altar. Once the gem was taken away, the snowflakes began to accumulate in layers, unable to retain even their previous white appearance. And this white jade stone brick is very smooth above, not even lines, not to mention the array. It seems like a really normal altar model. The treasure hunting mouse was pulled out again by Zhang Xinxin, and it ran around the altar, picking its way around for a bit, hanging its head back into Zhang Xinxin's hand. Mouse says it's not quite right here, the scent is gone. It seems there's a problem with the rumors. Zhang Xinxin spread her hands helplessly with a helpless expression. After all, there are no guarantees with things like rumors. Like when she said there was a god sleeping in the ruins, and who would have seen Anubis if the treasure hunter mouse hadn't forced open the formation? Let's go then, to the next location. Qin Yun gave up observing and rejoined the group. Jiang Hanhei nodded his head in the same way, his eyes vaguely flickering with a strange luster. The wind and snow remained. Fortunately, Jiang Hanhei's grasp of energy is precise and incomparable. No matter how fierce the cold wind, how fast the snowflakes, cannot penetrate her defense, the boundary inside the quiet and peaceful. No sooner had he taken 2 steps than dense footsteps came from all directions. A pair of scarlet eyes flashed in the snowy mist. The 3 men stopped and stared around warily. A giant snow-white wolf emerged from the blizzard, its exposed fangs flashing with cold light, the corners of its mouth stained with scarlet blood, looking hideous. The wasteland snow wolf. Or a whole pack of wolves. Qin Yun quickly swept a glance, the levels were between 30-38, and the threat of a match was feared to be no lower than level 40. Rather, it's still acceptable. Even if he was alone, he could still kill his way out of the wolves. Ow! A wolf whistle pierced through the snow curtain, and dozens of giant wolves had already charged. Jiang Hanhei's beautiful eyes were slightly cold, the ring flashed with fire, with a slip of the finger, a line of fire blocked in front of the 3 people, and then a wall of fire rose. The flames were made purely of energy and could blaze even in the snowy plains of sub-zero temperatures, the pounding heat highlighting the terrifying heat in the center. However, the snow wolf had no intention of stopping at all, and despite the flames blocking it, it even directly passed through the firewall, forcing its way in front of several people. Seeing this, Qin Yun immediately dodged to the front of the 2, his criminal heaven dharma phase suddenly descending, scarlet air currents wrapping around his fist as he blasted out with a single punch. The air exploded as the punch caused a violent punch wind, all the snow wolves all flew out backwards, with one right in the middle even having its head blown off. Seek death. Zhang Xinxin saw that the wolves didn't know what to do, also her eyes contained anger, the ice phoenix beside her instantly took off, an icicle penetrated the snow wolf's chest. Fire up! Jiang Hanhei pointed his fingertips toward the flames, and the wall of fire actually formed a wave of fire that surged toward the snow wolves. A mournful wail suddenly resounded through the snowy plains. Living in the snow, where have they ever seen a fire? And the fur is rich, the flame is like the ants that eat the bones to wind up, rolling around in the snow for several times and cannot be extinguished. The blood and flesh were scorched, but the gruesome injuries inspired a maniacal battle spirit. Instead of fleeing, the group of snow wolves condensed channels of ice blades and rushed in with its roar. With a wave of Jiang Hanhei's jade hand, all the ice blades immediately shattered and turned into snow dripping to the ground. The ice phoenix descended from the sky, its sharp wings slicing off the heads of the 2 snow wolves without mercy. Qin Yun's criminal heavenly giant axe emerged in his hand, his body swelled violently, transforming into a 10-meter giant, thick ink-colored energy wrapping his entire body, killing the wolves as if they were in no man's land.
That snow wolf was already injured by the fire, and there was even an ice phoenix marauding above its head, not to mention counterattacking Qin Yun. It would be difficult to carry down an axe. Hands rise and fall with the axe, taking a life with each rise and fall. Zhang Hanhei looked at the god of war like Qin Yun, her beautiful eyes more than a little scornful. That headless god she hadn't heard of at all, could it be some kind of evil god? Someone who can make an evil god possess him is powerful, but how righteous can he be? It's the same as Zhang Xinxin. Just as Zhang Hanhei was thinking this, Qin Yun had already slaughtered all the snow wolves. A bloody corpse was scattered in the snow, and before long the snowflakes in the sky would cover and bury them as if they had never existed. Qin Yun's body shrunk back to its original size and relaxed as he retrieved the giant axe, turning around and walking towards the middle of the two. Look out! A shriek pierced his eardrums. It was Zhang Xinxin's voice. Only to see that the long-lasting clouds unexpectedly and abruptly rushed out a giant eagle, which came above the heads of the three of them in a flash. Zhang Han's ring had only just lit up. Qin Yun's axe had only just been pulled out. Zhang Xinxin's order had just been given. That giant eagle had then flapped its wings. The gale is picking up. The wind came too fast and too unexpected, even Zhang Hanhei cannot immediately disperse, the three can only be hard to catch. Boom! The ground crumbled under the scale. This wind not only came fast, but also came fiercely, and without any defense, all three of their bodies were blown away. That giant eagle body green aura, a line of storm tornado is killed, in the air simply cannot turn direction, can only let the wind drive the body to fly in different directions. Break! Qin Yun roared as the criminal heaven Dharma phase descended, the axe blade rushing out a scarlet murderous aura that dispersed the tornado. He fell to the ground. Looking around, it was white. Not to mention the eagle, even Zhang Xin and Zhang Hanhei were nowhere to be seen. Qin Yun's brows. He thought of a bad possibility. Chapter 67, Lies Zhang Han's vs Zhang Xinxin. The wind and snow remained. The sky was gray, and thick overcast clouds brought a heavy snowfall that danced wildly in the stormy winds. With his Dharma phase attached to his body, the cold and heat-invulnerable body topped the sky with snow and wind, leaving behind thick footprints with every step. Qin Yun looked into the distance, that was the direction of the altar. Without Zhang Hengxi's protection, the thick snow was almost stuffed up to his waist, and Qin Yun could only move his body in a hobbling manner, advancing slowly towards the altar. It all happened so coincidentally. Why does the altar only look like an altar? Why did the crowd encounter wolves just a few steps away? Why don't wolves fear flames they've never seen before? Why do wolves die and then giant eagles scurry out? Why did it not kill but simply scatter the crowd? Zhang Xinxin. I came to you with the answer. Qin Yun's expression was gloomy, he didn't actually trust Zhang Xinxin, but after all, the two of them had stepped into the relics at the same time and had seen the gods. He thought there would be trust between the two. In hindsight, it was really just wishful thinking. A curtain of snow cascaded over the sky and the earth in chaos. An ice phoenix traveled quickly between the clouds. Ice blue energy overflowed from its body, turning into layers of defense against the wind and snow. Zhang Xinxin rode on the ice phoenix with an unmistakable haze between her brows. There, go down. The ice phoenix obediently landed and stepped into the white jade altar once again. The treasure-hunting mouse immediately scurried down from Zhang Xinxin and rushed to a place squeaking and growling. Zhang Xinxin came to the side of the treasure-hunting mouse and closed her eyes while clenching her pink fists. In the next second, the eyes opened, and the color of demonic blood and ink filled them. A fist blast. Boom! The seemingly soft and weak punch instantly shattered the entire altar. No, it wasn't that the altar shattered, but rather, cracks appeared on the altar, revealing a crystal-clear jade-like appearance. The altar seen earlier was just a shell. Under Zhang Xinxin's punch, the shell of the altar crumbled and returned to its original appearance. A water-green color in the sky flying snowmore crystal, a line of ice blue lines engraved on it, spread across to the center of the round platform. Zhang Xinxin was about to step on it when a gust of wind came from the sky, causing her to take a few steps backwards before stabilizing herself. A young girl, who had already stepped into the air. With her bare feet and white dress, she looked like a fairy in this extremely cold snow. The long raven blue hair flew wildly in the gusty wind, adding a hint of anger to the cool face. Zhang Xinxin, you are truly worthy of being a member of the Zhang family. Use it and discard it, what an ancestral morality you have. Oh, how much better is your Zhang family. What a nice guy to play here. The haze between Zhang Xinxin's eyebrows was thick, and the treasure-seeking mouse grew rapidly, standing in front of her along with the ice phoenix. Ha! Zhang Hanhei no longer said anything. Fingertip ring flashes, green and red colors flow, the first to launch the skill. The elements of wind and fire were born steeply. An arrow made of energy was created out of thin air. That arrow fire, surging and burning. A green-colored gale, a woodland wind. The fire vector accompanied by the hurricane had already arrived in front of the three. The ice phoenix lifted its wings and flew, its wings driving countless ice crystals, forming a dragon scroll and meeting the arrow head-on. Ice and fire collide. Thick white steam filled the center of the battle. Zhang Xinxin's face sank as she hurriedly called out for Bing Feng to come back. But as soon as the ice phoenix emerged, it met a pure gold blade aura. This is not a sword chi, but by Zhang Hanhei manipulation of the metal chi condensed, the sharpness of which is not weaker than the same level of the swordsman. Even beyond the same rank. The sound of tearing was mixed with the mournful cry of the ice phoenix. The unexpected strike made the ice phoenix unable to defend in time, and could only keep its wings in front of its body. Sizzle! The small half of Icewind's wing flew high and fell down in front of Zhang Xinxin's eyes. Zhang Hanhei! Zhang Xinxin's anger surged, and even her voice became sinister. Wind and fire. Thunderdome. Zhang Han didn't pay any attention to it and just made a move. The sky was even thicker with overcast clouds, and the three colors of energy intertwined with it, causing the clouds to turn ghostly black. In this, flames tumbled and thunder roared. Zhang Han's attacks were relentless, all he wanted was to knock Zhang Xinxin out of the match. The two have nothing but goodwill, and really only animosity. The earlier intimacy was nothing more than everyone giving each other the benefit of the doubt. After all, the whole country was broadcasting live. If the two big families tore their faces off and met to fight, the impact would definitely be bad. Especially when Zhang Xinxin welcomed him with a smile on her face, Zhang Hangxi had to give him face and show his family's demeanor. But Zhang Xinxin lied to her. The wolves were directed by her. That eagle was also summoned by her. Even the storm that blew the trio away had Ice Phoenix involved. Zhang Xinxin, you brought this on yourself. If you're unkind, you won't blame me for being unrighteous. Therefore, Zhang Han did not stop there, but hit him hard every time. The big deal is to knock her out of the race. Boom! The dark clouds roared, and the thunder and fire condensed and took shape, locking Zhang Xinxin's figure in place. Zhang Han tapped his fingers. Storm rushed to the sky and fell right into Zhang Xinxin. The terrifying wind force made it difficult for Zhang Xinxin to move an inch, and the Ice Phoenix and Treasure Hunter Mouse were even blown apart, rushing to use their energy to rush over. Unfortunately, they are too late. That thunder fire transformed into a long blue and red dragon, poking its head out from between the ink clouds. Thunderfire fell. The red and blue colors rushed down like a waterfall, and the manic energy tore through the snow curtain, forcing even the long-lasting wind and snow to stop. A killing move with a mixture of the three elements, even a giant beast above level 40 would be destroyed here. In the distance, Qin Yun had already arrived and couldn't help but smack his lips secretly when he saw this. Zhang Han's strength is so terrifying. With this kind of thunder and fire pouring down, even Xing Tian's body would have to be seriously injured. However, Qin Yun was not worried about Zhang Xinxin. That ninny never showed her full strength in front of him, even when she was facing Sharon, who was her own mainstay. As the same Chinese heavenly pride, it was impossible for her to be defeated so easily. The thunder fire gradually dissipated. When Zhang Han pointed his finger, a gust of wind blew away all the smoke and dust. Right in the center of the blast, Zhang Xinxin stood upright against the wind. She was not injured, and even the treasure-hunting mouse and the Ice Phoenix ran to her side, equally unharmed. Zhang Han's pupils trembled slightly as he forced himself to calm down. Her gaze went to Zhang Xinxin's arms. There, a black turtle. A small, slender snake wrapped itself around the turtle and spit its tongue silkily toward her. You can find the seed of the Xuanwu too? Oh, eyes are quite poisonous. Zhang Xinxin's face was cold to the core. No more than 3 people have seen it yet. Zhang Hanhei, I won't hold back any longer. Boom! The Ice Phoenix suddenly enlarged, the giant beast took off into the air, the ancestral phases behind it were visible, and the killing intent boiled over. The treasure-seeking mouse landed on all 4 limbs, and a line of lines began to spread from its limbs, and even space and time became illusory. Zhang Xinxin held the turtle and stepped closer to Zhang Hangxi. How can the pride of the Sang family be weak? Watching women fight was the kind of thing that Qin enjoyed.
He wasn't going to intervene. Each of these two was a bad person. It was still the altar that interested him. What in the world could make them give up the decency of a large family to earn their keep here? With this thought, a knife-wielding silhouette broke into view. Kyatsuki? Chapter 68, SSS Class, Arakami Royal Master. Qin? The visitor's eyes instantly brightened as he took a leaping step to arrive in front of Qin. Her hair was caked with snowflakes, and her entire body was reddened by frozen cheeks. But the girl still has soulful eyes, excellent posture, and the beauty of her knitted brows and smile is moving. It was none other than Lai Qingyu. What brings you here? Qin pulled Lai Qingyu to hide behind a rock and lowered his voice to ask. Lai Qingyu pointed her finger over there and similarly whispered. I saw a particularly large energy fluctuation over here and came to take a look, fearing that someone was in danger. The girl's words almost made Qin tense up when he heard them. She's too kind. I'm crying my eyes out. Don't go, these are not good people. Let's grab something when they're almost done. Lai Qingyu obediently nodded her little head. The boulder did not block the breath of the two, but in a life and death duel, the two of them, Zhang Xinxin, did not have the energy to observe their surroundings at all. The wind and snow in the sky were crushed by the violent energy fluctuations, and the battle between the two had already fallen into white heat. In order not to affect the altar, the two even tacitly shifted the location of the battle. Zhang Xinxin is worthy of the name of the imperial capital's pride, and in a serious state of mind, she is on fire, pressing Zhang Hanaxi throughout the fight. However, Zhang Hanhei's strength is indeed not bad. In the crowd of beasts under the siege of surprisingly still able to counterattack, if not Xuanwu's defense is too invincible, I am afraid that would have been able to distinguish between the winner and the loser. At the altar, two sneaky figures had touched up. It was none other than Qin and Lai Qingyu. Lai Qingyu explored her little head. It was the first time she had seen this kind of pattern. Qin circled around the altar, constantly feeling for the patterns, never being able to get started. I'm afraid only Zhang Xinxin knows. A hint of coldness flashed across Qin's eyes. Just as he was calculating how to coerce Zhang Xinxin, a vicissitude, an ancient voice passed through his brain. Sacrifice to heaven and earth, and God empowers them. The ancient God interceptor? He actually spoke. Qin was excited inside. He was well aware that after invoking the gods were all more or less self-aware, but he had never seen them actively communicate. An interceptor was the first to speak. Boy, stand in the center, make a respectful sacrifice, and you will gain greatness. But you are favored by us and do not need such divine power. Fearing that Qin would not understand, Xingtian even specifically explained it to him. Thanks to the ancient god. Qin solemnly thanked him. Xingtian had also been a human, and as a generation of kings, he had naturally performed sacrifices. But after endless years, heaven and earth withered, the gods did not show up, and the human race struggled to survive in the doomsday. Being able to see the remembered altar in such a situation was a bit of a revelation even for him, and he was in awe. This was why he would take the initiative to remind Qin. Qingyu, you stand on the round platform. Qin, who had received the news, immediately executed it, pushing Lai Qingyu to the center of the altar. The round table was small, just big enough for one person to stand on. Although Lai Qingyu was puzzled, she obediently mounted the round platform. Suddenly, the wind and snow stopped around us. The lines on the periphery of the altar rose with a blood-red glow, moving towards the center as if they were swimming snakes following a route. An invisible aura arose, as if a beast had opened its eyes and stared at the visitor. The pressure, instantly, skyrocketed. Repeat after me. Qin looked serious and drove Lai Qingyu to recite the words of sacrifice. When the hollow of a tree is out of order, the ecliptic collapses. The earth's fire erupted and scorched thousands of miles, and the heavenly river collapsed and saturated the 9 states. The Portray whistles in Dankai, and the legend cracks in Xinjiang. The 4 spirits are hiding, the 8 winds are in disarray, and the sky and the earth are vast. If the great task is to reset the constellations of the stars and readjust the laws, I wish to rout my heart as a torch, crack my bones as a soil, and forever suppress calamities in the poor hair. Look, the way is merciful. End of speech. Wind up. Boom. The manic storm wind rose up from below, transforming into a long dragon that cracked the sky and scattered all the gloomy clouds directly above. Snowy plains with long-lasting clouds and years of wind and snow. But in this moment, the sky, spitting out the truth.
All the giants living in it couldn't help but look up to the sky to witness the moving blue color. No good. The commotion on this side naturally startled the duo of Zhang Xinxin, who were in a fierce battle. How could the two be in the mood to fight? The Ice Phoenix instantly lifted its wings and flew, rushing towards the altar with unrivaled momentum. Jiang Hanhei even changed greatly in color, space element riot, a few leaps to the front. Her eyes were flooded with murderous intent, and the thunder and fire surged, turning into long snakes that devoured towards Li Qingyue. She couldn't figure out how this one got here. Even more so, he wondered why she knew the secret of the altar. But no matter what, there was no way she was going to give the opportunity away. The phoenix's roar resounded in front of his body as the Ice Phoenix similarly arrived at the battlefield, falling as if it were a meteorite. The phoenix falls to the 9 heavens. The combined strike of the two could not be blocked even by themselves. Boom! Explosions roared, and the rioting elements formed waves that nearly engulfed the entire altar. But in just an instant, Ice Phoenix's body was lifted out. Even Jiang Hanhei stifled a grunt and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, obviously being backfired by the energy. A silhouette that stood in front of both. He was holding a huge axe, with an icy smile, his muscles were like copper cast iron, and the headless phantom behind him stood solemnly, not angry and authoritative. Xin Yun? How did he find this place? Get out of the way. The coldness of Jiang Hanhei's face showed, and his ring glowed with various colors. Ice Phoenix stood up, and Treasure Hunter Mouse had arrived with Zhang Xinxin in his arms. She was equally surprised, and though a flicker of shame flashed in her eyes, it was quickly filled with anger. She didn't want to be a pawn. What if you don't let me? Xinyan shouldered his giant axe, scarlet aura spreading throughout his body as his killing intent was revealed. The god of war, Interceptor, dared to make a sword in the face of the Yellow Emperor, and even continued to fight after cutting off his head. It didn't make sense for him to back off. Jiang Han's eyes were cold. No nonsense, the 3 elements of wind, fire and thunder began to coalesce. Zhang Xinxin's eyes glowed with blood ink as the 3 giant beasts resumed their prototypes and killed Qin Yun from all sides. Fizzle! A pair of ice wings were born from her back, and the nails of her hands were transformed into sharp claws. Ha! Qin Yun sneered. Cindy sang, you really never tell the truth. How could an S-ranked Imperial Beast Master be able to use the ability of a favored beast? Zhang Xinxin noticed Qin Yun's gaze. Her wings vibrated as she flew into midair, her blood-ink-colored eyes looking towards Qin Yun. Introduce yourself again. LV-42, SSS rank, Arakami Imperial Master. Take my advice and leave now, I'll guarantee you entry into Xianyuan Academy. Ha! Qin Yun's smile did not diminish. That's pretty tantalizing. Pity. I will not trust a man who has lied to me again. Boom! The divine aura exploded. The criminal heavenly Dharma phase had already merged into Qin Yun's body. The killing intent boiled over. There is no enmity between the 3. But there is only one chance. No bull. The battle begins. Chapter 69, The 100 Steps to Godhood, the Eternal Havoc Martial God. Li Qingyue felt marvelous. In a trance, it was as if she had traveled to another world. She stood on top of the mountain peak, with a huge crowd behind her. There were so many people, spreading from the top of the hill to the slopes, all kneeling in worship. Beneath her feet, she stepped on an altar made of green bricks. The altar was too big, with 99 steps alone, each gradually narrowing, and on it were offerings, burning with flames, brilliant and grand. Li Qingyue's steps moved forward uncontrollably. The peaks were so high that the clouds shook around them and the sky was within reach, like a wonderland. Li Qingyue ascended the steps, and intense pressure suddenly struck her. This is the test of heaven and earth. If a monarch could not even withstand this kind of pressure, then what qualifications did he have to become a monarch? And what qualifies you for divine power? 1 step, 2 steps, Li Qingyue stepped forward. She had always been tough, and the pain caused by stress did not defeat her. 30 levels up. The pressure is steep. Li Qingyue's body stumbled and she was almost about to fall down. King! Live within your means. A wave of sound rang out from the stage, pouring into Li Qingyue's mind. King? Who's the king? Li Qingyue didn't understand. She always felt like she was just an ordinary person. But how many ordinary people have dared to draw their swords on the dragon? How many more ordinary people would dare to charge at the beasts?
She is good enough to be called a king. Step again.
Lai Qingyue carried the pressure and moved upwards. Every step was difficult, as if there was a boulder descending wildly behind them, and the slightest misstep would send them tumbling down.
50 levels and the girl was already sweating profusely.
Her eyes were hazel, looking toward the bonfire at the steps. Each of the steps can be sacrificed, only the divine power gained is slightly different.
King. It is enough. Heaven and earth will be glorified by this.
The sound waves continued to ring out, shaking Lai Qingyue's thoughts.
She could stop, and that was enough.
But she didn't stop. She drew her tanged sword.
Ka-ching!
She planted her tanged blade into the next step, held it by the hilt with both hands, and forced herself to rub upward. The bones in his entire body crunched with a crunching sound, as if his spine was going to crumble the next moment. But Lai Qingyue just clenched her teeth, a clench whose gums were bleeding from the bite. She straightened her back and tilted her head upward. Those 30 steps seemed like a century had passed.
80 levels up.
The whole body seemed to be falling apart, unable to lift a single ounce of strength. Lai Qingyue sat on her knees on the 80 steps, panting heavily.
King! King! King!
The people on the stage bowed down.
They are no longer dissuaded.
It is only the name of the king that is exalted. Lai Qingyue gripped her sword with both hands and braced herself. In her eyes, there was only the top.
81 steps. 85 steps. 88 steps.
Put. On the 90 steps, Lai Qingyue spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground.
The Tommy knife rolled uncontrollably and could no longer be used to assist.
Her eyes were scarlet, and the terrifying pressure was like a mountain range on her spine, squeezing her organs until they collapsed, and even her bones broke a few times. The pain that tore through her heart and lungs made Lai Qingyue almost unable to bear it, and her consciousness appeared blurred. She's gifted, but there's always better than her in the world. She couldn't reach the top, it was decided from birth. But she so wanted to get to the top. Because one day, he would be standing up there, and she didn't want his side to be empty. Blood threads spread from the neck, blood vessels all over his body were bursting, many of them had ruptured, coloring Lai Qingyue into a bloody person. Her consciousness was on the verge of shattering. In a trance, a figure came to the front. He took the girl's hand and stepped up the steps.
No stress, no pain. Only endless warmth.
The wounds on his body were healing rapidly, and his torn spirit regained its clarity. Lai Qingyue raised her hand and touched the sky.
Coming to the top.
The sunlight pierced through the clouds, the winds on top of the altar rose abruptly, and a continuous muffled sound came from the depths of the clouds, and the tumbling thunder seemed to have 1,000 chariots crushing through the dome of the sky.
Sacrifice, begin. Snow plains.
The blizzard stopped. Manic energy vented near the altar. The treasure-seeking mouse fell limply to the snow on all fours, tail hanging limply down, and was knocked out by a dry punch. The Ice Phoenix's ice crystal armor had been hacked to pieces, and it flew helplessly through the air, able to mobilize a minuscule amount of cold ice energy. Zhang Hanhei was kneeling on one knee in the snow, his unearthly face filled with shock. Her entire body was so overdrawn with energy that she couldn't stop her fingers from shaking as she activated her skills. The only one who could stand up was Sang Xinshin. The basilisk was on her back, providing a steady stream of energy.
Bang!
The giant axe connected with the sharp claws. Zhang Xinshin and Qin Yun each took a step back, panting heavily.
What an underestimate!
Zhang Xinshin wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, shock thick in her eyes.
Oh, who isn't?
Qin Yun covered his chest, equally surprised. This Zhang Xinshin was simply strong to the point of being perverted. After borrowing the power of her favorite beast, she was actually able to tough it out with the interdictor-possessed Qin Yun, and had persisted until now. However, the rest of the man-beasts were all incapacitated, and both of them were at the end of their tether. At the end of the fight, it's a lose-lose situation again. The scene was presented to a national audience. The Imperial Council chamber was silent. They purposely set up fewer chances in the hope that the students, like stubborn stones, would collide and polish and gradually turn into precious jades. But they never expected these three to fight so fiercely. Zhang Xinshin played all her cards, Zhang Hanhei was tired to the point of overdraft, and even Qin Yun, who had never been defeated, had to lie down. What kind of chance is this that it's worth fighting so hard for? The gazes of the crowd turned to Ying Yuanwu. Ying Yuanwu frowned tightly and said in a deep voice. Rumor has it that this altar can bestow divine power and even raise career levels.
But unfortunately we never triggered it and just dismissed it as folklore.
The Chinese divine vein was broken, and it was hard enough to recognize this as an altar. And to inspire this, one has to make a pious sacrifice. They have come to the point of not believing in God, so how can they be pious and naturally inspired? Then it seems the rumors are true. The Lai family girls, I'm afraid, will be the ultimate beneficiaries.
Yes, chance has always been cruel.
The crowd looked at it very openly. After all, as long as the opportunity was given, the future generation of Huaxia would become stronger. As for who gets it, they really aren't very concerned. Some big family heavenly prides might be able to monopolize the market for a long time, but there were always bottom-tier demons who rose to prominence. Xinyan let out a deep breath and shouldered the axe, aiming it at Zhang Xinxin once again. Zhang Xinxin likewise stood up, cold-eyed.
This is the final blow. It's time to split the difference.
Boom! The two were building up their energy when a sudden boom came from behind them. A crimson light fell from the sky, forming a pillar of light that ran through heaven and earth at the center of the altar. At the center of the light pillar was none other than Lai Qingyue. The next moment, the pillar of light collapsed and the girl opened her eyes.
An invisible sense of oppression instantly pressed on Zhang Xinxin's heart.
Zhang Hanhei couldn't bear it any longer and fell on both knees, looking up in horror.
The sacrifice is over. SSS class, Winged Martial God.
The killing came.
Chapter 70, The Dragon Family's Rebel Son, Long Xingtian.
Empty. Time and space trembled, and it was as if heaven and earth were out of frame as a result. Lai Qingyue's figure had already arrived in front of Zhang Xinxin. She didn't pull out her knife, but just flicked it at Zhang Xinxin's head.
Bang!
In Zhang Xinxin's horrified eyes, an unimaginably huge force struck her, causing her to instantly fly backwards, crashing through several boulders before coming to a slow stop. If it wasn't for the defense of the Xuanwu, she would have become a pile of broken bones at this moment.
SSS rank, just the highest rank of the profession. But it doesn't mean that the profession is only SSS ranked. Lai Qingyue's eternal tribulation martial god was enough to crush all ordinary SSS ranks.
As for Qinyan's divine players, that could not be judged by rank at all. Lai Qingyue's body was suspended in mid-air, her eyes downcast as she scanned.
Roll.
A flat to the point of a thud. However, along with the voice, an invisible ripple violently exploded, and a fierce wind kicked up in the sky and earth, causing all beings other than Qinyan to be blown away, flying all the way out of sight. Qinyan could barely recognize the girl in front of him. With just one sacrifice, she had shed her childlike youthfulness and actually had an imperial aura between her hands and feet. This change was something that even he had not anticipated. Lai Qingyue slowly landed on the ground, then violently jumped headfirst into Qinyan's arms.
How are you? Is everything okay?
If I had known they were coming for trouble, I wouldn't have gone in. Next time something like this happens, be sure to call on me. I'm strong now, I'm sure I can help you. Lai Qingyue's little head rubbed against Qinyan's chest, her voice carrying a bit of a crying tone. When she went within to receive the opportunity herself, and Qinyan was fighting to the death outside, she was quite overjoyed in her heart.
It's okay, I'm doubly fit.
Qinyan smiled and rubbed the girl's head. Fortunately, she was still the same Lai Qingyue she knew.
Snow plains. Zhang Xinxin regained consciousness and slammed his fist into the ground. She never thought things would happen like this.
She had made sufficient preparations. Not only was her own strength superb, but her disguise was seamless.
How did it come to this? Damn! Boom! In the midst of his indignation, a boom rang from his ears.
As she followed the voice, a huge figure was stepping towards this direction.
Behemoth?
Zhang Xinxin clenched the corners of her mouth, trying to mobilize her energy to meet the battle. But she was powerless, and her three favored beasts were all incapable of fighting, not to mention fighting, even dodging was difficult. Desperation flooded her eyes.
Could it be that it's going to be eliminated here? She was so upset. She had so much more to do.
That magnificent figure had already arrived in front of him. He covered all the sky, not even the sunlight came through. Zhang Xinxin was in the shadows, shedding tears of despair. Suddenly, the sunlight poured over her.
Zhang Xinxin looked up woodenly.
A hand, reaching from the sky to her eyes.
The figure bent down, revealing a hideous yet naive face.
His eyes were crystal clear, as if they were pure without a trace of impurity.
Hello. Is there a problem? I'm Xing, I can help you.
When Jiang Hanhei opened her eyes, she was covered with a blanket, and a campfire was burning in front of her, warming her up.
Awake? A somewhat familiar voice came from not far away.
He sat across the campfire, his face flickering in the flames.
Aha!
Jiang Hanhei sat up. She lost consciousness after being cleared by Lai Qingyu and woke up here. It was the man on the other side who saved her, otherwise without the energy boost, she could have been frozen to death in this outfit. She sat down by the campfire and recognized the person in front of her.
Dragon Walker? Long time no see. It's been a long time.
The person across from him looked up, his eyes rather flat with no sadness or joy in them. Long Xingtian, the new generation leader of the Long family. Legend has it that at the time of his birth there were 2 dragons circling in the sky, which was considered an auspicious omen. The old man of the Long family loved this grandson quite a lot, and he had been pampered and scolded since he was a child. Unsurprisingly, this Long Xingtian was raised to be a playboy, arrogant and domineering, only converging in front of Elder Long. The Long family is located in the Magic City and has a huge power. He did not make too many incidents under the shelter of the family. Until he met Chu Luoli, who had transferred to the school. With just one glance, Long Xingtian was astonished and launched a frantic pursuit of her. But Chu Luoli never paid any attention to Long Xingtian. Or rather, she actually ignored any of them. She lives alone, but makes Long Xingtian more and more obsessed. Long Xingtian was accustomed to being arrogant and domineering in the devil's capital, so he naturally wouldn't allow anyone to reject his love. He brought people to stop Chu Luoli. That day, he brought 10 men with him. These 10 people, with their limbs and meridians picked, were reduced to uselessness for the rest of their lives. Even Long Xingtian himself had his right leg broken and thrown in the trash. The Long family was furious. Elder Long personally went down to retrieve his grandson and used all his forces to prepare for revenge. The whole of magic was thrown into chaos. But soon, calm was restored to Mordor. Master Long put on his uniform. One person sat in front of his grandson's hospital bed for a day, and went out with an expressionless face, with only the gold star flashing on his chest. By the time the crowd entered the hospital room, Long Xingtian had already been beaten beyond recognition. They couldn't believe their eyes. This is the old man's favorite child. Even if Long Xingtian's father dared to touch a single hair on Long Xingtian's head, the old man would have to pick up his cane and whip his own son. No one knows what's going on. It was only known that Elder Long had made a trip to the imperial capital, and upon his return, he had withdrawn all preparations, leaving only a bounty in the black market. And the weird thing is, any assassin who dares to claim this bounty will die before the eyes of the public the next day. Even if the amount is enough to live for several lifetimes, no one dares to touch it again. This bounty was eventually reduced to a taboo in the black market. Since that time, Long Xingtian rarely appeared in public. It wasn't until the day of his professional awakening that he caused a stir again. SS rank, Double Dragon Blade Rider. But at this time, he was humble, cautious, silent, and completely like a different person. In fact, Jiang Hanhei and Long Xingtian contact very little, the two only because of the family to and from, have had to meet, can meet here, really is fate. How are you doing? Long Xingtian's voice was low and he just looked at the flames. It's okay, one more night's rest and I guess I'll recover. Well, just rest here. I made dinner, you can have some later when it's hot. Following the firelight upwards, there was a brazier that was rumbling. Jiang Hanhei's eyelashes fluttered slightly. This person in front of him really is very different from the prodigal son in his memory. If she hadn't actually seen it, she wouldn't believe it was Long Xingtian at all. How did he, who was always bold, even know how to cook? She can't even do that. By the way, can I ask you something? Outside the campfire, Long Xingtian finally lifted his head and faced Jiang Hangxi's line of sight. Help me find someone. Who? Chu Luoli. Chapter 71 The Ghost World. Chu Luoli? Jiang Hanhei recalled the name, his expression gradually becoming grave as he spoke carefully. You're not dead yet? But she's... I know. Long Xingtian interrupted Jiang Han. His expression was calm, and no emotion could be seen between his brows. I just want to see her for a second. Nothing else. Yes? Jiang Hanhei raised his eyebrows, a cold smile on his pretty face. Yes. Long Xingtian ignored Jiang Han's skepticism and locked eyes with him without showing any weakness. The boiler on the campfire boiled over, steam pounding against the lid with a gurgling sound. The atmosphere between the two was broken by the scent. Long Xingtian stood up and lifted the lid of the pot, giving Jiang Hangxi a bowl. Jiang Han took the rice, sighed slowly, and nodded his head. Okay, I'll help you find it. Thanks. Night gradually engulfed the snowy plain. This way, it can't be a ghost domain, can it? At the edge of the snowy plain, Lai Qingyue stared ahead with a suspicious expression. It was clearly daytime, but it was still dark inside, a little blue fire flickering in and out of it, providing a small amount of vision. Right. Qin Yun looked surprised. This place was haunted, with a pervasive coldness that would affect the spirit if you stayed in it for a long time. But it wasn't the environment that surprised him, it was Zhong Kuei's Yuanshan that was agitated. Here, there are his spells. Go on, follow me. Zhong Kuei's phantom was revealed from behind Qin Yun, and his chilling ghostly aura filled the surroundings, making the already eerie environment even colder and more silent. Like Qingyue, who was following behind, was also taken care of by Zhong Kuei to minimize the impact of the environment. Elder brother Ing, you actually moved to the ghost domain for the 4th level. You've shed a lot of blood, haven't you? The environmental influences in the ghost domain are extremely strong, and the behemoths are generally stronger, so they do fit in here. I hope these kids don't get spooked by the ghosts. Inside the Imperial Capital's council chamber, a few people were talking and laughing, and Ing Yuanwo took over the conversation, explaining. Half a year ago, I obtained 2 weapons with ghostly chi constantly on them, enough to refine a land into a ghostly domain. I contacted a lot of people who couldn't suppress it, so I had to bury it into the ground to create an artificial ghostly realm as part of the exam level. At those words, the crowd couldn't help but nod. That's very good, it's just that the children have to hold up. Don't worry, the ones who made it this far are all warped, not many of them are afraid of ghosts. As they said, the students who came to the front of the haunted area did not stop, but instead took a big step forward. None of them were more striking than a slim man. As soon as he stepped into the ghost domain, all the ghost chi in front of him surged towards him, wrapping him alive into a dumpling. If it was an ordinary person, under the infestation of this volume of ghost chi, it would be good to be alive, not to mention whether or not they could still be awake. But not only was he unaffected, but he rather enjoyed the environment, and even cultivated with his legs crossed. His profession was none other than an SSS-ranked necromancer. This environment is literally his home turf. Xing, take it easy, let me do it. Oh, okay, I'll hold it down. At that, savage Xing held down a poisonous python, leaving only his head exposed. The girl bounced to his side, stabbing the dagger in her hand several times before killing the poison python completely. Xing happily put down the dead poison python and high-fived the girl in celebration. Zhang Xinxin looked at the two of them, her eyes narrowing slightly as a chill flashed across her face. She gently tickled her fingers. Ow! A demonic wolf snapped out from a dead end, opened its bloody mouth, and fiercely bit at Xing. Xing could not dodge, could only roar angrily, and opened his arms to support the demon wolf's mouth from top to bottom, and the terrifyingly huge force made it unable to close its mouth at all. The demonic wolf's ferociousness did not change, and even if it could not bite down, it spread its legs and ran wildly, taking Xing in its mouth and running into the depths. Xing! The girl's eyes were horrified and she shouted in panic, but she didn't make the slightest move to catch up. Instead she turned her head to look at Zhang Xinxin. Sister, help me to save Xing. He can't leave me. Roll. What are you saying, sister? I didn't hear you. Zhang Xinxin looked up at the girl, the chill was growing on her face. I told you to get lost. You don't deserve to be here. You. How can you talk about me like that? Xing won't let you go. The girl was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, jumping up and pointing at Zhang Xinxin to curse. But Zhang Xinxin just snorted coldly, her aura unfolding as the mini ice phoenix on her shoulder instantly grew larger, looking down on the girl with a sense of oppression. Treating people like cuties. Is it fun? I don't know how you two met, but given his nature, I'm afraid he's being used as a tool by you. Saying that, Zhang Xinxin came in front of the girl, and under the pressure of the ice phoenix, the girl didn't dare to move at all, and could only allow Zhang Xinxin to open her wristwatch. The number on it had come to 2,000. Oh, so many points, do you deserve it? Now get out or I'll send you out. You. The girl was just about to resist, but the ice phoenix let out a long cry, and ice crystals had already been created around her. As long as she dared to make a move, Ice Phoenix didn't mind killing her. The girl's throat trembled, and eventually she didn't dare to make a sound, running away unwillingly in the other direction. It wasn't until she was out of sight that the ice phoenix slowly grew smaller and climbed onto Zhang Xinxin's shoulder. Zhang Xinxin's expression, once again, became flinty and cute. Rumble. A manic footstep sounded from a short distance away. The blood-soaked Xing ran wildly in this direction, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was in sight. Xing, are you okay? There's so much blood. Zhang Xinxin covered her mouth, her voice concerned. Xing grinned as he wiped the blood from his face. It's all that wolf's blood, I'm fine. Where's Yuki? She wouldn't have been taken, would she? No, Sister Snowy said that a friend is back there and she's going to find them, so let's go first. Yuki's friends? Then let's go too. It's dangerous back there, I have to protect them. No need Xing, Sister Yuki said for us to go first, she'll be coming round soon. You have to trust. Xinyan almost subconsciously swung his fist, but the man's stance was extremely good and he drifted to avoid it. What's the rush? I'm out. It is the eyes of the latecomer that are clumsy, not knowing that your honor is here. Dalgosen's voice trembled, shivering, and not daring to look up. He was a complete, but both of these guys have horrible careers. When it came to moving, he definitely couldn't take advantage of himself. Didn't Grandpa say he was unrivaled? Goodbye, little Lori. Remember to think of Mommy. The box was closed. The darkness wrapped as if it were a muddy but she never had any active communication with us, and every time she went to care she got the same response. She's still very young old sister, and that shouldn't happen. May, I'm sorry, I really can't help you. The old dean sighed a few times and patted Lu Qinglan's shoulder without saying anything more. Chuluwali. It's me. Can you hear me? Qingyun slipped and pulled away, growling twice towards her. But the girl, that was the very essence of the Fountain of Nightmares. But they were blocked by a dark green octopus. Level 45, Ghost Realm boss level enemy. Chuluwali's stance was light and agile as she floated down from the blade, and her legs had already crossed over the weapon to kick Qingyun in the chest. Even the best careers require individuals to be good enough to support them. It was like Qingyun, and the combat experience is particularly rich. Every response is the optimal solution. It is not at all like Chuluwali didn't pick up the long knife, just cold eyes. Physical instinct forced her to disdain using the weapon that had been dismounted again. Qingyun thought this. Fortunately, her reaction was extremely fast, and when her body was skewed, she had already braced her hands on the ground, but lonely goodness wouldn't give it a chance. The ghostly chi rose, and the skeleton soldiers that had been smashed into pieces fizzle. No resistance, no wailing. The death knell has rung. The body of the terror puppet octopus seemed to be misplaced for a moment. The man likewise stepped back, the soles of his feet cutting deep grooves into the shore. His eyes, Chuluwali raised her eyes and swept a glance in Qingyun's direction. Her mind was a little confused. Didn't he just beat up? Although Long Xingtian did something wrong back then, he has also changed for the better, so what's wrong with you giving him a chance to make amends? Cole, it was a bit unseemly for Chuluwali to directly punch someone in the face. What? How dangerous can it be? No fear. Dokishin promised with conviction. The Five Ghosts Umbrella. Soul-inviting streamer. Legend has it that they are the weapons. The intense ghostly aura passed through Qingyun's body and shot straight up into the clouds. Apparently, Dokishin was quite skilled at controlling abilities. The black-armored soldier stepped out. That's Luo Li's direction. I'm afraid something's happened. Long Xingtian's eyes looked. A scowl surfaced into Kuro-sun's eyes. But before he could react, a silhouette had already arrived above the. It had ghostly eyes, was 100 meters long, and its jagged skeleton was permeated with spikes. Kid Qin, I'm afraid he'll be the leader in the future. The two smiled at each other, seeing future scene. Boom! The gale is picking up. A silver-white figure with infinite momentum killed in front. That idiot Long Xingtian, how did he dive in with a jerk? Just as the girl was still pondering what to do, the behemoth could not let him go and immediately chased after him. But just at this moment, a phoenix. What the hell is all this? How did that dude suddenly become a dragon? And what's that giant thing? This ghost domain was too big, and even if he used all his strength, it would still take a bit of time. But in front of the teenager, she was like a child who had just learned how to use a sword, waving her wooden. Bang! Chen Tianzi's sword blade trembled, blasting the girl's figure away. Brother Tianzi, he just raised his long sword and slashed horizontally and vertically into the air. The girl's right knee hit the ground, and it was difficult for her to lift her head as she was suppressed by the sword aura. Sizzle! With a wailing and shattering sound, the wings of a giant eagle were ripped off alive.
Fighting? You fight. What are you doing in there?
If the outside world, the two, then, were at a standstill.
Not far away, Lai Qingyue's attack intensified.
Silver light flashed as Jiang Han arrived by leaping. She looked around, a real pain in her brow. Dokishin lay on the ground, his energy deficit so low that he didn't even have the strength to get up. This fear was not brought about by a gap in strength. Rather, the soul trembles, a sense of crisis from the marrow of the blood.
They, in being hunted, Long Xingtian roared, his body dragonized, protecting Chu Luoli and blocking in front of the giant beast. Jiang Han's mouth couldn't close.
This girl, does she really need Long Xingtian's protection? The air blades and spider silk were still floating in the air. All the attacks that have yet to materialize. Qin Yun had already woken up. They were originally born from the Zhongkue weapon and have an innate fear of it. And earlier they had committed. The corners of Ing Yuanwu's mouth were even twitching, and the expression on his face was quite rich. He clenched his fists, a flash of black light surfacing on them, his eyes filled with unbelief. Oh, Qin Yun did not fail, and she did not take advantage of the opportunity to grab the chance. Well, I'm glad it's okay, she can't control her emotions, she was really afraid of hurting you. Turning back again, there was Chu Luo Li's rather icy eyes.
Solitary goodness.
Qin Yun pondered in his mind. The first four are the forest, the desert, the snowy plains and the haunted air. Entering it, Qin Yun could not help but marvel. This tree is too big, each plant has nearly 5. In addition to being the dean of the Regulus Academy, he was also the vice minister of the Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology, conducting many epileptic experiments.
He's going to fight that blow hard.
With his large tiger's shield in front of him, the man roared out, needing the remaining 3 were just like her, and all of them died miserably under the stone swords.
Why is there always some uneasiness in my heart?
Qin Yun rubbed his temples and closed his. The Tyrannosaurus Rex did not dodge, but merely opened its mouth and powered its hind limbs to meet Qin Yun head-on. But how could its reaction be faster? With this axe, heaven and earth lost their colors. The second Tyrannosaurus Rex sensed this side and that's the skill it's crushing. It had to buy time to escape. Yes, the Stegosaurus. Suddenly, her form stopped.
A terrifying killing intent ran through its body.
His stance snapped up and he came to 50 meters in a flash. Lai Qingyue's brow furrowed as the eternal tribulation martial god possessed his body, his speed once again.
Has Qin Yun lost his mind?
Why are you chasing after Lai Qingyu?
You don't want to get married?
He knelt down on one knee, both of them fully wrapped in blood-red light, and then slammed into the ground. Red and black streams of air crisscrossed and rushed. The lizard ignored it and just waved its small hand, and the pterodactyl immediately retreated as if amnesty.